Section 40 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renee Bell. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 11, Chapter 7, in which Mrs. Fitzpatrick concludes her history. While Mrs. Honour, in pursuance of the commands of her mistress, ordered a bowl of punch, and invited my landlord and landlady to partake of it, Mrs. Fitzpatrick thus went on with her relation. Most of the officers who were quartered at a town in our neighbourhood were of my husband's acquaintance. Among these there was a lieutenant, a very pretty sort of man, and who was married to a woman, so agreeable both in her temper and conversation, that from our first knowing each other, which was soon after my lying in, we were almost inseparable companions, for I had the good fortune to make myself equally agreeable to her. The lieutenant, who was neither a sot nor a sportsman, was frequently of our parties. Indeed, he was very little with my husband, and no more than good breeding constrained him to be, as he lived almost constantly at our house. My husband often expressed much dissatisfaction at the lieutenant's preferring my company to his. He was very angry with me on that account, and gave me many a hearty curse for drawing away his companion, saying, I ought to be damned for having spoiled one of the prettiest fellows in the world by making a milksop of him. You will be mistaken, my dear Sophia, if you imagine that the anger of my husband arose from my depriving him of a companion, for the lieutenant was not a person with whose society a fool could be pleased. And if I should admit the possibility of this, so little right had my husband to place the loss of his companion to me, that I am convinced it was my conversation alone which induced him ever to come to the house. No, child, it was envy, the worst and most rancorous kind of envy, the envy of superiority of understanding. The wretch could not bear to see my conversation preferred to his, by a man of whom he could not entertain the least jealousy. Oh, my dear Sophy, you are a woman of sense. If you marry a man, it is most probable you will, of less capacity than yourself, make frequent trials of his temper before marriage, and see whether he can bear to submit to such a superiority. Promise me, Sophy, you will take this advice, for you will hereafter find its importance. It is very likely I shall never marry at all, answered Sophia. I think, at least, I shall never marry a man in whose understanding I see any defects before marriage, and I promise you I would rather give up my own than see any such afterwards. Give up your understanding? replied Mrs. Fitzpatrick. Oh, fie, child! I will not believe so meanly of you. Everything else I might myself be brought to give up, but never this. Nature would not have allotted this superiority to the wife in so many instances, if she had intended we should all of us have surrendered it to the husband. This, indeed, men of sense never expect of us, of which the lieutenant I have just mentioned was one notable example, for though he had a very good understanding, he always acknowledged, as was really true, that his wife had a better. And this, perhaps, was one reason of the hatred my tyrant bore her. Before he would be so governed by a wife, he said, especially such an ugly bitch, for indeed she was not a regular beauty, but very agreeable and extremely genteel, he would see all the women upon earth at the devil, which was a very usual phrase with him. He said, he wondered what I could see in her to be so charmed with her company. Since this woman, says he, had come among us, there is an end of your beloved reading, which you pretended to like so much that you could not afford time to return the visits of the ladies in this country. And I must confess I had been guilty of a little rudeness this way, for the ladies there are at least no better than the mere country ladies here, and I think I need make no other excuse to you for declining any intimacy with them. This correspondence, however, continued a whole year, even all the while the lieutenant was quartered in that town, for which I was contented to pay the tax of being constantly abused in the manner above mentioned by my husband, I mean when he was at home, for he was frequently absent a month at a time at Dublin, and once made a journey of 2 months to London, in all which journeys I thought it a very singular happiness that he never once desired my company. Nay, by his frequent censures on men who could not travel, as he phrased it, without a wife tied up to their tail, he sufficiently intimated that, had I been never so desirous of accompanying him, my wishes would have been in vain. But heaven knows such wishes were very far from my thoughts. At length my friend was removed from me, and I was again left to my solitude, to the tormenting conversation with my own reflections, and to apply to books for my only comfort. I now read almost all day long. How many books do you think I read in 3 months? I can't guess, indeed, cousin, answered Sophia. Perhaps half a score. Half a score? Half 1,000, child, answered the other. I read a good deal in Daniel's English History of France, a great deal in Plutarch's Lives, the Atalantis, Pope's Homer, Dryden's Plays, Chillingworth, the Countess d'Aulnoy, and Locke's Human Understanding. During this interval I wrote 3 very supplicating, and, I thought, moving letters to my aunt, but, as I received no answer to any of them, my disdain would not suffer me to continue my application. Here she stopped, and, looking earnestly at Sophia, said, "Methinks, my dear, I read something in your eyes which reproaches me of a neglect in another place, where I should have met with a kinder return." "Indeed, dear Harriet," answered Sophia, "your story is an apology for any neglect; but, indeed, I feel that I have been guilty of a remissness, without so good an excuse. Yet pray proceed, for I long, though I tremble, to hear the end." Thus, then, Mrs Fitzpatrick resumed her narrator. My husband now took a second journey to England, where he continued upwards of 3 months. During the greater part of this time I led a life which nothing but having led a worse could make me think tolerable; for perfect solitude can never be reconciled to a social mind like mine but when it relieves you from the company of those you hate. But added to my wretchedness was the loss of my little infant. Not that I pretend to have had for it that extravagant tenderness of which I believe I might have been capable under other circumstances, but I resolved, in every instance, to discharge the duty of the tenderest mother; and this care prevented me from feeling the weight of that heaviest of all things, when it can be at all said to lie heavy on our hands. I had spent full 10 weeks almost entirely by myself, having seen nobody all that time, except my servants and a very few visitors, when a young lady, a relation to my husband, came from a distant part of Ireland to visit me. She had stayed once before a week at my house, and then I gave her a pressing invitation to return, for she was a very agreeable woman, and had improved good natural parts by a proper education. Indeed, she was to me a welcome guest. A few days after her arrival, perceiving me in very low spirits, without enquiring the cause, which indeed she very well knew, the young lady fell to compassionating my case. She said, though politeness had prevented me from complaining to my husband's relations of his behaviour, yet they all were very sensible of it, and felt great concern upon that account, but none more than herself. And after some more general discourse on this head, which I own I could not forbear countenancing, at last, after much previous precaution and enjoined concealment, she communicated to me, as a profound secret, that my husband kept a mistress. You will certainly imagine I heard this news with the utmost insensibility. Upon my word, if you do, your imagination will mislead you. Contempt had not so kept down my anger to my husband, but that hatred rose again on this occasion. What can be the reason of this? Are we so abominably selfish that we can be concerned at others having possession even of what we despise? Or are we not rather abominably vain, and is not this the greatest injury done to our vanity? What think you, Sophia? I don't know, indeed, answered Sophia. I have never troubled myself with any of these deep contemplations, but I think the lady did very ill in communicating to you such a secret. And yet, my dear, this conduct is natural, replied Mrs Fitzpatrick, and when you have seen and read as much as myself, you will acknowledge it to be so. I am sorry to hear it is natural, returned Sophia, for I want neither reading nor experience to convince me that it is very dishonourable and very ill-natured. Nay, it is surely as ill-bred to tell a husband or wife of the faults of each other as to tell them of their own. Well, continued Mrs Fitzpatrick, my husband at last returned, and if I am thoroughly acquainted with my own thoughts, I hated him now more than ever, but I despised him rather less, For certainly nothing so much weakens our contempt as an injury done to our pride or our vanity. He now assumed a carriage to me so very different from what he had lately worn, and so nearly resembling his behaviour the first week of our marriage, that had I now had any spark of love remaining, he might possibly have rekindled my fondness for him. But though hatred may succeed to contempt, and may perhaps get the better of it, love, I believe, cannot. The truth is, the passion of love is too restless to remain contented without the gratification which it receives from its object, and one can no more be inclined to love without loving than we can have eyes without seeing. When a husband, therefore, ceases to be the object of this passion, it is most probable some other man, I say, my dear, if your husband grows indifferent to you, if you once come to despise him, I say, that is, if you have the passion of love in you, Lud, I have bewildered myself so. But one is apt, in these abstracted considerations, to lose the concatenation of ideas, as Mr. Locke says. In short, the truth is, in short, I scarce know what it is. But, as I was saying, my husband returned, and his behaviour at first greatly surprised me, but he soon acquainted me with the motive, and taught me to account for it. In a word, then, he had spent and lost all the ready money of my fortune, and, as he could mortgage his own estate no deeper, he was now desirous to supply himself with cash for his extravagance, by selling a little estate of mine, which he could not do without my assistance, and to obtain this favour was the whole and sole motive of all the fondness which he now put on. With this I peremptorily refused to comply. I told him, and I told him truly, that had I been possessed of the Indies at our first marriage, he might have commanded it all, for it had been a constant maxim with me, that where a woman disposes of her heart, she should always deposit her fortune. But, as he had been so kind long ago to restore the former into my possession, I was resolved likewise to retain what little remained of the latter. I will not describe to you the passion into which these words, and the resolute air in which they were spoken, threw him, nor will I trouble you with the whole scene which succeeded between us. Out came, you may be well assured, the story of the mistress, and out it did come, with all the embellishments which anger and disdain could bestow upon it. Mr. Fitzpatrick seemed a little thunderstruck with this, and more confused than I had seen him, though his ideas are always confused enough, heaven knows. He did not, however, endeavour to exculpate himself, but took a method which almost equally confounded me. What was this but recrimination? He affected to be jealous. He may, for aught I know, be inclined enough to jealousy in his natural temper. Nay, he must have had it from nature, or the devil must have put it into his head, for I defy all the world to cast a just aspersion on my character. Nay, the most scandalous tongues have never dared censure my reputation. My fame, I thank heaven, hath always been as spotless as my life, and that falsehood itself accused that if it dare. No, my dear Graveairs, however provoked, however ill-treated, however injured in my love, I have firmly resolved never to give the least room for censure on this account. And yet, my dear, there are some people so malicious, some tongues so venomous, that no innocence can escape them. The most undesigned word, the most accidental look, the least familiarity, the most innocent freedom, will be misconstrued, and magnified into I know not what, by some people. But I despise, my dear Graveairs, I despise all such slander. No such malice, I assure you, ever gave me an uneasy moment. No, no, I promise you I am above all that. But where was I? Oh, let me see. I told you my husband was jealous. And of whom, I pray? Why, of whom but the lieutenant I mentioned to you before? He was obliged to resort above a year and more back to find any object for this unaccountable passion, if indeed he really felt any such, and was not an arrant counterfeit in order to abuse me. But I have tired you already with too many particulars. I will now bring my story to a very speedy conclusion. In short, then, after many scenes very unworthy to be repeated, in which my cousin engaged so heartily on my side, that Mr. Fitzpatrick at last turned her out of doors, when he found I was neither to be soothed nor bullied into compliance, he took a very violent method indeed. Perhaps you will conclude he beat me; but this, though he hath approached very near to it, he never actually did. He confined me to my room, without suffering me to have either pen, ink, paper, or book, and a servant every day made my bed, and brought me my food. When I had remained a week under this imprisonment, he made me a visit, and with the voice of a schoolmaster, or what is often much the same, of a tyrant, asked me, if I would yet comply? I answered, very stoutly, that I would die first. Then so you shall, and be damned, cries he, for you shall never go alive out of this room. Here I remained a fortnight longer, and, to say the truth, my constancy was almost subdued, and I began to think of submission, when one day, in the absence of my husband, who was gone abroad for some short time, by the greatest good fortune in the world, an accident happened. At a time when I began to give way to the utmost despair, everything would be excusable at such a time. At that very time I received, but it would take up an hour to tell you all particulars. In one word, then, for I will not tire you with circumstances, gold, the common key to all padlocks, opened my door, and set me at liberty. I now made haste to Dublin, where I immediately procured a passage to England, and was proceeding to Bath, in order to throw myself into the protection of my aunt, or of your father, or of any relation who would afford it me. My husband overtook me last night at the inn where I lay, and which you left a few minutes before me, but I had the good luck to escape him, and to follow you. And thus, my dear, ends my history. A tragical one, I am sure, it is to myself, but perhaps I ought rather to apologize to you for its dullness. Sophia heaved a deep sigh, and answered, Indeed, Harriet, I pity you from my soul. But what could you expect? Why would you marry an Irishman? Upon my word, replied her cousin, your censure is unjust. There are among the Irish men of as much worth and honour as any among the English. Nay, to speak the truth, generosity of spirit is rather more common among them. I have known some examples there too, of good husbands, and I believe these are not very plenty in England. Ask me, rather, what I could expect when I married a fool, and I will tell you a solemn truth. I did not know him to be so. Can no man, said Sophia, in a very low and altered voice, do you think, make a bad husband who is not a fool? That, answered the other, is too general a negative, but none, I believe, is so likely as a fool to prove so. Among my acquaintance, the silliest fellows are the worst husbands, and I will venture to assert, as a fact, that a man of sense rarely behaves very ill to a wife who deserves very well. Chapter VIII. A dreadful alarm in the inn, with the arrival of an unexpected friend of Mrs Fitzpatrick. Sophia now, at the desire of her cousin, related not what follows, but what hath gone before in this history, for which reason the reader will, I suppose, excuse me for not repeating it over again. One remark, however, I cannot forbear making on her narrative, namely, that she made no more mention of Jones, from the beginning to the end, than if there had been no such person alive. This I will neither endeavour to account for nor to excuse. Indeed, if this may be called a kind of dishonesty, it seems the more inexcusable from the apparent openness and explicit sincerity of the other lady. But so it was. Just as Sophia arrived at the conclusion of her story, there arrived in the room where the two ladies were sitting a noise, not unlike in loudness to that of a pack of hounds just let out from their kennel, nor in shrillness to cats when caterwauling, or to screech owls, or indeed more like, for what animal can resemble a human voice, to those sounds which, in the pleasant mansions of that gate which seems to derive its name from a duplicity of tongues, issue from the mouths, and sometimes from the nostrils, of those fair river nymphs, ycleped of old the Naiades, in the vulgar tongue translated oyster wenches, for when, instead of the antient libations of milk and honey and oil, the rich distillation from the juniper berry, or perhaps from malt, hath, by the early devotion of their votaries, been poured forth in great abundance, should any daring tongue with unhallowed license profane, i.e. depreciate, the delicate fat Milton oyster, the plaice sounded firm, the flounder as much alive as when in the water, the shrimp as big as a prawn, the fine cod alive but a few hours ago, or any other of the various treasures which those water deities who fish the sea and rivers have committed to the care of the nymphs. The angry Naiades lift up their immortal voices, and the profane wretches struck deaf for his impiety. Such was the noise which now burst from one of the rooms below, and soon the thunder, which long had rattled at a distance, began to approach nearer and nearer, till having ascended by degrees upstairs, it at last entered the apartment where the ladies were. In short, to drop all metaphor and figure, Mrs Honour, having scolded violently below stairs, and continued the same all the way up, came in to her mistress in a most outrageous passion, crying out, "What doth your ladyship think? Would you imagine that this impudent villain, the master of this house, hath the impudence to tell me, nay, to stand it out to my face, that your ladyship is that nasty stinking whore, Jenny Cameron they call her, that runs about the country with a pretender? Nay, the lying saucy villain had the assurance to tell me that your ladyship had owned yourself to be so, but I have clawed the rascal. I have left the marks of my nails in his impudent face. My lady, says I, you saucy scoundrel, my lady is meet for no pretenders. She is a young lady of as good fashion and family and fortunate as any in Somersetshire. Did you never hear of the great Squire Western, Sarah? She is his only daughter. She is and heiress to all his great estate. My lady to be called a nasty Scotch whore by such a varlet. To be sure, I wish I had knocked his brains out with a punch bowl." The principal uneasiness with which Sophia was affected on this occasion Honour had herself caused, by having in her passion discovered who she was. However, as this mistake of the landlord sufficiently accounted for those passages which Sophia had before mistaken, she acquired some ease on that account, nor could she, upon the whole, forbear smiling. This enraged Honour, and she cried, "Indeed, madam, I did not think your ladyship would have made a laughing matter of it, to be called whore by such an impudent low rascal. Your ladyship may be angry with me for aught I know, for taking your part, since proffered service, they say, stings; but to be sure I could never bear to hear a lady of mine called whore. Nor will I bear it. I am sure your ladyship is as virtuous a lady as ever set foot on English ground, and I will claw any villain's eyes out who dares for to offer to presume for to say the least word to the contrary. Nobody ever could say the least ill of the character of any lady that ever I waited upon. Hincule lacrimae." In plain truth, Honour had as much love for her mistress as most servants have, that is to say; but besides this, her pride obliged her to support the character of the lady she waited on, for she thought her own was in a very close manner connected with it. In proportion as the character of her mistress was raised, hers likewise, as she conceived, was raised with it; and on the contrary, she thought the one could not be lowered without the other. On this subject, reader, I must stop a moment to tell thee a story. The famous Nell Gwynn, stepping one day from a house where she had made a short visit into her coach, saw a great mob assembled, and her footman all bloody and dirty. The fellow, being asked by his mistress the reason of his being in that condition, answered, "I have been fighting, madam, with an impudent rascal who called your ladyship a whore." "You blockhead," replied Mrs Gwynn, "at this rate you must fight every day of your life. Why, you fool, all the world knows it." "Do they?" cries the fellow, in a muttering voice, after he had shut the coach door. "They shan't call me a whore's footman, for all that." Thus the passion of Mrs Honour appears natural enough, even if it were to be no otherwise accounted for; but, in reality, there was another cause of her anger, for which we must beg leave to remind our reader of a circumstance mentioned in the above simile. There are indeed certain liquors which, being applied to our passions, or to fire, produce effects the very reverse of those produced by water, as they serve to kindle and inflame rather than to extinguish. Among these, the generous liquor called punch is one. It was not therefore without reason that the learned Dr Cheney used to call drinking punch pouring liquid fire down your throat. Now, Mrs Honour had unluckily poured so much of this liquid fire down her throat, that the smoke of it began to ascend into her pericranium and blinded the eyes of reason, which is there supposed to keep her residence, while the fire itself from the stomach easily reached the heart, and therein flame the noble passion of pride. So that, upon the whole, we shall cease to wonder at the violent rage of the waiting woman, though at first sight we must confess the cause seems inadequate to the effect. Sophia and her cousin both did all in their power to extinguish these flames which had roared so loudly all over the house. They at length prevailed, or, to carry the metaphor one step farther, the fire, having consumed all the fuel which the language affords, to wit, every reproachful term in it, at last went out of its own accord. But, though tranquillity was restored above stairs, it was not so below, where my landlady, highly resenting the injury done to the beauty of her husband by the flesh spades of Mrs Honour, called aloud for revenge and justice. As to the poor man, who had principally suffered in the engagement, he was perfectly quiet. Perhaps the blood which he lost might have cooled his anger, for the enemy had not only applied her nails to his cheeks, but likewise her fist to his nostrils, which lamented the blow with tears of blood in great abundance. To this we may add reflections on his mistake, but indeed nothing so effectually silenced his resentment as the manner in which he now discovered his error. For as to the behaviour of Mrs Honour, it had the more confirmed him in his opinion. But he was now assured by a person of great figure, and who was attended by a great equipage, that one of the ladies was a woman of fashion, and his intimate acquaintance. By the orders of this person, the landlord now ascended, and acquainted our fair travellers that a great gentleman below desired to do them the honour of waiting on them. Sophia turned pale and trembled at this message, though the reader will conclude it was too civil, notwithstanding the landlord's blunder, to have come from her father. But fear hath the common fault of a justice of peace, and is apt to conclude hastily from every slight circumstance, without examining the evidence on both sides. To ease the reader's curiosity, therefore, rather than his apprehensions, we proceed to inform him that an Irish peer had arrived very late that evening at the inn, in his way to London. This nobleman, having sallied from his supper at the Hurricane before commemorated, had seen the attendant of Mrs Fitzpatrick, and upon a short inquiry was informed that her lady, with whom he was very particularly acquainted, was above. This information he had no sooner received than he addressed himself to the landlord, pacified him, and sent him upstairs with compliments rather civiller than those which were delivered. It may perhaps be wondered at that the waiting woman herself was not the messenger employed on this occasion, but we are sorry to say she was not at present qualified for that, or indeed for any other office. The rum, for so the landlord chose to call the distillation from malt, had basely taken the advantage of the fatigue which the poor woman had undergone, and had made terrible depredations on her noble faculties, at a time when they were very unable to resist the attack. We shall not describe this tragical scene too fully, but we thought ourselves obliged, by that historic integrity which we profess, shortly to hint a matter which we would otherwise have been glad to have spared. Many historians, indeed, for want of this integrity, or of diligence, to say no worse, often lead the reader to find out these little circumstances in the dark, and sometimes to his great confusion and perplexity. Sophia was very soon eased of her causeless fright by the entry of the noble peer, who was not only an intimate acquaintance of Mrs Fitzpatrick, but in reality a very particular friend of that lady. To say truth, it was by his assistance that she had been enabled to escape from her husband, for this nobleman had the same gallant disposition with those renowned knights of whom we read in heroic story, and had delivered many an imprisoned nymph from durance. He was indeed as bitter an enemy to the savage authority too often exercised by husbands and fathers over the young and lovely of the other sex, as ever knight errant was to the barbarous power of enchanters. Nay, to say truth, I have often suspected that those very enchanters with which romance everywhere abounds were in reality no other than the husbands of those days, and matrimony itself was, perhaps, the enchanted castle in which the nymphs were said to be confined. This nobleman had an estate in the neighbourhood of Fitzpatrick, and had been for some time acquainted with the lady. No sooner, therefore, did he hear of her confinement than he earnestly applied himself to procure her liberty, which he presently effected, not by storming the castle according to the example of antient heroes, but by corrupting the governor, in conformity with the modern art of war, in which craft is held to be preferable to valour, and gold is found to be more irresistible than either lead or steel. This circumstance, however, as the lady did not think it material enough to relate to her friend, we would not at that time impart it to the reader. We rather chose to leave him a while under a supposition that she had found, or coined, or by some very extraordinary, perhaps supernatural means, had possessed herself of the money with which she had bribed her keeper, than to interrupt her narrative by giving a hint of what seemed to her of too little importance to be mentioned. The peer, after a short conversation, could not forbear expressing some surprise at meeting the lady in that place, nor could he refrain from telling her he imagined she had been gone to Bath. Mrs Fitzpatrick very freely answered, that she had been prevented in her purpose by the arrival of a person she need not mention. In short, says she, I was overtaken by my husband, for I need not affect to conceal what the world knows too well already. I had the good fortune to escape in a most surprising manner, and am now going to London with this young lady, who is a near relation of mine, and who hath escaped from as great a tyrant as my own. His lordship, concluding that this tyrant was likewise a husband, made a speech full of compliments to both the ladies, and as full of invectives against his own sex; nor indeed did he avoid some oblique glances at the matrimonial institution itself, and at the unjust powers given by it to man over the more sensible and more meritorious part of the species. He ended his oration with an offer of his protection, and of his coach and six, which was instantly accepted by Mrs Fitzpatrick, and at last, upon her persuasions, by Sophia. Matters being thus adjusted, his lordship took his leave, and the ladies retired to rest, where Mrs Fitzpatrick entertained her cousin with many high encomiums on the character of the noble peer, and enlarged very particularly on his great fondness for his wife, saying, she believed he was almost the only person of high rank who was entirely constant to the marriage bed. Indeed, added she, my dear Sophy, that is a very rare virtue amongst men of condition. Never expect it when you marry, for believe me, if you do, you will certainly be deceived. A gentle sigh stole from Sophia at these words, which perhaps contributed to form a dream of no very pleasant kind. But, as she never revealed this dream to any one, so the reader cannot expect to see it related here. Chapter 9. The morning introduced in some pretty writing, a stagecoach, the civility of chambermaids, the heroic temper of Sophia, her generosity, the return to it, the departure of the company, and their arrival at London, with some remarks for the use of travellers. Those members of society who are born to furnish the blessings of life now began to light their candles, in order to pursue their daily labours for the use of those who are born to enjoy these blessings. The sturdy hind now attends the levee of his fellow labourer the ox; the cunning artificer, the diligent mechanic, spring from their hard mattress; and now the bonny housemaid begins to repair the disordered drum room, while the riotous authors of that disorder, in broken interrupted slumbers, tumble and toss as if the hardness of down disquieted their repose. In simple phrase, the clock had no sooner struck 7 than the ladies were ready for their journey, and at their desire his lordship and his equipage were prepared to attend them. And now a matter of some difficulty arose, and this was how his lordship himself should be conveyed; for though in stage coaches, where passengers are properly considered as so much luggage, the ingenious coachman stows half a dozen with perfect ease into the place of 4. For well he contrives that the fat hostess, or well-fed alderman, may take up no more room than the slim miss, or taper master, it being the nature of guts, when well squeezed, to give way, and to lie in a narrow compass. Yet in these vehicles, which are called, for distinction's sake, gentlemen's coaches, though they are often larger than the others, this method of packing is never attempted. His lordship would have put a short end to the difficulty, by very gallantly desiring to mount his horse, but Mrs Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to it. It was therefore concluded that the Abigails should, by turns, relieve each other on one of his lordship's horses, which was presently equipped with a side saddle for that purpose. Everything being settled at the inn, the ladies discharged their former guides, and Sophia made a present to the landlord, partly to repair the bruise which he had received under herself, and partly on account of what he had suffered under the hands of her enraged waiting woman. And now Sophia first discovered a loss which gave her some uneasiness, and this was of the £100 bank bill which her father had given her at their last meeting, and which, within a very inconsiderable trifle, was all the treasure she was at present worth. She searched everywhere, and shook and tumbled all her things to no purpose. The bill was not to be found, and she was at last fully persuaded that she had lost it from her pocket when she had the misfortune of tumbling from her horse in the dark lane, as before recorded, a fact that seemed the more probable as she now recollected some discomposure in her pockets which had happened at that time, and the great difficulty with which she had drawn forth her handkerchief, the very instant before her fall, in order to relieve the distress of Mrs Fitzpatrick. Misfortunes of this kind, whatever inconveniences they may be attended with, are incapable of subduing a mind in which there is any strength, without the assistance of avarice. Sophia, therefore, though nothing could be worse timed than this accident at such a season, immediately got the better of her concern, and with her wonted serenity and cheerfulness of countenance, returned to her company. His lordship conducted the ladies into the vehicle, as he did likewise Mrs Honour, who, after many civilities and more dear madams, at last yielded to the well-bred importunities of her sister Abigail, and submitted to be complimented with the first ride in the coach, in which indeed she would afterwards have been contented to have pursued her whole journey, had not her mistress, after several fruitless intimations, at length forced her to take her turn on horseback. The coach, now having received its company, began to move forwards, attended by many servants, and led by two captains, who had before rode with his lordship, and who would have been dismissed from the vehicle upon a much less worthy occasion than was this of accommodating two ladies. In this they acted only as gentlemen, but they were ready at any time to have performed the office of a footman, or indeed would have condescended lower for the honour of his lordship's company, and for the convenience of his table. My landlord was so pleased with the present he had received from Sophia, that he rather rejoiced in than regretted his bruise or his scratches. The reader will perhaps be curious to know the quantum of this present, but we cannot satisfy his curiosity. Whatever it was, it satisfied the landlord for his bodily hurt, but he lamented he had not known before how little the lady valued her money. For to be sure, says he, one might have charged every article double, and she would have made no capital at the reckoning. His wife, however, was far from drawing this conclusion. Whether she really felt any injury done to her husband more than he did himself, I will not say. Certain it is she was much less satisfied with the generosity of Sophia. Indeed, cries she, my dear, the lady knows better how to dispose of her money than you imagine. She might very well think we should not put up such a business without some satisfaction, and the law would have cost her an infinite deal more than this poor little matter, which I wonder you would take. You are always so bloodily wise, quoth the husband. It would have cost her more, would it? Dost fancy I don't know that as well as thee? But would any of that more, or so much, have come into our pockets? Indeed, if son Tom the lawyer had been alive, I could have been glad to have put such a pretty business into his hands. He would have got a good picking out of it. But I have no relation now who is a lawyer, and why should I go to law for the benefit of strangers? Nay, to be sure, answered she, you must know best. I believe I do, replied he. I fancy, when money is to be got, I can smell it out as well as another. Everybody, let me tell you, would not have talked people out of this. Mind that, I say. Everybody would not have cajoled this out of her. Mind that. The wife then joined in the applause of her husband's sagacity, and thus ended the short dialogue between them on this occasion. We will therefore take our leave of these good people, and attend his lordship and his fair companions, who made such good expedition that they performed a journey of 90 miles in 2 days, and on the second evening arrived in London, without having encountered any one adventure on the road worth the dignity of this history to relate. Our pen, therefore, shall imitate the expedition which it describes, and our history shall keep pace with the travellers who are its subject. Good writers will, indeed, do well to imitate the ingenious traveller in this instance, who always proportions his stay at any place to the beauties, elegancies, and curiosities which it affords. At Esher, at Stowe, at Wilton, at Eastbury, and at Friar's Park, days are too short for the ravished imagination, while we admire the wondrous power of art in improving nature. In some of these, art chiefly engages our admiration. In others, nature and art contend for our applause, but in the last, the former seems to triumph. Here, nature appears in her richest attire, and art, dressed with the modestest simplicity, attends her benignant mistress. Here, nature indeed pours forth the choicest treasures which she hath lavished on this world, and here human nature presents you with an object which can be exceeded only in the other. The same taste, the same imagination, which luxuriously riots in these elegant scenes, can be amused with objects of far inferior note. The woods, the rivers, the lawns of Devon and of Dorset, attract the eye of the ingenious traveller, and retard his pace, which delay he afterwards compensates by swiftly scouring over the gloomy heath of Bagshot, or that pleasant plain which extends itself westward from Stockbridge, where no other object than one single tree only in 16 miles presents itself to the view, unless the clouds, in compassion to our tired spirits, kindly open their variegated mansions to our prospect. Not so travels the money meditating tradesman, the sagacious justice, the dignified doctor, the warm-clad grazier, with all the numerous offspring of wealth and dullness. On they jog with equal pace through the verdant meadows or over the barren heath, their horses measuring 4 miles and a half per hour with the utmost exactness, the eyes of the beast and of his master being alike directed forwards, and employed in contemplating the same objects in the same manner. With equal rapture the good writer surveys the proudest boast of the architect, and those fair buildings with which some unknown name hath adorned the rich clothing town, where heaps of bricks are piled up as a kind of monument to show that heaps of money have been piled there before. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion; for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expect thee to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning, yet we shall not indulge thy laziness where nothing but thy own attention is required; for thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. And now, reader, as we are in haste to attend our heroine, we will leave to thy sagacity to apply all this to the Boeotian writers, and to those authors who are their opposites. This thou wilt be abundantly able to perform without our aid. Bestir thyself, therefore, on this occasion; for though we will always lend thee proper assistance in difficult places, as we do not, like some others, expect thee to use the arts of divination to discover our meaning, yet we shall not indulge thy laziness where nothing but thy own attention is required; for thou art highly mistaken if thou dost imagine that we intended, when we began this great work, to leave thy sagacity nothing to do, or that, without sometimes exercising this talent, thou wilt be able to travel through our pages with any pleasure or profit to thyself. Chapter 10. Containing a hint or two concerning virtue, and a few more concerning suspicion. Our company, being arrived at London, were set down at his lordship's house, where, while they refreshed themselves after the fatigue of their journey, servants were despatched to provide a lodging for the two ladies; for, as her ladyship was not then in town, Mrs Fitzpatrick would by no means consent to accept a bed in the mansion of the peer. Some readers will, perhaps, condemn this extraordinary delicacy, as I may call it, of virtue, as too nice and scrupulous, but we must make allowances for her situation, which must be owned to have been very ticklish; and when we consider the malice of censorious tongues, we must allow, if it was a fault, the fault was an excess on the right side, and which every woman who is in the self same situation will do well to imitate. The most formal appearance of virtue, when it is only an appearance, may perhaps, in very abstracted considerations, seem to be rather less commendable than virtue itself without this formality; but it will, however, be always more commended, and this I believe will be granted by all, that it is necessary, unless in some very particular cases, for every woman to support either the one or the other. A lodging being prepared, Sophia accompanied her cousin for that evening, but resolved early in the morning to inquire after the lady into whose protection, as we have formerly mentioned, she had determined to throw herself when she quitted her father's house; and this she was the more eager in doing from some observations she had made during her journey in the coach. Now, as we would by no means fix the odious character of suspicion on Sophia, we are almost afraid to open to our reader the conceits which filled her mind concerning Mrs Fitzpatrick, of whom she certainly entertained at present some doubts, which, as they are very apt to enter into the bosoms of the worst of people, we think proper not to mention more plainly till we have first suggested a word or two to our reader touching suspicion in general. Of this there have always appeared to me to be two degrees. The first of these I choose to derive from the heart, as the extreme velocity of its discernment seems to denote some previous inward impulse, and the rather as this superlative degree often forms its own objects, sees what is not, and always more than really exists. This is that quick-sighted penetration whose hawk's eyes no symptom of evil can escape, which observes not only upon the actions, but upon the words and looks of men; and, as it proceeds from the heart of the observer, so it dives into the heart of the observed, and there spies evil, as it were, in the first embryo, nay, sometimes before it can be said to be conceived. An admirable faculty if it were infallible; but as this degree of perfection is not even claimed by more than one mortal being, so from the fallibility of such acute discernment have arisen many sad mischiefs and most grievous heartaches to innocence and virtue. I cannot help, therefore, regarding this vast quick-sightedness into evil as a vicious excess, and as a very pernicious evil in itself; and I am the more inclined to this opinion, as I am afraid it always proceeds from a bad heart, for the reasons I have above mentioned, and for one more, namely, because I never knew it the property of a good one. Now, from this degree of suspicion I entirely and absolutely acquit Sophia. A second degree of this quality seems to arise from the head. This is indeed no other than the faculty of seeing what is before your eyes, and of drawing conclusions from what you see. The former of these is unavoidable by those who have any eyes, and the latter is perhaps no less certain and necessary a consequence of our having any brains. This is altogether as bitter an enemy to guilt as the former is to innocence; nor can I see it in an unamiable light, even though, through human fallibility, it should be sometimes mistaken. For instance, if a husband should accidentally surprise his wife in the lap or in the embraces of some of those pretty young gentlemen who profess the art of cuckold making, I should not highly, I think, blame him for concluding something more than what he saw, from the familiarities which he really had seen, and which we are at least favourable enough to when we call them innocent freedoms. The reader will easily suggest great plenty of instances to himself. I shall add but one more, which, however unchristian it may be thought by some, I cannot help esteeming to be strictly justifiable; and this is a suspicion that a man is capable of doing what he hath done already, and that it is possible for one who has been a villain once to act the same part again. And to confess the truth, of this degree of suspicion I believe Sophia was guilty. From this degree of suspicion she had, in fact, conceived an opinion that her cousin was really not better than she should be. The case, it seems, was this. Mrs Fitzpatrick wisely considered that the virtue of a young lady is, in the world, in the same situation with a poor hare, which is certain whenever it ventures abroad to meet its enemies, for it can hardly meet any other. No sooner therefore was she determined to take the first opportunity of quitting the protection of her husband, than she resolved to cast herself under the protection of some other man. And whom could she so properly choose to be her guardian as a person of quality, of fortune, of honour? And who, besides a gallant disposition which inclines men to knight errantry, that is, to be the champions of ladies in distress, had often declared a violent attachment to herself, and had already given her all the instances of it in his power. But, as the law hath foolishly omitted this office of vice husband, or guardian to an eloped lady, and as malice is apt to denominate him by a more disagreeable appellation, it was concluded that his lordship should perform all such kind offices to the lady in secret, and without publicly assuming the character of her protector. Nay, to prevent any other person from seeing him in this light, it was agreed that the lady should proceed directly to Bath, and that his lordship should first go to London, and thence should go down to that place by the advice of his physicians. Now all this Sophia very plainly understood, not from the lips or behaviour of Mrs Fitzpatrick, but from the peer, who was infinitely less expert at retaining a secret than was the good lady. And perhaps the exact secrecy which Mrs Fitzpatrick had observed on this head in her narrative served not a little to heighten those suspicions which were now risen in the mind of her cousin. Sophia very easily found out the lady she sought, for indeed there was not a chairman in town to whom her house was not perfectly well known, and as she received, in return of her first message, a most pressing invitation, she immediately accepted it. Mrs Fitzpatrick, indeed, did not desire her cousin to stay with her, with more earnestness than civility required. Whether she had discerned and resented the suspicion above mentioned, or from what other motive it arose, I cannot say; but certain it is, she was full as desirous of parting with Sophia, as Sophia herself could be of going. The young lady, when she came to take leave of her cousin, could not avoid giving her a short hint of advice. She begged her, for heaven's sake, to take care of herself, and to consider in how dangerous a situation she stood, adding, she hoped some method would be found of reconciling her to her husband. You must remember, my dear, says she, the maxim which my aunt Western hath so often repeated to us both, that whenever the matrimonial alliance is broke, and war declared between husband and wife, she can hardly make a disadvantageous peace for herself on any conditions. These are my aunt's very words, and she hath had a great deal of experience in the world. Mrs Fitzpatrick answered with a contemptuous smile, Never fear me, child. Take care of yourself, for you are younger than I will come and visit you in a few days, but, dear Sophy, let me give you one piece of advice. Leave the character of grave airs in the country, for believe me, it will sit very awkwardly upon you in this town. Thus the two cousins parted, and Sophia repaired directly to Lady Bellaston, where she found a most hearty, as well as a most polite, welcome. The lady had taken a great fancy to her when she had seen her formerly with her aunt Western. She was indeed extremely glad to see her, and was no sooner acquainted with the reasons which induced her to leave the squire and to fly to London, than she highly applauded her sense and resolution, and after expressing the highest satisfaction in the opinion which Sophia had declared she entertained of her ladyship, by choosing her house for an asylum, she promised her all the protection which it was in her power to give. As we have now brought Sophia into safe hands, the reader will, I apprehend, be contented to deposit her there a while, and to look a little after other personages, and particularly poor Jones, whom we have left long enough to do penance for his past offences, which, as is the nature of vice, brought sufficient punishment upon him themselves. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dennis Sayers. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 12, containing the same individual time with the former. Chapter 1, showing what is to be deemed plagiarism in a modern author, and what is to be considered as lawful prize. The learned reader must have observed that in the course of this mighty work I have often translated passages out of the best ancient authors without quoting the original, or without taking the least notice of the book from whence they were borrowed. This conduct in writing is placed in a very proper light by the ingenious Abbé Bagnet, in his preface to his Mythology, a work of great erudition and of equal judgment. "It will be easy," says he, "for the reader to observe that I have frequently had greater regard to him than to my own reputation, for an author certainly pays him a considerable compliment when, for his sake, he suppresses learned quotations that come in his way, and which would have cost him but the bare trouble of transcribing." To fill up a work with these scraps may indeed be considered as a downright cheat on the learned world, who are by such means imposed upon to buy a second time, in fragments or by retail, what they have already in gross, if not in their memories, upon their shelves. And it is still more cruel upon the illiterate, who are drawn in to pay for what is of no manner of use to them. A writer who intermixes great quantity of Greek and Latin with his works deals by the ladies and fine gentlemen in the same paltry manner with which they are treated by the auctioneers, who often endeavour so to confound and mix up their lots, that in order to purchase the commodity you want, you are obliged at the same time to purchase that which will do you no service. And yet, as there is no conduct so fair and disinterested but that it may be misunderstood by ignorance and misrepresented by malice, I have been sometimes tempted to preserve my own reputation at the expense of my reader, and to transcribe the original, or at least to quote chapter and verse, whenever I have made use either of the thought or expression of another. I am indeed in some doubt that I have often suffered by the contrary method, and that by suppressing the original author's name I have been rather suspected of plagiarism than reputed to act from the amiable motive assigned by that justly celebrated Frenchman. Now, to obviate all such imputations for the future, I do here confess and justify the fact. The ancients may be considered as a rich common, where every person who hath the smallest tenement in Parnassus hath a free right to fatten his muse. Or, to place it in a clearer light, we moderns are to the ancients what the poor are to the rich. By the poor, here I mean that large and venerable body, which in English we call the mob. Now, whoever hath had the honour to be admitted to any degree of intimacy with this mob must well know that it is one of their established maxims to plunder and pillage their rich neighbours without any reluctance, and that this is held to be neither sin nor shame among them. And so constantly do they abide and act by this maxim, that every parish, almost, in the kingdom, there is a kind of confederacy ever carrying on against a certain person of opulence called the squire, whose property is considered as free booty by all his poor neighbours, who, as they conclude that there is no manner of guilt in such depredations, look upon it as a point of honour and moral obligation to conceal and to preserve each other from punishment on all such occasions. In like manner are the ancients, such as Homer, Virgil, Horace, Cicero, and the rest, to be esteemed among us writers, as so many wealthy squires, from whom we, the poor of Parnassus, claim an immemorial custom of taking whatever we can come at. This liberty I demand, and this I am as ready to allow again to my poor neighbours in their turn. All I profess, and all I require of my brethren, is to maintain the same strict honesty among ourselves which the mob show to one another. To steal from one another is indeed highly criminal and indecent, for this may be strictly styled defrauding the poor, sometimes perhaps those who are poorer than ourselves, or, to set it under the most opprobrious colours, robbing the spittle. Since, therefore, upon the strictest examination, my own conscience cannot lay any such pitiful theft to my charge, I am contented to plead guilty to the former accusation, nor shall I ever scruple to take to myself any passage which I shall find in an ancient author to my purpose, without setting down the name of the author from whence it was taken. Nay, I absolutely claim a property in all such sentiments, the moment they are transcribed into my writings, and I expect all readers henceforwards to regard them as purely and entirely my own. This claim, however, I desire to be allowed to me only, on condition that I preserve strict honesty towards my poor brethren, from whom, if ever I borrow any of that little of which they are possessed, I shall never fail to put their mark upon it, that it may be at all times ready to be restored to the rightful owner. The omission of this was highly blamable in one Mr. Moore, who, having formerly borrowed some lines of Pope and Company, took the liberty to transcribe 6 of them into his play of the rival modes. Mr. Pope, however, very luckily found them in the said play, and laying violent hands on his own property, transferred it back again into his own works, and for a further punishment imprisoned the said Moore in the loathsome dungeon of the Dunciad, where his unhappy memory now remains, and eternally will remain, as a proper punishment for such his unjust dealings in the poetical trade. Chapter 2. In which, though the squire doth not find his daughter, something is found which puts an end to his pursuit. The history now returns to the inn at Upton, whence we shall first trace the footsteps of Squire Western, for, as he will soon arrive at an end of his journey, we shall have then full leisure to attend our hero. The reader may be pleased to remember that the said squire departed from the inn in great fury, and in that fury he pursued his daughter. The hostler having informed him that she had crossed the Severn, he likewise passed that river with his equipage, and rode full speed, vowing the utmost vengeance against poor Sophia if he should but overtake her. He had not gone far before he arrived at a crossway. Here he called a short council of war, in which, after hearing different opinions, he at last gave the direction of his pursuit to fortune, and struck directly into the Worcester road. In this road he proceeded about 2 miles, when he began to bemoan himself most bitterly, frequently crying out, "What pity is it! Sure never was so unlucky a dog as myself," and then burst forth a volley of oaths and execrations. The parson attempted to administer comfort to him on this occasion. "Sorrow not, sir," says he, "like those without hope. Howbeit we have not yet been able to overtake young madam, we may account it some good fortune that we have hitherto traced her course aright. Peradventure she will soon be fatigued with her journey, and will tarry in some inn, in order to renovate her corporeal functions, and in that case, in all moral certainty, you will very briefly be compos voti." "Pah, damned slut," answered the squire, "I am lamenting the loss of so fine a morning for hunting. It is confounded hard to lose one of the best scenting days, in all appearance, which hath been this season, and especially after so long a frost." Whether fortune, who now and then shows some compassion in her wantonest tricks, might not take pity of the squire, and, as she had determined not to let him overtake his daughter, might not resolve to make him amends some other way, I will not assert; but he had hardly uttered the words just before commemorated, and 2 or 3 oaths at their heels, when a pack of hounds began to open their melodious throats at a small distance from them, which the squire's horse and his rider, both perceiving, both immediately pricked up their ears, and the squire crying, "She's gone, she's gone, damned me if she is not gone," instantly clapped his spurs to the beast, who little needed it, having indeed the same inclination with his master. And now the whole company, crossing into a cornfield, rode directly towards the hounds, with much hallowing and whooping, while the poor parson, blessing himself, brought up the rear. Thus fable reports that the fair Grimalkin, whom Venus, at the desire of a passionate lover, converted from a cat into a fine woman, no sooner perceived a mouse than, mindful of her former sport, and still retaining her pristine nature, she leaped from the bed of her husband to pursue the little animal. What are we to understand by this? Not that the bride was displeased with the embraces of her amorous bridegroom; for, though some have remarked that cats are subject to ingratitude, yet women and cats too will be pleased, and purr on certain occasions. The truth is, as the sagacious Sir Roger Lestrange observes in his deep reflections, that if we shut nature out at the door, she will come in at the window, and that puss through a madam will be a mouser still. In the same manner we are not to arraign the squire of any want of love for his daughter, for in reality he had a great deal. We are only to consider that he was a squire and a sportsman, and then we may apply the fable to him, and the judicious reflections likewise. The hounds ran very hard, as it is called, and the squire pursued over hedge and ditch with all his usual vociferation and alacrity, and with all his usual pleasure, nor did the thoughts of Sophia ever once intrude themselves to allay the satisfaction he enjoyed in the chase, which, he said, was one of the finest he ever saw, and which he swore was very well worth going 50 miles for. As the squire forgot his daughter, the servants, we may easily believe, forgot their mistress, and the parson, after having expressed much astonishment in Latin to himself, at length likewise abandoned all farther thoughts of the young lady, and jogging on at a distance behind, began to meditate a portion of doctrine for the ensuing Sunday. The squire, who owned the hounds, was highly pleased with the arrival of his brother squire and sportsman, for all men approve merit in their own way, and no man was ever more expert in the field than Mr. Western, nor did any other better know how to encourage the dogs with his voice, and to animate the hunt with his holla. Sportsmen in the warmth of a chase are too much engaged to attend to any manner of ceremony, nay, even to the offices of humanity. For if any of them meet with an accident by tumbling into a ditch or into a river, the rest pass on regardless, and generally leave him to his fate. During this time, therefore, the two squires, though often close to each other, interchanged not a single word. The master of the hunt, however, often saw and approved the great judgment of the stranger in drawing the dogs when they were at a fault, and hence conceived a very high opinion of his understanding, as the number of his attendants inspired no small reverence to his quality. As soon, therefore, as the sport was ended by the death of the little animal which had occasioned it, the two squires met, and in all squire-like greeting saluted each other. The conversation was entertaining enough, and what we may perhaps relate in an appendix, or on some other occasion; but as it nowise concerns this history, we cannot prevail on ourselves to give it a place here. It concluded with a second chase, and that with an invitation to dinner. This being accepted, was followed by a hearty bout of drinking, which ended in as hearty a nap on the part of Squire Western. Our squire was by no means a match either for his host or for Parson Supple at his cups that evening, for which the violent fatigue of mind as well as body that he had undergone may very well account, without the least derogation from his honour. He was indeed, according to the vulgar phrase, whistle drunk, for before he had swallowed the third bottle, he became so entirely overpowered, that though he was not carried off to bed till long after, the parson considered him as absent, and having acquainted the other squire with all relating to Sophia, he obtained his promise of seconding those arguments which he intended to urge the next morning for Mr. Western's return. No sooner, therefore, had the good squire shaken off his evening, and began to call for his morning draught, and to summon his horses in order to renew his pursuit, than Mr. Supple began his dissuasives, which the host so strongly seconded, that they at length prevailed, and Mr Western agreed to return home, being principally moved by one argument, viz., that he knew not which way to go, and might probably be riding farther from his daughter instead of towards her. He then took leave of his brother sportsmen, and expressing great joy that the frost was broken, which might perhaps be no small motive to his hastening home, set forwards, or rather backwards, for Somersetshire, but not before he had first dispatched part of his retinue in quest of his daughter, after whom he likewise sent a volley of the most bitter execrations which he could invent. Chapter 3. The departure of Jones from Upton, with what passed between him and Partridge on the road. At length we are once more come to our hero, and, to say truth, we have been obliged to part with him so long that, considering the condition in which we left him, I apprehend many of our readers have concluded we intended to abandon him for ever, he being at present in that situation in which prudent people usually desist from inquiring any farther after their friends, lest they should be shocked by hearing such friends had hanged themselves. But in reality, if we have not all the virtues, I will boldly say, neither have we all the vices of a prudent character, and though it is not easy to conceive circumstances much more miserable than those of poor Jones at present, we shall return to him, and attend upon him with the same diligence as if he was wantoning in the brightest beams of fortune. Mr Jones then, and his companion Partridge, left the inn a few minutes after the departure of Squire Western, and pursued the same road on foot, for the hostler told them that no horses were by any means to be at that time procured at Upton. On they marched with heavy hearts, for though their disquiet proceeded from very different reasons, yet displeased they were both, and if Jones sighed bitterly, Partridge grunted altogether as sadly at every step. When they came to the crossroads where the squire had stopped to take counsel, Jones stopped likewise, and, turning to Partridge, asked his opinion which track they should pursue. "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "I wish your honour would follow my advice." "Why should I not?" replied Jones, "for it is now indifferent to me whither I go, or what becomes of me." "My advice, then," said Partridge, "is that you immediately face about and return home; for who that hath such a home to return to as your honour would travel thus about the country like a vagabond? I ask pardon, sed vox ea sola reperta est." "Alas!" cries Jones, "I have no home to return to; but if my friend, my father, would receive me, could I bear the country from which Sophia is flown? Cruel Sophia, cruel! No, let me blame myself; no, let me blame thee. Damnation seize thee! Fool, blockhead, thou hast undone me, and I will tear thy soul from thy body." At which words he laid violent hands on the collar of poor Partridge, and shook him more heartily than an ague fit, or his own fears had ever done before. Partridge fell trembling on his knees, and begged for mercy, vowing he had meant no harm, when Jones, after staring wildly on him for a moment, quitted his hold, and discharged a rage on himself, that, had it fallen on the other, would certainly have put an end to his being, which indeed the very apprehension of it had almost effected. We would bestow some pains here in minutely describing all the mad pranks which Jones played on this occasion, could we be well assured that the reader would take the same pains in perusing them. But as we are apprehensive that, after all the labour which we should employ in painting this scene, the said reader would be very apt to skip it entirely over, we have saved ourselves that trouble. To say the truth, we have, from this reason alone, often done great violence to the luxuriance of our genius, and have left many excellent descriptions out of our work, which would otherwise have been in it. And this suspicion, to be honest, arises, as is generally the case, from our own wicked heart, for we have ourselves been very often most horridly given to jumping, as we have run through the pages of voluminous historians. Suffice it then simply to say that Jones, after having played the part of a madman for many minutes, came, by degrees, to himself, which no sooner happened than, turning to Partridge, he very earnestly begged his pardon for the attack he had made on him in the violence of his passion, but concluded by desiring him never to mention his return again, for he was resolved never to see that country any more. Partridge easily forgave, and faithfully promised to obey the injunction now laid upon him. And then Jones very briskly cried out, "Since it is absolutely impossible for me to pursue any farther the steps of my angel, I will pursue those of glory. Come on, my brave lad, now for the army. It is a glorious cause, and I would willingly sacrifice my life in it, even though it was worth my preserving." And so saying, he immediately struck into the different road from that which the squire had taken, and, by mere chance, pursued the very same through which Sophia had before passed. Our travellers now marched a full mile without speaking a syllable to each other, though Jones, indeed, muttered many things to himself. As to Partridge, he was profoundly silent, for he was not, perhaps, perfectly recovered from his former fright. Besides, he had apprehensions of provoking his friend to a second fit of wrath, especially as he now began to entertain a conceit which may not perhaps create any great wonder in the reader. In short, he began now to suspect that Jones was absolutely out of his senses. At length, Jones, being weary of soliloquy, addressed himself to his companion, and blamed him for his taciturnity, for which the poor man very honestly accounted, from his fear of giving offence. And now, this fear being pretty well removed by the most absolute promises of indemnity, Partridge again took the bridle from his tongue, which perhaps rejoiced no less at regaining its liberty than a young colt, when the bridle is slipped from his neck, and he is turned loose into the pastures. As Partridge was inhibited from that topic which would have first suggested itself, he fell upon that which was the next uppermost in his mind, namely, the man of the hill. "Certainly, sir," says he, "that could never be a man who dresses himself and lives after such a strange manner, and so unlike other folks. Besides, his diet, as the old woman told me, is chiefly upon herbs, which is a fitter food for a horse than a Christian. Nay, Landlord at Upton says that the neighbours thereabouts have very fearful notions about him. It runs strangely in my head that it must have been some spirit who perhaps might be sent to forewarn us, and who knows but all that manner which he told us, of his going to fight, and of his being taken prisoner, and of the great danger he was in of being hanged, might be intended as a warning to us, considering what we are going about. Besides, I dreamt of nothing all last night but of fighting, and methought the blood ran out of my nose as liquor out of a tap. Indeed, sir, infandum regina jubes renovare dolorem. Thy story, Partridge, answered Jones, is almost as ill applied as thy Latin. Nothing can be more likely to happen than death to men who go into battle. Perhaps we shall both fall in it, and what then? What then? replied Partridge. Why, then there is an end of us, is there not? When I am gone, all is over with me. What matters the cause to me, or who gets the victory if I am killed? I shall never enjoy any advantage from it. What are all the ringing of bells and bonfires to one that is 6 foot underground? There will be an end of poor Partridge. And an end of poor Partridge, cries Jones, there must be, one time or another. If you love Latin, I will repeat you some fine verses out of Horace, which would inspire courage into a coward. Dulce et dectorum est pro patria mori, mors et fugagem persequitur virum, nec parsit imbellis juvenite. Poplitibus domitice tergo. I wish you would construe them, cries Partridge, for Horace is a hard author, and I cannot understand as you repeat them. I will repeat you a bad imitation, or rather paraphrase of my own, for I am but an indifferent poet. Who would not die in his dear country's cause, since if base fear his dastard step withdraws, from death he cannot fly, one common grave receives at last the coward and the brave. That's very certain, cries Partridge. Ay, sure, mors omnibus communis. But there is a great difference between dying in one's bed a great many years hence, like a good Christian, with all our friends crying about us, and being shot today or tomorrow, like a mad dog, or perhaps hacked up in 20 pieces with the sword, and that too before we have repented of all our sins. O Lord, have mercy upon us! To be sure the soldiers are a wicked kind of people. I never loved to have anything to do with them. I could hardly bring myself ever to look upon them as Christians. There is nothing but cursing and swearing among them. I wish your honour would repent. I heartily wish you would repent before it is too late, and not think of going among them. Evil communication corrupts good manners. That is my principal reason. For as for that matter, I am no more afraid than another man, not I. As to matter of that, I know all human flesh must die, but yet a man may live many years for all that. Why, I am a middle-aged man now, and yet I may live a great number of years. I have read of several who have lived to be above 100, and some a great deal above 100. Not that I hope, I mean that I promise myself to live to any such age as that neither. But if it be only to 80 or 90, heaven be praised. That is a great ways off yet, and I am not afraid of dying then no more than another man. But surely To tempt death before a man's time is come seems to me downright wickedness and presumption. Besides, if it was to do any good indeed, but let the cause be what it will, what mighty matter of good can two people do? And for my part, I understand nothing of it. I never fired off a gun above 10 times in my life, and then it was not charged with bullets. And for the sword, I never learned to fence, and know nothing of the matter. And then there are those cannons, which certainly it must be thought the highest presumption to go in the way of, and nobody but a madman, I ask pardon, upon my soul I meant no harm, I beg that I may not throw your honour into another passion. Be under no apprehension, Partridge, cries Jones. I am now so well convinced of thy cowardice that thou couldst not provoke me on any account. Your honour, answered he, they call me a coward, or anything else you please. If loving to sleep in a whole skin makes a man a coward, non immunis ab illis malus sumus. I never read in my grammar that a man can't be a good man without fighting. Vir bonus est quis, qui consulta patrem, que leges juraque servat. Not a word of fighting, and I am sure that the Scripture is so much against it, that a man shall never persuade me he is a good Christian while he sheds Christian blood. End of section 41. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox. Spring 2008. Section 42 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Dennis Sayers. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 12, Chapters 4 through 6. Chapter 4. The Adventure of a Beggar Man. Just as Partridge had uttered that good and pious doctrine, with which the last chapter concluded, they arrived at another crossway, when a lame fellow in rags asked them for alms, upon which Partridge gave him a severe rebuke, saying, every parish ought to keep their own poor. Jones then fell a-laughing, and asked Partridge if he was not ashamed, with so much charity in his mouth, to have no charity in his heart. Your religion, says he, serves you only for an excuse for your faults, but is no incentive to your virtue. Can any man who is really a Christian abstain from relieving one of his brethren in such a miserable condition, and at the same time, putting his hand in his pocket, he gave the poor object a shilling. Master, cries the fellow, after thanking him, I have a curious thing here in my pocket, which I found about 2 miles off, if your worship will please to buy it. I should not venture to pull it out to every one, but as you are so good a gentleman, and so kind to the poor, you won't suspect a man of being a thief only because he is poor. He then pulled out a little gilt pocket-book, and delivered it into the hands of Jones. Jones presently opened it, and, guess, reader, what he felt. Saw in the first page the words Sophia Western, written by her own fair hand. He no sooner read the name than he pressed it close to his lips, nor could he avoid falling into some very frantic raptures, notwithstanding his company. But perhaps these very raptures made him forget he was not alone. While Jones was kissing and mumbling the book, as if he had an excellent brown buttered crust in his mouth, or as if he had really been a bookworm, or an author who had nothing to eat but his own works, a piece of paper fell from its leaves to the ground, which Partridge took up and delivered to Jones, who presently perceived it to be a bank bill. It was indeed the very bill which Western had given his daughter the night before her departure, and a Jew would have jumped to purchase it at 5 shillings less than £100. The eyes of Partridge sparkled at this news, which Jones now proclaimed aloud, and so did, although with somewhat a different aspect, those of the poor fellow who had found the book, and who, I hope from a principle of honesty, had never opened it. But we should not deal honestly by the reader if we omitted to inform him of a circumstance which may be here a little material, viz., that the fellow could not read. Jones, who had felt nothing but pure joy and transport from the finding the book, was affected with a mixture of concern at this new discovery, for his imagination instantly suggested to him that the owner of the bill might possibly want it before he should be able to convey it to her. He then acquainted the reader that he knew the lady to whom the book belonged, and would endeavour to find her out as soon as possible and return it her. The pocket-book was a late present from Mrs. Western to her niece. It had cost 25 shillings, having been bought of a celebrated toyman, but the real value of the silver which it contained in its clasp was about 18 pence, and that price the said toyman, as it was altogether as good as when it first issued from the shop, would now have given for it. A prudent person would, however, have taken proper advantage of the ignorance of this fellow, and would not have offered more than a shilling, or perhaps 6 pence, for it. Nay, some perhaps would have given nothing, and left the fellow to his action of trover, which some learned serjeants may doubt whether he could, under these circumstances, have maintained. Jones, on the contrary, whose character was on the outside of generosity, and may perhaps not very unjustly have been suspected of extravagance, without any hesitation gave a guinea in exchange for the book. The poor man, who had not for a long time before been possessed of so much treasure, gave Mr. Jones 1,000 thanks, and discovered little less of transport in his muscles than Jones had before shown when he had first read the name of Sophia Western. The fellow very readily agreed to attend our travellers to the place where he had found the pocket-book. Together, therefore, they proceeded directly thither, but not so fast as Mr. Jones desired, for his guide, unfortunately, happened to be lame, and could not possibly travel faster than a mile an hour. As this place, therefore, was at above 3 miles distance, though the fellow had said otherwise, the reader need not be acquainted how long they were in walking it. Jones opened the book 100 times during their walk, kissed it as often, talked much to himself, and very little to his companions, at all which the guide expressed some signs of astonishment to Partridge, who more than once shook his head, and cried, "Poor gentleman! Orandum est ut sit mens sana in corpore sano." At length they arrived at the very spot where Sophia unhappily dropped the pocket-book, and where the fellow had as happily found it. Here Jones offered to take leave of his guide, and to improve his pace. But the fellow, in whom that violent surprise and joy which the first receipt of the guinea had occasioned was now considerably abated, and who had now had sufficient time to recollect himself, put on a discontented look, and scratching his head, said, he hoped his worship would give him something more. "Your worship," said he, "will, I hope, take it into your consideration that if I had not been honest, I might have kept the whole." And indeed this the reader must confess to have been true. "If the paper there," said he, "be worth £100, I am sure the finding it deserves more than a guinea. Besides, suppose your worship should never see the lady, nor give it her, and though your worship looks and talks very much like a gentleman, yet I have only your worship's bare word, and certainly if the right owner be'n't to be found, it all belongs to the first finder. I hope your worship will consider of all these matters. I am but a poor man, and therefore don't desire to have all, but it is but reasonable I should have my share. Your worship looks like a good man, and, I hope, will consider my honesty, for I might have kept every farthing, and nobody ever the wiser." "I promise thee, upon my honour," cries Jones, "that I know the right owner, and will restore it her." "Nay, your worship," answered the fellow, "may do as you please as to that. If you will but give me my share, that is, 1/2 of the money, your honour may keep the rest if you please," and concluded with swearing, by a very vehement oath, that he would never mention a syllable of it to any man living. "Look'ee, friend," cries Jones, "the right owner shall certainly have again all that she lost; and as for any further gratuity, I really cannot give it you at present, but let me know your name, and where you live, and it is more than possible that you may hereafter have further reason to rejoice at this morning's adventure." "I don't know what you mean by venture," cries the fellow. "It seems to me I must venture whether you will return the lady her money or no; but I hope your worship will consider." "Come, come," said Partridge, "tell his honour your name, and where you may be found. I warrant you will never repent having put the money into his hands." The fellow, seeing no hopes of recovering the possession of the pocket-book, at last complied in giving in his name and place of abode, which Jones writ upon a piece of paper with the pencil of Sophia, and then, placing the paper in the same page where she had writ her name, he cried out, "There, friend, you are the happiest man alive. I have joined your name to that of an angel." "I don't know anything about angels," answered the fellow, "but I wish you would give me a little more money, or else return me the pocket-book." Partridge now waxed wrath. He called the poor cripple by several vile and opprobrious names, and was absolutely proceeding to beat him, but Jones would not suffer any such thing, and now telling the fellow he would certainly find some opportunity of serving him, Mr Jones departed as fast as his heels would carry him, and Partridge, into whom the thoughts of the £100 had infused new spirits, followed his leader, while the man, who was obliged to stay behind, fell to cursing them both, as well as his parents; "for had they," says he, "sent me to charity school to learn to write and read and cast accounts, I should have known the value of these matters as well as other people." Chapter 5, containing more adventures which Mr Jones and his companion met on the road. Our travellers now walked so fast that they had very little time or breath for conversation. Jones meditating all the way on Sophia, and Partridge on the bank bill, which, though it gave him some pleasure, caused him at the same time to repine at fortune, which in all his walks had never given him such an opportunity of showing his honesty. They had proceeded above 3 miles, when Partridge, being unable any longer to keep up with Jones, called to him, and begged him a little to slacken his pace. With this he was the more ready to comply, as he had for some time lost the footsteps of the horses, which the thaw had enabled him to trace for several miles, and he was now upon a wide common, where were several roads. He here, therefore, stopped to consider which of these roads he should pursue, when, on a sudden, they heard the noise of a drum, that seemed at no great distance. This sound presently alarmed the fears of Partridge, and he cried out, "Lord have mercy upon us all! They are certainly a-coming." "Who is coming?" cries Jones, for fear had long since given place to softer ideas in his mind, and since his adventure with the lame man he had been totally intent on pursuing Sophia, without entertaining one thought of an enemy. "Who?" cries Partridge; "why, the rebels. But why should I call them rebels? They may be very honest gentlemen, for anything I know to the contrary. The devil take him that affronts them, I say. I am sure, if they have nothing to say to me, I will have nothing to say to them, but in a civil way. For heaven's sake, sir, don't affront them if they should come, and perhaps they may do us no harm. But would it not be the wiser way to creep into some of yonder bushes till they are gone by? What can 2 unarmed men do, perhaps, against 50,000? Certainly nobody but a madman. I hope your honour is not offended, but certainly no man who hath mens sana in corpore sano." Here Jones interrupted this torrent of eloquence, which fear had inspired, saying, that by the drum he perceived they were near some town. He then made directly towards the place whence the noise proceeded, bidding Partridge take courage, for that he would lead him into no danger, and adding, it was impossible that the rebels should be so near. Partridge was a little comforted with this last assurance, and though he would more gladly have gone the contrary way, he followed his leader, his heart beating time, but not after the manner of heroes, to the music of the drum, which ceased not till they had traversed the common, and were come into a narrow lane. And now Partridge, who kept even pace with Jones, discovered something painted flying in the air, a very few yards before him, which, fancying to be the colours of the enemy, he fell a-bellowing, "O Lord, sir, here they are! There's the crown and coffin. O Lord, I never saw anything so terrible, and we are within gunshot of them already." Jones no sooner looked up than he plainly perceived what it was which Partridge had thus mistaken. "Partridge," says he, "I fancy you will be able to engage this whole army yourself, for, by the colours, I guess what the drum was which we heard before, and which beats up for recruits to a puppet show." "A puppet show!" answered Partridge. with most eager transport. "And is it really no more than that? I love a puppet show of all the pastimes upon earth. Do, good sir, let us tarry and see it. Besides, I am quite famished to death, for it is now almost dark, and I have not eat a morsel since 3 o'clock in the morning." They now arrived at an inn, or indeed an ale-house, where Jones was prevailed upon to stop, the rather as he had no longer any assurance of being in the road he desired. They walked both directly into the kitchen, where Jones began to inquire if no ladies had passed that way in the morning, and Partridge as eagerly examined into the state of their provisions, and indeed his inquiry met with the better success, for Jones could not hear news of Sophia, but Partridge, to his great satisfaction, found good reason to expect very shortly the agreeable sight of an excellent smoking dish of eggs and bacon. In strong and healthy constitutions, love hath a very different effect from what it causes in the puny part of the species. In the latter, it generally destroys all that appetite which tends towards the conservation of the individual; but in the former, though it often induces forgetfulness, and a neglect of food, as well as of everything else, yet place a good piece of well-powdered buttock before a hungry lover, and he seldom fails very handsomely to play his part. Thus it happened in the present case; for though Jones perhaps wanted a prompter, and might have travelled much farther had he been alone, with an empty stomach, yet no sooner did he sit down to the bacon and eggs than he fell to as heartily and voraciously as Partridge himself. Before our travellers had finished their dinner, night came on, and as the moon was now past the full, it was extremely dark. Partridge, therefore, prevailed on Jones to stay and see the puppet show, which was just going to begin, and to which they were very eagerly invited by the master of the said show, who declared that his figures were the finest which the world had ever produced, and that they had given great satisfaction to all the quality in every town in England. The puppet show was performed with great regularity and decency. It was called the fine and serious part of the provoked husband, and it was indeed a very grave and solemn entertainment, without any low wit or humour, or jests, or, to do it no more than justice, without anything which could provoke a laugh. The audience were all highly pleased. A grave matron told the master she would bring her 2 daughters the next night, as he did not show any stuff; and an attorney's clerk and an excise-man both declared that the characters of Lord and Lady Townley were well preserved, and highly in nature. Partridge likewise concurred with this opinion. The master was so elated with these encomiums that he could not refrain from adding some more of his own. He said, the present age was not improved in anything so much as in their puppet shows, which, by throwing out Punch and his wife Joan, and such idle trumpery, were at last brought to be a rational entertainment. I remember, said he, when I first took to the business, there was a great deal of low stuff that did very well to make folks laugh, but was never calculated to improve the morals of young people, which certainly ought to be principally aimed at in every puppet show. For why may not good and instructive lessons be conveyed this way, as well as any other? My figures are as big as the life, and they represent the life in every particular, and I question not but people rise from my little drama as much improved as they do from the great. I would by no means degrade the ingenuity of your profession, answered Jones, but I should have been glad to have seen my old acquaintance Master Punch for all that, and so far from improving, I think by leaving out him and his merry wife Joan, you have spoiled your puppet show. The dancer of wires conceived an immediate and high contempt for Jones from these words, and with much disdain in his countenance, he replied, "Very probably, sir, that may be your opinion, but I have the satisfaction to know the best judges differ from you, and it is impossible to please every taste. I confess, indeed, some of the quality at Bath 2 or 3 years ago wanted mightily to bring Punch again upon the stage. I believe I lost some money for not agreeing to it, but let others do as they will. A little matter shall never bribe me to degrade my own profession, nor will I ever willingly consent to the spoiling the decency and regularity of my stage, by introducing any such low stuff upon it." "Right, friend," cries the clerk, "you are very right. Always avoid what is low. There are several of my acquaintance in London who are resolved to drive everything which is low from the stage." "Nothing can be more proper," cries the exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth. "I remember," added he, for I then lived with my lord, "I was in the footman's gallery the night when this play of the provoked husband was acted first. There was a great deal of low stuff in it about a country gentleman come up to town to stand for Parliament man, and there they brought a parcel of his servants upon the stage. His coachman, I remember, particularly. But the gentlemen in our gallery could not bear anything so low, and they damned it. I observe, friend, you have left all that matter out, and you are to be commended for it." "Nay, gentlemen," cries Jones, "I can never maintain my opinion against so many. Indeed, if the generality of his audience dislike him, the learned gentleman who conducts the show might have done very right in dismissing Punch from his service." The master of the show then began a second harangue, and said much of the great force of example, and how much the inferior part of mankind would be deterred from vice by observing how odious it was in their superiors, when he was unluckily interrupted by an incident which, though perhaps we might have omitted it at another time, we cannot help relating at present, but not in this chapter. Chapter 6. From which it may be inferred that the best things are liable to be misunderstood and misinterpreted. A violent uproar now arose in the entry, where my landlady was well cuffing her maid, both with her fist and tongue. She had indeed missed the wench from her employment, and, after a little search, had found her on the puppet show stage in company with the merry Andrew, and in a situation not very proper to be described. Though Grace, for that was her name, had forfeited all title to modesty, Yet had she not impudence enough to deny a fact in which she was actually surprised. She therefore took another turn, and attempted to mitigate the offence. "Why do you beat me in this manner, mistress?" cries the wench. "If you do not like my doings, you may turn me away. If I am a whore," for the other had liberally bestowed that appellation on her, "my betters are so well as I. What was the fine lady in the puppet show just now? I suppose she did not lie all night out from her husband for nothing." The landlady now burst into the kitchen, and fell foul on both her husband and the poor puppet mover. "Here, husband," says she, "you must see the consequence of harbouring these people in your house. If one doth draw a little drink the more for them, one is hardly made amends for the litter they make, and then to have one's house made a bawdy house of by such lousy vermin. In short, I desire you would be gone to-morrow morning, for I will tolerate no more such doings. It is only the way to teach our servants idleness and nonsense; for, to be sure, nothing better can be learned by such idle shows as these. I remember when puppet shows were made of good scripture stories, as Jephthah's rash vow, and such good things, and when wicked people were carried away by the devil. There were some sense in those matters; but, as the parson told us last Sunday, nobody believes in the devil nowadays, and here you bring about a parcel of puppets, dressed up like lords and ladies, only to turn the heads of poor country wenches, and when their heads are once turned topsy-turvy, no wonder everything else is so." Virgil, I think, tells us, that when the mob are assembled in a riotous and tumultuous manner, and all sorts of missile weapons fly about, if a man of gravity and authority appears among them, the tumult is presently appeased; and the mob, which, when collected into one body, may be well compared to an ass, erect their long ears at the grave man's discourse. On the contrary, when a set of grave men and philosophers are disputing, when wisdom herself may, in a manner, be considered as present, and administering arguments to the disputants, should a tumult arise from the mob, or should one scold, who is herself equal in noise to a mighty mob, appear among the said philosophers, their disputes cease in a moment. Wisdom no longer performs her ministerial office, and the attention of every one is immediately attracted by the scold alone. Thus the uproar aforesaid, and the arrival of the landlady, silenced the master of the puppet show, and put a speedy and final end to that grave and solemn harangue, of which we have given the reader a sufficient taste already. Nothing, indeed, could have happened so very inopportune as this accident. The most wanton malice of fortune could not have contrived such another stratagem to confound the poor fellow, while he was so triumphantly descanting on the good morals inculcated by his exhibitions. His mouth was now as effectually stopped as that of quack must be, if, in the midst of a declamation of the great virtues of his pills and powders, the corpse of one of his martyrs should be brought forth, and deposited before the stage, as a testimony of his skill. Instead, therefore, of answering my lady, the puppet show man ran out to punish his merry Andrew; and now the moon beginning to put forth her silver light, as the poets call it, though she looked at that time more like a piece of copper, Jones called for his reckoning, and ordered Partridge, whom my landlady had just awaked from a profound nap, to prepare for his journey. But Partridge, having lately carried 2 points, as my reader hath seen before, was emboldened to attempt a third, which was to prevail with Jones to take up a lodging that evening in the house where he then was. He introduced this with an affected surprise at the intention which Mr Jones declared of removing, and after urging many excellent arguments against it, he at last insisted strongly that it could be of no manner of purpose whatever; for that, unless Jones knew which way the lady was gone, every step he took might very possibly lead him the farther from her. "For you find, sir," said he, "by all the people in the house, that she is not gone this way. How much better, therefore, would it be to stay till morning, where we may expect to meet with somebody to enquire of." This last argument had indeed some effect on Jones, and while he was weighing it, the landlord threw all the rhetoric of which he was master into the same scale. "Sure, sir," said he, "your servant gives you most excellent advice; for who would travel by night at this time of the year?" He then began in the usual style to trumpet forth the excellent accommodation which his house afforded, and my landlady likewise opened on the occasion; but not to detain the reader with what is common to every host and hostess, it is sufficient to tell him Jones was at last prevailed on to stay and refresh himself with a few hours' rest, which indeed he very much wanted, for he had hardly shut his eyes since he had left the inn where the accident of the broken head had happened. As soon as Jones had taken a resolution to proceed no farther that night, he presently retired to rest, with his 2 bedfellows, the pocket-book and the muff. But Partridge, who at several times had refreshed himself with several naps, was more inclined to eating than to sleeping, and more to drinking than to either. And now, the storm which Grace had raised being at an end, and my landlady being again reconciled to the puppet man, who on his side forgave the indecent reflections which the good woman in her passion had cast on his performances, a face of perfect peace and tranquillity reigned in the kitchen, where sat assembled round the fire the landlord and landlady of the house, the master of the puppet show, the attorney's clerk, the excise man, and the ingenious Mr Partridge, in which company passed the agreeable conversation which will be found in the next chapter. End of Section 42. Read by Dennis Sayers and Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2008.
Section 43 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Chapter 7, containing a remark or two of our own and many more of the good company assembled in the kitchen. Though the pride of Partridge did not submit to acknowledge himself a servant, yet he condescended in most particulars to imitate the manners of that rank. One instance of this was, his greatly magnifying the fortune of his companion, as he called Jones. Such is a general custom with all servants among strangers, as none of them would willingly be thought the attendant on a beggar. For the higher the situation of the master is, the higher consequently is that of the man in his own opinion. The truth of which observation appears from the behaviour of all the footmen of the nobility. But, though title and fortune communicate a splendour all around them, and the footmen of quality and of estate think themselves entitled to a part of that respect which is paid to the quality and estate of their masters, it is clearly otherwise with regard to virtue and understanding. These advantages are strictly personal, and swallow themselves all the respect which is paid to them. To say the truth, this is so very little, that they cannot well afford to let any others partake with them. As these therefore reflect no honour on the domestic, so neither is he at all dishonoured by the most deplorable want of both in his master. Indeed, it is otherwise in the want of what is called virtue in a mistress, the consequence of which we have before seen. For in this dishonour there is a kind of contagion, which, like that of poverty, communicates itself to all who approach it. Now for these reasons we are not to wonder that servants, I mean among the men only, should have so great regard for the reputation of the wealth of their masters, and little or none at all for their character in other points, and that, though they would be ashamed to be the footman of a beggar, they are not so to attend upon a rogue or a blockhead, and do consequently make no scruple to spread the fame of the iniquities and follies of their said masters as far as possible, and this often with great humour and merriment. In reality, a footman is often a wit as well as a beau, at the expense of the gentleman whose livery he wears. After Partridge, therefore, had enlarged greatly on the vast fortune to which Mr Jones was heir, he very freely communicated an apprehension, which he had begun to conceive the day before, and for which, as we hinted at that very time, the behaviour of Jones seemed to have furnished a sufficient foundation. In short, he was now pretty well confirmed in an opinion that his master was out of his wits, with which opinion he very bluntly acquainted the good company round the fire. With this sentiment the puppet show man immediately coincided. "I own," said he, "the gentleman surprised me very much, when he talked so absurdly about puppet shows. It is indeed hardly to be conceived that any man in his senses should be so much mistaken. What you say now accounts very well for all his monstrous notions. Poor gentleman! I am heartily concerned for him. Indeed he hath a strange wildness about his eyes, which I took notice of before, though I did not mention it." The landlord agreed with this last assertion, and likewise claimed the sagacity of having observed it. "And certainly," added he, "it must be so, for no one but a madman would have thought of leaving so good a house to ramble about the country at that time of night." The exciseman, pulling his pipe from his mouth, said, "He thought the gentleman looked and talked a little wildly." And then, turning to Partridge, "If he be a madman," says he, "he should not be suffered to travel thus about the country, for possibly he may do some mischief. It is a pity he was not secured, and sent home to his relations." Now some conceits of this kind were likewise lurking in the mind of Partridge, for as he was now persuaded that Jones had run away from Mr Allworthy, he promised himself the highest rewards if he could by any means convey him back. But fear of Jones, of whose fierceness and strength he had seen, and indeed felt, some instances, had however represented any such scheme as impossible to be executed, and had discouraged him from applying himself to form any regular plan for the purpose. But no sooner did he hear the sentiments of the exciseman, than he embraced that opportunity of declaring his own, and expressed a hearty wish that such a matter could be brought about. "Could be brought about!" says the exciseman; "why, there is nothing easier." "Ah, sir," answered Partridge, "you don't know what a devil of a fellow he is. He can take me up with one hand, and throw me out at window; and he would, too, if he did but imagine—" "Poh!" says the exciseman, "I believe I am as good a man as he. Besides, here are 5 of us." "I don't know what 5," cries the landlady. "My husband shall have nothing to do in it, nor shall any violent hands be laid upon anybody in my house. The young gentleman is as pretty a young gentleman as ever I saw in my life, and I believe he is no more mad than any of us. What do you tell of his having a wild look with his eyes? They are the prettiest eyes I ever saw, and he hath the prettiest look with them, and a very modest civil young man he is. I am sure I have pitied him heartily ever since the gentleman there in the corner told us he was crossed in love." Certainly that is enough to make any man, especially such a sweet young gentleman as he is, to look a little otherwise than he did before. Lady, indeed! What the devil would the lady have better than such a handsome man with a great estate? I suppose she is one of your quality folks, one of your townly ladies that we saw last night in the puppet show, who don't know what they would be at." The attorney's clerk likewise declared he would have no concern in the business without the advice of counsel. "Suppose," says he, "an action of false imprisonment should be brought against us, what defence could we make? Who knows what may be sufficient evidence of madness to a jury? But I only speak upon my own account, for it don't look well for a lawyer to be concerned in these matters, unless it be as a lawyer. Juries are always less favourable to us than to other people. I don't, therefore, dissuade you, Mr. Thompson," to the exciseman, "nor the gentleman, nor anybody else." The exciseman shook his head at this speech, and the puppet show man said, "Madness was sometimes a difficult matter for a jury to decide, for I remember," says he, "I was once present at a trial of madness, where 20 witnesses swore that the person was as mad as a March hare, and 20 others that he was as much in his senses as any man in England. And indeed it was the opinion of most people that it was only a trick of his relations to rob the poor man of his right." "Very likely," cries the landlady. "I myself knew a poor gentleman who was kept in a madhouse all his life by his family, and they enjoyed his estate; but it did them no good, for though the law gave it to them, it was the right of another." "Pugh!" cries the clerk, with great contempt. "Who hath any right but what the law gives them? If the law gave me the best estate in the country, I should never trouble myself much who had the right." "If it be so," says Partridge, "felix quem faciunt aliena pericula cautum." My landlord, who had been called out by the arrival of a horseman at the gate, now returned into the kitchen, and with an affrighted countenance cried out, "What do you think, gentlemen? The rebels have given the duke the slip, and are got almost to London. It is certainly true, for a man on horseback just now told me so." "I am glad of it with all my heart," cries Partridge. "Then there will be no fighting in these parts." "I am glad," cries the clerk, "for a better reason, for I would always have right take place." "Ay, but," answered the landlord, "I have heard some people say this man hath no right." "I will prove the contrary in a moment," cries the clerk. "If my father dies seized of a right, do you mind me seized of a right, I say? Doth not that right descend to his son, and doth not one right descend as well as another? But how can he have any right to make us papishes?" said the landlord. "Never fear that," cries Partridge. "As to the matter of right, the gentleman there hath proved it as clear as the sun; and as to the matter of religion, it is quite out of the case. The papists themselves don't expect any such thing. A popish priest, whom I know very well, and who is a very honest man, told me upon his word and honour they had no such design." "And another priest of my acquaintance," said the landlady, "hath told me the same thing; but my husband is always so afraid of papishes. I know a great many papishes that are a very honest sort of people, and spend their money very freely; and it is always a maxim with me that one man's money is as good as another's." "Very true, mistress," said the puppet show man. "I don't care what religion comes, provided the Presbyterians are not uppermost, for they are enemies to puppet shows." "And so you would sacrifice your religion to your interest," cries the exciseman, "and are desirous to see popery brought in, are you?" "Not I, truly," answered the other. "I hate popery as much as any man; but yet it is a comfort to one that one should be able to live under it, which I could not do among Presbyterians. To be sure, every man values his livelihood first; that must be granted; and I warrant, if you would confess the truth, you are more afraid of losing your place than anything else. But neither fear, friend, there will be an excise under another government as well as under this." "Why, certainly," replied the exciseman. "I should be a very ill man if I did not honour the king, whose bread I eat. That is no more than natural, as a man may say, for what signifies it to me that there would be an excise office under another government, since my friends would be out, and I could expect no better than to follow them? No, no, friend, I shall never be bubbled out of my religion, in hopes only of keeping my place under another government, for I should certainly be no better, and very probably might be worse." "Why, that is what I say," cries the landlord. "Whenever folks say, who knows what may happen? Odsooks! Should I not be a blockhead to lend my money to I know not who, because mayhap he may return it again? I am sure it is safe in my own bureau, and there I will keep it." The attorney's clerk had taken a great fancy to the sagacity of Partridge. Whether this proceeded from the great discernment which the former had into men, as well as things, or whether it arose from the sympathy between their minds, for they were both truly Jacobites in principle, they now shook hands heartily, and drank bumpers of strong beer to healths which we think proper to bury in oblivion. These healths were afterwards pledged by all present, and even by my landlord himself, though reluctantly; but he could not withstand the menaces of the clerk, who swore he would never set his foot within his house again if he refused. The bumpers which were swallowed on this occasion soon put an end to the conversation. Here, therefore, we will put an end to the chapter. Chapter 8, in which fortune seems to have been in a better humour with Jones than we have hitherto seen her. As there is no wholesomer, so perhaps there are few stronger sleeping potions than fatigue. Of this Jones might be said to have taken a very large dose, and it operated very forcibly upon him. He had already slept 9 hours, and might have slept longer, had he not been awakened by a most violent noise at his chamber door, where the sound of many heavy blows was accompanied with many exclamations of murder. Jones presently leapt from his bed, where he found the master of the puppet show belabouring the back and ribs of his poor Merry Andrew, without either mercy or moderation. Jones instantly interposed on behalf of the suffering party, and pinned the insulting conqueror up to the wall, for the puppet show man was no more able to contend with Jones than the poor party-coloured jester had been to contend with this puppet man. But though the Merry Andrew was a little fellow, and not very strong, he had nevertheless some choler about him. He therefore no sooner found himself delivered from his enemy, than he began to attack him with the only weapon at which was his equal. From this he first discharged a volley of general abusive words, and thence proceeded to some particular accusations. "Damn your blood, you rascal," says he, "I have not only supported you, for to me you owe all the money you get, but I have saved you from the gallows. Did you not want to rob the lady of her fine riding habit, no longer ago than yesterday, in the back lane there? Can you deny that you wished to have her alone in a wood to strip her, to strip one of the prettiest ladies that ever was seen in the world? And here you have fallen upon me, and have almost murdered me, for doing no harm to a girl as willing as myself, only because she likes me better than you." Jones no sooner heard this than he quitted the master, laying on him at the same time the most violent injunctions of forbearance from any further insult on the Merry Andrew; and then, taking the poor wretch with him into his own apartment, he soon learned tidings of his Sophia, whom the fellow, as he was attending his master with his drum the day before, had seen pass by. He easily prevailed with the lad to show him the exact place, and then, having summoned Partridge, he departed with the utmost expedition. It was almost 8 of the clock before all matters could be got ready for his departure, for Partridge was not in any haste, nor could the reckoning be presently adjusted, and when both these were settled and over, Jones could not quit the place before he had perfectly reconciled all differences between the master and the man. When this was happily accomplished, he set forwards, and was by the trusty Merry Andrew conducted to the spot by which Sophia had passed, and then, having handsomely rewarded his conductor, he again pushed on with the utmost eagerness, being highly delighted with the extraordinary manner in which he received his intelligence. Of this Partridge was no sooner acquainted than he, with great earnestness, began to prophesy, and assured Jones that he would certainly have good success in the end, for, he said, 2 such accidents could never have happened to direct him after his mistress, if Providence had not designed to bring them together at last. And this was the first time that Jones lent any attention to the superstitious doctrines of his companion. They had not gone above 2 miles when a violent storm of rain overtook them, and as they happened to be at the same time in sight of an alehouse, Partridge, with much earnest entreaty, prevailed with Jones to enter, and weather the storm. Hunger is an enemy, if indeed it may be called one, which partakes more of the English than of the French disposition; for though you subdue this never so often, it will always rally again in time, and so it did with Partridge, who was no sooner arrived within the kitchen than he began to ask the same questions which he had asked the night before. The consequence of this was an excellent cold chine being produced upon the table, upon which not only Partridge but Jones himself made a very hearty breakfast, though the latter began to grow again uneasy, as the people of the house could give him no fresh information concerning Sophia. Their meal being over, Jones was again preparing to sally, notwithstanding the violence of the storm still continued; but Partridge begged heartily for another mug, and at last, casting his eyes on a lad at the fire, who had entered into the kitchen, and who at that instant was looking as earnestly at him, he turned suddenly to Jones, and cried, "Master, give me your hand. A single mug shan't serve the turn this bout. Why, here's more news of Madam Sophia come to town. The boy standing by the fire is the very lad that rode before her. I can swear to my own plaster on his face." "Heavens bless you, sir," cries the boy, "it is your own plaster sure enough. I shall have always reason to remember your goodness, for it hath almost cured me." At these words Jones started from his chair, and bidding the boy follow him immediately, departed from the kitchen into a private apartment; for so delicate was he with regard to Sophia, that he never willingly mentioned her name in the presence of many people; and though he had, as it were, from the overflowings of his heart, given Sophia as a toast among the officers, where he thought it was impossible she should have been known, yet even there the reader may remember how difficultly he was prevailed upon to mention her surname. Hard therefore was it, and perhaps in the opinion of many sagacious readers very absurd and monstrous, that he should principally owe his present misfortune to the supposed want of that delicacy with which he so abounded. For, in reality, Sophia was much more offended at the freedoms which she thought, and not without good reason, he had taken with her name and character, than at any freedoms in which, under his present circumstances, he had indulged himself with the person of another woman. And to say truth, I believe honour could never have prevailed on her to leave Upton without her seeing Jones, had it not been for those two strong instances of the levity in his behaviour, so void of respect, and indeed so highly inconsistent with any degree of love and tenderness in great and delicate minds. But so matters fell out, and so I must relate them, and if any reader is shocked at their appearing unnatural, I cannot help it. I must remind such persons that I am not writing a system, but a history, and I am not obliged to reconcile every matter to the received notions concerning truth and nature. But if this was never so easy to do, perhaps it might be more prudent in me to avoid it. For instance, as the fact at present before us now stands, without any comment of mine upon it, though it may at first sight offend some readers, yet, upon more mature consideration, it must please all; for wise and good men may consider what happened to Jones at Upton as a just punishment for his wickedness with regard to women, of which it was indeed the immediate consequence; and silly and bad persons may comfort themselves in their vices by flattering their own hearts that the characters of men are rather owing to accident than to virtue. Now, perhaps, the reflections which we should be here inclined to draw would alike contradict both of these conclusions, and would show that these incidents contribute only to confirm the great, useful, and uncommon doctrine which it is the purpose of this whole work to inculcate, and which we must not fill up our pages by frequently repeating, as an ordinary parson fills his sermon by repeating his text at the end of every paragraph. We are contented that it must appear, however unhappily Sophia had erred in her opinion of Jones, she had sufficient reason for her opinion; since, I believe, every other young lady would, in her situation, have erred in the same manner. Nay, had she followed her lover at this very time, and had entered this very alehouse the moment he was departed from it, she would have found the landlord as well acquainted with her name and person as the wench at Upton had appeared to be. For while Jones was examining his boy in whispers in an inner room, Partridge, who had no such delicacy in this disposition, was in the kitchen very openly catechising the other guide who had attended Mrs Fitzpatrick; by which means the landlord, whose ears were open on all such occasions, became perfectly well acquainted with the tumble of Sophia from her horse, etc., with the mistake concerning Jenny Cameron, with the many consequences of the punch, and, in short, with almost everything which had happened at the inn whence we despatched our ladies in a coach and six when we last took our leaves of them. Chapter IX. Containing little more than a few odd observations. Jones had been absent a full half hour, when he returned into the kitchen in a hurry, desiring the landlord to let him know that instant what was to pay. And now the concern which Partridge felt at being obliged to quit the warm chimney corner and a cup of excellent liquor was somewhat compensated by hearing that he was to proceed no farther on foot, for Jones, by golden arguments, had prevailed with the boy to attend him back to the inn whither he had before conducted Sophia; but to this, however, the lad consented, upon condition that the other guide would wait for him at the alehouse, because, as the landlord at Upton was an intimate acquaintance of the landlord at Gloucester, it might some time or other come to the ears of the latter that his horses had been let to more than one person, and so the boy might be brought to account for money which he wisely intended to put in his own pocket. We were obliged to mention this circumstance, trifling as it may seem, since it retarded Mr Jones a considerable time in his setting out, for the honesty of this latter boy was somewhat high, that is, somewhat high priced, and would indeed have cost Jones very dear, had not Partridge, who, as we have said, was a very cunning fellow, artfully thrown in half a crown to be spent at that very alehouse, while the boy was waiting for his companion. This half-crown the landlord no sooner got scent of, than he opened after it with such vehement and persuasive outcry, that the boy was soon overcome, and consented to take half a crown more for his stay. Here we cannot help observing that as there is so much of policy in the lowest life, great men often overvalue themselves on those refinements in imposture, in which they are frequently excelled by some of the lowest of the human species. The horses being now produced, Jones directly leapt into the side saddle on which his dear Sophia had rid. The lad, indeed, very civilly offered him the use of his, but he chose the side saddle, probably because it was softer. Partridge, however, though full as effeminate as Jones, could not bear the thoughts of degrading his manhood; he therefore accepted the boy's offer. And now, Jones being mounted on the side saddle of his Sophia, the boy on that of Mrs Honour, and Partridge bestriding the third horse, they set forwards on their journey, and within 4 hours arrived at the inn where the reader hath already spent so much time. Partridge was in very high spirits during the whole way, and often mentioned to Jones the many good omens of his future success, which had lately befriended him, and which the reader, without being the least superstitious, must allow to have been particularly fortunate. Partridge was moreover better pleased with the present pursuit of his companion than he had been with his pursuit of glory, and from these very omens, which assured the pedagogue of success, he likewise first acquired a clear idea of the amour between Jones and Sophia, to which he had before given very little attention, as he had originally taken a wrong scent concerning the reasons of Jones' departure, and as to what happened at Upton, he was too much frightened just before and after his leaving that place, to draw any other conclusions from thence than that poor Jones was a downright madman; a conceit which was not at all disagreeable to the opinion he before had of his extraordinary wildness, of which, he thought, his behaviour on their quitting Gloucester so well justified all the accounts he had formerly received. He was now, however, pretty well satisfied with this present expedition, and henceforth began to conceive much worthier sentiments of his friend's understanding. The clock had just struck 3 when they arrived, and Jones immediately bespoke post horses, but unluckily there was not a horse to be procured in the whole place, which the reader will not wonder at, when he considers the hurry in which the whole nation, and especially this part of it, was at this time engaged, when expresses were passing and repassing every hour of the day and night. Jones endeavoured all he could to prevail with his former guide to escort him to Coventry, but he was inexorable. While he was arguing with the boy in the inn-yard, a person came up to him, and saluting him by name, inquired how all the good family did in Somersetshire; and now Jones, casting his eyes upon this person, presently discovered him to be Mr Dowling, the lawyer, with whom he had dined at Gloucester, and with much courtesy returned the salutation. Dowling very earnestly pressed Mr Jones to go no further that night, and backed his solicitations with many unanswerable arguments, such as that it was almost dark, that the roads were very dirty, and that he would be able to travel much better by daylight, with many others equally good, some of which Jones had probably suggested to himself before. But as they were then ineffectual, so they were still, and he continued resolute in his design, even though he should be obliged to set out on foot. When the good attorney found he could not prevail on Jones to stay, he as strenuously applied himself to persuade the guide to accompany him. He urged many motives to induce him to undertake this short journey, and at last concluded with saying, "Do you think the gentleman won't very well reward you for your trouble?" 2 to 1 are odds at every other thing as well as at football; but the advantage which this united force hath in persuasion or entreaty must have been visible to a curious observer, for he must have often seen that when a father, a master, a wife, or any other person in authority, have stoutly adhered to a denial against all the reasons which a single man could produce, they have afterwards yielded to the repetition of the same sentiments by a second or third person, who hath undertaken the cause, without attempting to advance anything new in its behalf. And hence, perhaps, proceeds the phrase of seconding an argument or a motion, and the great consequence this is of in all assemblies of public debate. Hence, likewise, probably it is, that in our courts of law we often hear a learned gentleman, generally a serjeant, repeating for an hour together what another learned gentleman, who spoke just before him, had been saying. Instead of accounting for this, we shall proceed in our usual manner to exemplify it in the conduct of the lad above mentioned, who submitted to the persuasions of Mr Dowling, and promised once more to admit Jones into his side saddle, but insisted on first giving the poor creatures a good bait, saying, they had travelled a great way, and had been rid very hard. Indeed, this caution of the boy was needless, for Jones, notwithstanding his hurry and impatience, would have ordered this of himself; for he by no means agreed with the opinion of those who consider animals as mere machines, and when they bury their spurs in the belly of their horse, imagine the spur and the horse to have an equal capacity of feeling pain. While the beasts were eating their corn, or rather were supposed to eat it, for as the boy was taking care of himself in the kitchen, the ostler took great care that his corn should not be consumed in the stable, Mr Jones, at the earnest desire of Mr Dowling, accompanied that gentleman into his room, where they sat down together over a bottle of wine. Chapter 10. In which Mr Jones and Mr Dowling drink a bottle together. Mr Dowling, pouring out a glass of wine, named the health of the good Squire Allworthy, adding, "If you please, sir, we will likewise remember his nephew and heir, the young squire. Come, sir, here's Mr Blifil to you, a very pretty young gentleman, and who, I dare swear, will hereafter make a very considerable figure in his country. I have a borough for him myself in my eye." "Sir," answered Jones, "I am convinced you don't intend to affront me, so I shall not resent it; but I promise you, you have joined two persons very improperly together, for one is the glory of the human species, and the other is a rascal who dishonours the name of man." Dowling stared at this. He said, he thought both the gentlemen had a very unexceptionable character. As for Squire Allworthy himself, says he, I never had the happiness to see him, but all the world talks of his goodness. And indeed, as to the young gentleman, I never saw him but once, when I carried him the news of the loss of his mother, and then I was so hurried, and drove, and tore with the multiplicity of business, that I had hardly time to converse with him; but he looked so like a very honest gentleman, and behaved himself so prettily, that I protest I never was more delighted with any gentleman since I was born. "I don't wonder," answered Jones, "that he should impose upon you in so short an acquaintance, for he hath the cunning of the devil himself, and you may live with him many years without discovering him. I was bred up with him from my infancy, and we were hardly ever asunder; but it is very lately only that I have discovered half the villainy which is in him. I own I never greatly liked him. I thought he wanted that generosity of spirit, which is the sure foundation of all that is great and noble in human nature. I saw a selfishness in him long ago which I despised; but it is lately, very lately, that I have found him capable of the basest and blackest designs; for indeed I have at last found out that he hath taken an advantage of the openness of my own temper, and hath concerted the deepest project, by a long train of wicked artifice, to work my ruin, which at last he hath effected." "Ay, ay," cries Dowling, "I protest, then, it is a pity such a person should inherit the great estate of your uncle Allworthy." "Alas, sir," cries Jones, "you do me an honour to which I have no title. It is true, indeed, his goodness once allowed me the liberty of calling him by a much nearer name; but as this was only a voluntary act of goodness, I can complain of no injustice when he thinks proper to deprive me of this honour, since the loss cannot be more unmerited than the gift originally was. I assure you, sir, I am no relation of Mr Allworthy, and if the world, who are incapable of setting a true value on his virtue, should think, in his behaviour to me, he hath dealt hardly by a relation, they do an injustice to the best of men, but I ask your pardon, I shall trouble you with no particulars relating to myself; only, as you seem to think me a relation of Mr Allworthy, I thought it proper to set you right in a matter that might draw some censures upon him, which I promise you I would rather lose my life than give occasion to." "I protest, sir," cried Dowling, "you talk very much like a man of honour; but instead of giving me any trouble, I protest it would give me great pleasure to know how you came to be thought a relation of Mr Allworthy's, if you are not. Your horses won't be ready this half hour, and as you have sufficient opportunity, I wish you would tell me how all that happened, for I protest it seems very surprising that you should pass for a relation of a gentleman without being so." Jones, who in the compliance of his disposition, though not in his prudence, a little resembled his lovely Sophia, was easily prevailed on to satisfy Mr Dowling's curiosity, by relating the history of his birth and education, which he did like Othello, even from his boyish years to the very moment he was bad to tell, the which to hear Dowling, like Desdemona, did seriously incline. He swore 'twas strange, 'twas passing strange, 'twas pitiful, 'twas wondrous pitiful. Mr Dowling was indeed very greatly affected with this relation, for he had not divested himself of humanity by being an attorney. Indeed, nothing is more unjust than to carry our prejudices against a profession into private life, and to borrow our idea of a man from our opinion of his calling. Habit, it is true, lessens the horror of those actions which the profession makes necessary, and consequently habitual; but in all other instances, nature works in men of all professions alike. nay, perhaps even more strongly with those who give her, as it were, a holiday, when they are following their ordinary business. A butcher, I make no doubt, would feel compunction at the slaughter of a fine horse; and though a surgeon can feel no pain in cutting off a limb, I have known him compassionate a man in a fit of the gout. The common hangman, who hath stretched the necks of hundreds, is known to have trembled at his first operation on a head; and the very professors of human blood-shedding, who in their trade of war butcher thousands, not only of their fellow professors, but often of women and children, without remorse, even these, I say, in times of peace, when drums and trumpets are laid aside, often lay aside all their ferocity, and become very gentle members of civil society. In the same manner, an attorney may feel all the miseries and distresses of his fellow creatures, provided he happens not to be concerned against them. Jones, as the reader knows, was yet unacquainted with the very black colours in which he had been represented to Mr Allworthy, and as to other matters, he did not show them in the most disadvantageous light, for though he was unwilling to cast any blame on his former friend and patron, yet he was not very desirous of heaping too much upon himself. Dowling therefore observed, and not without reason, that very ill offices must have been done him by somebody. "For certainly," cries he, "the squire would never have disinherited you only for a few faults, which any young gentleman might have committed. Indeed, I cannot properly say disinherited, for to be sure by law you cannot claim as heir. That's certain, that nobody need go to council for. Yet when a gentleman had in a manner adopted you thus as his own son, you might reasonably have expected some very considerable part, if not the whole. Nay, if you had expected the whole, I should not have blamed you, for certainly all men are for getting as much as they can, and they are not to be blamed on that account." "Indeed you wrong me," said Jones. "I should have been contented with very little. I never had any view upon Mr Allworthy's fortune. Nay, I believe I may truly say I never once considered what he could or might give me. This I solemnly declare, if he had done a prejudice to his nephew in my favour, I would have undone it again. I had rather enjoy my own mind than the fortune of another man. What is the poor pride arising from a magnificent house, a numerous equipage, a splendid table, and from all the other advantages or appearances of fortune, compared to the warm, solid content, the swelling satisfaction, the thrilling transports, and the exulting triumphs which a good mind enjoys, in the contemplation of a generous, virtuous, noble, benevolent action? I envy not Blifil in the prospect of his wealth, nor shall I envy him in the possession of it. I would not think myself a rascal half an hour to exchange situations. I believe, indeed, Mr Blifil suspected me of the views you mention, and I suppose these suspicions, as they arose from the baseness of his own heart, so they occasioned his baseness to me. But, I thank heaven, I feel my innocence, my friend. I would not part with that feeling for the world; for as long as I know I have never done, nor even designed an injury to any being whatever. Pone me pigris ubi nulla campis, arbor estiva recreator aura, quod latus mundi nebulae malusque Jupiter urgit. Pone sub curu nimium propinqui, solis in terra dominibus negata, dulce ridentem lalagem amabo dulce loquentem. Place me where never summer breeze unbinds the glebe or warms the trees, where ever lowering clouds appear, and angry Jove deforms the inclement year. Place me beneath the burning ray, where rolls the rapid car of day. Love and the nymph shall charm my toils, the nymph who sweetly speaks and sweetly smiles. Mr Francis. He then filled a bumper of wine, and drunk it off to the health of his dear Lalage, and filling Dowling's glass likewise up to the brim, insisted on his pledging him. "Why, then, here's Miss Lalage's health, with all my heart," cries Dowling. "I have heard her toasted often, I protest, though I never saw her, but they say she's extremely handsome." Though the Latin was not the only part of this speech which Dowling did not perfectly understand, yet there was somewhat in it that made a very strong impression on him; and though he endeavoured by winking, nodding, sneering, and grinning, to hide the impression from Jones, for we are as often ashamed of thinking right as of thinking wrong, it is certain that he secretly approved as much of his sentiments as he understood, and really felt a very strong impulse of compassion for him. But we may possibly take some other opportunity of commenting upon this, especially if we should happen to meet Mr Dowling any more in the course of our history. At present we are obliged to take our leave of that gentleman a little abruptly, in imitation of Mr Jones, who was no sooner informed by Partridge that his horses were ready, than he deposited his reckoning, wished his companion a good night, mounted, and set forward towards Coventry, though the night was dark, and it just then began to rain very hard. End of section 43. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on November 30th, 2007. Section 44 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalinda. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 12, Chapter 11. The disasters which befell Jones on his departure for Coventry, with the sage remarks of Partridge. No road can be plainer than that from the place where they now were to Coventry, and though neither Jones nor Partridge nor the guide had ever travelled it before, it would have been almost impossible to have missed their way, had it not been for the two reasons mentioned in the conclusion of the last chapter. These two circumstances, however, happening both unfortunately to intervene, our travellers deviated into a much less frequented track, and after riding full 6 miles, instead of arriving at the stately spires of Coventry, they found themselves still in a very dirty lane, where they saw no symptoms of approaching the suburbs of a large city. Jones now declared that they must certainly have lost their way, but this the guide insisted upon was impossible, a word which, in common conversation, is often used to signify not only improbable, but often what is really very likely, and sometimes what hath certainly happened. An hyperbolical violence, like that which is so frequently offered to the words infinite and eternal, by the former of which it is usual to express a distance of half a yard, and by the latter a duration of 5 minutes. And thus it is as usual to assert the impossibility of losing what is already actually lost. This was, in fact, the case at present, for notwithstanding all the confident assertions of the lad to the contrary, it is certain there were no more in the right road to Coventry than the fraudulent, griping, cruel, canting miser is in the right road to heaven. It is not, perhaps, easy for a reader who hath never been in those circumstances to imagine the horror with which darkness, rain, and wind fill persons who have lost their way in the night, and who, consequently, have not the pleasant prospect of warm fires, dry clothes, and other refreshments, to support their minds in struggling with the inclemencies of the weather. A very imperfect idea of this horror will, however, serve sufficiently to account for the conceits which now filled the head of Partridge, and which we shall presently be obliged to open. Jones grew more and more positive that they were out of their road, and the boy himself at last acknowledged he believed that they were not in the right road to Coventry, though he affirmed at the same time it was impossible they should have missed the way. But Partridge was of a different opinion. He said, when they first set out, he imagined some mischief or other would happen. Did you not observe, sir, said he to Jones, that old woman who stood at the door just as you was taking horse? I wish you had given her a small matter, with all my heart, for she said then you might repent it. And at that very instant it began to rain, and the wind hath continued rising ever since. Whatever some people may think, I am very certain it is in the power of witches to raise the wind whenever they please. I have seen it happen very often in my time, and if ever I saw a witch in all my life, that old woman was certainly one. I thought so to myself at that very time, and if I had had any halfpence in my pocket, I would have given her some, for to be sure it is always good to be charitable to those sort of people, for fear what may happen, and many a person hath lost his cattle by saving a halfpenny. Jones, though he was horridly vexed at the delay which this mistake was like to occasion in his journey, could not help smiling at the superstition of his friend, whom an accident now greatly confirmed in his opinion. This was a tumble from his horse, by which, however, he received no other injury than what the dirt conferred on his clothes. Partridge had no sooner recovered his legs than he appealed to his fall as conclusive evidence of all he had asserted. But Jones, finding he was unhurt, answered with a smile, "This witch of yours, Partridge, is a most ungrateful jade, and doth not, I find, distinguish her friends from others in her resentment. If the old lady had been angry with me for neglecting her, I don't see why she should tumble you from your horse, after all the respect you have expressed for her." "It is ill jesting," cries Partridge, "with people who have power to do these things, for they are often very malicious. I remember a farrier who provoked one of them, by asking her when the time she had bargained with the devil for would be out, and within 3 months from that very day one of his best cows was drowned. Nor was she satisfied with that,
for a little time afterwards he lost a barrel of best drink, for the old witch pulled out the spigot and let it run all over the cellar, the very first evening he had tapped it to make merry with some of his neighbours. In short, nothing ever thrived with him afterwards, for she worried the poor man so that he took to drinking, and in a year or two his stock was seized, and he and his family are now come to the parish." The guide, and perhaps his horse too, were both so attentive to this discourse, that, either through want of care or by the malice of the witch, they were now both sprawling in the dirt. Partridge entirely imputed this fall, as he had done his own, to the same cause. He told Mr Jones it would certainly be his turn next, and earnestly entreated him to return back, and find out the old woman, and pacify her. "We shall very soon," added he, "reach the inn, for though we have seemed to go forward, I am very certain we are in the identical place in which we were an hour ago, and I dare swear, if it was daylight, we might now see the inn we set out from." Instead of returning any answer to this sage advice, Jones was entirely attentive to what had happened to the boy, who received no other hurt than what had before befallen Partridge, and which his clothes very easily bore, as they had been for many years inured to the like. He soon regained his side saddle, and by the hearty curses and blows which he bestowed on his horse, quickly satisfied Mr Jones that no harm was done. Chapter 12 relates that Mr Jones continued his journey, contrary to the advice of Partridge, with what happened on that occasion. They now discovered a light at some distance, to the great pleasure of Jones, and to the no small terror of Partridge, who firmly believed himself to be bewitched, and that this light was a jack with a lantern, or somewhat more mischievous. But how were these fears increased, when, as they approached nearer to this light, or lights, as they now appeared, they heard a confused sound of human voices, of singing, laughing, and hallowing, together with a strange noise that seemed to proceed from some instruments, but could hardly be allowed the name of music. Indeed, to favour a little the opinion of Partridge, it might very well be called music bewitched. It is impossible to conceive a much greater degree of horror than what now seized on Partridge, the contagion of which had reached the postboy, who had been very attentive to many things that the other had uttered. He now therefore joined in petitioning Jones to return, saying he firmly believed what Partridge had just before said, that though the horses seemed to go on, they had not moved a step forwards during at least the last half hour. Jones could not help smiling, in the midst of his vexation, at the fears of these poor fellows. "Either we advance," says he, "towards the lights, or the lights have advanced towards us, for we are now at a very little distance from them. But how can either of you be afraid of a set of people who appear only to be merry-making?" "Merry-making, sir?" cries Partridge. "Who could be merry-making at this time of night, and in such a place, and such weather? They can be nothing but ghosts or witches, or some evil spirits or other, that's certain." "Let them be what they will," cries Jones, "I am resolved to go up to them, and inquire the way to Coventry. All witches, Partridge, are not such ill-natured hags as that we had the misfortune to meet with last." "O Lord, sir," cries Partridge, "there is no knowing what humour they will be in. To be sure, it is always best to be civil to them. But what if we should meet with something worse than witches, with evil spirits themselves? Pray, sir, be advised; pray, sir, do. If you had read so many terrible accounts as I have of these matters, you would not be so foolhardy. The Lord knows whither we have got already, or whither we are going, for sure such darkness was never seen upon earth, and I question whether it can be darker in the other world." Jones put forwards as fast as he could, notwithstanding all these hints and cautions, and poor Partridge was obliged to follow, for though he hardly dared to advance, he dared still less to stay behind by himself. At length they arrived at the place whence the lights and different noises had issued. This Jones perceived to be no other than a barn, where a great number of men and women were assembled, and diverting themselves with much apparent jollity. Jones no sooner appeared before the great doors of the barn, which were open, than a masculine and very rough voice from within demanded, "Who was there?" To which Jones gently answered, "A friend," and immediately asked the road to Coventry. "If you are a friend," cries another of the men in the barn, "you had better alight till the storm is over," for indeed it was now more violent than ever. "You are very welcome to put up your horse, for there is sufficient room for him at the end of the barn." "You are very obliging," returned Jones, "and I will accept your offer for a few minutes, whilst the rain continues, and here are two more who will be glad of the same favour." This was accorded with more good will than was accepted, for Partridge would rather have submitted to the utmost inclemency of the weather than have trusted to the clemency of those whom he took for hobgoblins, and the poor postboy was now infected with the same apprehensions; but they were both obliged to follow the example of Jones, the one because he durst not leave his horse, and the other because he feared nothing so much as being left by himself. Had this history been writ in the days of superstition, I should have had too much compassion for the reader to have left him so long in suspense, whether Beelzebub or Satan was about actually to appear in person, with all his hellish retinue. But as these doctrines are at present very unfortunate, and have but few if any believers, I have not been much aware of conveying any such terrors. To say truth, the whole furniture of the infernal regions hath long been appropriated by the managers of playhouses, who seem lately to have laid them by as rubbish, capable only of affecting the upper gallery, a place in which few of our readers ever sit. However, though we do not suspect raising any great terror on this occasion, we have reason to fear some other apprehensions may here arise in our reader, into which we would not willingly betray him. I mean, that we are going to take a voyage into fairyland, and introduce a set of beings into our history which scarce any one was ever childish enough to believe, though many have been foolish enough to spend their time in writing and reading their adventures. To prevent, therefore, any such suspicions so prejudicial to the credit of an historian, who professes to draw his materials from nature only, we shall now proceed to acquaint the reader who those people were, whose sudden appearance had struck such terrors into Partridge, and had more than half frightened the post-boy, and had a little surprised even Mr. Jones himself. The people then assembled in this barn were no other than a company of Egyptians, or, as they are vulgarly called, gipsies, and they were now celebrating the wedding of one of their society. It is impossible to conceive a happier set of people than appeared here to be met together. The utmost mirth, indeed, showed itself in every countenance, nor was their ball totally void of all order and decorum. Perhaps it had more than a country assembly is sometimes conducted with, for these people are subject to a formal government and laws of their own, and all pay obedience to one great magistrate, whom they call their king. Greater plenty, likewise, was nowhere to be seen than what flourished in this barn. Here was indeed no nicety nor elegance, nor did the keen appetite of the guests require any. Here was a good store of bacon, fowls, and mutton, to which every one present provided better sauce himself than the best and dearest French cook can prepare. Aeneas is not described under more consternation in the temple of Juno, dum stupet obtutuque heret defixus in uno, than was our hero at what he saw in this barn. While he was looking everywhere round him with astonishment, a venerable person approached him with many friendly salutations, rather of too hearty a kind to be called courtly. This was no other than the king of the gipsies himself. He was very little distinguished in dress from his subjects, nor had he any regalia of majesty to support his dignity, and yet there seemed, as Mr. Jones said, to be somewhat in his air which denoted authority, and inspired the beholders with an idea of awe and respect. Though all this was perhaps imaginary in Jones, and the truth may be that such ideas are incident to power, and almost inseparable from it. There was somewhat in the open countenance and courteous behaviour of Jones which, being accompanied with much comeliness of person, greatly recommended him at first sight to every beholder. These were, perhaps, a little heightened in the present instance by that profound respect which he paid to the king of the gipsies, the moment he was acquainted with his dignity, and which was the sweeter to his gipsy majesty, as he was not used to receive such homage from any but his own subjects. The king ordered a table to be spread with the choicest of their provisions for his accommodation, and having placed himself at his right hand, his majesty began to discourse with our hero in the following manner. "Me doubt not, sir, but you have often seen some of my people, who are what you call de parties détachées, for they go about everywhere. But me fancy you imagine not we be so inconsiderable body as we be, and maybe you will be surprised more when you hear the gipsy be as orderly and well-governed people as any upon face of the earth. Me have honour, as me say, to be their king, and no monarch can boast of more dutiful subject, nay, no more affectionate. How far me deserve their goodwill, me no say, but this me can say, that me never design anything but to do them good. Me shall no do boast of that neither, for what can me do otherwise than consider of the good of those poor people who go about all day to give me always the best of what they get. They love and honour me, therefore, because me do love and take care of them. That is all, me know no other reason. About 1,000 or 2,000 year ago, me cannot tell to a year or two, as can neither write nor read, there was a great what you call a revolution among the gipsy, for there was the Lord Gipsy in those days, and these lords did quarrel with one another about the place. But the king of the Gipsy did demolish them all, and made all his subjects equal with each other. And since that time they have agreed very well, for they no think of being king, and maybe it be better for them as they be. For me assure you, it be very troublesome thing to be king, and always to do justice. Me have often wish to be the private gipsy when me have been forced to punish my dear friend and relation, for though we never put to death, our punishments be very severe. They make the gipsy ashamed of themselves, and that be very terrible punishment. Me have scarce ever known the gipsy so punish do harm any more. The king then proceeded to express some wonder that there was no such punishment as shame in other governments, upon which Jones assured him to the contrary, for that there were many crimes for which shame was inflicted by the English laws, and that it was indeed one consequence of all punishment. That be very strange, said the king, for me know and hears good deal of your people, though me no live among them, and me have often heard that shame is the consequence and the cause, too, of many of your rewards. Are your rewards and punishment, then, the same thing? While his Majesty was thus discoursing with Jones, a sudden uproar arose in the barn, and as it seems upon this occasion, the courtesy of these people had by degrees removed all the apprehensions of Partridge, and he was prevailed upon not only to stuff himself with their food, but to taste some of their liquors, which by degrees entirely expelled all fear from his composition, and in its stead introduced much more agreeable sensations. A young female gipsy, more remarkable for her wit than her beauty, had decoyed the honest fellow aside, pretending to tell his fortune. Now when they were alone together in a remote part of the barn, whether it proceeded from the strong liquor, which is never so apt to inflame inordinate desire as after moderate fatigue, or whether the fair gipsy herself threw aside the delicacy and decency of her sex, and tempted the youth Partridge with express solicitations, but they were discovered in a very improper manner by the husband of the gipsy, who, from jealousy it seems, had kept a watchful eye over his wife, and had dogged her to the place, where he found her in the arms of her gallant. To the great confusion of Jones, Partridge was now hurried before the king, who heard the accusation, and likewise the culprit's defence, which was indeed very trifling, for the poor fellow was confounded by plain evidence which appeared against him, and had very little to say for himself. His Majesty, then turning towards Jones, said, "Sir, you have heard what they say. What punishment do you think your man deserve?" Jones answered, he was sorry for what had happened, and that Partridge should make the husband all the amends in his power. He said he had very little money about him at that time, and putting his hand into his pocket, offered the fellow a guinea, to which he immediately answered, he hoped his honour would not think of giving him less than 5. This sum, after some altercation, was reduced to 2, and Jones, having stipulated for the full forgiveness of both Partridge and the wife, was going to pay the money, when his Majesty, restraining his hand, turned to the witness and asked him, at what time he had discovered the criminals? To which he answered, that he had been desired by the husband to watch the motions of his wife from her first speaking to the stranger, and that he had never lost sight of her afterwards till the crime had been committed, if the husband was with him all that time in this lurking place. To which he answered in the affirmative. His Egyptian Majesty then addressed himself to the husband as follows: "Me be sorry to see any gipsy that have no more honour than to sell the honour of his wife for money. If you had the love for your wife, you would have prevented this matter, and not endeavour to make her the whore that you might discover her. Me do order that you have no money given to you, for you deserve punishment, not reward. Me do order, therefore, that you be the infamous gipsy, and do wear a pair of horns upon your forehead for 1 month, and that your wife be called the whore, and pointed at all that time, for you be the infamous gipsy, but she be no less the infamous whore." The gipsies immediately proceeded to execute the sentence, and left Jones and Partridge alone with his Majesty. Jones greatly applauded the justice of the sentence, upon which the king, turning to him, said, "Me believe you be surprised, for you suppose you have very bad opinion of my people. Me suppose you think us all thieves." "I must confess, sir," said Jones, "I have not heard so favourable an account of them as they seem to deserve." "Me will tell you," said the king, "how the difference is between you and us. My people rob your people, and your people rob one another." Jones afterwards proceeded very gravely to sing forth the happiness of those subjects who live under such a magistrate. Indeed, their happiness appears to have been so complete, that we are aware lest some advocate for arbitrary power should hereafter quote the case of those people, as an instance of the great advantages which attend that government above all others. And here we will make a concession, which would not perhaps have been expected from us, that no limited form of government is capable of rising to the same degree of perfection, or of producing the same benefits to society with this. Mankind have never been so happy as when the greatest part of the then known world was under the dominion of a single master, and this state of their felicity continued during the reigns of 5 successive princes. This was the true era of the Golden Age, and the only Golden Age which ever had any existence, unless in the warm imaginations of the poets, from the expulsion from Eden down to this day. In reality, I know but of one solid objection to absolute monarchy, the only defect in which excellent constitution seems to be, the difficulty of finding any man adequate to the office of an absolute monarch. For this indispensably requires 3 qualities very difficult, as it appears from history, to be found in princely natures. First, a sufficient quantity of moderation in the prince, to be contented with all the power which is possible for him to have. Secondly, enough of wisdom to know his own happiness. And thirdly, goodness sufficient to support the happiness of others, when not only compatible with, but instrumental to his own. Now if an absolute monarch with all these great and rare qualifications should be allowed capable of conferring the greatest good on society, it must be surely granted, on the contrary, that absolute power, vested in the hands of one who is deficient in them all, is likely to be attended with no less a degree of evil. In short, our own religion furnishes us with adequate ideas of the blessing as well as curse which may attend absolute power. The pictures of heaven and of hell will place a very lively image of both before our eyes. For though the prince of the latter can have no power but what he originally derives from the omnipotent sovereign in the former, yet it plainly appears from Scripture that absolute power in his infernal dominions is granted to their diabolical ruler. This is indeed the only absolute power which can by Scripture be derived from heaven. If, therefore, the several tyrannies upon earth can prove any title to a divine authority, it must be derived from this original grant to the prince of darkness, and these subordinate deputations must consequently come immediately from him whose stamp they so expressly bear. To conclude, as the examples of all ages show us that mankind in general desire power only to do harm, and when they obtain it, use it for no other purpose, it is not consonant with even the least degree of prudence to hazard an alteration, where our hopes are poorly kept in countenance by only 2 or 3 exceptions out of 1,000 instances to alarm our fears. In this case it will be much wiser to submit to a few inconveniencies arising from the dispassionate deafness of laws, than to remedy them by applying to the passionate open ears of a tyrant. Nor can the example of the gipsies, though possibly they may have long been happy under this form of government, be here urged, since we must remember the very material respect in which they differ from all other people, and to which perhaps this their happiness is entirely owing, namely, that they have no false honours among them, and that they look on shame as the most grievous punishment in the world. Chapter 13. A dialogue between Jones and Partridge. The honest lovers of liberty will, we doubt not, pardon that long digression into which we were led at the close of the last chapter, to prevent our history from being applied to the use of the most pernicious doctrine which priestcraft had ever the wickedness or the impudence to preach. We will now proceed with Mr Jones, who, when the storm was over, took leave of his Egyptian majesty, after many thanks from his courteous behaviour and kind entertainment, and set out for Coventry, to which place, for it was still dark, a gipsy was ordered to conduct him. Jones having, by reason of his deviation, travelled 11 miles instead of 6, and most of those through very execrable roads, where no expedition could have been made in quest of a midwife, did not arrive at Coventry till nearly 12. Nor could he possibly get again into the saddle till past 2, for post-horses were not now easy to get, nor were the hostler or post-boy in half so great a hurry as himself, but chose rather to intimate the tranquil disposition of Partridge, who, being denied the nourishment of sleep, took all opportunities to supply its place with every other kind of nourishment, and was never better pleased than when he arrived at an inn, nor ever more dissatisfied than when he was again forced to leave it. Jones now travelled post. We will follow him, therefore, according to our custom, and to the rules of Longinus, in the same manner. From Coventry he arrived at Daventry, from Daventry at Stratford, and from Stratford at Dunstable, whither he came the next day a little after noon, and within a few hours after Sophia had left it. and though he was obliged to stay here longer than he wished, while a smith, with great deliberation, shoed the post-horse he was to ride, he doubted not but to overtake his Sophia before she should set out from St Albans, at which place he concluded, and very reasonably, that his lordship would stop and dine. And had he been right in this conjecture, he most probably would have overtaken his angel at the aforesaid place, but unluckily my lord had appointed a dinner to be prepared for him at his own house in London, and in order to enable him to reach that place in proper time, he had ordered a relay of horses to meet him at St Albans. When Jones therefore arrived there, he was informed that the coach and six had set out 2 hours before. If fresh post-horses had been now ready, as they were not, it seemed so apparently impossible to overtake the coach before it reached London, that Partridge thought he now had a proper opportunity to remind his friend of a matter which he seemed entirely to have forgotten. What this was the reader will guess, when we inform him that Jones had eaten nothing more than 1 poached egg since he had left the alehouse where he had first met the guide returning from Sophia, for with the gipsies he had feasted only his understanding. The landlord so entirely agreed with the opinion of Mr Partridge, that he no sooner heard the latter desire his friend to stay and dine, than he very readily put in his word, and retracting his promise before given, of furnishing the horses immediately, he assured Mr Jones he would lose no time in bespeaking a dinner, which, he said, could be got ready sooner than it was possible to get the horses up from grass, and to prepare them for their journey by a feed of corn. Jones was at length prevailed upon, chiefly by the latter argument of the landlord, and now a joint of mutton was put down to the fire. While this was preparing, Partridge, being admitted into the same apartment with his friend or master, began to harangue in the following manner: "Certainly, sir, if ever man deserved a young lady, you deserve young Madam Western; for what a vast quantity of love must a man have, to be able to live upon it without any other food, as you do. I am positive I have eat 30 times as much within these last 24 hours as your honour, and yet I am almost famished, for nothing makes a man so hungry as travelling, especially in this cold raw weather; and yet I can't tell how it is, but your honour is seemingly in perfect good health, and you never looked better nor fresher in your life. It must be certainly love that you live upon." "And a very rich diet too, Partridge," answered Jones. "But did not fortune send me an excellent dainty yesterday? Dost thou imagine I cannot live more than 24 hours on this dear pocket-book?" "Undoubtedly," cries Partridge, "there is enough in that pocket-book to purchase many a good meal. Fortune sent it to your honour very opportunely for present use, as your honour's money must be almost out by this time." "What do you mean?" answered Jones. "I hope you don't imagine I should be dishonest enough, even if it belonged to any other person besides Miss Western." "Dishonest!" replied Partridge. "Heaven forbid I should wrong your honour so much. But where's the dishonesty in borrowing a little for present spending, since you will be so well able to pay the lady hereafter? No, indeed, I would have your honour pay it again, as soon as it is convenient, by all means. But where can be the harm in making use of it now you want it? Indeed, if it belonged to a poor body, it would be another thing; but so great a lady, to be sure, can never want it, especially now as she is along with a lord, who, it can't be doubted, will let her have whatever she hath need of. Besides, if she should want a little, she can't want the whole, therefore I would give her a little; but I would be hanged before I mentioned the having found it at first, and before I got some money of my own. For London, I have heard, is the very worst of places to be in without money. Indeed, if I had not known to whom it belonged, I might have thought it was the devil's money, and have been afraid to use it; but as you know otherwise, and came honestly by it, it would be an affront to fortune to part with it all again, at the very time when you want it most. You can hardly expect she should ever do you such another good turn, for fortuna nunquam perpetuo est bona. You will do as you please, notwithstanding all I say; but for my part, I would be hanged before I mentioned a word of the matter." "By what I can see, Partridge," cries Jones, "hanging is a matter non longe alienum a scaevole studiis." "You should say alienus," says Partridge. "I remember the passage; it is an example under communis, alienus, immunis, variis casibus serviunt." "If you do remember it," cries Jones, "I find you don't understand it; but I tell thee, friend, in plain English, that he who finds another's property, and wilfully detains it from the known owner, deserves, in foro conscientiae, to be hanged, no less than if he had stolen it. And as for this very identical bill, which is the property of my angel, and was once in her dear possession, I will not deliver it into any hands but her own, upon any consideration whatever; no, though I was as hungry as thou art, and had no other means to satisfy my craving appetite, this I hope to do before I sleep. But if it should happen otherwise, I charge thee, if thou wouldst not incur my displeasure for ever, not to shock me any more by the bare mention of such detestable baseness." "I should not have mentioned it now," cries Partridge, "if it had appeared so to me, for I'm sure I scorn any wickedness as much as another, but perhaps you know better, and yet I might have imagined that I should not have lived so many years, and have taught school so long, without being able to distinguish between fas et nefas, but it seems we are all to live and learn. I remember my old schoolmaster, who was a prodigious great scholar, used often to say, Polly matete cry town is my daskalon, the English of which, he told us, was, that a child may sometimes teach his grandmother to suck eggs. I have lived to a fine purpose, truly, if I am to be taught my grammar at this time of day. Perhaps, young gentleman, you may change your opinion, if you live to my years, for I remember I thought myself as wise when I was a stripling of 21 as I am now. I am sure I always taught alienus, and my master read it so before me." There were not many instances in which Partridge could provoke Jones, nor were there many in which Partridge himself could have been hurried out of his respect. Unluckily, however, they had both hit on one of these. We have already seen Partridge could not bear to have his learning attacked, nor could Jones bear some passage or other in the foregoing speech. And now, looking upon his companion with a contemptuous and disdainful air, a thing not usual with him, he cried, "Partridge, I see thou art a conceited old fool, and I wish thou art not likewise an old rogue. Indeed, if I was as well convinced of the latter as I am of the former, thou shouldst travel no farther in my company." The sage pedagogue was contented with the vent which he had already given to his indignation, and, as the vulgar phrase is, immediately drew in his horns. He said he was sorry he had uttered anything which might give offence, for that he had never intended it, but nemo omnibus horis sapit. As Jones had the vices of a warm disposition, he was entirely free from those of a cold one, and if his friends must have confessed his temper to have been a little too easily ruffled, his enemies must at the same time have confessed that it as soon subsided. Nor did it at all resemble the sea, whose swelling is more violent and dangerous after a storm is over than while the storm itself subsists. He instantly accepted the submission of Partridge, shook him by the hand, and with the most benign aspect imaginable, said 20 kind things, and at the same time very severely condemned himself, though not half so severely as he will most probably be condemned by many of our good readers. Partridge was now highly comforted, as his fears of having offended were at once abolished, and his pride completely satisfied by Jones having owned himself in the wrong, which submission he instantly applied to what had been principally nettled him, and repeated in a muttering voice, "To be sure, sir, your knowledge may be superior to mine in some things, but as to the grammar, I think I may challenge any man living. I think, at least, I have that at my finger's end." If anything could add to the satisfaction which the poor man now enjoyed, he received this addition by the arrival of an excellent shoulder of mutton, that at this instant came smoking to the table. On which, having both plentifully feasted, they again mounted their horses, and set forward for London. Chapter 14. What happened to Mr Jones in his journey from St Albans. They were got about 2 miles beyond Barnet, and it was now the dusk of the evening, when a genteel looking man, but upon a very shabby horse, rode up to Jones and asked him whether he was going to London, to which Jones answered in the affirmative. The gentleman replied, "I should be obliged to you, sir, if you will accept of my company, for it is very late, and I am a stranger to the road." Jones readily complied with the request, and on they travelled together, holding that sort of discourse which is usual on such occasions. Of this, indeed, robbery was the principal topic, upon which subject the stranger expressed great apprehensions, but Jones declared he had very little to lose, and consequently as little to fear. Here Partridge could not forbear putting in his word. "Your honour," said he, "may think it a little, but I am sure, if I had £100 bank note in my pocket, as you have, I should be very sorry to lose it. But, for my part, I never was less afraid in my life, for we are 4 of us, and if we all stand by one another, the best man in England can't rob us. Suppose he should have a pistol, he can kill but one of us, and a man can die but once. That's my comfort. A man can die but once." Besides the reliance on superior numbers, a kind of valour which hath raised a certain nation among the moderns to a high pitch of glory, there was another reason for the extraordinary courage which Partridge now discovered, for he had at present as much of that quality as was in the power of liquor to bestow. Our company was now arrived within a mile of Highgate. when the stranger turned short upon Jones, and pulling out a pistol, demanded that little bank-note which Partridge had mentioned. Jones was at first somewhat shocked at this unexpected demand. However, he presently recollected himself, and told the highwayman all the money he had in his pocket was entirely at his service, and so saying, he pulled out upwards of 3 guineas, and offered to deliver it, but the other answered with an oath, that would not do. Jones answered coolly, he was very sorry for it, and returned the money into his pocket. The highwayman then threatened, if he did not deliver the bank-note that moment, he must shoot him, holding his pistol at the same time very near to his breast. Jones instantly caught hold of the fellow's hand, which trembled so much that he could scarce hold the pistol in it, and turned the muzzle from him. A struggle then ensued, in which the former wrested the pistol from the hand of his antagonist, and both came from their horses on the ground together, the highwayman upon his back, and the victorious Jones upon him. The poor fellow now began to implore mercy of the conqueror, for, to say the truth, he was in strength by no means a match for Jones. "Indeed, sir," said he, "I could have had no intention to shoot you, for you will find the pistol was not loaded. This is the first robbery I ever attempted, and I have been driven by distress to this." At this instant, at about 150 yards distance, lay another person on the ground, roaring for mercy in a much louder voice than the highwayman. This was no other than Partridge himself, who, endeavouring to make his escape from the engagement, had been thrown from his horse, and lay flat on his face, not daring to look up, and expecting every minute to be shot. In this posture he lay, till the guide, who was no otherwise concerned than for his horses, having secured the stumbling beast, came up to him, and told him his master had got the better of the highwayman. Partridge leapt up at this news, and ran back to the place where Jones stood with his sword drawn in his hand to guard the poor fellow, which Partridge no sooner saw than he cried out, "Kill the villain, sir! Run him through the body! Kill him this instant!" Luckily, however, for the poor wretch, he had fallen into more merciful hands, for Jones, having examined the pistol, and found it to be really unloaded, began to believe all the man had told him, before Partridge came up, namely, that he was a novice in the trade, and that he had been driven to it by the distress he mentioned, and the greatest indeed imaginable, that of 5 hungry children, and a wife lying in of the 6th, in the utmost want and misery. The truth of all which the highwayman most vehemently asserted, and offered to convince Mr Jones of it, if he would take the trouble to go to his house, which was not above 2 miles off, saying, that he desired no favour but upon condition of proving all he had alleged. Jones at first pretended that he would take the fellow at his word, and go with him, declaring that his fate should depend entirely upon the truth of the story. Upon this, the poor fellow immediately expressed so much alacrity, that Jones was perfectly satisfied with his veracity, and began now to entertain sentiments of compassion for him. He returned the fellow his empty pistol, advised him to think of honester means of relieving his distress, and gave him a couple of guineas for the immediate support of his wife and his family, adding, he wished he had more for his sake, for the £100 that had been mentioned was not his own. Our readers will probably be divided in their opinions concerning this action. Some may applaud it, perhaps, as an act of extraordinary humanity, while those of a more saturnine temper will consider it a want of regard to that justice which every man owes his country. Partridge certainly saw it in that light, for he testified much dissatisfaction on the occasion, quoted an old proverb, and said he should not wonder if the rogue attacked them again before they reached London. The highwayman was full of expressions of thankfulness and gratitude. He actually dropped tears, or pretended to do so. He vowed he would immediately return home, and would never afterwards commit such a transgression. Whether he kept his word or no, perhaps may appear hereafter. Our travellers, having remounted their horses, arrived in town without encountering any new mishap. On the road much pleasant discourse passed between Jones and Partridge on the subject of their last adventure, in which Jones expressed a great compassion for those highwaymen who are, by unavoidable distress, driven, as it were, to such illegal courses as generally bring them to a shameful death. "I mean," said he, "those only whose highest guilt extends no farther than to robbery, and who are never guilty of cruelty nor insult to any person, which is a circumstance that, I must say, to the honour of our country, distinguishes the robbers of England from those of all other nations, for murder is, amongst those, almost inseparably incident to robbery." "No doubt," answered Partridge, "it is better to take away one's money than one's life; and yet it is very hard upon honest men that they can't travel about their business without being in danger of these villains; and to be sure, it would be better that all rogues were hanged out of the way, than that one honest man should suffer. For my own part, indeed, I should not care to have the blood of any of them on my own hands, but it is very proper for the law to hang them all. What right hath any man to take 6 pence from me, unless I give it him? Is there any honesty in such a man? No, surely, cries Jones, no more than there is in him who takes the horses out of another man's stable, or who applies to his own use the money which he finds, when he knows the right owner. These hints stopped the mouth of Partridge, nor did he open it again till Jones, having thrown some sarcastical jokes on his cowardice, he offered to excuse himself on the inequality of firearms, saying, 1,000 naked men are nothing to one pistol, for though it is true it will kill but one at a single discharge, yet who can tell but that one may be himself. End of section 44. Recording by Kalinda in Raymond, New Hampshire, on January 17th, 2008.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by George Pilling, Storysales.com. Book 13, containing the space of 12 days. Chapter 1, An Invocation. Come, bright love of fame, inspire my glowing breast. Not thee I will call, who, over swelling tides of blood and tears, dost bear the hero on to glory, while sighs of millions waft his spreading sails, but thee, fair, gentle maid, whom Nessus, happy nymph, first on the banks of Hebrus did produce. Thee, whom Maeonia educated, whom Mantua charmed, and who, on that fair hill which overlooks the proud metropolis of Britain, satst, with thy Milton, sweetly tuning the heroic lyre. Fill my ravished fancy with the hopes of charming ages yet to come. Foretell me that some tender maid, whose grandmother is yet unborn, hereafter, when under the fictitious name of Sophia, she reads the real worth which once existed in my Charlotte, shall from her sympathetic breast send forth the heaving sigh. Do not teach me only to foresee, but to enjoy, nay, even to feed on future praise. Comfort me by a solemn assurance that when the little parlour in which I sit in this instant shall be reduced to a worse furnished box, I shall be read with honour by those who never knew nor saw me, and whom I shall neither know nor see. And thou, much plumper dame, whom no airy forms nor phantoms of imagination clothe, whom the well-seasoned beef and pudding richly stained with plums delight, thee I call, of whom in a trekschuit, in some Dutch canal, the fat Ufrau Gelt, impregnated by a jolly merchant of Amsterdam, was delivered. In Grub Street school didst thou suck the elements of thy erudition. Here hast thou, in thy maturer age, taught poetry to tickle not the fancy, but the pride of the patron. Comedy from thee learns a grave and solemn air, while tragedy storms aloud, and rends the affrighted theatres with its thunders. To soothe thy wearied limbs in slumber, Alderman History tells his tedious tale, and again to awaken thee, Monsieur Romance performs his surprising tricks of dexterity. Nor less thy well-fed bookseller obeys thy influence. By thy advice the heavy, unread folio lump, which long had dozed on the dusty shelf, piecemealed into numbers, runs nimbly through the nation. Instructed by thee, some books, like quacks, impose on the world by promising wonders, while others turn bows, and trust all their merit to a gilded outside. Come, thou jolly substance with thy shining face, keep back thy inspiration, but hold forth thy tempting rewards, thy shining, chinking heap, thy quickly convertible bank bill, big with unseen riches, thy often varying stock, the warm, the comfortable house, and lastly, a fair portion of that bounteous mother, whose flowing breasts yield the redundant sustenance for all her numerous offspring, did not some too greedily and wantonly drive their brethren from the teat. Come thou, and if I am too tasteless of thy valuable treasures, warm my heart with the transporting thought of conveying them to others. Tell me, that through thy bounty, the prattling babes, whose innocent play has often been interrupted by my labours, may one time be amply rewarded for them. And now this ill-yoked pair, this lean shadow and this fat substance, have prompted me to write. Whose assistance shall I invoke to direct my pen? First, genius. thou gift of heaven, without whose aid in vain we struggle against the stream of nature, thou who dost sow the generous seeds which art nourishes, and brings to perfection. Do thou kindly take me by the hand, and lead me through all the mazes, the winding labyrinths of nature. Initiate me into all those mysteries which profane eyes never beheld. Teach me, which to see is no difficult task, to know mankind better than they know themselves. Remove that mist which dims the intellect of mortals, and causes them to adore men for their art, or to detest them for their cunning in deceiving others, while they are in reality the objects only of ridicule for deceiving themselves. Strip off the thin disguise of wisdom from self-conceit, of plenty from avarice, and of glory from ambition. Come, thou hast inspired thy Aristophanes, thy Lucian, thy Cervantes, thy Rabelais, thy Molière, thy Shakespeare, thy Swift, thy Marivaux. Fill my pages with humour, till mankind learn the good nature to laugh only at the follies of others, and the humility to grieve at their own. And thou, almost the constant attendant on true genius, humanity, bring all thy tender sensations. If thou hast already disposed of them all between thy Allen and thy Littleton, steal them a little while from their bosoms. Not without these the tender scene is painted. From these alone proceed the noble disinterested friendship, the melting love, the generous sentiment, the ardent gratitude, the soft compassion, the candid opinion, and all those strong energies of a good mind, which fill the moistened eyes with tears, the glowing cheeks with blood, and swell the heart with tides of grief, joy, and benevolence. And thou, O learning, for without thy assistance nothing pure, nothing correct can genius produce, do guide my pen. Thee in thy favourite fields, where the limpid gently rolling Thames washes thy Etonian banks, in early youth I have worshipped. To thee at thy birchen altar, with true Spartan devotion, I have sacrificed my blood. Come then, and from thy vast luxuriant stores, in long antiquity piled up, open thy Maeonian and thy Mantuan coffers, with whatever else includes thy philosophic, thy poetic, and thy historical treasures, whether with Greek or Roman characters thou hast chosen to inscribe the ponderous chests. Give me a while that key to all thy treasures, which to thy Warburton thou hast entrusted. Lastly, come experience, long conversant with the wise, the good, the learned, and the polite. Not with them only, but with every kind of character, from the minister at his levee to the bailiff in his sponging house, from the duchess at her drum to the landlady behind her bar. From thee only can the manners of mankind be known, to which the recluse pedant, however great his parts or extensive his learning may be, hath ever been a stranger. Come all these and more if possible, for arduous is the task I have undertaken, and without all your assistance will, I find, be too heavy for me to support. But if you all smile on my labours, I hope still to bring them to a happy conclusion. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. What befell Mr. Jones on his arrival in London. The learned Dr. Misaubin used to say that the proper direction to him was, "To Dr. Misaubin, in the world," intimating that there were few people in it to whom his great reputation was not known. And perhaps, upon a very nice examination into the matter, we shall find that this circumstance bears no inconsiderable part among the many blessings of grandeur. The great happiness of being known to posterity, with the hopes of which we so delighted ourselves in the preceding chapter, is the portion of few. To have the several elements which compose our names, as Sydenham expresses it, repeated 1,000 years hence, is a gift beyond the power of title and wealth, and is scarce to be purchased, unless by the sword and the pen. But to avoid the scandalous imputation, while we yet live, of being one whom nobody knows, a scandal, by the by, as old as the days of Homer, will always be the envied portion of those who have a legal title either to honour or estate. From that figure, therefore, which the Irish peer, who brought Sophia to town, hath already made in this history, the reader will conclude, doubtless, it must have been an easy matter to have discovered his house in London without knowing the particular street or square which he inhabited, since he must have been one whom everybody knows. To say the truth, so it would have been to any of those tradesmen who are accustomed to attend the regions of the great, for the doors of the grate are generally no less easy to find than it is difficult to get entrance into them. But Jones, as well as Partridge, was an entire stranger in London, and as he happened to arrive first in a quarter of the town, the inhabitants of which have very little intercourse with the householders of Hanover or Grosvenor Square, for he entered through Gray's Inn Lane, so he rambled about some time before he could even find his way to those happy mansions where fortune segregates from the vulgar those magnanimous heroes, the descendants of ancient Britons, Saxons, or Danes, whose ancestors, being born in better days by sundry kinds of merit, have entailed riches and honour on their posterity. Jones, being at length arrived at those terrestrial Elysian fields, would now soon have discovered his lordship's mansion, but the peer unluckily quitted his former house when he went for Ireland, and as he was just entered into a new one, the fame of his equipage had not yet sufficiently blazed in the neighbourhood, so that, after a successless inquiry until the clock had struck 11, Jones at last yielded to the advice of Partridge, and retreated to the Bull and Gate in Holborn, that being the inn where he had first alighted, and where he retired to enjoy that kind of repose which usually attends persons in his circumstances. Early in the morning he again set forth in pursuit of Sophia, and many a weary step he took to no better purpose than before. At last, whether it was that fortune relented, or whether it was no longer in her power to disappoint him, he came into the very street which was honoured by his lordship's residence, and being directed to the house, he gave one gentle rap at the door. The porter, who, from the modesty of the knock, had conceived no high idea of the person approaching, conceived but little better from the appearance of Mr Jones, who was dressed in a suit of fustian, and had by his side the weapon formerly purchased of the serjeant, of which, though the blade might be composed of well-tempered steel, the handle was composed only of brass, and that none of the brightest. When Jones therefore inquired after the young lady who had come to town with his lordship, this fellow answered, that there were no ladies there. Jones then desired to see the master of the house, but was informed that his lordship would see nobody that morning; and upon growing more pressing, the porter said, he had positive orders to let no person in, but if you think proper, said he, to leave your name, I will acquaint his lordship, and if you call another time you shall know when he will see you. Jones now declared that he had a very particular business with the young lady, and could not depart without seeing her. Upon which the porter, with no very agreeable voice or aspect, affirmed, that there was no young lady in that house, and consequently none could he see; adding, sure you are the strangest man I ever met with, for you will not take an answer. I have often thought that, by the particular description of Cerberus, the porter of hell, in the 6th Aeneid, Virgil might possibly intend to satirize the porters of the great men in his time. The picture, at least, resembles those who have the honour to attend at the doors of our great men. The porter in his lodge answers exactly to Cerberus in his den, and, like him, must be appeased by a sop before access can be gained to his master. Perhaps Jones might have seen him in that light, and have recollected the passage where the Sibyl, in order to procure an entrance for Aeneas, presents the keeper of the Stygian avenue with such a sop. Jones, in like manner, now began to offer a bribe to the human Cerberus, which a footman, overhearing, instantly advanced and declared, if Mr Jones would give him the sum proposed, he would conduct him to the lady. Jones instantly agreed, and was forthwith conducted to the lodging of Mrs Fitzpatrick by the very fellow who had attended the ladies thither the day before. Nothing more aggravates ill success than the near approach to good. The gamester, who loses his party at a piquet by a single point, laments his bad luck 10 times as much as he who never came within a prospect of the game. So in a lottery, the proprietors of the next numbers to that which wins the great prize are apt to account themselves much more unfortunate than their fellow sufferers. In short, these kind of hairbreadth missings of happiness look like the insults of fortune, who may be considered as thus playing tricks with us, and wantonly diverting herself at our expense. Jones, who more than once already had experienced this frolicsome disposition of the heathen goddess, was now again doomed to be tantalized in the like manner; for he arrived at the door of Mrs Fitzpatrick about 10 minutes after the departure of Sophia. He now addressed himself to the waiting woman belonging to Mrs Fitzpatrick, who told him the disagreeable news that the lady was gone, but could not tell him whither; and the same answer he afterwards received from Mrs Fitzpatrick herself. For as that lady made no doubt but that Mr Jones was a person detached from her uncle Western, in pursuit of his daughter, so she was too generous to betray her. Though Jones had never seen Mrs Fitzpatrick, yet he had heard that a cousin of Sophia was married to a gentleman of that name. This, however, in the present tumult of his mind, never once recurred to his memory; but when the footman who had conducted him from his lordship's acquainted him with the great intimacy between the ladies, and with their calling each other cousin, he then recollected the story of the marriage which he had formerly heard, and as he was presently convinced that this was the same woman, he became more surprized at the answer which he had received, and very earnestly desired leave to wait on the lady herself. But she as positively refused him that honour. Jones, who, though he had never seen a court, was better bred than most who frequent it, was incapable of any rude or abrupt behaviour to a lady. When he had received, therefore, a peremptory denial, he retired for the present, saying to the waiting woman, that if this was an improper hour to wait on her lady, he would return in the afternoon, and that he then hoped to have the honour of seeing her. The civility with which he uttered this, added to the great comeliness of his person, made an impression on the waiting woman, and she could not help answering, "Perhaps, sir, you may." And indeed, she afterwards said everything to her mistress which she thought most likely to prevail on her to admit a visit from the handsome young gentleman, for so she called him. Jones very shrewdly suspected that Sophia herself was now with her cousin, and was denied to him, which he imputed to her resentment of what had happened at Upton. Having, therefore, dispatched Partridge to procure him lodgings, he remained all day in the street, watching the door where he thought his angel lay concealed; but no person did he see issue forth, except a servant of the house, and in the evening he returned to pay his visit to Mrs Fitzpatrick, which that good lady at last condescended to admit. There was a certain air of natural gentility, which it is neither in the power of dress to give, nor to conceal. Mr Jones, as hath before been hinted, was possessed of this in a very eminent degree. He met, therefore, with a reception from the lady somewhat different from what his apparel seemed to demand, and after he had paid her his proper respects, was desired to sit down. The reader will not, I believe, be desirous of knowing all the particulars of this conversation, which ended very little to the satisfaction of poor Jones. For though Mrs Fitzpatrick soon discovered the lover, as all women have the eyes of hawks in those matters, yet she still thought it was such a lover as a generous friend of the lady should not betray her to. In short, she suspected this was the very Mr Blifil from whom Sophia had flown, and all the answers which she artfully drew from Jones concerning Mr Allworthy's family confirmed her in this opinion. She therefore strictly denied any knowledge concerning the place whither Sophia was gone, nor could Jones obtain more than a permission to wait on her again the next evening. When Jones was departed, Mrs Fitzpatrick communicated her suspicion concerning Mr Blifil to her maid, who answered, "Sure, madam, he is too pretty a man, in my opinion, for any woman in the world to run away from. I'd rather fancy it is Mr Jones." "Mr Jones!" said the lady. "What Jones?" For Sophia had not given the least hint of any such person in all their conversation; but Mrs Honour had been much more communicative, and had acquainted her sister Abigail with the whole history of Jones, which this now again related to her mistress. Mrs Fitzpatrick no sooner received this information than she immediately agreed with the opinion of her maid, and, what is very unaccountable, saw charms in the gallant, happy lover, which she had overlooked in the slighted squire. "Betty," says she, "you are certainly in the right. He is a very pretty fellow, and I don't wonder that my cousin's maid should tell you so many women are fond of him. I am sorry now I did not inform him where my cousin was, and yet, if he be so terrible a rake as you tell me, it is a pity she should ever see him any more, for what but her ruin can happen from marrying such a rake and a beggar against her father's consent? I protest, if he be such a man as the wench described him to you, it is but an office of charity to keep her from him, and I am sure it would be unpardonable in me to do otherwise, who have tasted so bitterly of the misfortunes attending such marriages." Here she was interrupted by the arrival of a visitor, which was no other than his lordship; and as nothing passed at this visit either new or extraordinary, or anyways material to this history, we shall here put an end to this chapter. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3. A project of Mrs Fitzpatrick, and her visit to Lady Bellaston. When Mrs Fitzpatrick retired to rest, her thoughts were entirely taken up by her cousin Sophia and Mr Jones. She was, indeed, a little offended with the former, for the disingenuity which she now discovered. In which meditation she had not long exercised her imagination before the following conceit suggested itself, that, could she possibly become the means of preserving Sophia from this man, and of restoring her to her father, she should, in all human probability, by so great a service to the family, reconcile to herself both her uncle and her Aunt Western. As this was one of her most favourite wishes, so the hope of success seemed so reasonable, that nothing remained but to consider of proper methods to accomplish her scheme. To attempt to reason the case with Sophia did not appear to her one of those methods; for, as Betty had reported from Mrs Honour that Sophia had a violent inclination to Jones, she conceived that to dissuade her from the match was an endeavour of the same kind as it would be very heartily and earnestly to entreat a moth not to fly into a candle. If the reader will please to remember that the acquaintance which Sophia had with Lady Bellaston was contracted at the house of Mrs Western, and must have grown at the very time when Mrs Fitzpatrick lived with this latter lady, he will want no information that Mrs Fitzpatrick must have been acquainted with her likewise. They were, besides, both equally her distant relations. After much consideration, therefore, she resolved to go early in the morning to that lady, and endeavour to see her, unknown to Sophia, and to acquaint her with the whole affair; for she did not in the least doubt but that the prudent lady, who had often ridiculed romantic love and indiscreet marriages in her conversation, would very readily concur in her sentiments concerning this match, and would lend her utmost assistance to prevent it. This resolution she accordingly executed, and the next morning before the sun she huddled on her clothes, and at a very unfashionable, unreasonable, unvisitable hour went to Lady Bellaston, to whom she got access, without the least knowledge or suspicion of Sophia, who, though not asleep, lay at that time awake in her bed, with Honour snoring by her side. Mrs Fitzpatrick made many apologies for an early abrupt visit at an hour when, she said, she should not have thought of disturbing her ladyship, but upon business of the utmost consequence. She then opened the whole affair, told all she had heard from Betty, and did not forget the visit which Jones had paid to herself the preceding evening. Lady Bellaston answered with a smile, "Then you have seen this terrible man, madam? Pray, is he so very fine a figure as he is represented? For Etoff entertained me last night almost 2 hours with him. The wench, I believe, is in love with him by reputation." Here the reader will be apt to wonder, but the truth is, that Mrs Etoff, who had the honour to pin and unpin the Lady Bellaston, had received complete information regarding the said Mr Jones, and had faithfully conveyed the same to her lady last night, or rather that morning, while she was undressing, on which account she had been detained in her office above the space of an hour and a half. The lady, indeed, though generally well enough pleased with the narratives of Mrs Etoff at those seasons, gave an extraordinary attention to her account of Jones, for Honour had described him as a very handsome fellow, and Mrs Etoff, in her hurry, added so much to the beauty of his person to her report, that Lady Bellaston began to conceive him to be a kind of miracle in nature. The curiosity which her woman had inspired was now greatly increased by Mrs Fitzpatrick, who spoke as much in favour of the person of Jones as she had before spoken in dispraise of his birth, character, and fortune. When Lady Bellaston had heard the whole, she answered gravely, "Indeed, madam, this is a matter of great consequence. Nothing can certainly be more commendable than the part you act, and I shall be very glad to have my share in the preservation of a young lady of so much merit, and for whom I have so much esteem." "Doth not your ladyship think," says Mrs Fitzpatrick eagerly, "that it would be the best way to write immediately to my uncle, and acquaint him where my cousin is?" The lady pondered a little upon this, and answered, "Why, no, madam, I think not. Di Western hath described her brother to me to be such a brute, that I cannot consent to put any woman under his power who hath escaped from it. I have heard he behaved like a monster to his own wife, for he is one of those wretches who think they have the right to tyrannize over us, and from such I shall ever esteem it the cause of my sex to rescue any woman who is so unfortunate to be under their power. The business, dear cousin, will be only to keep Miss Western from seeing this young fellow till the good company, which you will have an opportunity of meeting here, give her a proper turn." "If he should find her out, madam," answered the other, Your ladyship may be assured he will leave nothing unattempted to come at her. But, madam, replied the lady, it is impossible he should come here, though indeed it is possible he may get some intelligence where she is, and they may lurk about the house. I wish, therefore, I knew his person. Is there no way, madam, by which I could have a sight of him? For otherwise, you know, cousin, she may contrive to see him here without my knowledge. Mrs Fitzpatrick answered, that he hath threatened her with another visit that afternoon, and that, if her ladyship pleased to do her the honour of calling upon her then, she would hardly fail of seeing him between 6 and 7, and if he came earlier, she would, by some means or other, detain him till her ladyship's arrival. Lady Bellaston replied, she would come the moment she could get from dinner, which she supposed would be by 7 at farthest, for that it was absolutely necessary she should be acquainted with his person. Upon my word, madam, says she, it was very good to take this care of Miss Western, but common humanity, as well as regard to our family, requires it of us both, for it would be a dreadful match indeed. Mrs Fitzpatrick failed not to make a proper return to the compliment which Lady Bellaston had bestowed on her cousin, and after some little immaterial conversation, withdrew, and getting as fast as she could into her chair, unseen by Sophia or Honour, returned home. End of chapter 3. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding, Book 13, Chapter 4, which consists of visiting. Mr. Jones had walked within sight of a certain door during the whole day, which, though one of the shortest, appeared to him one of the longest in the whole year. At length, the clock having struck 5, he returned to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who, though it was a full hour earlier than the decent time of visiting, received him very civilly, but still persisted in her ignorance concerning Sophia. Jones, in asking for his angel, had dropped the word cousin, upon which Mrs. Fitzpatrick said, then, sir, you know we are related, and, as we are, you will permit me the right of inquiring into the particulars of your business with my cousin. Here Jones hesitated a good while, and at last answered, he had a considerable sum of money of hers in his hands, which he desired to deliver to her. He then produced the pocket book, and acquainted Mrs. Fitzpatrick with the contents, and with the method in which they came into his hands. He had scarce finished his story, when a most violent noise shook the whole house. To attempt to describe this noise to those who have heard it would be in vain, and to aim at giving any idea of it to those who have never heard the like would be still more in vain, for it may be truly said, non acuta sic geminant, corribantas aera. The priests of Cybele do not so rattle their sounding brass. In short, a footman knocked, or rather thundered, at the door. Jones was a little surprized at the sound, having never heard it before, but Mrs. Fitzpatrick very calmly said, that, as some company were coming, she could not make him any answer now, but if he pleased to stay till they were gone, she intimated she had something to say to him. The door of the room now flew open, and after pushing in her hoop sideways before her, entered Lady Bellaston, who, having first made a very low curtsy to Mrs. Fitzpatrick, and as low a one to Mr. Jones, was ushered to the upper end of the room. We mention these minute matters for the sake of some country ladies of our acquaintance, who think it contrary to the rules of modesty to bend their knees to a man. The company were hardly well settled before the arrival of the peer lately mentioned caused a fresh disturbance, and a repetition of ceremonials. These being over, the conversation began to be, as the phrase is, extremely brilliant. However, as nothing passed in it which can be thought material to this history, or indeed very material in itself, I shall omit the relation, the rather as I have known some very fine polite conversation grow extremely dull when transcribed into books or repeated on the stage. Indeed, this mental repast is a dainty, of which those who are excluded from polite assemblies must be contented to remain as ignorant as they must of the several dainties of French cookery, which are served only at the tables of the great. To say the truth, as neither of these are adapted to every taste, they might both be often thrown away on the vulgar. Poor Jones was rather a spectator of this elegant scene than an actor in it; for though, in the short interval before the peer's arrival, Lady Bellaston first, and afterwards Mrs. Fitzpatrick, had addressed some of their discourse to him, yet no sooner was the noble lord entered than he engrossed the whole attention of the two ladies to himself, and as he took no more notice of Jones than if no such person had been present, unless by now and then staring at him, the ladies followed his example. The company had now stayed so long that Mrs Fitzpatrick plainly perceived they all designed to stay out each other. She therefore resolved to rid herself of Jones, he being the visitant to whom she thought the least ceremony was due. Taking therefore an opportunity of a cessation of chat, she addressed herself gravely to him, and said, "Sir, I shall not possibly be able to give you an answer to-night as to that business, but if you please leave word where I may send to you to-morrow." Jones had natural, but not artificial, good breeding. Instead, therefore, of communicating the secret of his lodgings to a servant, he acquainted the lady herself with it particularly, and soon after very ceremoniously withdrew. He was no sooner gone than the great personages, who had taken no notice of him present, began to take much notice of him in his absence. But if the reader hath already excused us from relating the more brilliant part of this conversation, he will surely be very ready to excuse the repetition of what may be called vulgar abuse, though perhaps it may be material to our history to mention an observation of Lady Bellaston, who took her leave in a few minutes after him, and then said to Mrs Fitzpatrick at her departure, "I am satisfied on the account of my cousin. She can be in no danger from this fellow." Our history shall follow the example of Lady Bellaston, and take leave of the present company, which was now reduced to 2 persons, between whom, as nothing passed, which in the least concerns our reader, we shall not suffer ourselves to be diverted by it from matters which must seem of more consequence to all of those who are at all interested in the affairs of our hero. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. An adventure which happened to Mr Jones at his lodgings, with some account of a young gentleman who lodged there, and of the mistress of the house, and her 2 daughters. The next morning, as early as it was decent, Jones attended at Mrs Fitzpatrick's door, where he was answered that the lady was not at home, an answer which surprized him the more, as he had walked backwards and forwards in the street from break of day, and if she had gone out he must have seen her. This answer, however, he was obliged to receive, and not only now, but to 5 several visits which he made her that day. To be plain with the reader, the noble peer had from some reason or other, perhaps from a regard for the lady's honour, insisted that she should not see Mr Jones, whom he looked on as a scrub, any more, and that the lady had complied in making that promise to which we now see her so strictly adhere. But as our gentle reader may possibly have a better opinion of the young gentleman than her ladyship, and may even have some concern, should it be apprehended that, during this unhappy separation from Sophia, he took up his residence either at an inn or in the street, we shall now give an account of his lodging, which was indeed in a very reputable house, and in a very good part of the town. Mr Jones, then, had often heard Mr Allworthy mention the gentleman at whose house he used to lodge when he was in town. This person, who, as Jones likewise knew, lived in Bond Street, was the widow of a clergyman, and was left by him at his decease in possession of 2 daughters, and of a complete set of manuscript sermons. Of these 2 daughters, Nancy, the elder, was now arrived at the age of 17, and Betty, the younger, at that of 10. Hither Jones had dispatched Partridge, and in this house he was provided with a room for himself in the 2nd floor, and with one for Partridge in the 4th. The 1st floor was inhabited by one of those young gentlemen, who, in the last age, were called men of wit and pleasure about town, and properly enough, for as men are usually denominated from their business or profession, so pleasure may be said to have been the only business or profession of those gentlemen to whom fortune had made all useful occupations unnecessary. Playhouses, coffee houses, and taverns were the scenes of their rendezvous. Wit and humour were the entertainment of their looser hours, and love was the business of their more serious moments. Wine and the muses conspired to kindle the brightest flames in their breasts, nor did they only admire, but some were able to celebrate the beauty they admired, and all to judge of the merit of such compositions. Such, therefore, were properly called the men of wit and pleasure, but I question whether the same appellation may, with the same propriety, be given to those young gentlemen of our times who have the same ambition to be distinguished for parts. Wit, certainly, they have nothing to do with. To give them their due, they soar a step higher than their predecessors, and may be called men of wisdom and virtù. Take heed you do not read virtue. Thus, at an age when the gentleman above mentioned, employ their time in toasting the charms of a woman, or in making sonnets in her praise, in giving their opinion of a play at the theatre, or of a poem at Will's or Button's, these gentlemen are considering the methods to bribe a corporation, or meditating in speeches for the House of Commons, or rather for the magazines. But the science of gaming is that which above all others employs their thoughts. These are the studies of their graver hours, while for their amusements they have the vast circle of connoisseurship, painting, music, statuary, and natural philosophy, or rather unnatural, which deals in the wonderful, and knows nothing of nature, except her monsters and imperfections. When Jones had spent the whole day in vain inquiries after Mrs Fitzpatrick, he returned at last disconsolate to his apartment. Here, while he was venting his grief in private, he heard a violent uproar below stairs, and soon after a female voice begged him for heaven's sake to come and prevent murder. Jones, who was never backward on any occasion to help the distressed, immediately ran downstairs, when, stepping into the dining room, whence all the noise issued, he beheld the young gentleman of wisdom and virtù just before mentioned, pinned close to the wall by his footman, and a young woman standing by, wringing her hands and crying out, "He will be murdered! He will be murdered!" And indeed the poor gentleman seemed in some danger of being choked, when Jones flew hastily to his assistance, and rescued him, just as he was breathing his last, from the unmerciful clutches of the enemy. Though the fellow had received several kicks and cuffs from the little gentleman, who had more spirit than strength, he had made it a kind of scruple of conscience to strike his master, and would have contented himself with only choking him. But towards Jones he bore no such respect. He no sooner therefore found himself a little roughly handled by his new antagonist, than he gave him one of those punches in the guts, which, though the spectators at Broughton's amphitheatre have such exquisite delight in seeing them, convey but very little pleasure in the feeling. The lusty youth had no sooner received this blow than he meditated a most grateful return, and now ensued a combat between Jones and the footman, which was very fierce, but short; for this fellow was no more able to contend with Jones than his master had before been to contend with him. And now Fortune, according to her usual custom, reversed the face of affairs. The former victor lay breathless on the ground, and the vanquished gentleman had recovered breath enough to thank Mr Jones for his seasonable assistance. He received likewise the hearty thanks of the young woman present, who was indeed no other than Miss Nancy, the eldest daughter of the house. The footman, having now recovered his legs, shook his head at Jones, and with a sagacious look cried, "Oh, damn me! I'll have nothing more to do with you. You have been upon the stage, or I'm damnably mistaken." And indeed we may forgive this his suspicion, for such was the agility and strength of our hero, that he was, perhaps, a match for one of the first-rate boxers, and could, with great ease, have beaten all the muffled graduates of Mr Broughton's school. Note at muffled. Lest posterity should be puzzled by this epithet, I think proper to explain it by an advertisement which was published February 1st, 1747. N.B. Mr Broughton proposes, with proper assistance, to open an academy at his house in the Haymarket, for the instruction of those who are willing to be initiated in the mystery of boxing, where the whole theory and practice of that truly British art, with all the various stops, blows, cross buttocks, etc., incident to combatants, will be fully taught and explained, and that persons of quality and distinction may not be deterred from entering into a course of those lectures. They will be given with the utmost tenderness in regard to the delicacy of the frame and constitution of the pupil, for which reason muffles are provided, that will effectually secure them from the inconveniency of black eyes, broken jaws, and bloody noses. The master, foaming with wrath, ordered his man immediately to strip, to which the latter very readily agreed on condition of receiving his wages. This condition was presently complied with, and the fellow was discharged. And now the young gentleman, whose name was Nightingale, very strenuously insisted that his deliverer should take part of a bottle of wine with him, to which Jones, after much entreaty, consented, though more out of complaisance than inclination, for the uneasiness of his mind fitted him very little for conversation at this time. Miss Nancy likewise, who was the only female then in the house, her mamma and sister being both gone to the play, condescended to favour them with her company. When the bottle and glasses were on the table, the gentleman began to relate the occasion of the preceding disturbance. I hope, sir, he said to Jones, you will not from this accident conclude that I make a custom of striking my servants, for I assure you this is the first time I have been guilty of it in my remembrance, and I have passed by many provoking faults in this very fellow before he could provoke me to it. But when you hear what hath happened this evening, you will, I believe, think me excusable. I happened to come home several hours before my usual time, when I found 4 gentlemen of the cloth at whist by my fire, and my hoyle, sir, my best hoyle, which cost me a guinea, lying open on the table, with a quantity of porter spilt on one of the most material leaves of the whole book. This, you will allow, was provoking, but I said nothing till the rest of the honest company were gone, and then gave the fellow a gentle rebuke, who, instead of expressing any concern, made me a pert answer, that servants must have their diversions as well as the other people, that he was sorry for the accident which had happened to the book, but that several of his acquaintance had bought the same for a shilling, and that I might stop as much in his wages if I pleased. I now gave him a severer reprimand than before, which the rascal had the insolence to. In short, he imputed my early coming home to. In short, he cast a reflection. He mentioned the name of a young lady in such a manner that incensed me beyond all patience, and in my passion I struck him. Jones answered, that he believed no person living would blame him. For my part, said he, I confess I should, on the last mentioned provocation, have done the same thing. Our company had not sat long before they were joined by the mother and daughter, at their return from the play. And now they all spent a very cheerful evening together, for all but Jones were heartily merry, and even he put on as much constrained mirth as possible. Indeed, half his natural flow of animal spirits, joined to the sweetness of his temper, was sufficient to make a most amiable companion, and notwithstanding the heaviness of his heart, so agreeable did he make himself on the present occasion, that, at their breaking up, the young gentleman earnestly desired his further acquaintance. Miss Nancy was well pleased with him, and the widow, quite charmed with her new lodger, invited him, with the other, next morning to breakfast. Jones, on his part, was no less satisfied. As for Miss Nancy, though a very little creature, she was extremely pretty, and the widow had all the charms which can adorn a woman near 50. As she was one of the most innocent creatures in the world, so she was one of the most cheerful. She never thought, nor spoke, nor wished any ill, and had constantly that desire of pleasing, which may be called the happiest of all desires, in this, that it scarce ever fails of attaining its ends, when not disgraced by affectation. In short, though her power was very small, she was in her heart one of the warmest friends. She had been a most affectionate wife, and was a most fond and tender mother. As our history doth not, like a newspaper, give great characters to people who never were heard of before, nor will ever be heard of again, the reader may hence conclude that this excellent woman will hereafter appear to be of some importance in our history. Nor was Jones a little pleased with the young gentleman himself, whose wine he had been drinking. He thought he discerned in him much good sense, though a little too much tainted with town foppery. But what recommended him most to Jones were some sentiments of great generosity and humanity, which occasionally dropped from him, and particularly many expressions of the highest disinterestedness in the affair of love. On which subject the young gentleman delivered himself in a language which might have very well become an Arcadian shepherd of old, and which appeared very extraordinary when proceeding from the lips of a modern fine gentleman. But he was only won by imitation, and meant by nature for a much better character. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. What arrived while the company were at breakfast, with some hints concerning the government of daughters. Our company brought together in the morning the same good inclinations toward each other with which they had separated the evening before, but poor Jones was extremely disconsolate, for he had just received information from Partridge that Mrs Fitzpatrick had left her lodging, and that he could not learn whither she was gone. This news highly afflicted him, and his countenance, as well as his behaviour, in defiance of all his endeavours to the contrary, betrayed manifest indications of a disordered mind. The discourse turned at present, as before, on love, and Mr Nightingale again expressed many of those warm, generous, and disinterested sentiments upon the subject, which wise and sober men call romantic, but which wise and sober women generally regard in a better light. Mrs Miller, for so the mistress of the house was called, greatly approved these sentiments, But when the young gentleman appealed to Miss Nancy, she answered only, that she believed the gentleman who had spoke the least was capable of feeling most. This compliment was so apparently directed to Jones, that we should have been sorry had he passed it by unregarded. He made her indeed a very polite answer, and concluded with an oblique hint, that her own silence subjected her to a suspicion of the same kind; for indeed she had scarce opened her lips, either now or the last evening. "I am glad, Nanny," says Mrs Miller, "the gentleman hath made the observation. I protest I am almost of his opinion. What can be the matter with you, child? I never saw such an alteration. What is become of all your gaiety? Would you think, sir, I used to call her my little prattler? She hath not spoke 20 words this week." Here the conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a maidservant, who brought a bundle in her hand, which, she said, was delivered by a porter for Mr Jones. She added, that the man immediately went away, saying it required no answer. Jones expressed some surprize on this occasion, and declared it must be some mistake; but the maid persisting that she was certain of the name, all the women were desirous of having the bundle immediately opened, which operation was at length performed by little Betsy, with the consent of Mr Jones, and the contents were found to be a domino, a mask, and a masquerade ticket. Jones was now more positive than ever in asserting that these things must have been delivered by mistake, and Mrs Miller herself expressed some doubt, and said, she knew not what to think. But when Mr Nightingale was asked, he delivered a very different opinion. "All I can conclude from it, sir," said he, "is that you are a very happy man, for I make no doubt but that these were sent to you by some lady whom you will have the happiness of meeting at the masquerade." Jones had not a sufficient degree of vanity to entertain such flattering imagination, nor did Mrs Miller herself give much assent to what Mr Nightingale had said, till Miss Nancy, having lifted up the domino, a card dropped from the sleeve, in which was written as follows: "To Mr Jones, the Queen of the Fairies sends you this. Use her favours not amiss." Mrs Miller and Miss Nancy now both agreed with Mr Nightingale; nay, Jones himself was almost persuaded to be of the same opinion; and as no other lady but Mrs Fitzpatrick, he thought, knew his lodging, he began to flatter himself with some hopes that it came from her, and that he might possibly see his Sophia. These hopes had surely very little foundation; but as the conduct of Mrs Fitzpatrick, in not seeing him according to her promise, and in quitting her lodgings, had been very odd and unaccountable, he conceived some faint hopes that she, of whom he had formerly heard a very whimsical character, might possibly intend to do him that service in a strange manner, which she declined doing by more ordinary methods. To say the truth, as nothing certain could be concluded from so odd and uncommon an incident, he had the greater latitude to draw what imaginary conclusions from it he pleased. As his temper, therefore, was naturally sanguine, he indulged it on this occasion, and his imagination worked up 1,000 conceits to favour and support his expectations of meeting his dear Sophia in the evening. Reader, if thou hast any good wishes towards me, I will fully repay them by wishing thee to be possessed of this sanguine disposition of mine, since, after having read much and considered long on that subject of happiness which has employed so many great pens, I am almost inclined to fix it in the possession of this temper, which puts us, in a manner, out of reach of fortune, and makes us happy without her assistance. Indeed, the sensations of pleasure it gives are much more constant, as well as much keener, than those which that blind lady bestows, nature having wisely contrived that some satiety and languor should be annexed to all our real enjoyments, lest we should be so taken up by them as to be stopped from further pursuits. I make no manner of doubt but that, in this light, we may see the imaginary future Chancellor just called to the bar, the Archbishop in crape, and the Prime Minister at the tail of an opposition, more truly happy than those who are invested with all the power and profit of those respective offices. Mr Jones having now determined to go to the masquerade that evening, Mr Nightingale offered to conduct him thither. The young gentleman, at the same time, offered tickets to Miss Nancy and her mother, but the good woman would not accept them. She said, she did not conceive the harm which some people imagined in a masquerade, but that such extravagant diversions were proper only for persons of quality and fortune, and not for young women who were to get their living, and could, at best, hope to be married to a good tradesman. "A tradesman!" cries Nightingale. "You shan't undervalue my Nancy. There is not a nobleman on earth above her merit." "Oh fie, Mr Nightingale," answered Mrs Miller, "you must not fill the girl's head with such fancies; but if it was her good luck." says the mother with a simper, to find a gentleman of your generous way of thinking. I hope she would make a better return to his generosity than to give her mind up to extravagant pleasures. Indeed, where young ladies bring great fortunes themselves, they have some right to insist on spending what is their own. And on that account I have heard the gentleman say, a man has sometimes a better bargain with a poor wife than with a rich one. But let my daughters marry whom they will. I shall endeavour to make them blessings to their husbands. I beg, therefore, I may hear of no more masquerades. Nancy is, I am certain, too good a girl to desire to go, for she must remember when you carried her thither last year it almost turned her head, and she did not return to herself, or to her needle, in a month afterwards. Though a gentle sigh, which stole from the bosom of Nancy, seemed to argue some secret disapprobation of these sentiments, she did not dare openly to oppose them. For as this good woman had all the tenderness, so she had preserved all the authority of a parent; and as her indulgence to the desires of children was restrained only by her fears for their safety and future welfare, so she never suffered those commands which proceeded from such fears to be either disobeyed or disputed. And this the young gentleman, who had lodged 2 years in the house, knew so well, that he presently acquiesced in the refusal. Mr Nightingale, who grew every minute fonder of Jones, was very desirous of his company that day to dinner at the tavern, where he offered to introduce him to some of his acquaintance. But Jones begged to be excused, as his clothes, he said, were not yet come to town. To confess the truth, Mr Jones was now in a situation which sometimes happens to be the case of young gentlemen of much better figure than himself. In short, he had not 1 penny in his pocket, a situation in much greater credit among the ancient philosophers than among the modern wise men who live in Lombard Street, or those who frequent White's chocolate house. And perhaps the great honours which those philosophers have ascribed to an empty pocket may be one of the reasons of that high contempt in which they are held in the aforesaid street and chocolate house. Now, if the ancient opinion that men might live very comfortably on virtue only be, as the modern wise men just above mentioned pretend to have discovered, a notorious error, no less false is, I apprehend, that position of some writers of romance, that a man can live altogether on love. For however delicious repast this may afford to some of our senses or appetites, it is most certain it can afford none to others. Those, therefore, who have placed too great a confidence in such writers, have experienced their error when it was too late, and have found that love was no more capable of allaying hunger than a rose is capable of delighting the ear, or a violin of gratifying the smell. Notwithstanding, therefore, all the delicacies which love had set before him, namely, the hopes of seeing Sophia at the masquerade, on which, however ill-founded his imagination might be, he had voluptuously feasted during the whole day, the evening no sooner came than Mr Jones began to languish for some food of a grosser kind. Partridge discovered this by intuition, and took the occasion to give some oblique hints concerning the bank bill, and, when these were rejected with disdain, he collected courage enough once more to mention a return to Mr Allworthy. Partridge, cries Jones, you cannot see my fortune in a more desperate light than I see it myself, and I begin heartily to repent that I suffered you to leave a place where you was settled, and to follow me. However, I insist now on your returning home, and for the expense and trouble which you have so kindly put yourself to on my account, all the clothes I left behind in your care I desire you would take as your own. I am sorry I can make you no other acknowledgment. He spoke these words with so pathetic an accent that Partridge, among whose vices ill nature or hardness of heart were not numbered, burst into tears, and after swearing he would not quit him in his distress, he began with the most earnest entreaties to urge his return home. For heaven's sake, sir, says he, do but consider. What can your honour do? How is it possible you can live in this town without money? Do what you will, sir, or go wherever you please. I am resolved not to desert you, but pray, sir, consider, do pray, sir, for your own sake, take it into your consideration, and I'm sure, says he, that your own good sense will bid you return home. How often shall I tell thee, answered Jones, that I have no home to return to? Had I any hopes that Mr Allworthy's doors would be open to receive me, I want no distress to urge me. Nay, there is no other cause upon earth which could detain me a moment from flying to his presence, but alas, that I am for ever banished from. His last words were, O Partridge, they still ring in my ears. His last words were, when he gave me a sum of money, what it was I know not, but considerable I'm sure it was. His last words were, I am resolved from this day forward on no account to converse with you any more. Here passion stopped the mouth of Jones, as surprise for a moment did that of Partridge. but he soon recovered the use of speech, and after a short preface, in which he declared he had no inquisitiveness in his temper, inquired what Jones meant by a considerable sum, he knew not how much, and what was become of the money. In both these points he now received full satisfaction, on which he was proceeding to comment, when he was interrupted by a message from Mr Nightingale, who desired his master's company in his apartment. When the two gentlemen were both attired for the masquerade, and Mr Nightingale had given orders for chairs to be sent for, a circumstance of distress occurred to Jones, which will appear very ridiculous to many of my readers. This was how to procure a shilling. But if such readers will reflect a little on what they have themselves felt from the want of £1,000, or perhaps of 10 or 20, to execute a favourite scheme, they will have a perfect idea of what Mr Jones felt on this occasion. For this sum, therefore, he applied to Partridge, which was the first he had permitted him to advance, and was the last he intended that poor fellow should advance in his service. To say the truth, Partridge had lately made no offer of this kind. Whether it was that he desired to see the bank bill broke in upon, or that distress should prevail on Jones to return home, or from what other motive it proceeded, I will not determine. End of chapter 6. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding, Book 13, Chapter 7. Containing the whole humours of a masquerade. Our cavaliers now arrived at that temple where Heidegger, the great arbiter delicarium, the great high priest of pleasure, presides, and, like other heathen priests, imposes on his votaries by the pretended presence of the deity, when in reality no such deity is there. Mr Nightingale, having taken a turn or two with his companion, soon left him, and walked off with a female, saying, "Now you are here, sir, you must beat about for your own game." Jones began to entertain strong hopes that his Sophia was present, and these hopes gave him more spirits than the lights, the music, and the company, though these are pretty strong antidotes against the spleen. He now accosted every woman he saw whose stature, shape, or air bore any resemblance to his angel, to all of whom he endeavoured to say something smart, in order to engage in answer, by which he might discover that voice which he thought it impossible he should mistake. Some of these answered by a question in a squeaking voice. "Do you know me?" Much the greater number said, "I don't know you, sir," and nothing more. Some called him an impertinent fellow. Some made him no answer at all. Some said, "Indeed, I don't know your voice, and I shall have nothing to say to you." And many gave him as kind answers as he could wish, but not in the voice he desired to hear. Whilst he was talking with one of these last, who was in the habit of a shepherdess, a lady in a domino came up to him, and slapping him on the shoulder, whispered to him at the same time in the ear, "If you talk any longer with that trollop, I will acquaint Miss Western." Jones no sooner heard that name, than, immediately quitting his former companion, he applied to the domino, begging and entreating her to show him the lady she had mentioned, if she was then in the room. The mask walked hastily to the upper end of the innermost apartment before she spoke, and then, instead of answering him, sat down and declared she was tired. Jones sat down by her, and still persisted in his entreaties. At last the lady coldly answered, "I imagine Mr Jones had been a more discerning lover than to suffer any disguise to conceal his mistress from him." "Is she here then, madam?" replied Jones with some vehemence. Upon which the lady cried, "Hush, sir, you will be observed. I promise you, upon my honour, Miss Western is not here." Jones, now taking the mask by the hand, fell to entreating her in the most earnest manner to acquaint him where he might find Sophia, and when he could obtain no direct answer, he began to upbraid her gently for having disappointed him the day before, and concluded, saying, "Indeed, my good fairy queen, I know your majesty very well, notwithstanding the affected disguise of your voice. Indeed, Mrs Fitzpatrick, it is a little cruel to divert yourself at the expense of my torments." The mask answered, "Though you have so ingeniously discovered me, I must still speak in the same voice, lest I should be known by others. And do you think, good sir, that I have no greater regard for my cousin than to insist in carrying on an affair between you two, which must end in her ruin as well as your own? Besides, I promise you, my cousin is not mad enough to consent to her own destruction, if you are so much her enemy as to tempt her to it." "Alas, madam," said Jones, "you little know my heart, when you call me an enemy of Sophia." "And yet to ruin any one," cries the other, you will allow is the act of an enemy, and when by the same act you must knowingly and certainly bring ruin on yourself, is it not folly or madness as well as guilt? Now, sir, my cousin hath very little more than her father will please to give her, very little for one of her fashion. You know him, and you know your own situation. Jones vowed he had no such design on Sophia, that he would rather suffer the most violent of deaths than sacrifice her interest to his desires. He said, he knew how unworthy he was of her, every way, and that he had long ago resolved to quit all such aspiring thoughts, but that some strange accidents had made him desirous to see her once more, when he promised he would take leave of her for ever. No, madam, concluded he, my love is not of that base kind which seeks its own satisfaction at the expense of what is most dear to its object. I would sacrifice everything to the possession of my Sophia, but Sophia herself. Though the reader may have already conceived no very sublime idea of the virtue of the lady in the mask, and though possibly she may hereafter appear not to deserve one of the first characters of her sex, yet, it is certain, these generous sentiments made a strong impression upon her, and greatly added to the affection she had before conceived for our young hero. This lady now, after a silence of a few moments, said, she did not see his pretensions to Sophia so much in the light of presumptions as of imprudence. Young fellows, says she, can never have too aspiring thoughts. I love ambition in a young man, and I would have you cultivate it as much as possible. Perhaps you may succeed with those who are infinitely superior in fortune. Nay, I am convinced there are women. But don't you think me a strange creature, Mr. Jones, to be thus giving advice to a man with whom I am so little acquainted, and one with whose behaviour to me I have so little reason to be pleased? Here Jones began to apologize, and to hope he had not offended in anything he said of her cousin. To which the mask answered, and are you so little versed in the sex to imagine that you can well affront a lady more than by entertaining her with your passion for another woman? If the fairy queen had conceived no better opinion of your gallantry, she would scarce have appointed you to meet her at the masquerade. Jones had never less inclination to an amour than at present, but gallantry to the ladies was among his principles of honour, and he held it as much incumbent on him to accept a challenge to love, as if it had been a challenge to fight. Nay, his very love to Sophia made it necessary for him to keep well with the lady, as he made no doubt but she was capable of bringing him into the presence of the other. He began, therefore, to make a very warm answer to her last speech, when a mask, in the character of an old woman, joined them. This mask was one of those ladies who go to a masquerade only to vent ill nature, by telling people rude truths, and by endeavouring, as the phrase is, to spoil as much sport as they are able. This good lady, therefore, having observed Jones and his friend, whom she knew well, in close consultation together in a corner of the room, concluded she would nowhere satisfy her spleen better than by interrupting them. She attacked them, therefore, and soon drove them from their retirement, nor was she contented with this, but pursued them to every place which they shifted to avoid her, till Mr. Nightingale, seeing the distress of his friend, at last relieved him, and engaged the old woman in another pursuit. While Jones and his mask were walking together about the room to rid themselves of the teaser, he observed his lady speak to several masks, with the same freedom of acquaintance as if they had been barefaced. He could not help expressing his surprise at this, saying, "Sure, madam, you must have infinite discernment to know people in all disguises." To which the lady answered, "You cannot conceive anything more insipid and childish than a masquerade to the people of fashion, who in general know one another as well here as when they meet in an assembly or a drawing room. Nor will any woman of condition converse with a person with whom she is not acquainted. In short, the generality of persons whom you see here may more properly be said to kill time in this place than in any other, and generally retire from hence more tired than from the longest sermon. To say the truth, I begin to be in that situation myself, and if I have any faculty at guessing, you are not much better pleased. I protest it would be almost charity in me to go home for your sake." "I know but one charity equal to it," cries Jones, "and that is to suffer me to wait on you home." "Sure," answered the lady, "you have a strange opinion of me to imagine that upon such an acquaintance I would let you into my doors at this time of night. I fancy you impute the friendship I have shown my cousin to some other motive. Confess honestly, don't you consider this contrived interview as little better than a downright assignation?" Are you used, Mr. Jones, to make these sudden conquests? I am not used, madam, said Jones, to submit to such sudden conquests. But as you have taken my heart by surprise, the rest of my body hath a right to follow. So you must pardon me if I resolve to attend you wherever you go. He accompanied these words with some proper actions, upon which the lady, after a gentle rebuke, and saying their familiarity would be observed, told him, she was going to sup with an acquaintance, whither, she hoped, he would not follow her. For if you should, said she, I shall be thought an unaccountable creature, though my friend indeed is not censorious. Yet I hope you won't follow me. I protest I shall not know what to say if you do. The lady presently after quitted the masquerade, and Jones, notwithstanding the severe prohibition he had received, presumed to attend her. He was now reduced to the same dilemma we have mentioned before, namely, the want of a shilling, and could not relieve it by borrowing as before. He therefore walked boldly on after the chair in which his lady rode, pursued by a grand huzzah from all the chairmen present, who wisely take the best care they can to discountenance all walking afoot by their betters. Luckily, however, the gentry who attend at the opera house were too busy to quit their stations, and as the lateness of the hour prevented him from meeting many of their brethren in the street, he proceeded without molestation in a dress which, at another season, would have certainly raised a mob at his heels. The lady was set down in a street not far from Hanover Square, where the door being presently opened, she was carried in, and the gentleman, without any ceremony, walked in after her. Jones and his companion were now together in a very well furnished and well warmed room, when the female, still speaking in her masquerade voice, said she was surprised at her friend, who must absolutely have forgot her appointment, at which, after venting much resentment, she suddenly expressed some apprehension from Jones, and asked him what the world would think of their having been alone together in a house at that time of night. But instead of a direct answer to so important a question, Jones began to be very importunate with the lady to unmask. And at length having prevailed, there appeared not Mrs. Fitzpatrick, but the Lady Bellaston herself. It would be tedious to give the particular conversation, which consisted of very common and ordinary occurrences, and which lasted from 2 till 6 o'clock in the morning. It is sufficient to mention all of it that is anywise material to this history. And this was a promise that the lady would endeavour to find Sophia, and in a few days bring him to an interview with her, on condition that he would then take his leave of her. When this was thoroughly settled, and a second meeting in the evening appointed at the same place, they separated. The lady returned to her house, and Jones to his lodgings. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, containing a scene of distress which will appear very extraordinary to most of our readers. Jones, having refreshed himself with a few hours' sleep, summoned Partridge to his presence, and delivering him a banknote of £50, ordered him to go and change it. Partridge received this with sparkling eyes, though, when he came to reflect farther, it raised in him some suspicions not very advantageous to the honour of his master. To these the dreadful idea he had of the masquerade, the disguise in which his master had gone out and returned, and his having been abroad all night contributed. In plain language, the only way he could possibly find to account for the possession of this note was by robbery, and, to confess the truth, the reader, unless he should suspect it was owing to the generosity of Lady Bellaston, can hardly imagine any other. To clear, therefore, the honour of Mr. Jones, and to do justice by the liberality of the lady, he had really received this present from her, who, though she did not give much into the hackneyed charities of the age, such as building hospitals, etc., was not, however, entirely void of that Christian virtue, and conceived, very rightly I think, that a young fellow of merit, without a shilling in the world, was no improper object of this virtue. Mr. Jones and Mr. Nightingale had been invited to dine this day with Mrs. Miller. At the appointed hour, therefore, the two young gentlemen, with the two girls, attended in the parlour, where they waited from 3 till almost 5 before the good woman appeared. She had been out of town to visit a relation, of whom, at her return, she gave the following account. I hope, gentlemen, you will pardon my making you wait. I am sure if you knew the occasion. I have been to see a cousin of mine about 6 miles off, who now lies in. It should be a warning to all persons, says she, looking at her daughters, how they marry indiscreetly. There is no happiness in this world without a competency. Oh, Nancy, how shall I describe the wretched condition in which I found your poor cousin? She has scarce lain in a week, and there was she, this dreadful weather, in a cold room, without any curtains to her bed, and not a bushel of coals in her house to supply her with fire. Her second son, that sweet little fellow, lies ill of a quinsy in the same bed with his mother, for there is no other bed in the house. Poor little Tommy! I believe, Nancy, you will never see your favourite any more, for he is really very ill. The rest of the children are in pretty good health, but Molly, I am afraid, will do herself an injury. She is but 13 years old, Mr. Nightingale, and yet in my life I never saw a better nurse. She tends both her mother and her brother, and, what is wonderful in a creature so young, she shows all the cheerfulness in the world to her mother. And yet I saw the poor child, Mr. Nightingale, turn about, and privately wipe the tears from her eyes. Here Mrs. Miller was prevented by her own tears from going on, and there was not, I believe, a person present who did not accompany her in them. At length she a little recovered herself, and proceeded thus. In all this distress the mother supports her spirits in a surprising manner. The danger of her son sits heaviest upon her, and yet she endeavours as much as possible to conceal even this concern on her husband's account. Her grief, however, sometimes gets the better of all her endeavours, for she was always extravagantly fond of this boy, and a most sensible, sweet-tempered creature it is. I protest I was never more affected in my life than when I heard the little wretch, who was hardly yet 7 years old, while his mother was wetting him with her tears, beg her to be comforted. Indeed, mamma, cried the child, I shan't die. God Almighty, I'm sure, won't take Tommy away. Let heaven be ever so fine a place, I had rather stay here and starve with you and my papa than go to it. Pardon me, gentlemen, I can't help it, says she, wiping her eyes. Such sensibility and affection in a child, and yet, perhaps, he is the least object of pity. For a day or two will most probably place him beyond the reach of all human evils. The father is indeed most worthy of compassion. Poor man, his countenance is the very picture of horror, and he looks like one rather dead than alive. Oh, heavens! What a scene did I behold at my first coming into the room! The good creature was lying behind his bolster, supporting at once both his child and his wife. He had nothing on but a thin waistcoat, for his coat was spread over the bed to supply the want of blankets. When he rose up at my entrance, I scarce knew him. As comely a man, Mr. Jones, within this fortnight as you ever beheld. Mr. Nightingale has seen him. His eyes sunk, his face pale, with a long beard, his body shivering with cold, and worn with hunger too, for my cousin says she can hardly prevail upon him to eat. He told me himself in a whisper. He told me. I can't repeat it. He said he could not bear to eat the bread his children wanted. And yet, can you believe it, gentlemen? In all this misery, his wife has as good caudle as if she lay in the midst of the greatest affluence. I tasted it, and I scarce ever tasted better. The means of procuring her this, he said, he believed was sent to him by an angel from heaven. I know not what he meant, for I had not spirits enough to ask a single question. This was a love match, as they call it, on both sides. That is, a match between two beggars. I must indeed say I never saw a fonder couple, but what is their fondness good for but to torment each other? Indeed, mamma, cries Nancy, I have always looked upon my cousin Anderson, for that was her name, as one of the happiest of women. I am sure, says Mrs. Miller, the case at present is much otherwise, for anyone might have discerned that the tender consideration of each other's sufferings makes the most intolerable part of their calamity, both to the husband and the wife, compared to which hunger and cold, as they affect their own persons only, are scarce evils. Nay, the very children, the youngest, which is not 2 years old, excepted, feel in the same manner, for they are a most loving family, and if they had but a bare competency, would be the happiest people in the world. Well, I never saw the least sign of misery at their house, replied Nancy. I am sure my heart bleeds for what you now tell me. Oh, child, answered the mother, she hath always endeavoured to make the best of everything. They have always been in great distress, but indeed this absolute ruin hath been brought upon them by others. The poor man was bail for the villain his brother, and about a week ago, the very day before her lying in, their goods were all carried away, and sold by an execution. He sent a letter to me of it by one of the bailiffs, which the villain never delivered. What must he think of my suffering a week to pass before he heard of me? It was not with dry eyes that Jones heard this narrative. When it was ended, he took Mrs. Miller apart with him to another room, and delivering her his purse, in which was a sum of £50, desired her to send as much of it as she thought proper to these poor people. The look which Mrs. Miller gave Jones on this occasion is not easy to be described. She burst into a kind of agony of transport, and cried out, Good heavens! Is there such a man in the world? But recollecting herself, she said, "Indeed, I know one such, but can there be another?" "I hope, madam," cries Jones, "there are many who have common humanity, for to relieve such distresses in our fellow creatures can hardly be called more." Mrs Miller then took 10 guineas, which were the utmost he could prevail with her to accept, and said, she would find some means of conveying them early the next morning, adding, that she had herself done some little matter for the poor people, and had not left them in quite so much misery as she found them. They then returned to the parlour, where Nightingale expressed much concern at the dreadful situation of these wretches, whom indeed he knew, for he had seen them more than once at Mrs Miller's. He inveighed against the folly of making oneself liable for the debts of others, vented many bitter execrations against the brother, and concluded with wishing something could be done for the unfortunate family. "Suppose, madam," said he, "you should recommend them to Mr Allworthy? Or what do you think of a collection? I will give them a guinea with all my heart." Mrs Miller made no answer, and Nancy, to whom her mother had whispered the generosity of Jones, turned pale upon the occasion, though if either of them was angry with Nightingale, it was surely without reason. For the liberality of Jones, if he had known it, was not an example which he had any obligation to follow, and there are thousands who would not have contributed a single halfpenny, as indeed he did not in effect, for he made no tender of anything, and therefore, as the others thought proper to make no demand, he kept his money in his pocket. I have in truth observed, and shall never have a better opportunity than at present to communicate my observation, that the world are in general divided into 2 opinions concerning charity, which are the very reverse of each other. One party seems to hold that all acts of this kind are to be esteemed as voluntary gifts, and however little you give, if indeed no more than your good wishes, you acquire a great degree of merit in so doing. Others, on the contrary, appear to be as firmly persuaded that beneficence is a positive duty, and that whenever the rich fall greatly short of their ability in relieving the distresses of the poor, their pitiful largesses are so far from being meritorious, that they have only performed their duty by halves, and are in some sense more contemptible than those who have entirely neglected it. To reconcile these different opinions is not in my power. I shall only add, that the givers are generally of the former sentiment, and the receivers are almost universally inclined to the latter. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, which treats of matters of a very different kind from those in the preceding chapter. In the evening Jones met his lady again, and a long conversation again ensued between them, but as it consisted only of the same ordinary occurrences as before, we shall avoid mentioning particulars, which we despair of rendering agreeable to the reader, unless he is one whose devotion to the fair sex, like that of the papists to their saints, wants to be raised by the help of pictures. But I am so far from desiring to exhibit such pictures to the public, that I would wish to draw a curtain over those that have been lately set forth in certain French novels, very bungling copies of which have been presented to us here under the name of translations. Jones grew still more and more impatient to see Sophia, and finding, after repeated interviews with Lady Bellaston, no likelihood of obtaining this by her means, for, on the contrary, the lady began to treat even the mention of the name of Sophia with resentment, he resolved to try some other method. He made no doubt but that Lady Bellaston knew where his angel was, so he thought it most likely that some of her servants should be acquainted with the same secret. Partridge, therefore, was employed to get acquainted with those servants, in order to fish this secret out of them. Few situations can be imagined more uneasy than that to which his poor master was at present reduced, for, besides the difficulties he met with in discovering Sophia, besides the fears he had of having disobliged her, and the assurances he had received from Lady Bellaston of the resolution which Sophia had taken against him, and of her having purposely concealed herself from him, which he had sufficient reason to believe might be true, he had still a difficulty to combat which it was not in the power of his mistress to remove, however kind her inclination might have been. This was the exposing of her to be disinherited of all her father's estate, the almost inevitable consequence of their coming together without a consent, which he had no hopes of ever obtaining. Add to all these the many obligations which Lady Bellaston, whose violent fondness we can no longer conceal, had heaped upon him, so that by her means he was now become one of the best dressed men about town, and was not only relieved from those ridiculous distresses we have before mentioned, but was actually raised to a state of affluence beyond what he had ever known. Now, though there are many gentlemen who very well reconcile it to their consciences to possess themselves of the whole fortune of a woman without making her any kind of return, yet to a mind the proprietor of which doth not deserve to be hanged, nothing is, I believe, more irksome than to support love with gratitude only, especially where inclination pulls the heart a contrary way. Such was the unhappy case of Jones, for though the virtuous love he bore to Sophia, and which left very little affection for any other woman, had been entirely out of the question, he could never have been able to have made any adequate return to the generous passion of this lady, who had indeed been once an object of desire, but was now entered at least into the autumn of life, though she wore all the gaiety of youth, both in her dress and manner. Nay, she contrived still to maintain the roses in her cheeks, but these, like flowers forced out of season by art, had none of that lively blooming freshness with which nature, at the proper time, bedecks her own productions. She had, besides, a certain imperfection, which renders some flowers, though very beautiful to the eye, very improper to be placed in a wilderness of sweets, and what above all others is most disagreeable to the breath of love. Though Jones saw all these discouragements on the one side, he felt his obligations as full as strongly on the other, nor did he less plainly discern the ardent passion whence those obligations proceeded, the extreme violence of which, if he failed to equal, he well knew the lady would think him ungrateful, and what is worse, he would have thought himself so. He knew the tacit consideration upon which all her favours were conferred, and as his necessity obliged him to accept them, so his honour, he concluded, forced him to pay the price. This, therefore, he resolved to do, whatever misery it cost him, and to devote himself to her, from that great principle of justice, by which the laws of some countries oblige a debtor, who is no otherwise capable of discharging his debt, to become the slave of his creditor. While he was meditating on these matters, he received the following note from the lady. A very foolish, but a very perverse accident hath happened since our last meeting, which makes it improper I should see you any more at the usual place. I will, if possible, contrive some other place by tomorrow. In the meantime, adieu. This disappointment, perhaps, the reader may conclude, was not very great, but if it was, he was quickly relieved, for in less than an hour afterwards another note was brought him from the same hand, which contained as follows. I have altered my mind since I wrote, a change of which, if you are no stranger to the tenderest of all passions, you will not wonder at. I am now resolved to see you this evening at my own house, whatever may be the consequence. Come to me exactly at 7. I dine abroad, but will be at home by that time. A day, I find, to those that sincerely love, seems longer than I imagined. If you should accidentally be a few moments before me, bid them show you into the drawing-room. To confess the truth, Jones was less pleased with this last epistle than he had been with the former, as he was prevented by it from complying with the earnest entreaties of Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted much intimacy and friendship. These entreaties were to go with that young gentleman and his company to a new play, which was to be acted that evening, and which a very large party had agreed to damn, from some dislike they had taken to the author, who was a friend to one of Mr. Nightingale's acquaintance. And this sort of fun, our hero, we are ashamed to confess, would willingly have preferred to the above kind of appointment, but his honour got the better of his inclination. Before we attend him to this intended interview with the lady, we think proper to account for both the preceding notes, as the reader may possibly be a little surprised at the imprudence of Lady Bellaston in bringing her lover to the very house where her rival was lodged. First, then, the mistress of the house where these lovers had hitherto met, and who had been for some years a pensioner to that lady, was now become a Methodist, and had that very morning waited upon her ladyship, and after rebuking her very severely for her past life, had positively declared that she would on no account be instrumental in carrying on any of her affairs for the future. The hurry of spirits into which this accident threw the lady made her despair of possibly finding in any other convenience to meet Jones that evening. But as she began a little to recover from her uneasiness at this disappointment, she set her thoughts to work, when luckily it came to her head to propose to Sophia to go to the play, which was immediately consented to, and a proper lady provided for her companion. Mrs. Honour was likewise dispatched with Mrs. Etoff on the same errand of pleasure, and thus her own house was left free for the safe reception of Mr. Jones, with whom she promised herself 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted conversation after the return from the place where she dined, which was at a friend's house, in a pretty distant part of the town, near her old place of assignation, where she had engaged herself before she was well apprized of the revolution that had happened in the mind and morals of her late confidant. End of chapter 9. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 13, Chapter 10. A chapter which, though short, may draw tears from some eyes. Mr. Jones was just dressed to wait on Lady Bellaston when Mrs. Miller rapped at his door, and being admitted, very earnestly desired his company below stairs to drink tea in the parlour. Upon his entrance into the room, she presently introduced a person to him, saying, "This, sir, is my cousin, who hath been so greatly beholden to your goodness, for which he begs to return his sincerest thanks." The man had scarce entered upon that speech which Mrs. Miller had so kindly prefaced, when both Jones and he, looking steadfastly at each other, showed at once the utmost tokens of surprise. The voice of the latter began instantly to falter, and instead of finishing his speech, he sunk down into a chair, crying, "It is so! I am convinced it is so!" "Bless me! What's the meaning of this?" cries Mrs. Miller. "You are not ill, I hope, cousin? Some water, a dram this instant." "Be not frighted, madam," cries Jones. "I have almost as much need of a dram as your cousin. We are equally surprised at this unexpected meeting. Your cousin is an acquaintance of mine, Mrs. Miller." "An acquaintance!" cries the man. "Oh, heaven!" "Ay, an acquaintance," repeated Jones, "and an honoured acquaintance too. When I do not love and honour the man who dares venture everything to preserve his wife and children from instant destruction, may I have a friend capable of disowning me in adversity." "Oh, you are an excellent young man," cries Mrs. Miller. "Yes, indeed, poor creature, he hath ventured everything. If he had not had one of the best of constitutions, it must have killed him." "Cousin!" cried the man, who had now pretty well recovered himself. "This is the angel from heaven whom I meant. This is he to whom, before I saw you, I owed the preservation of my Peggy. He it was to whose generosity every comfort, every support which I have procured for her was owing. He is indeed the worthiest, bravest, noblest of all human beings. Oh, cousin, I have obligations to this gentleman of such a nature." "Mention nothing of obligations," cries Jones eagerly. "Not a word, I insist upon it, not a word." Meaning, I suppose, that he would not have him betray the affair of the robbery to any person. "If, by the trifle you have received from me, I have preserved a whole family, sure pleasure was never bought so cheap." "Oh, sir," cries the man, "I wish you could this instant see my house. If any person had ever a right to the pleasure you mention, I am convinced it is yourself. My cousin tells me she acquainted you with the distress in which she found us. That, sir, is greatly removed, and chiefly by your goodness. My children have now a bed to lie on, and they have eternal blessings reward you for it. They have bread to eat. My little boy has recovered. My wife is out of danger, and I am happy. All owing to you, sir, and to my cousin here, one of the best of women. Indeed, sir, I must see you at my house. Indeed, my wife must see you and thank you. My children, too, must express their gratitude. Indeed, sir, they are not without a sense of their obligation. But what is my feeling when I reflect to whom I owe that they are now capable of expressing their gratitude? Oh, sir, the little hearts which you have warmed had now been cold as ice without your assistance." Here Jones attempted to prevent the poor man from proceeding, but indeed the overflowing of his own heart would of itself have stopped his words. And now Mrs. Miller likewise began to pour forth thanksgivings, as well as in her own name, as in that of her cousin, and concluded with saying, "She doubted not but such goodness would meet with a glorious reward." Jones answered, he had been sufficiently rewarded already. "Your cousin's account, madam," said he, "hath given me a sensation more pleasing than I have ever known. He must be a wretch who is unmoved at hearing such a story. How transporting then must be the thought of having happily acted a part in this scene. If there are men who cannot feel the delight of giving happiness to others, I sincerely pity them, as they are incapable of tasting what is, in my opinion, a greater honour, a higher interest, and a sweeter pleasure than the ambitious, the avaricious, or the voluptuous man can ever obtain." The hour of appointment being now come, Jones was forced to take a hasty leave, but not before he had heartily shaken his friend by the hand, and desired to see him again as soon as possible, promising that he would himself take the first opportunity of visiting him at his own house. He then stepped into his chair, and proceeded to Lady Bellaston's, greatly exulting in the happiness which he had procured to this poor family. Nor could he forbear reflecting, without horror, on the dreadful consequences which must have attended them had he listened rather to the voice of strict justice than to that of mercy when he was attacked on the high road. Mrs. Miller sung forth the praises of Jones during the whole evening, in which Mr. Anderson, while he stayed, so passionately accompanied her that he was often on the very point of mentioning the circumstance of the robbery. However, he luckily recollected himself, and avoided an indiscretion which would have been so much the greater, as he knew Mrs. Miller to be extremely strict and nice in her principles. He was likewise well apprized of the loquacity of this lady, and yet such was his gratitude that it had almost got the better of both discretion and shame, and made him publish that which would have defamed his own character, rather than omit any circumstances which might do the fullest honour to his benefactor. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, in which the reader will be surprised. Mr. Jones was rather earlier than the time appointed, and earlier than the lady, whose arrival was hindered not only by the distance of the place where she dined, but by some other cross accidents very vexatious to one in her situation of mind. He was accordingly shown into the drawing room, where he had not been many minutes before the door opened, and in came no other than Sophia herself, who had left the play before the end of the first act, for this, as we have already said, being a new play, at which two large parties met, the one to damn and the other to applaud, a violent uproar and an engagement between the two parties had so terrified our heroine that she was glad to put herself under the protection of a young gentleman who safely conveyed her to her chair. As Lady Bellaston had acquainted her that she should not be at home till late, Sophia, expecting to find no one in the room, came hastily in, and went directly to a glass which almost fronted her, without once looking towards the upper end of the room, where the statue of Jones now stood motionless. In the glass it was, after contemplating her own lovely face, that she first discovered the said statue, when, instantly turning about, she perceived the reality of the vision, upon which she gave a violent scream, and scarce preserved herself from fainting, till Jones was able to move to her, and support her in his arms. To paint the looks or thoughts of either of these lovers is beyond my power. As their sensations from their mutual silence may be judged to have been too big for their own utterance, it cannot be supposed that I should be able to express them, and the misfortune is, that few of my readers have been enough in love to feel by their own hearts what passed at this time in theirs. After a short pause, Jones, with faltering accent, said, "I see, madam, you are surprised." "Surprised?" answered she. "Oh, heavens! Indeed I am surprised. I almost doubt whether you are the person you seem." "Indeed," cries he, "my Sophia, pardon me, madam, for this once calling you so, I am that very wretched Jones, whom fortune, after so many disappointments, hath at last kindly conducted to you. Oh, my Sophia, did you not know the 1,000 torments I have suffered in this long fruitless pursuit?" "Pursuit of whom?" said Sophia, a little recollecting herself and assuming a reserved air. "Can you be so cruel to ask that question?" cries Jones. "Need I say, of you?" "Of me?" answered Sophia. "Hath Mr. Jones, then, any such important business with me?" "To some, madam," cries Jones, "this might seem an important business," giving her the pocket book. "I hope, madam, you will find it of the same value as when it was lost." Sophia took the pocket book, and was going to speak, when he interrupted her thus: "Let us not, I beseech you, lose one of those precious moments which fortune has so kindly sent us. Oh, my Sophia, I have business of a much superior kind. Thus, on my knees, let me ask your pardon." "My pardon!" cries she. "Sure, sir, after what is past, you cannot expect, after what I have heard." "I scarce know what I say," answered Jones. "By heavens, I scarce wish you should pardon me. Oh, my Sophia, henceforth never cast away a thought on such a wretch as I am. If any remembrance of me should ever intrude to give a moment's uneasiness to that tender bosom, think of my unworthiness, and let the remembrance of what passed at Upton blot me for ever from your mind." Sophia stood trembling all this while. Her face was whiter than snow, and her heart was throbbing through her stays. But at the mention of Upton, a blush arose in her cheeks, and her eyes, which before she had scarce lifted up, were turned upon Jones with a glance of disdain. He understood this silent reproach, and replied to it thus: "Oh, my Sophia, my only love, you cannot hate or despise me more for what happened there than I do myself. But yet do me the justice to think that my heart was never unfaithful to you. That had no share in the folly I was guilty of. It was even then unalterably yours. Though I despaired of possessing you, nay, almost of ever seeing you more, I doted still on your charming idea, and could seriously love no other woman. But if my heart had not been engaged, she, into whose company I accidentally fell in that accursed place, was not an object of serious love. Believe me, my angel, I never have seen her from that day to this, and never intend or desire to see her again. Sophia, in her heart, was very glad to hear this, but forcing into her face an air of more coldness than she had yet assumed. Why, said she, Mr. Jones, do you take the trouble to make a defence where you are not accused? If I thought it worth while to accuse you, I have a charge of unpardonable nature indeed. What is it, for heaven's sake? Answered Jones, trembling and pale, expecting to hear of his amour with Lady Bellaston. Oh, said she, how is it possible? Can everything noble and everything base be lodged together in the same bosom? Lady Bellaston, and the ignominious circumstance of having been kept, rose again in his mind, and stopped his mouth from any reply. Could I have expected, proceeded Sophia, such treatment from you, nay, from any gentleman, from any man of honour, to have my name traduced in public, in inns, among the meanest vulgar, to have any little favours that my unguarded heart may have too lightly betrayed me to grant, boasted of there? Nay, even to hear that you had been forced to fly from my love? Nothing could equal Jones's surprise at these words of Sophia, but yet, not being guilty, he was much less embarrassed how to defend himself than if she had touched that tender string at which his conscience had been alarmed. By some examination he presently found that her supposing him guilty of so shocking an outrage against his love and her reputation was entirely owing to Partridge's talk at the inns before landlords and servants, for Sophia confessed to him it was from them that she received her intelligence. He had no very great difficulty to make her believe that he was entirely innocent of an offence so far into his character, but she had a great deal to hinder him from going instantly home and putting Partridge to death, which he more than once swore he would do. This point being cleared up, they soon found themselves so well pleased with each other that Jones quite forgot he had begun the conversation with conjuring her to give up all thoughts of him, and she was in a temper to have given ear to a petition of a very different nature, for before they were aware they had both gone so far that he let fall some words that sounded like a proposal of marriage, to which she replied, that, did not her duty to her father forbid her to follow her own inclinations, ruin with him would be more welcome to her than the most affluent fortune with another man. At the mention of the word ruin, he started, let drop her hand, which he had held for some time, and striking his breast with his own, cried out, Oh, Sophia! Can I then ruin thee? No, by heavens, no! I will never act so base a part. Dearest Sophia, whatever it costs me, I will renounce you. I will give you up. I will tear all such hopes from my heart as are inconsistent with your real good. My love I will ever retain, but it shall be in silence. It shall be at a distance from you. It shall be in some foreign land, from whence no voice, no sigh of my despair shall ever reach and disturb your ears. And when I am dead... He would have gone on, but was stopped by a flood of tears which Sophia let fall in his bosom, upon which he leaned, without being able to speak one word. He kissed them off, which for some moments she allowed him to do without any resistance, but then, recollecting herself, gently withdrew out of his arms, and, to turn the discourse from a subject too tender, and which she found she could not support, bethought herself to ask him a question she never had time to put to him before. How he came into that room? He began to stammer, and would in all probability have raised her suspicions by the answer he was going to give, when, at once, the door opened, and in came Lady Bellaston. Having advanced a few steps, and seeing Jones and Sophia together, she suddenly stopped, when, after a pause of a few moments, recollecting herself with admirable presence of mind, she said, though with sufficient indications of surprise both in voice and countenance, I thought, Miss Western, you had been at the play? Though Sophia had no opportunity of learning of Jones by what means he had discovered her, yet, as she had not the least suspicion of the real truth, or that Jones and Lady Bellaston were acquainted, so she was very little confounded, and the less, as the lady had, in all their conversations on the subject, entirely taken her side against her father. With very little hesitation, therefore, she went through the whole story of what had happened at the playhouse, and the cause of her hasty return. The length of this narrative gave Lady Bellaston an opportunity of rallying her spirits, and of considering in what manner to act. And as the behaviour of Sophia gave her hopes that Jones had not betrayed her, she put on an air of good humour, and said, "I should not have broken so abruptly upon you, Miss Western, if I had known you had company." Lady Bellaston fixed her eyes on Sophia while she spoke these words, to which that poor young lady, having her face overspread with blushes and confusion, answered in a stammering voice, "I am sure, madam, I shall always think the honour of your lady's company." "I hope, at least," cries Lady Bellaston, "I interrupt no business." "No, madam," answered Sophia, "our business was at an end. Your ladyship may be pleased to remember I have often mentioned the loss of my pocket book, which this gentleman, having very luckily found, was so kind to return to me with the bill in it." Jones, ever since the arrival of Lady Bellaston, had been ready to sink with fear. He sat kicking his heels, playing with his fingers, and looking more like a fool, if it be possible, than a young booby squire when he is first introduced into polite assembly. He began, however, now to recover himself, and taking a hint from the behaviour of Lady Bellaston, who he saw did not intend to claim any acquaintance with him, he resolved as entirely to affect the stranger on his part. He said, ever since he had the pocket book in his possession, he had used great diligence in inquiring out the lady whose name was written in it, but never till that day could be so fortunate to discover her. Sophia had indeed mentioned the loss of her pocket book to Lady Bellaston, but as Jones, for some reason or other, had never once hinted to her that it was in his possession, she believed not one syllable of what Sophia now said, and wonderfully admired the extreme quickness of the young lady in inventing such an excuse. The reason of Sophia's leaving the playhouse met with no better credit, and though she could not account for the meeting between these two lovers, she was firmly persuaded it was not accidental. With an affected smile, therefore, she said, "Indeed, Miss Western, you have had very good luck in recovering your money, not only as it fell into the hands of a gentleman of honour, but as he happened to discover to whom it belonged. I think you would not consent to have it advertised. It was great good fortune, sir, that you found out to whom the note belonged." "Oh, madam," cries Jones, "it was enclosed in a pocket book, in which the young lady's name was written." "That was very fortunate indeed," cries the lady, "and it was no less so that you heard Miss Western was at my house, for she is very little known." Jones had at length perfectly recovered his spirits, and as he conceived he had now an opportunity of satisfying Sophia as to the question she had asked him just before Lady Bellaston came in, he proceeded thus: "Why, madam," answered he, "it was by the luckiest chance imaginable I made this discovery. I was mentioning what I had found, and the name of the owner, the other night to a lady at the masquerade, who told me she believed she knew where I might see Miss Western, and if I would come to her house the next morning she would inform me. I went according to her appointment, but she was not at home, nor could I ever meet with her till this morning, when she directed me to your ladyship's house. I came accordingly, and did myself the honour to ask for your ladyship, and upon my saying that I had very particular business, a servant showed me into this room, where I had not been long before the young lady returned from the play." Upon his mentioning the masquerade, he looked very slyly at Lady Bellaston, without any fear of being remarked by Sophia, for she was visibly too much confounded to make any observations. This hint a little alarmed the lady, and she was silent, when Jones, who saw the agitation of Sophia's mind, resolved to take the only method of relieving her, which was by retiring. But before he did this, he said, "I believe, madam, it is customary to give some reward on these occasions. I must insist on a very high one for my honesty. It is, madam, no less than the honour of being permitted to pay another visit here." "Sir," replied the lady, "I make no doubt that you are a gentleman, and my doors are never shut to people of fashion." Jones then, after proper ceremonials, departed, highly to his own satisfaction, and no less to that of Sophia, who was terribly alarmed lest Lady Bellaston should discover what she knew already but too well. Upon the stairs Jones met his old acquaintance, Mrs Honour, who, notwithstanding all she had said against him, was now so well bred to behave with great civility. This meeting proved indeed a lucky circumstance, as he communicated to her the house where he lodged, with which Sophia was unacquainted. End of chapter 11. Tom Jones, Book 13, Chapter 12, in which the 13th book is concluded. The elegant Lord Shaftesbury somewhere objects to telling too much truth, by which it may be fairly inferred, that, in some cases, to lie is not only excusable, but commendable. And surely there are no persons who may so properly challenge a right to this commendable deviation from truth, as a young woman in the affair of love, for which they may plead precept, education, and above all the sanction, nay, I may say the necessity of custom, by which they are restrained, not from submitting to the honest impulses of nature, for that would be a foolish prohibition, but from owning them. We are not, therefore, ashamed to say that our heroine now pursued the dictates of the above-mentioned right honourable philosopher. As she was perfectly satisfied then that Lady Bellaston was ignorant of the person of Jones, so she determined to keep her in that ignorance, though at the expense of a little fibbing. Jones had not been long gone before Lady Bellaston cried, "Upon my word, a good pretty young fellow. I wonder who he is, for I don't remember ever to have seen his face before." "Nor I neither, madam," cries Sophia. "I must say he behaved very handsomely, in relation to my note." "Yes, and he is a very handsome fellow," said the lady. "Don't you think so?" "I did not take much notice of him," answered Sophia, "but I thought he seemed rather awkward and ungenteel than otherwise." "You are extremely right," cries Lady Bellaston. "You may see by his manner that he hath not kept good company. Nay, notwithstanding his returning your note, and refusing the reward, I almost question whether he is a gentleman. I have always observed there is a something in persons well born which others can never acquire. I think I will give orders not to be at home to him." "Nay, sure, madam," answered Sophia, "one can't suspect after what he hath done. Besides, if your ladyship observed him, there was an elegance in his discourse, a delicacy, a prettiness of expression that I confess," said Lady Bellaston, "the fellow hath words. And indeed, Sophia, you must forgive me. Indeed you must." "I forgive your ladyship?" said Sophia. "Yes, indeed you must," answered she, laughing, "for I had a horrible suspicion when I first came into the room. I vow you must forgive it. But I suspected it was Mr Jones himself." "Did your ladyship indeed?" cries Sophia, blushing and affecting a laugh. "Yes, I vow I did," answered she. "I can't imagine what put it into my head. For give the fellow his due, he was genteelly dressed, which I think, dear Sophy, is not commonly the case with your friend." "This raillery," cries Sophia, "is a little cruel, Lady Bellaston, after my promise to your ladyship." "Not at all, child," said the lady. "It would have been cruel before, but after you have promised me never to marry without your father's consent, in which you know is implied your giving up Jones, sure you can bear a little raillery on a passion which was pardonable enough in a young girl in the country, and of which you will tell me you have so entirely got the better. What must I think, my dear Sophy, if you cannot bear a little ridicule even on his dress? I shall begin to fear you are very far gone indeed, and almost question whether you have dealt ingenuously with me." "Indeed, madam," cries Sophia, "your ladyship mistakes me, if you imagine I had any concern on his account." "On his account!" answered the lady, "you must have mistaken me. I went no farther than his dress, for I would not injure your taste by any other comparison. I don't imagine, my dear Sophy, if your Mr Jones had been such a fellow as this." "I thought," says Sophia, "your ladyship had allowed him to be handsome." "Whom, pray?" cried the lady hastily. "Mr Jones," answered Sophia, and immediately recollecting herself, "Mr Jones! No, I ask your pardon. I mean the gentleman who is just now here." "Oh, Sophy, Sophy," cries the lady, "this Mr Jones, I am afraid, still runs in your head." "Then, upon my honour, madam," said Sophia, "Mr Jones is as entirely indifferent to me as the gentleman who just now left us." "Upon my honour," said Lady Bellaston, "I believe it. Forgive me, therefore, a little innocent raillery, but I promise you I will never mention his name any more." And now the two ladies separated, infinitely more to the delight of Sophia than of Lady Bellaston, who would willingly have tormented her rival a little longer, had not business of more importance called her away. As for Sophia, her mind was perfectly easy under this first practice of deceit, upon which, when she retired to her chamber, she reflected with the highest uneasiness and conscious shame. Nor could the peculiar hardship of her situation, and the necessity of the case, at all reconcile her mind to her conduct; for the frame of her mind was too delicate to bear the thought of having been guilty of a falsehood, however qualified by circumstances. Nor did this thought once suffer her to close her eyes during the whole succeeding night. End of Part 13.
Section 49 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlene V. Smith. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 14, containing 2 days. Chapter 1. An essay to prove that an author will write the better for having some knowledge of the subject on which he writes. As several gentlemen in these times, by the wonderful force of genius only, without the least assistance of learning, perhaps, without being well able to read, have made a considerable figure in the Republic of Letters, the modern critics, I am told, have lately begun to assert that all kind of learning is entirely useless to a writer, and indeed no other than a kind of fetters on the natural sprightliness and activity of the imagination, which is thus weighed down, and prevented from soaring to those high flights which otherwise it would be able to reach. This doctrine, I am afraid, is at present carried much too far. For why should writing differ so much from all other arts? The nimbleness of a dancing master is not at all prejudiced by being taught to move, nor doth any mechanic, I believe, exercise his tools the worse by having learnt to use them. For my own part, I cannot conceive that Homer or Virgil would have writ with more fire, if instead of being masters of all the learning of their times, they had been as ignorant as most of the authors of the present age. Nor do I believe that all the imagination, fire, and judgment of Pitt could have produced those orations that have made the Senate of England in these our times a rival in eloquence to Greece and Rome, if he had not been so well read in the writings of Demosthenes and Cicero, as to have transferred their whole spirit into his speeches, and with their spirit, their knowledge too. I would not here be understood to insist on the same fund of learning in any of my brethren, as Cicero persuades us is necessary to the composition of an orator. On the contrary, very little reading is, I conceive, necessary to the poet, less to the critic, and the least of all to the politician. For the first, perhaps Bish's art of poetry, and a few of our modern poets may suffice. For the second, a moderate heap of plays, and for the last an indifferent collection of political journals. To say the truth, I require no more than that a man should have some little knowledge of the subject on which he treats, according to the old maxim of law, quam quisque norit artem in eise exerciat. With this alone a writer may sometimes do tolerably well, and indeed without this all the other learning in the world will stand him in little stead. For instance, let us suppose that Homer and Virgil, Aristotle and Cicero, Thucydides and Livy could have met all together, and have clubbed their several talents to have composed a treatise on the art of dancing. I believe it will be readily agreed that they could not have equalled the excellent treatise which Mr. Essex hath given us on that subject, entitled The Rudiments of Genteel Education. And indeed, should the excellent Mr. Broughton be prevailed on to set fist to paper, and to complete the above said rudiments by delivering down the true principle of athletics, I question whether the world will have any cause to lament that none of the great writers, either ancient or modern, have ever treated about that noble and useful art. To avoid a multiplicity of examples in so plain a case, and to come at once to my point, I am apt to conceive that one reason why so many English writers have totally failed in describing the manners of the upper life may possibly be that in reality they know nothing of it. This is a knowledge unhappily not in the power of many authors to arrive at. Books will give us a very imperfect idea of it, nor will the stage a much better. The fine gentleman formed upon reading the former will almost always turn out a pedant, and he who forms himself upon the latter a coxcomb. Nor are the characters drawn from these models better supported. Vanbrugh and Congreve copied nature, but they who copy them draw as unlike the present age as Hogarth would do if he was to paint a rout or a drum in the dresses of Titian and of Van Dyck. In short, imitation here will not do the business. The picture must be after nature herself. A true knowledge of the world is gained only by conversation, and the manners of every rank must be seen in order to be known. Now it happens that this higher order of mortals is not to be seen, like all the rest of the human species, for nothing in the streets, shops, and coffee-houses. Nor are they shown like the upper rank of animals for so much apiece. In short, this is a sight to which no persons are admitted without one or other of these qualifications, viz. Either birth or fortune, or what is equivalent to both, the honourable profession of a gamester. And very unluckily for the world, persons so qualified very seldom care to take upon themselves the bad trade of writing, which is generally entered upon by the lower and poorer sort, as it is a trade which many think requires no kind of stock to set up with. Hence, those strange monsters in lace and embroidery, in silks and brocades, with vast wigs and hoops, which under the name of lords and ladies strut the stage, to the great delight of attorneys and their clerks in the pit, and of the citizens and their apprentices in the galleries, and which are no more to be found in real life than the centaur, the chimera, or any other creature of mere fiction. But to let my reader into a secret, this knowledge of upper life, though very necessary for preventing mistakes, is no very great resource to a writer whose province is comedy, or that kind of novels which, like this I am writing, is of the comic class. What Mr. Pope says of women is very applicable to most in this station, who are, indeed, so entirely made up of form and affectation that they have no character at all, at least none which appears. I will venture to say that the highest life is much the dullest, and affords very little humour or entertainment. The various callings in lower spheres produce the great variety of humorous characters, whereas here, except among the few who are engaged in the pursuit of ambition, and the fewer still who have a relish for pleasure, all is vanity and servile imitation. Dressing and cards, eating and drinking, bowing and curtsying, make up the business of their lives. Some there are, however, of this rank, upon whom passion exercises its tyranny, and hurries them far beyond the bounds which decorum prescribes. Of these, the ladies are as much distinguished by their noble intrepidity, and a certain superior contempt of reputation, from the frail ones of meaner degree, as a virtuous woman of quality is by the elegance and delicacy of her sentiments from the honest wife of a yeoman and shopkeeper. Lady Bellaston was of this intrepid character, but let not my country readers conclude from her that this is the general conduct of women of fashion, or that we mean to represent them as such. They might as well suppose that every clergyman was represented by Thwackum, or every soldier by Ensign Northerton. There is not, indeed, a greater error than that which universally prevails among the vulgar, who, borrowing their opinion from some ignorant satirists, have affixed the character of lewdness to these times. On the contrary, I am convinced there never was less of love-intrigue carried on among persons of condition than now. Our present women have been taught by their mothers to fix their thoughts only on ambition and vanity, and to despise the pleasures of love as unworthy their regard, and being afterwards, by the care of such mothers, married without having husbands, they seem pretty well confirmed in the justness of those sentiments, whence they content themselves, for the dull remainder of life, with the pursuit of more innocent, but I am afraid more childish amusements, the bare mention of which would ill suit with the dignity of this history. In my humble opinion, the true characteristic of the present beau monde is rather folly than vice, and the only epithet which it deserves is that of frivolous. Chapter 2. Containing letters and other matters which attend amours. Jones had not been long at home before he received the following letter. I was never more surprised than when I found you was gone. When you left the room, I little imagined you intended to have left the house without seeing me again. Your behaviour is all of a piece, and convinces me how much I ought to despise a heart which can dote upon an idiot. though I know not whether I should not admire her cunning more than her simplicity. Wonderful both! For though she understood not a word of what passed between us, yet she had the skill, the assurance, the what shall I call it, to deny to my face that she knows you, or ever saw you before. Was this a scheme laid between you? And have you been base enough to betray me? Oh, how I despise her, you, and all the world, but chiefly myself. For I dare not write what I should afterwards run mad to read. But remember, I can detest as violently as I have loved. Jones had but little time given him to reflect on this letter, before a second was brought him from the same hand, and this likewise we shall set down in the precise words. When you consider the hurry of spirits in which I must have writ, you cannot be surprised at any expressions in my former note, yet perhaps on reflection they were rather too warm. At least I would, if possible, think all owing to the odious playhouse, and to the pertinence of a fool which detained me beyond my appointment. How easy it is to think well of those we love! Perhaps you desire I should think so. I have resolved to see you tonight, so come to me immediately. P.S. I have ordered to be at home to none but yourself. P.S. Mr. Jones will imagine I shall assist him in his defence, for I believe he cannot desire to impose on me more than I desire to impose on myself. P.S. Come immediately. To the men of intrigue I refer the determination whether the angry or the tender letter gave the greatest uneasiness to Jones. Certain it is, he had no violent inclination to pay any more visits that evening, unless to one single person. However, he thought his honour engaged, and had not this been motive sufficient, he would not have ventured to blow the temper of Lady Bellaston into that flame of which he had reason to think it susceptible, and of which he feared the consequence might be a discovery to Sophia, which he dreaded. After some discontented walks, therefore, about the room, he was preparing to depart, when the lady kindly prevented him, not by another letter, but by her own presence. She entered the room very disordered in her dress, and very discomposed in her looks, and threw herself into a chair, where, having recovered her breath, she said, "You see, sir, when women have gone one length too far, they will stop at none. If any person would have sworn this to me a week ago, I would not have believed it of myself." "I hope, madam," said Jones, "my charming Lady Bellaston will be as difficult to believe anything against one who is so sensible of the many obligations she hath conferred upon him." "Indeed," says she, "sensible of obligations! Did I expect to hear such cold language from Mr. Jones?" "Pardon me, my dear angel," said he, "if after the letters I have received, the terrors of your anger, though I know not how I have deserved it." "And have I then," says she with a smile, "so angry a countenance? Have I really brought a chiding face with me?" "If there be honour in man," said he, "I have done nothing to merit your anger. You remember the appointment you sent me. I went in pursuance." "I beseech you," cried she, "do not run through the odious recital. Answer me but one question, and I shall be easy. Have you not betrayed my honour to her?" Jones fell upon his knees, and began to utter the most violent protestations, when Partridge came dancing and capering into the room, like one drunk with joy, crying out, "She's found! She's found! Here, sir, here, she's here! Mrs. Honour is upon the stairs." "Stop her a moment," cries Jones. "Here, madam, step behind the bed. I have no other room, nor closet, nor place on earth to hide you in. Sure never was so damned an accident." "Damned indeed," said the lady, as she went to her place of concealment. And presently afterwards in came Mrs. Honour. "Hey day!" says she. "Mr. Jones, what's the matter? That impudent rascal, your servant, would scarce let me come upstairs. I hope he hath not the same reason to keep me from you as he had at Upton. I suppose you hardly expected to see me, but you have certainly bewitched my lady. Poor dear young lady! To be sure, I loves her as tenderly as if she was my own sister. Lord have mercy upon you if you don't make her a good husband, and to be sure, if you do not, nothing can be bad enough for you." Jones begged her only to whisper, for that there was a lady dying in the next room. "A lady!" cries she. I suppose one of your ladies." "Oh, Mr. Jones, there are too many of them in the world. I believe we are got into the house of one, for my Lady Bellaston, I dares to say, is no better than she should be." "Hush, hush!" cries Jones. "Every word is overheard in the next room." "I don't care a farthing," cries Honour. "I speaks no scandal of any one, but to be sure the servants make no scruple of saying as how her ladyship meets men at another place, where the house goes under the name of a poor gentlewoman. But her ladyship pays the rent, and many's the good thing besides, they say, she hath of her." Here Jones, after expressing the utmost uneasiness, offered to stop her mouth. "Hey day! Why sure, Mr. Jones, you will let me speak. I speaks no scandal, for I only says what I heard from others. And thinks I to myself, much good may it do the gentlewoman with her riches, if she comes by in such a wicked manner. To be sure, it is better to be poor and honest." "The servants are villains," cries Jones, "and abuse their lady unjustly." "Ay, to be sure, servants are always villains, and so my lady says, and won't hear a word of it." "No, I am convinced," says Jones, "my Sophia is above listening to such base scandal." "Nay, I believe it is no scandal neither," cries Honour, "for why should she meet men at another house? It can never be for any good. For if she had a lawful design of being courted, as to be sure any lady may lawfully give her company to men upon that account, why? Where can be the sense?" "I protest," cries Jones, "I can't hear all this of a lady of such honour, and relation of Sophia. Besides, you will distract the poor lady in the next room. Let me entreat you to walk with me downstairs." "Nay, sir, if you won't let me speak, I have done. Here, sir, is a letter from my young lady. What would some men give to have this? But, Mr. Jones, I think you are not over and above generous, and yet I have heard some servants say, but I am sure you will do me the justice to own I never saw the colour of your money." Here Jones hastily took the letter, and presently after slipped 5 pieces into her hand. He then returned 1,000 thanks to his dear Sophia in a whisper, and begged her to leave him to read her letter. She presently departed, not without expressing much grateful sense of his generosity. Lady Bellaston now came from behind the curtain. How shall I describe her rage? Her tongue was at first incapable of utterance, but streams of fire darted from her eyes, and well indeed they might, for her heart was all in a flame. And now, as soon as her voice found way, instead of expressing any indignation against Honour or her own servants, she began to attack poor Jones. "You see," said she, "what I have sacrificed to you, my reputation, my honour gone for ever, and what return have I found? Neglected, slighted for a country girl, for an idiot." "What neglect, madam, or what slight," cries Jones, "have I been guilty of?" "Mr. Jones," says she, "it is in vain to dissemble. If you will make me easy, you must entirely give her up, and as proof of your intention, show me the letter." "What letter, madam?" said Jones. "Nay, surely," said she, "you cannot have the confidence to deny your having received a letter by the hands of that trollop. And can your ladyship," cries he, "ask of me what I must part with my honour before I grant? Have I acted in such a manner by your ladyship? Could I be guilty of betraying this poor innocent girl to you? What security could you have that I should not act the same part by yourself? A moment's reflection will, I am sure, convince you that a man with whom the secrets of a lady are not safe must be the most contemptible of wretches." "Very well," said she, "I need not insist on your becoming this contemptible wretch in your own opinion, for the inside of the letter could inform me of nothing more than I know already. I see the footing you are upon." Here ensued a long conversation, which the reader, who is not too curious, will thank me for not inserting at length. It shall suffice, therefore, to inform him that Lady Bellaston grew more and more pacified, and at length believed, or affected to believe, his protestations, that his meeting with Sophia that evening was merely accidental, and every other matter which the reader already knows, and which, as Jones set before her in the strongest light, it is plain that she had in reality no reason to be angry with him. She was not, however, in her heart perfectly satisfied with his refusal to show her the letter. So deaf are we to the clearest reason when it argues against our prevailing passions. She was indeed well convinced that Sophia possessed the first place in Jones's affections, and yet, haughty and amorous as this lady was, she submitted at last to bear the second place, or, to express it more properly in a legal phrase, was contented with the possession of that of which another woman had the reversion. It was at length agreed that Jones should for the future visit at the house, for that Sophia, her maid, and all the servants would place these visits to the account of Sophia, and that she herself would be considered as the person imposed upon. This scheme was contrived by the lady, and highly relished by Jones, who was indeed glad to have a prospect of seeing his Sophia at any rate, and the lady herself was not a little pleased with the imposition on Sophia, which Jones, she thought, could not possibly discover to her for his own sake. The next day was appointed for the first visit, and then, after proper ceremonials, the Lady Bellaston returned home. Chapter 3. Containing various matters. Jones was no sooner alone than he eagerly broke open his letter, and read as follows. Sir, it is impossible to express what I have suffered since you left this house, and as I have reason to think you intend coming here again, I have sent Honour, though so late at night, as she tells me she knows your lodgings, to prevent you. I charge you, by all the regard you have for me, not to think of visiting here, for it will certainly be discovered. Nay, I almost doubt, from some things which have dropped from her ladyship, that she is not already without some suspicion. Something favourable perhaps may happen. We must wait with patience. But I once more entreat you, if you have any concern for my ease, do not think of returning hither. This letter administered the same kind of consolation to poor Jones which Job formerly received from his friends. Besides disappointing all the hopes which he had promised to himself from seeing Sophia, he was reduced to an unhappy dilemma with regard to Lady Bellaston. For there are some certain engagements, which, as he well knew, do very difficultly admit of any excuse for the failure, and to go, after the strict prohibition from Sophia, he was not to be forced by any human power. At length, after much deliberation, which during the night supplied the place of sleep, he determined to feign himself sick, for this suggested itself as the only means of failing the appointed visit, without incensing Lady Bellaston, which he had more than one reason of desiring to avoid. The first thing, however, which he did in the morning, was to write an answer to Sophia, which he enclosed in one to Honour. He then dispatched another to Lady Bellaston, containing the above-mentioned excuse, and to this he soon received the following answer. I am vexed that I cannot see you here this afternoon, but more concerned for the occasion. Take great care of yourself, and have the best advice, and I hope there will be no danger. I am so tormented all this morning with fools, that I have scarce a moment's time to write to you. Adieu. P.S. I will endeavour to call on you this evening at 9. Be sure to be alone. Mr. Jones now received a visit from Mrs. Miller, who, after some formal introduction, began the following speech. I am very sorry, sir, to wait upon you on such an occasion, but I hope you will consider the ill consequence which it must be to the reputation of my poor girls, if my house should once be talked of as a house of ill fame. I hope you won't think me, therefore, guilty of impertinence, if I beg you not to bring any more ladies in at that time of night. The clock had struck 2 before one of them went away. I do assure you, madam, said Jones, the lady who was here last night, and who stayed the latest, for the other only brought me a letter, is a woman of very great fashion, and my near relation. I don't know what fashion she is of, answered Mrs. Miller, But I am sure no woman of virtue, unless a very near relation indeed, would visit a young gentleman at 10 at night, and stay 4 hours in his room with him alone. Besides, sir, the behaviour of her chairmen shows what she was, for they did nothing but make jests all evening in the entry, and asked Mr. Partridge, in the hearing of my own maid, if madam intended to stay with his master all night, with a great deal of stuff not proper to be repeated. I have really a great respect for you, Mr. Jones, upon your own account. Nay, I have a very high obligation to you for your generosity to my cousin. Indeed, I did not know how very good you had been till lately. Little did I imagine to what dreadful courses the poor man's distress had driven him. Little did I think, when you gave me the 10 guineas, that you had given them to a highwayman. O heavens, what goodness have you shown! How have you preserved this family! The character which Mr. Allworthy hath formerly given me of you was, I find, strictly true. And indeed, if I had no obligation to you, my obligations to him are such that on his account I should show you the utmost respect in my power. Nay, believe me, dear Mr. Jones, if my daughters and my own reputation were out of the case, I should, for your own sake, be sorry that so pretty a young gentleman should converse with these women. But if you are resolved to do it, I must beg you to take another lodging, for I do not myself like to have such things carried on under my roof, but more especially upon the account of my girls, who have little, heaven knows, besides their characters to recommend them." Jones started and changed colour at the name of Allworthy. "Indeed, Mrs. Miller," answered he, a little warmly, "I do not take this at all kind. I will never bring any slander on your house, but I must insist on seeing what company I please in my own room, and if that gives you any offence, I shall, as soon as I am able, look for another lodging." "I am sorry we must part then, sir," said she, "but I am convinced Mr. Allworthy himself would never come within my doors if he had the least suspicion of my keeping an ill house." "Very well, madam," said Jones. "I hope, sir," said she, "you are not angry, for I would not for the world offend any of Mr. Allworthy's family. I have not slept a wink all night about this matter." "I am sorry I have disturbed your rest, madam," said Jones, "but I beg you will send Partridge up to me immediately," which she promised to do, and then with a very low curtsy retired. As soon as Partridge arrived, Jones fell upon him in the most outrageous manner. "How often," said he, "am I to suffer for your folly, or rather for my own in keeping you? Is that tongue of yours resolved upon my destruction?" "What have I done, sir?" answered affrighted Partridge. "Who was it gave you authority to mention the story of the robbery, or that the man you saw here was the person?" "I, sir?" cries Partridge. "Now don't be guilty of a falsehood in denying it," said Jones. "If I did mention such a matter," answers Partridge, "I am sure I thought no harm, for I should not have opened my lips if it had not been to his own friends and relations, who, I imagined, would have let it go no farther." "But I have a much heavier charge against you," cries Jones, "than this. How durst you, after all the precautions I gave you, mention the name of Mr. Allworthy in this house?" Partridge denied that he ever had, with many oaths. "How else," said Jones, "should Mrs. Miller be acquainted that there was any connection between him and me? And it is but this moment she told me she respected me on his account." "O Lord, sir," said Partridge, "I desire only to be heard out, and to be sure never was anything so unfortunate. Hear me but out, and you will own how wrongfully you have accused me. When Mrs. Honour came downstairs last night, she met me in the entry, and asked me when my master had heard from Mr. Allworthy, and to be sure Mrs. Miller heard the very words, and the moment Madam Honour was gone, she called me into the parlour to her. 'Mr. Partridge,' says she, 'what Mr. Allworthy is it that the gentlewoman mentioned? Is it the great Mr. Allworthy of Somersetshire?' 'Upon my word, madam,' says I know nothing of the matter.' 'Sure,' says she, 'your master is not the Mr. Jones I have heard Mr. Allworthy talk of?' 'Upon my word, madam,' says I know nothing of the matter.' Then, says she, turning to her daughter Nancy, says she, 'As sure as tenpence, this is the very young gentleman, and he agrees exactly with the squire's description. The Lord above knows who it was told her, for I am the arrantest villain that ever walked upon two legs if ever it came out of my mouth. I promise you, sir, I can keep a secret when I am desired. Nay, sir, so far was I from telling her anything about Mr. Allworthy, that I told her the very direct contrary. For though I did not contradict it at that moment, yet, as second thoughts, they say are best. So when I came to consider that somebody must have informed her, thinks I to myself, I will put an end to the story. And so I went back again into the parlour some time afterwards, and says I, upon my word, says I, whoever, says I, told you that this gentleman was Mr. Jones, that is, says I, that this Mr. Jones was that Mr. Jones, told you a confounded lie. And I beg, says I, you will never mention any such matter, says I, for my master, says I, will think I must have told you so, and I defy anybody in the house ever to say I mentioned any such word. To be certain, sir, it is a wonderful thing, and I have been thinking with myself ever since how it was she came to know it. Not but I saw an old woman here t'other day a-begging at the door, who looked as like her we saw in Warwickshire, that caused all that mischief to us. To be sure, it is never good to pass by an old woman without giving her something, especially if she looks at you, for all the world shall never persuade me but that they have a great power to do mischief. And to be sure, I shall never see an old woman again, but I shall think to myself, infandum regina, ubes renovare dolorum. The simplicity of Partridge set Jones a-laughing, and put a final end to his anger, which had indeed seldom any long duration in his mind. And instead of commenting on his defence, he told him he intended presently to leave those lodgings, and ordered him to go and endeavour to get him others. End of section 49. Recording by Charlene V. Smith. Section 50 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlene V. Smith. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 14, Chapter 4, which we hope will be very attentively perused by young people of both sexes. Partridge had no sooner left Mr. Jones than Mr. Nightingale, with whom he had now contracted a great intimacy, came to him, and after a short salutation said, "So, Tom, I hear you had company very late last night. Upon my soul, you are a happy fellow, who have not been in town above a fortnight, and can keep chairs waiting at your door till 2 in the morning." He then ran on with much commonplace raillery of the same kind, till Jones at last interrupted him, saying, "I suppose you have received all this information from Mrs. Miller, who hath been up here a little while ago to give me warning. The good woman is afraid, it seems, of the reputation of her daughters." "Oh, she is wonderfully nice," says Nightingale. "Upon that account, if you remember, she would not let Nancy go with us to the masquerade." "Nay, upon my honour, I think she's in the right of it," says Jones. "However, I have taken her at her word, and have sent Partridge to look for another lodging." "If you will," says Nightingale, "we may, I believe, be again together, for, to tell you a secret, which I desire you won't mention in the family, I intend to quit the house to-day." "What, hath Mrs. Miller given you warning too, my friend?" cries Jones. "No," answered the other, "but the rooms are not convenient enough. Besides, I am grown weary of this part of the town. I want to be nearer the places of diversion, so I am going to Pall Mall." "And do you intend to make a secret of your going away?" said Jones. "I promise you," answered Nightingale, "I don't intend to bilk my lodgings, but I have a private reason for not taking a formal leave." "Not so private," answered Jones. "I promise you I have seen it ever since the second day of my coming to the house. Here will be some wet eyes on your departure. Poor Nancy, I pity her faith. Indeed, Jack, you have played the fool with that girl. You have given her a longing which I am afraid nothing will ever cure her of." Nightingale answered, "What the devil would you have me do? Would you have me marry her to cure her?" "No," answered Jones, "I would not have had you make love to her, as you have often done in my presence. I have been astonished at the blindness of her mother in never seeing it." "Pah, see it!" cries Nightingale. "What the devil should she see? Why, see, said Jones, that you have made her daughter distractedly in love with you. The poor girl cannot conceal it a moment. Her eyes are never off from you, and she always colours every time you come into the room. Indeed, I pity her heartily, for she seems to be one of the best-natured and honestest of human creatures. And so, answered Nightingale, according to your doctrine, one must not amuse oneself by any common gallantries with women, for fear they should fall in love with us. Indeed, Jack, said Jones, you wilfully misunderstand me. I do not fancy women are so apt to fall in love, but you have gone far beyond common gallantries. What, do you suppose, says Nightingale, that we have been abed together? No, upon my honour, answered Jones, very seriously. I do not suppose so ill of you. Nay, I will go farther. I do not imagine you have laid a regular premeditated scheme for the destruction of the quiet of a poor little creature, or have even foreseen the consequence. For I am sure thou art a very good-natured fellow, and such a one can never be guilty of a cruelty of that kind. But at the same time you have pleased your own vanity, without considering that this poor girl was made a sacrifice to it, and while you have had no design but of amusing an idle hour, you have actually given her reason to flatter herself that you had the most serious designs in her favour. Prithee, Jack, answer me honestly. To what have tended all those elegant and luscious descriptions of happiness arising from violent and mutual fondness, all those warm professions of tenderness, and generous disinterested love? Did you imagine she would not apply them? Or speak ingenuously, did you not intend she should? Upon my soul, Tom, cries Nightingale, I do not think this was in thee. Thou wilt make an admirable parson. So I suppose you would not go to bed to Nancy now, if she would let you. No, cries Jones, may I be damned if I would. Tom, Tom, answered Nightingale, last night, remember last night, when every eye was closed, and the pale moon and silent stars shone conscious of the theft? Look-ye, Mr. Nightingale, said Jones, I am no canting hypocrite, nor do I pretend to the gift of chastity more than my neighbours. I have been guilty with women, I own it, but am not conscious that I have ever injured any. Nor would I, to procure pleasure to myself, be knowingly the cause of misery to any human being. Well, well, said Nightingale, I believe you, and I am convinced you acquit me of any such thing. I do from my heart, answered Jones, of having debauched the girl, but not from having gained her affections. If I have, said Nightingale, I am sorry for it, but time and absence will soon wear off such impressions. It is a receipt I must take myself, for to confess the truth to you, I never liked any girl half so much in my whole life. But I must let you into the whole secret, Tom. My father hath provided a match for me with a woman I never saw, and she is now coming to town in order for me to make my addresses to her. At these words Jones burst into a loud fit of laughter, when Nightingale cried, Nay, prithee, don't turn me into ridicule. The devil take me if I'm not half mad about this matter. My poor Nancy! Oh, Jones, Jones, I wish I had a fortune in my own possession. I heartily wish you had, cries Jones, for if this be the case, I sincerely pity you both. But surely you don't intend to go away without taking your leave of her? I would not, answered Nightingale, undergo the pain of taking leave for 10,000 pounds. Besides, I am convinced, instead of answering any good purpose, it would only serve to inflame my poor Nancy the more. I beg you, therefore, you would not mention a word of it today, and in the evening or tomorrow morning I intend to depart. Jones promised he would not, and said, upon reflection, he thought, as he had determined and was obliged to leave her, he took the most prudent method. He then told Nightingale he should be very glad to lodge in the same house with him, and it was accordingly agreed between them that Nightingale should procure him either the ground floor or the 2 pair of stairs, for the young gentleman himself was to occupy that which was between them. This Nightingale, of whom we shall be presently obliged to say a little more, was in the ordinary transactions of life a man of strict honour, and what is more rare among young gentlemen of the town, one of strict honesty too. Yet in affairs of love he was somewhat loose in his morals. Not that he was even here as void of principle as gentlemen sometimes are, and oftener affect to be, but it is certain he had been guilty of some indefensible treachery to women, and had, in a certain mystery called making love, practised many deceits, which, if he had used in trade, he would have been counted the greatest villain upon earth. But as the world, I know not well for what reason, agreed to see this treachery in a better light, he was so far from being ashamed of his iniquities of this kind, that he gloried in them, and would often boast of his skill in gaining of women, and his triumphs over their hearts, for which he had before this time received some rebukes from Jones, who always expressed great bitterness against any misbehaviour to the fair part of the species, who, if considered, he said, as they ought to be, in the light of the dearest friends, were to be cultivated, honoured, and caressed with the utmost love and tenderness, but, if regarded as enemies, were a conquest of which a man ought rather to be ashamed than to value himself upon it. Chapter 5. A short account of the history of Mrs. Miller. Jones this day ate a pretty good dinner for a sick man, that is to say, the larger half of a shoulder of mutton. In the afternoon he received an invitation from Mrs. Miller to drink tea, for that good woman, having learnt, either by means of Partridge, or by some other means, natural or supernatural, that he had a connection with Mr. Allworthy, could not endure the thoughts of parting with him in an angry manner. Jones accepted the invitation, and no sooner was the tea-kettle removed, and the girls sent out of the room, than the widow, without much preface, began as follows. Well, there are very surprising things happen in this world, but certainly it is a wonderful business that I should have a relation of Mr. Allworthy in my house, and to never know anything of the matter. Alas, sir, you little imagine what a friend that best of gentlemen hath been to me and mine. Yes, sir, I am not ashamed to own it. It is owing to his goodness that I did not long since perish for want, and leave my poor little wretches, too destitute, helpless, friendless orphans, to the care, or rather to the cruelty, of the world. You must know, sir, though I am now reduced to get my living by letting lodgings, I was born and bred a gentlewoman. My father was an officer of the army, and died in a considerable rank. But he lived up to his pay, and as that expired with him, his family at his death became beggars. We were 3 sisters. One of us had the good luck to die soon after of the smallpox. A lady was so kind as to take the second out of charity, as she said, to wait upon her. The mother of this lady had been a servant to my grandmother, and having inherited a vast fortune from her father, which he had got by pawnbroking, was married to a gentleman of great estate and fashion. She used my sister so barbarously, often upbraiding her with her birth and poverty, calling her in derision a gentlewoman, that I believe she at length broke the heart of the poor girl. In short, she likewise died within a 12-month after my father. Fortune thought proper to provide better for me, and within a month from his decease I was married to a clergyman, who had been my lover a long time before, and who had been very ill used by my father on that account. For though my poor father could not give any of us a shilling, yet he bred us up as delicately, considered us, and would have had us consider ourselves as highly as if we had been the richest heiresses. But my dear husband forgot all this usage, and the moment we were become fatherless, he immediately renewed his addresses to me so warmly that I, who always liked, and now more than ever esteemed him, soon complied. 5 years did I live in a state of perfect happiness with that best of men, till at last, cruel, cruel fortune that ever separated us, that deprived me of the kindest of husbands, and my poor girls of the tenderest parent. Oh, my poor girls! You never knew the blessing which ye lost. I am ashamed, Mr. Jones, of this womanish weakness, but I shall never mention him without tears. I ought rather, madam, said Jones, to be ashamed that I do not accompany you. Well, sir, continued she, I was now left a second time in a much worse condition than before. Besides the terrible affliction I was to encounter, I had now 2 children to provide for, and was, if possible, more penniless than ever, when that great, that good, that glorious man, Mr. Allworthy, who had some little acquaintance with my husband, accidentally heard of my distress, and immediately writ this letter to me. Here, sir, here it is. I put it into my pocket to show it to you. This is the letter, sir. I must and will read it to you. Madam, I heartily condole with you on your late grievous loss, which your own good sense, and the excellent lessons you must have learnt from the worthiest of men will better enable you to bear than any advice which I am capable of giving. Nor have I any doubt that you, whom I have heard to be the tenderest of mothers, will suffer any immoderate indulgence of grief to prevent you from discharging your duty to those poor infants, who now alone stand in need of your tenderness. However, as you must be supposed at present to be incapable of much worldly consideration, you will pardon my having ordered a person to wait on you, and to pay you 20 guineas, which I beg you will accept till I have the pleasure of seeing you, and believe me to be, madam, etc. This letter, sir, I received within a fortnight after the irreparable loss I have mentioned. And within a fortnight afterwards Mr. Allworthy, the blessed Mr. Allworthy, came to pay me a visit, when he placed me in the house where you now see me, gave me a large sum of money to furnish it, and settled an annuity of £50 a year upon me, which I have constantly received ever since. Judge then, Mr. Jones, in what regard I must hold a benefactor, to whom I owe the preservation of my life, and of those dear children, for whose sake alone my life is valuable. Do not, therefore, think me impertinent, Mr. Jones, since I must esteem one for whom I know Mr. Allworthy hath so much value, if I beg you not to converse with these wicked women. You are a young gentleman, and do not know half their artful wiles. Do not be angry with me, sir, for what I said upon account of my house. You must be sensible it would be the ruin of my poor dear girls. Besides, sir, you cannot but be acquainted that Mr. Allworthy himself would never forgive my conniving at such matters, and particularly with you. Upon my word, madam, said Jones, you need make no farther apology, nor do I in the least take anything ill you have said. But give me leave, as no one can have more value than myself for Mr. Allworthy, to deliver you from one mistake, which perhaps would not be altogether for his honour. I do assure you I am no relation of his. Alas, sir, answered she, I know you are not. I know very well who you are, for Mr. Allworthy hath told me all. But I do assure you, had you been 20 times his son, he could not have expressed more regard for you than he hath often expressed in my presence. You need not be ashamed, sir, of what you are. I promise you no good person will esteem you the less on that account. No, Mr. Jones, the words dishonourable birth are nonsense, as my dear, dear husband used to say, unless the word dishonourable be applied to the parents, for the children can derive no real dishonour from an act of which they are entirely innocent. Here Jones heaved a deep sigh, and then said, Since I perceive, madam, you really do know me, and Mr. Allworthy hath thought proper to mention my name to you, and since you have been so explicit with me as to your own affairs, I will acquaint you with some more circumstances concerning myself. And these Mrs. Miller having expressed great desire and curiosity to hear, he began and related to her his whole history, without once mentioning the name of Sophia. There is a kind of sympathy in honest minds, by means of which they give an easy credit to each other. Mrs. Miller believed all which Jones told her to be true, and expressed much pity and concern for him. She was beginning to comment on the story, but Jones interrupted her, for, as the hour of assignation now drew nigh, he began to stipulate for a second interview with the lady that evening, which he promised should be the last at her house, swearing at the same time that she was one of great distinction, and that nothing but what was entirely innocent was to pass between them, and I do firmly believe he intended to keep his word. Mrs. Miller was at length prevailed on, and Jones departed to his chamber, where he sat alone till 12 o'clock, but no Lady Bellaston appeared. As we have said that this lady had a great affection for Jones, and as it must have appeared that she really had so, the reader may perhaps wonder at the first failure of her appointment, as she apprehended him to be confined by sickness, a season when friendship seems most to require such visits. This behaviour, therefore, in the lady may by some be condemned as unnatural, but that is not our fault, for our business is only to record truth. Chapter 6, containing a scene which we doubt not will affect all our readers. Mr. Jones closed not his eyes during all the former part of the night, not owing to any uneasiness which he conceived at being disappointed by Lady Bellaston, nor was Sophia herself, though most of his waking hours were justly to be charged to her account, the present cause of dispelling his slumbers. In fact, poor Jones was one of the best-natured fellows alive, and had all that weakness which is called compassion, and which distinguishes this imperfect character from that noble firmness of mind, which rolls a man, as it were, within himself, and, like a polished bull, enables him to run through the world without being once stopped by the calamities which happen to others. He could not help, therefore, compassionating the situation of poor Nancy, whose love for Mr. Nightingale seemed to him so apparent that he was astonished at the blindness of her mother, who had more than once, the preceding evening, remarked to him the great change in the temper of her daughter, who from being, she said, one of the liveliest, merriest girls in the world, was on a sudden become all gloom and melancholy. Sleep, however, at length got the better of all resistance, and now, as if he had already been a deity, as the Antients imagined, and an offended one too, he seemed to enjoy his dear-bought conquest. To speak simply, and without any metaphor, Mr. Jones slept till 11 the next morning, and would perhaps have continued in the same quiet situation much longer, had not a violent uproar awakened him. Partridge was now summoned, who, being asked what was the matter, answered, that there was a dreadful hurricane below stairs, that Miss Nancy was in fits, and that the other sister and the mother were both crying and lamenting over her. Jones expressed much concern at this news, which Partridge endeavoured to relieve by saying with a smile, he fancied the young lady was in no danger of death, for that Susan, which was the name of the maid, had given him to understand it was nothing more than a common affair. In short, said he, Miss Nancy hath had a mind to be as wise as her mother, that's all. She was a little hungry, it seems, and so sat down to dinner before grace was said, and so there is a child coming for the Foundling Hospital. Prithee, leave thy stupid jesting, cries Jones. Is the misery of these poor wretches a subject of mirth? Go immediately to Mrs. Miller, and tell her I beg leave. Stay, you will make some blunder, I will go myself, for she desired me to breakfast with her. He then rose and dressed himself as fast as he could, and while he was dressing, Partridge, notwithstanding many severe rebukes, could not avoid throwing forth certain pieces of brutality, commonly called jests, on this occasion. Jones was no sooner dressed than he walked downstairs, and knocking at the door, was presently admitted by the maid into the outward parlour, which was as empty of company as it was of any apparatus for eating. Mrs. Miller was in the inner room with her daughter, whence the maid presently brought a message to Mr. Jones, that her mistress hoped he would excuse the disappointment, but an accident had happened which made it impossible for her to have the pleasure of his company at breakfast that day, and begged his pardon for not sending him up notice sooner. Jones desired she would give herself no trouble about anything so trifling as his disappointment, that he was heartily sorry for the occasion, and that if he could be of any service to her, she might command him. He had scarce spoke these words, when Mrs. Miller, who heard them all, suddenly threw open the door, and coming out to him in a flood of tears, said, "Oh, Mr. Jones, you are certainly one of the best young men alive. I give you 1,000 thanks for your kind offer of your service. But alas, sir, it is out of your power to preserve my poor girl. Oh, my child, she is undone, she is ruined forever." "I hope, madam," said Jones, No villain, oh, Mr. Jones, said she, that villain who yesterday left my lodgings, hath betrayed my poor girl, hath destroyed her. I know you are a man of honour. You have a good, a noble heart, Mr. Jones. The actions to which I have been myself a witness could proceed from no other. I will tell you all. Nay, indeed, it is impossible after what hath happened to keep it a secret. That nightingale, that barbarous villain, hath undone my daughter. She's, oh, Mr. Jones, my girl is with child by him. And in that condition he hath deserted her. Here, sir, is his cruel letter. Read it, Mr. Jones, and tell me if such another monster lives. The letter was as follows. Dear Nancy, as I found it impossible to mention to you what, I am afraid, will be no less shocking to you than it is to me, I have taken this method to inform you, that my father insists upon my immediately paying my addresses to a young lady of fortune, whom he hath provided for I need not write the detested word. Your own good understanding will make you sensible how entirely I am obliged to an obedience, by which I shall be forever excluded from your dear arms. The fondness of your mother may encourage you to trust her with the unhappy consequence of our love, which may be easily kept secret from the world, and for which I will take care to provide, as I will for you. I wish you may feel less on this account than I have suffered, but summon all your fortitude to your assistance, and forgive and forget the man whom nothing but the prospect of certain ruin could have forced to write this letter. I bid you forget me, I mean only as a lover, but the best of friends you shall ever find in your faithful, though unhappy, J.N. When Jones had read this letter, they both stood silent during a minute, looking at each other, and at last he began thus. I cannot express, madam, how much I am shocked at what I have read. Yet let me beg you, in one particular, to take the writer's advice. Consider the reputation of your daughter. It is gone, it is lost, Mr. Jones, cried she, as well as her innocence. She received the letter in a room full of company, and immediately swooning away upon opening it, the contents were known to every one present. But the loss of her reputation, bad as it is not the worst. I shall lose my child. She hath attempted twice to destroy herself already, and though she hath been hitherto prevented, vow she will not outlive it, nor could I myself outlive any accident of that nature. What then will become of my little Betsy, a helpless infant orphan? And the poor little wretch will, I believe, break her heart at the miseries with which she sees her sister and myself distracted, while she is ignorant of the cause. Oh, 'tis the most sensible and best-natured little thing. The barbarous cruel hath destroyed us all. Oh, my poor children, is this the reward of all my cares? Is this the fruit of all my prospects? Have I so cheerfully undergone all the labours and duties of a mother? Have I been so tender of their infancy, so careful of their education? Have I been toiling so many years, denying myself even the conveniences of life, to provide some little sustenance for them, to lose one or both in such a matter? Indeed, madam, said Jones with tears in his eyes, I pity you from my soul. Oh, Mr. Jones, answered she, even you, though I know the goodness of your heart, can have no idea of what I feel. The best, the kindest, the most dutiful of children, oh, my poor Nancy, the darling of my soul, the delight of my eyes, the pride of my heart, too much indeed my pride, for to those foolish, ambitious hopes arising from her beauty I owe her ruin. Alas! I saw with pleasure the liking which this young man had for her. I thought it an honourable affection, and flattered my foolish vanity with the thoughts of seeking her married to one so much her superior. And 1,000 times in my presence, nay, often in yours, he hath endeavoured to soothe and encourage these hopes by the most generous expressions of disinterested love, which he hath always directed to my poor girl, and which I, as well as she, believe to be real. Could I have believed that these were only snares laid to betray the innocence of my child, and for the ruin of us all? At these words little Betsy came running into the room, crying, "Dear mamma, for heaven's sakes, come to my sister, for she is in another fit, and my cousin can't hold her." Mrs. Miller immediately obeyed the summons, but first ordered Betsy to stay with Mr. Jones, and begged him to entertain her a few minutes, saying in the most pathetic voice, "Good heaven, let me preserve one of my children at least." Jones, in compliance with this request, did all he could to comfort the little girl, though he was in reality himself very highly affected with Mrs. Miller's story. He told her her sister would be soon very well again, that by taking on in that manner she would not only make her sister worse, but make her mother ill too. "Indeed, sir," says she, "I would not do anything to hurt them for the world. I would burst my heart rather than that they should see me cry. But my poor sister can't see me cry. I am afraid she will never be able to see me cry any more. Indeed, I can't part with her. Indeed, I can't. And then poor mamma, too, what will become of her? She says she will die, too, and leave me. But I am resolved I won't be left behind." "And are you not afraid to die, my little Betsy?" said Jones. "Yes," answered she. "I was always afraid to die, because I must have left my mamma and my sister. But I am not afraid of going anywhere with those I love." Jones was so pleased with this answer that he eagerly kissed the child, and soon after Mrs. Miller returned, saying, she thanked heaven Nancy was now come to herself. "And now, Betsy," says she, "you may go in, for your sister is better and longs to see you." She then turned to Jones, and began to renew her apologies for having disappointed him of his breakfast. "I hope, madam," said Jones, "I shall have a more exquisite repast than any you could have provided for me. This, I assure you, will be the case, if I can do any service to this little family of love. But whatever success may attend my endeavours, I am resolved to attempt it. I am very much deceived in Mr. Nightingale, if, notwithstanding what hath happened, he hath not much goodness of heart at the bottom, as well as a very violent affection for your daughter. If this be the case, I think the picture which I shall lay before him will affect him. Endeavour, madam, to comfort yourself, and Miss Nancy, as well as you can. I will go instantly in quest of Mr. Nightingale, and I hope to bring you good news." Mrs. Miller fell upon her knees and invoked all the blessings of heaven upon Mr. Jones, to which she afterwards added the most passionate expressions of gratitude. He then departed to find Mr. Nightingale, and the good woman returned to comfort her daughter, who was somewhat cheered at what her mother told her, and both joined in resounding the praises of Mr. Jones. End of Section 50. Recording by Charlene V. Smith. Section 51 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charlene V. Smith. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 14, Chapter 7. The Interview between Mr. Jones and Mr. Nightingale. The good or evil we confer on others very often, I believe, recoils on ourselves. For as men of a benign disposition enjoy their own acts of beneficence equally with those to whom they are done, so there are scarce any natures so entirely diabolical as to be capable of doing injuries, without paying themselves some pangs for the ruin which they bring on their fellow creatures. Mr. Nightingale, at least, was not such a person. On the contrary, Jones found him in his new lodgings, sitting melancholy by the fire, and silently lamenting the unhappy situation in which he had placed poor Nancy. He no sooner saw his friend appear than he arose hastily to meet him, and after much congratulation said, "Nothing could be more opportune than this kind visit, for I was never more in the spleen in my life." I am sorry, answered Jones, that I bring news very unlikely to relieve you. Nay, what I am convinced must, of all other, shock you the most. However, it is necessary you should know it. Without further preface, then, I come to you, Mr. Nightingale, from a worthy family, which you have involved in misery and ruin. Mr. Nightingale changed colour at these words, but Jones, without regarding it, proceeded, in the liveliest manner, to paint the tragical story with which the reader was acquainted in the last chapter. Nightingale never once interrupted the narration, though he discovered violent emotions at many parts of it. But when it was concluded, after fetching a deep sigh, he said, "What you tell me, my friend, affects me in the tenderest manner. Sure there never was so cursed an accident as the poor girl's betraying my letter. Her reputation might otherwise have been safe, and the affair might have remained a profound secret. And then the girl might have gone off never the worse, for many such things happen in this town, and if the husband should suspect a little when it is too late, it will be his wiser conduct to conceal his suspicion both from his wife and the world." "Indeed, my friend," answered Jones, "this could not have been the case with your poor Nancy. You have so entirely gained her affections that it is the loss of you, and not of her reputation, which afflicts her, and will end in the destruction of her and her family." "Nay, for that matter, I promise you," cries Nightingale, "she hath my affections so absolutely, that my wife, whoever she is to be, will have very little share in them." "And is it possible, then," said Jones, "you can think of deserting her?" "Why, what can I do?" answered the other. "Ask Miss Nancy," replied Jones warmly. "In the condition to which you have reduced her, I sincerely think she ought to determine what reparation you shall make her. Her interest alone, and not yours, ought to be your sole consideration. But if you ask me what you shall do, what can you do less, cries Jones, than fulfil the expectations of her family and her own? Nay, I sincerely tell you they were mine too, ever since I first saw you together. You will pardon me if I presume on the friendship you have favoured me with, moved as I am with compassion for those poor creatures. But your own heart will best suggest to you whether you have never intended, by your conduct, to persuade the mother as well as the daughter into an opinion that you designed honourably. And if so, though there may have been no direct promise of marriage in the case, I will leave to your own good understanding how far you are bound to proceed." "Nay, I must not only confess what you have hinted," said Nightingale, "but I am afraid even that very promise you mention I have given." "And can you, after owning that," said Jones, "hesitate a moment?" "Consider, my friend," answered the other. "I know you are a man of honour, and would advise no one to act contrary to its rules. If there were no other objection, can I, after this publication of her disgrace, think of such an alliance with honour?" "Undoubtedly," replied Jones, "and the very best and truest honour, which is goodness, requires it of you. As you mention a scruple of this kind, you will give me leave to examine it. Can you with honour be guilty of having under false pretences deceived a young woman and her family, and of having by these means treacherously robbed her of her innocence? Can you with honour be the knowing, the wilful occasion, nay, the artful contriver of the ruin of a human being? Can you with honour destroy the fame, the peace, nay, probably both the life and soul too of this creature? Can honour bear the thought that this creature is a tender, helpless, defenceless young woman, a young woman who loves, who dotes on you, who dies for you, who hath placed the utmost confidence in your promises, and to that confidence hath sacrificed everything which is dear to her? Can honour support such contemplations as these a moment?" "Common sense, indeed," said Nightingale, "warrants all you say, but yet you well know the opinion of the world is so contrary to it, that was I to marry a whore, though my own, I should be ashamed of ever showing my face again." "Fie upon it, Mr. Nightingale," said Jones, "do not call her by so ungenerous a name. When you promised to marry her, she became your wife, and she hath sinned more against prudence than virtue. And what is this world which you would be ashamed to face but the vile, the foolish, and the profligate? Forgive me if I say such a shame must proceed from false modesty, which always attends false honour as its shadow. But I am well assured there is not a man of real sense and goodness in the world who would not honour and applaud the action. But admit no other would not your own heart, my friend, applaud it? And do not the warm, rapturous sensations which we feel from the consciousness of an honest, noble, generous, benevolent action convey more delight to the mind than the undeserved praise of millions? Set the alternative fairly before your eyes. On the one side, see this poor, unhappy, tender, believing girl in the arms of her wretched mother, breathing her last. Hear her breaking heart in agonies, sighing out your name, and lamenting, rather than accusing, the cruelty which weighs her down to destruction. Paint to your imagination the circumstances of her fond, despairing parent, driven to madness, or perhaps to death, by the loss of her lovely daughter. View the poor, helpless, orphan infant, and when your mind hath dwelt a moment only on such ideas, consider yourself as the cause of all the ruin of this poor, little, worthy, defenceless family. On the other side, consider yourself as relieving them from their temporary sufferings. Think with what joy, with what transports that lovely creature will fly to your arms. See her blood returning to her pale cheeks, her fire to her languid eyes, and raptures to her tortured breast. Consider the exultations of her mother, the happiness of all. Think of this little family made by one act of yours completely happy. Think of this alternative, and sure I am mistaken in my friend if it requires any long deliberation whether he will sink these wretches down forever, or by one generous, noble resolution raise them all from the brink of misery and despair to the highest pitch of human happiness. Add to this but one consideration more, the consideration that it is your duty so to do, that the misery from which you will relieve these poor people is the misery which you yourself have wilfully brought upon them. "Oh, my dear friend," cries Nightingale, "I wanted not your eloquence to rouse me. I pity poor Nancy from my soul, and would willingly give anything in my power that no familiarities had ever passed between us. Nay, believe me, I had many struggles with my passion before I could prevail with myself to write that cruel letter, which hath caused all the misery in that unhappy family. If I had no inclinations to consult but my own, I would marry her tomorrow morning. I would, by heaven! But you will easily imagine how impossible it would be to prevail on my father to consent to such a match. Besides, he hath provided another for me, and tomorrow, by his express command, I am to wait on the lady." "I have not the honour to know your father," said Jones, "but suppose he could be persuaded, would you yourself consent to the only means of preserving these poor people?" "As eagerly as I would pursue my happiness," answered Nightingale, "for I never shall find it in any other woman. Oh, my dear friend! Could you imagine what I have felt within these 12 hours for my poor girl, I am convinced she would not engross all your pity. Passion leads me only to her, and if I had any foolish scruples of honour, you have fully satisfied them. Could my father be induced to comply with my desires, nothing would be wanting to complete my own happiness or that of my Nancy." "Then I am resolved to undertake it," said Jones. "You must not be angry with me, in whatever light it may be necessary to set this affair, which, you may depend on it, could not otherwise be long hid from him. For things of this nature make a quick progress when once they get abroad, as this unhappily hath already. Besides, should any fatal accident follow, as upon my soul I am afraid will, unless immediately prevented, the public would ring of your name in a manner which, if your father hath common humanity, must offend him. If you will therefore tell me where I may find the old gentleman, I will not lose a moment in the business, which while I pursue, you cannot do a more generous action than by paying a visit to the poor girl. You will find I have not exaggerated in the account I have given of the wretchedness of the family." Nightingale immediately consented to the proposal, and now, having acquainted Jones with his father's lodging, and the coffee-house where he would most probably find him, he hesitated a moment, and then said, "My dear Tom, you are going to undertake an impossibility. If you knew my father, you would never think of obtaining his consent. Stay, there is one way. Suppose you told him I was already married, it might be easier to reconcile him to the fact after it was done, and upon my honour I am so affected with what you have said, and I love my Nancy so passionately, I almost wish it was done, whatever might be the consequence." Jones greatly approved the hint, and promised to pursue it. They then separated, Nightingale to visit his Nancy, and Jones in quest of the old gentleman. Chapter 8. What passed between Jones and old Mr. Nightingale, with the arrival of a person not yet mentioned in this history. Notwithstanding the sentiment of the Roman satirist, which denies the divinity of fortune, and the opinion of Seneca to the same purpose, Cicero, who was, I believe, a wiser man than either of them, expressly holds the contrary, and certain it is there are some incidents in life so very strange and unaccountable, that it seems to require more than human skill and foresight in producing them. Of this kind was what now happened to Jones, who found Mr. Nightingale the elder in so critical a minute that fortune, if she was really worthy of all the worship she received at Rome, could not have contrived such another. In short, the old gentleman, and the father of the young lady whom he intended for his son, had been hard at it for many hours, and the latter was just now gone, and had left the former delighted with the thoughts that he had succeeded in a long contention, which had been between the two fathers of the future bride and bridegroom, in which both endeavoured to overreach the other, and, as it not rarely happens in such cases, both had retreated fully satisfied of having obtained the victory. This gentleman, whom Mr. Jones now visited, was what they call a man of the world, that is to say, a man who directs his conduct in this world as one who, being fully persuaded there is no other, is resolved to make the most of this. In his early years he had been bred to trade, but having acquired a very good fortune, he had lately declined his business, or, to speak more properly, had changed it from dealing in goods to dealing only in money, of which he had always a plentiful fund at command, and of which he knew very well how to make a very plentiful advantage, sometimes of the necessities of private men, and sometimes of those of the public. He had indeed conversed so entirely with money, that it may be almost doubted whether he imagined there was any other thing really existing in the world. This at least may be certainly averred, that he firmly believed nothing else to have any real value. The reader will, I fancy, allow that fortune could not have culled out a more improper person for Mr. Jones to attack with any probability of success, nor could the whimsical lady have directed this attack at a more unseasonable time. As money, then, was always uppermost in this gentleman's thoughts, so the moment he saw a stranger within his doors, it immediately occurred to his imagination that such stranger was either come to bring him money or to fetch it from him, and according as one or other of these thoughts prevailed, he conceived a favourable or unfavourable idea of the person who approached him. Unluckily for Jones, the latter of these was the ascendant at present, for as a young gentleman had visited him the day before, with a bill from his son for a play debt, he apprehended, at the first sight of Jones, that he was come on such another errand. Jones, therefore, had no sooner told him that he was come on his son's account, than the old gentleman, being confirmed in his suspicion, burst forth into an exclamation, that he would lose his labour. "Is it then possible, sir," answered Jones, "that you can guess my business?" "If I do guess it," replied the other, "I repeat again to you, you will lose your labour. What, I suppose you are one of those sparks who lead my son into all those scenes of riot and debauchery, which will be his destruction. But I shall pay no more of his bills, I promise you. I expect he will quit all such company for the future. If I had imagined otherwise, I should not have provided a wife for him, for I would be instrumental in the ruin of nobody." "How, sir?" said Jones, "and what's this lady of your providing?" "Pray, sir," answered the old gentleman, "how comes it to be any concern of yours?" "Nay, dear sir," replied Jones, "be not offended that I interest myself in what regards your son's happiness, for whom I have so great an honour and value. It was upon that very account I came to wait upon you. I can't express the satisfaction you have given me by what you say, for I do assure you your son is a person for whom I have the highest honour. Nay, sir, it is not easy to express the esteem I have for you, who could be so generous, so good, so kind, so indulgent to provide such a match for your son, a woman who, I dare swear, will make him one of the happiest men upon earth. There is scarce anything which so happily introduces men to our good liking, as having conceived some alarm at their first appearance. When once those apprehensions begin to vanish, we soon forget the fears which they occasioned, and look on ourselves as indebted for our present ease to those very persons who at first raised our fears. Thus it happened to Nightingale, who no sooner found that Jones had no demand on him, as he suspected, than he began to be pleased with his presence. "Pray, good sir," said he, "be pleased to sit down. I do not remember to have ever had the pleasure of seeing you before, but if you are a friend of my son, and have anything to say concerning this young lady, I shall be glad to hear you. As to her making him happy, it will be his own fault if she doth not. I have discharged my duty in taking care of the main article. She will bring him a fortune capable of making any reasonable, prudent, sober man happy." "Undoubtedly," cries Jones, "for she is in herself a fortune, so beautiful, so genteel, so sweet-tempered, and so well educated. She is indeed a most accomplished young lady, sings admirably well, and hath a most delicate hand at the harpsichord." "I did not know any of these matters," answered the old gentleman, "for I never saw the lady. But I do not like her the worse for what you tell me, and I am the better pleased with her father for not laying any stress on these qualifications in our bargain. I shall always think it a proof of his understanding. A silly fellow would have brought in these articles as an addition to her fortune, but to give him his due, he never mentioned any such matter, though to be sure they are no disparagements to a woman." "I do assure you, sir," cries Jones, "she hath them all in the most eminent degree. For my part, I own I was afraid you might have been a little backward, a little less inclined to the match, for your son told me you had never seen the lady. Therefore I came, sir, in that case, to entreat you, to conjure you, as you value the happiness of your son, not to be averse to his match with a woman who hath not only all the good qualities I have mentioned, but many more." "If that was your business, sir," said the old gentleman, "we are both obliged to you, and you may be perfectly easy, for I give you my word I was very well satisfied with her fortune." "Sir," answered Jones, "I honour you every moment more and more. To be so easily satisfied, so very moderate on that account, is a proof of the soundness of your understanding, as well as the nobleness of your mind." "Not so very moderate, young gentleman, not so very moderate," answered the father. "Still more and more noble," replied Jones, "and give me leave to add, sensible. For sure it is little less than madness to consider money as the sole foundation of happiness. Such a woman as this, with her little, her nothing of a fortune— "I find," cries the old gentleman, "you have a pretty just opinion of money, my friend, or else you are better acquainted with the person of the lady than with her circumstances. Why, pray, what fortune do you imagine this lady to have?" "What fortune?" cried Jones. "Why, too contemptible a one to be named for your son." "Well, well, well," said the other, "perhaps he might have done better." "That I deny," said Jones, "for she is one of the best of women." "Ay, ay, but in point of fortune, I mean," answered the other. "And yet, as to that now, how much do you imagine your friend is to have?" "How much?" cries Jones. "How much? Why, at the utmost, perhaps 200 pounds. "Do you mean to banter me, young gentleman?" said the father, a little angry. "No, upon my soul," answered Jones, "I am in earnest. Nay, I believe I have gone to the utmost farthing. If I do the lady an injury, I ask her pardon." "Indeed you do," cries the father. "I am certain she hath 50 times that sum, and she shall produce 50 to that before I consent that she shall marry my son." "Nay," said Jones, "it is too late to talk of consent now. If she had not 50 farthings, your son is married." "My son married!" answered the old gentleman with surprise. "Nay," said Jones, "I thought you was unacquainted with it." "My son married to Miss Harris," answered he again. "To Miss Harris?" said Jones. "No, sir, to Miss Nancy Miller, the daughter of Mrs. Miller, at whose house he lodged, a young lady, who, though her mother is reduced to let lodgings— "Are you bantering, or are you in earnest?" cries the father, with a most solemn voice. "Indeed, sir," answered Jones, "I scorn the character of a banterer. I came to you in most serious earnest, imagining, as I find true, that your son had never dared acquaint you with a match so much inferior to him in point of fortune, though the reputation of the lady will suffer it no longer to remain a secret." While the father stood like one struck suddenly dumb at this news, a gentleman came into the room, and saluted him by the name of brother. But though these two were in consanguinity so nearly related, they were in their dispositions almost the opposites to each other. The brother who now arrived had likewise been bred to trade, in which he no sooner saw himself worth 6,000 pounds than he purchased a small estate with the greatest part of it, and retired into the country, where he married the daughter of an unbeneficed clergyman, a young lady who, though she had neither beauty nor fortune, had recommended herself to his choice entirely by her good humour, of which she possessed a very large share. With this woman he had, during 25 years, lived a life more resembling the model which certain poets ascribe to the golden age, than any of those patterns which are furnished by the present times. By her he had 4 children, but none of them arrived at maturity, except only one daughter, whom in vulgar language he and his wife had spoiled, that is, had educated with the utmost tenderness and fondness, which she returned to such a degree that she had actually refused a very extraordinary match with a gentleman a little turned of 40, because she could not bring herself to part with her parents. The young lady whom Mr. Nightingale had intended for his son was a near neighbour of his brother, and an acquaintance of his niece, and in reality it was upon the account of his projected match that he was now come to town, not indeed to forward, but to dissuade his brother from a purpose which he conceived would inevitably ruin his nephew, for he foresaw no other event from a union with Miss Harris, notwithstanding the largeness of her fortune, as neither her person nor mind seemed to him to promise any kind of matrimonial felicity, for she was very tall, very thin, very ugly, very affected, very silly, and very ill-natured. His brother, therefore, no sooner mentioned the marriage of his nephew with Miss Miller than he expressed the utmost satisfaction, and when the father had very bitterly reviled his son, and pronounced sentence of beggary upon him, the uncle began in the following manner: "If you was a little cooler, brother, I would ask you whether you love your son for his sake or for your own. You would answer, I suppose, and so I suppose you think, for his sake. And doubtless it is his happiness which you intended in the marriage you proposed for him. Now, brother, to prescribe rules of happiness to others hath always appeared to me very absurd, and to insist on doing this, very tyrannical. It is a vulgar error, I know, but it is, nevertheless, an error. And if this be absurd in other things, it is mostly so in the affair of marriage, the happiness of which depends entirely on the affection which subsists between the parties. I have therefore always thought it unreasonable in parents to desire to choose for their children on this occasion, since to force affection is an impossible attempt. Nay, so much doth love abhor force, that I know not whether, through an unfortunate but uncurable perverseness in our natures, it may not be even impatient of persuasion. It is, however, true that, though a parent will not, I think, wisely prescribe, he ought to be consulted on this occasion, and in strictness, perhaps, should at least have a negative voice. My nephew, therefore, I own, in marrying, without asking your advice, hath been guilty of a fault. But honestly speaking, brother, have you not a little promoted this fault? Have not your frequent declarations on this subject given him a moral certainty of your refusal, where there was any deficiency in point of fortune? Nay, doth not your present anger arise solely from that deficiency? And if he hath failed in his duty here, did you not as much exceed that authority when you absolutely bargained with him for a woman without his knowledge, whom you yourself never saw, and whom, if you had seen and known as well as I, it must have been madness in you to have ever thought of bringing her into your family? Still I own my nephew in a fault, but surely it is not an unpardonable fault. He hath acted indeed without your consent, in a matter in which he ought to have asked it, but it is in a matter in which his interest is principally concerned. You yourself must and will acknowledge that you consulted his interest only, and if he unfortunately differed from you, and hath been mistaken in his notion of happiness, will you, brother, if you love your son, carry him still wider from the point? Will you increase the ill consequences of his simple choice? Will you endeavour to make an event certain misery to him, which may accidentally prove so? In a word, brother, because he hath put it out of your power to make his circumstances as affluent as you would, will you distress them as much as you can? By the force of the true Catholic faith, Saint Anthony won upon the fishes. Orpheus and Amphion went a little farther, and by the charms of music enchanted things merely inanimate, wonderful both. But neither history nor fable have ever yet ventured to record an instance of anyone who by force of argument and reason hath triumphed over habitual avarice. Mr. Nightingale the father, instead of attempting to answer his brother, contented himself with only observing that they had always differed in their sentiments concerning the education of their children. "I wish," said he, "brother, you would have confined your care to your own daughter, and never have troubled yourself with my son, who hath, I believe, as little profited by your precepts as by your example." For young Nightingale was his uncle's godson, and had lived more with him than with his father, so that the uncle had often declared he loved his nephew almost equally with his own child. Jones fell into raptures with this good gentleman, and when, after much persuasion, they found the father grew still more and more irritated, instead of appeased, Jones conducted the uncle to his nephew at the house of Mrs. Miller. Chapter 9. Containing strange matters. At his return to his lodgings, Jones found the situation of affairs greatly altered from what they had been in at his departure. The mother, the two daughters, and young Mr. Nightingale were now sat down to supper together, when the uncle was, at his own desire, introduced without any ceremony into the company, to all of whom he was well known, for he had several times visited his nephew at that house. The old gentleman immediately walked up to Miss Nancy, saluted and wished her joy, as he did afterwards the mother and the other sister, and lastly he paid the proper compliments to his nephew, with the same good humour and courtesy as if his nephew had married his equal or superior in fortune, with all the previous requisites first performed. Miss Nancy and her supposed husband both turned pale, and looked rather foolish than otherwise upon the occasion. But Mrs. Miller took the first opportunity of withdrawing, and having sent for Jones into the dining-room, she threw herself at his feet, and in a most passionate flood of tears called him her good angel, the preserver of her poor little family, with many other respectful and endearing appellations, and made him every acknowledgment which the highest benefit can extract from the most grateful heart. After the first gust of her passion was a little over, which she declared, if she had not vented, would have burst her, she proceeded to inform Mr. Jones that all matters were settled between Mr. Nightingale and her daughter, and that they were to be married the next morning, at which Mr. Jones having expressed much pleasure, the poor woman fell again into a fit of joy and thanksgiving, which he at length with difficulty silenced, and prevailed on her to return with him back to the company, whom they found in the same good humour in which they had left them. This little society now passed 2 or 3 very agreeable hours together, in which the uncle, who was a very great lover of his bottle, had so well plied his nephew, that this latter, though not drunk, began to be somewhat flustered, and now Mr. Nightingale, taking the old gentleman with him upstairs into the apartment he had lately occupied, unbosomed himself as follows. "As you have been always the best and kindest of uncles to me, and as you have shown such unparalleled goodness in forgiving this match, which to be sure may be thought a little improvident, I should never forgive myself if I attempted to deceive you in anything." He then confessed the truth, and opened the whole affair. "How, Jack," said the old gentleman, Are you really then not married to this young woman? No, upon my honour, answered Nightingale. I have told you the simple truth. My dear boy, cries the uncle, kissing him, I am heartily glad to hear it. I never was better pleased in my life. If you had been married, I should have assisted you as much as was in my power to have made the best of a bad matter. But there is a great difference between considering a thing which is already done and irrecoverable, and that which is yet to do. Let your reason have fair play, Jack, and you will see this match in so foolish and preposterous a light that there will be no need of any dissuasive arguments. Oh, sir, replies young Nightingale, is there this difference between having already done an act and being in honour engaged to do it? Pooh, said the uncle, honour is a creature of the world's making, and the world hath the power of a creator over it, and may govern and direct it as they please. Now you well know how trivial these breaches of contract are thought. Even the grossest make but the wonder and conversation of a day. Is there a man who afterwards will be more backward in giving you his sister or daughter? Or is there any sister or daughter who would be more backward to receive you? Honour is not concerned in these engagements. Pardon me, dear sir, cries Nightingale, I can never think so, as not only honour, but conscience and humanity are concerned. I am well satisfied that was I now to disappoint the young creature, her death would be the consequence, and I should look upon myself as her murderer, nay, as her murderer by the cruelest of all methods, by breaking her heart. Break her heart, indeed! No, no, Jack, cries the uncle, the hearts of women are not so soon broke. They are tough, boy, they are tough. But, sir, answered Nightingale, my own affections are engaged, and I never could be happy with any other woman. How often have I heard you say that children should be always suffered to choose for themselves, and that you would let my cousin Harry do so? Why, aye, replied the old gentleman, so I would have them, but then I would have them choose wisely. Indeed, Jack, you must and shall leave the girl. Indeed, uncle, cries the other, I must and will have her. You will, young gentleman, said the uncle. I did not expect such a word from you. I should not wonder if you had used such language to your father, who hath always treated you like a dog, and kept you at the distance which a tyrant preserves over his subjects. But I, who have lived with you upon an equal footing, might surely expect better usage. But I know how to account for it all. It is all owing to your preposterous education, in which I have had too little share. There is my daughter now, whom I have brought up as my friend, never doth anything without my advice, nor ever refuses to take it when I give it her. You have never yet given her advice in an affair of this kind, said Nightingale, for I am greatly mistaken in my cousin, if she would be very ready to obey even your most positive commands in abandoning her inclinations. Don't abuse my girl, answered the old gentleman with some emotion. Don't abuse my Harriet. I have brought her up to have no inclinations contrary to my own. By suffering her to do whatever she pleases, I have inured her to a habit of being pleased to do whatever I like. Pardon me, sir, said Nightingale, I have not the least design to reflect on my cousin, for whom I have the greatest esteem, and indeed I am convinced you will never put her to so severe a trial, or lay such hard commands on her as you would do on me. But, dear sir, let us return to the company, for they will begin to be uneasy at our long absence. I must beg one favour of my dear uncle, which is that he would not say anything to shock the poor girl or her mother. Oh, you need not fear me, answered he. I understand myself too well to affront women, so I will readily grant you that favour, and in return I must expect another of you. There are but few of your commands, sir, said Nightingale, which I shall not very cheerfully obey. Nay, sir, I ask nothing, said the uncle, but the honour of your company home to my lodging, that I may reason the case a little more fully with you, for I would, if possible, have the satisfaction of preserving my family, notwithstanding the headstrong folly of my brother, who in his opinion is the wisest man in the world. Nightingale, who well knew his uncle to be as headstrong as his father, submitted to attend him home, and then they both returned back into the room, where the old gentleman promised to carry himself with the same decorum which he had before maintained. Chapter 10. A short chapter which concludes the book. The long absence of the uncle and nephew had occasioned some disquiet in the minds of all whom they had left behind them, and the more, as during the preceding dialogue, the uncle had more than once elevated his voice so as to be heard downstairs, which, though they could not distinguish what he said, had caused some evil foreboding in Nancy and her mother, and indeed even in Jones himself. When the good company, therefore, again assembled, there was a visible alteration in all their faces, and the good humour which, at their last meeting, universally shone forth in every countenance, was now changed into a much less agreeable aspect. It was a change, indeed, common enough to the weather in this climate, from sunshine to clouds, from June to December. This alteration was not, however, greatly remarked by any present, for as they were all now endeavouring to conceal their own thoughts, and to act a part, they became all too busily engaged in the scene to be spectators of it. Thus neither the uncle nor nephew saw any symptoms of suspicion in the mother or daughter, nor did the mother or daughter remark the overacted complacence of the old man, nor the counterfeit satisfaction which grinned in the features of the young one. Something like this, I believe, frequently happens, where the whole attention of two friends being engaged in the part which each is to act in order to impose on the other, neither sees nor suspects the arts practised against himself, and thus the thrust of both, to borrow no improper metaphor on the occasion, alike takes place. For the same reason, it is no unusual thing for both parties to be overreached in a bargain, though the one must be always the greater loser, as was he who sold a blind horse, and received a bad note in payment. Our company in about half an hour broke up, and the uncle carried off his nephew, but not before the latter had assured Miss Nancy, in a whisper, that he would attend her early in the morning, and fulfil all his engagements. Jones, who was the least concerned in this scene, saw the most. He did indeed suspect the very fact, for besides observing the great alteration in the behaviour of the uncle, the distance he assumed, and his overstrained civility to Miss Nancy, the carrying off of a bridegroom from his bride at that time of night was so extraordinary a proceeding that it could be accounted for only by imagining that young Nightingale had revealed the whole truth, which the apparent openness of his temper, and his being flustered with liquor, made too probable. While he was reasoning with himself whether he should acquaint these poor people with his suspicion, the maid of the house informed him that a gentlewoman desired to speak with him. He went immediately out, and taking the candle from the maid, ushered his visitant upstairs, who, in the person of Mrs. Honour, acquainted him with such dreadful news concerning his Sophia, that he immediately lost all consideration for every other person, and his whole stock of compassion was entirely swallowed up in reflections on his own misery, and on that of his unfortunate angel. What this dreadful matter was, the reader will be informed, after we have first related the many preceding steps which produced it, and those will be the subject of the following book. End of section 51. Recording by Charlene V. Smith.
Section 52 of Book 15, in which the history advances about 2 days. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheila Morton in Jefferson City, Tennessee. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Chapter 1. Too short to need a preface. There are a set of religious, or rather moral writers who teach that virtue is the certain road to happiness, and vice to misery in this world. A very wholesome and comfortable doctrine, and to which we have but one objection, namely, that it is not true. Indeed, if by virtue these writers mean the exercise of those cardinal virtues which, like good housewives, stay at home, and mind only the business of their own family, I shall very readily concede the point. For so surely do all these contribute and lead to happiness, that I could almost wish, in violation of all the ancient and modern sages, to call them rather by the name of wisdom than by that of virtue. For, with regard to this life, no system, I conceive, was ever wiser than that of the ancient Epicureans, who held this wisdom to constitute the chief good, nor foolisher than that of their opposites, those modern epicures, who place all felicity in the abundant gratification of every sensual appetite. But if by virtue is meant, as I almost think it ought, a certain relative quality which is always busying itself without doors, and seems as much interested in pursuing the good of others as its own, I cannot so easily agree that this is the surest way to human happiness, because I am afraid we must then include poverty and contempt, with all the mischiefs which backbiting, envy, and ingratitude can bring on mankind, in our idea of happiness. Nay, sometimes perhaps we shall be obliged to wait upon the said happiness to a jail, since many, by the above virtue, have brought themselves thither. I have not now leisure to enter upon so large a field of speculation as here seems opening upon me. My design was to wipe off a doctrine that lay in my way. Since, while Mr Jones was acting the most virtuous part imaginable in labouring to preserve his fellow creatures from destruction, the devil, or some other evil spirit, one perhaps clothed in human flesh, was hard at work to make him completely miserable in the ruin of his Sophia. This, therefore, would seem an exception to the above rule, if indeed it was a rule. But as we have in our voyage through life seen so many other exceptions to it, we choose to dispute the doctrine on which it is founded, which we don't apprehend to be Christian, which we are convinced is not true, and which is indeed destructive of one of the noblest arguments that reason alone can furnish for the belief of immortality. But as the reader's curiosity, if he hath any, must be now awake and hungry, we shall provide to feed it as fast as we can. Chapter 2. In which is opened a very black design against Sophia. I remember a wise old gentleman who used to say, "When children are doing nothing, they are doing mischief." I will not enlarge this quaint saying to the most beautiful part of the creation in general, but so far I may be allowed, that when the effects of female jealousy do not appear openly in their proper colours of rage and fury, we may suspect that mischievous passion to be at work privately, and attempting to undermine what it doth not attack above ground. This was exemplified in the conduct of Lady Bellaston, who, under all the smiles which she wore in her countenance, concealed much indignation against Sophia; and as she plainly saw that this young lady stood between her and the full indulgence of her desires, she resolved to get rid of her by some means or other. Nor was it long before a very favourable opportunity of accomplishing this presented itself to her. The reader may be pleased to remember that when Sophia was thrown into that consternation at the playhouse by the wit and humour of a set of young gentlemen who called themselves the town, we informed him that she had put herself under the protection of a young nobleman, who had very safely conducted her to her chair. This nobleman, who frequently visited Lady Bellaston, had more than once seen Sophia there, since her arrival in town, and had conceived a very great liking to her; which liking, as beauty never looks more amiable than in distress, Sophia had in this fright so increased, that he might now, without any great impropriety, be said to be actually in love with her. It may easily be believed that he would not suffer so handsome an occasion of improving his acquaintance with the beloved object as now offered itself to elapse, when even good breeding alone might have prompted him to pay her a visit. The next morning, therefore, after this accident, he waited on Sophia with the usual compliments, and hopes that she had received no harm from her last night's adventure. As love, like fire, when once thoroughly kindled, is soon blown into a flame, Sophia in a very short time completed her conquest. Time now flew away unperceived, and the noble lord had been 2 hours in company with the lady before it entered into his head that he had made too long a visit. Though this circumstance alone would have alarmed Sophia, who was somewhat more a mistress of computation at present, she had indeed much more pregnant evidence from the eyes of her lover of what passed within his bosom. Nay, though he did not make any open declaration of his passion, yet many of his expressions were rather too warm and too tender to have been imputed to complaisance, even in the age when such complaisance was in fashion, the very reverse of which is well known to be the reigning mode at present. Lady Bellaston had been apprized of his lordship's visit at his first arrival, and the length of it very well satisfied her, that things went as she wished, and as indeed she had suspected the second time she saw this young couple together. This business she rightly, I think, concluded that she should by no means forward by mixing in the company while they were together. She therefore ordered her servants that when my lord was going they should tell him she desired to speak with him, and employed the intermediate time in meditating how best to accomplish a scheme which she made no doubt but his lordship would very readily embrace the execution of. Lord Phillimore, for that was the title of this young nobleman, was no sooner introduced to her ladyship than she attacked him in the following strain. "Bless me, my lord, are you here yet? I thought my servants had made a mistake and let you go away, and I wanted to see you about an affair of some importance." "Indeed, Lady Bellaston," said he, "I don't wonder you are astonished at the length of my visit, for I have stayed above 2 hours, and I did not think I had stayed above half a one." "What am I to conclude from thence, my lord?" said she. "The company must be very agreeable which can make time slide away so very deceitfully." "Upon my honour," said he, "the most agreeable I ever saw. Pray tell me, Lady Bellaston, who is this blazing star which you have produced among us all of a sudden?" "What blazing star, my lord?" said she, affecting a surprise. "I mean," said he, "the lady I saw here the other day, whom I had last night in my arms at the playhouse, and to whom I have been making that unreasonable visit." "Oh, my cousin Western," said she, "why, that blazing star, my lord, is the daughter of a country booby squire, and hath been in town above a fortnight for the first time." "Upon my soul," said he, "I should swear she had been bred up in a court; for besides her beauty I never saw anything so genteel, so sensible, so polite." "Oh, brave!" cries the lady, "my cousin hath you, I find." "Upon my honour," answered he, "I wish she had, for I am in love with her to distraction." "Nay, my lord," said she, "it is not wishing yourself very ill neither, for she is a very great fortune. I assure you she is an only child, and her father's estate is a good 3000 a year." "Then I can assure you, madam," answered the lord, "I think her the best match in England." "Indeed, my lord," replied she, "if you like her, I heartily wish you had her." "If you think so kindly of me, madam," said he, "as she is a relation of yours, will you do me the honour to propose it to her father?" "And are you really then in earnest?" cries the lady with an affected gravity. "I hope, madam," answered he, "you have a better opinion of me than to imagine I would jest with your ladyship in an affair of this kind." "Indeed, then," said the lady, "I will most readily propose your lordship to her father, and I can, I believe, assure you of his joyful acceptance of the proposal. But there is a bar which I am almost ashamed to mention, and yet it is one you will never be able to conquer. You have a rival, my lord, and a rival who, though I blush to name him, neither you nor all the world will ever be able to conquer." "Upon my word, Lady Bellaston," cries he, "you have struck a damp to my heart, which hath almost deprived me of being." "Fie, my lord," said she, "I should rather hope I had struck fire into you. A lover, and talk of damps in your heart! I rather imagined you would have asked your rival's name, that you might have immediately entered the lists with him." "I promise you, madam," answered he, "there are very few things I would not undertake for your charming cousin. But pray who is this happy man?" "Why, he is," said she, "what I am sorry to say most happy men with us are, one of the lowest fellows in the world. He is a beggar, a bastard, a foundling, a fellow in meaner circumstances than one of your lordship's footmen." "And is it possible," cried he, "that a young creature with such perfections could think of bestowing herself so unworthily?" "Alas, my lord," answered she, "consider the country. The bane of all young women is the country. There they learn a set of romantic notions of love, and I know not what folly, which this town and good company can scarce eradicate in a whole winter." "Indeed, madam," replied my lord, "your cousin is of too immense a value to be thrown away. Such ruin as this must be prevented." "Alas!" cries she, "my lord, how can it be prevented? The family have already done all in their power, but the girl is, I think, intoxicated, and nothing less than ruin will content her. And to deal more openly with you, I expect every day to hear she is run away with him." "What you tell me, Lady Bellaston," answered his lordship, "affects me most tenderly, and only raises my compassion, instead of lessening my adoration of your cousin. Some means must be found to preserve so inestimable a jewel. Hath your ladyship endeavoured to reason with her?" Here the lady affected a laugh, and cried, "My dear lord, sure you know us better than to talk of reasoning a young woman out of her inclinations. These inestimable jewels are as deaf as the jewels they wear. Time, my lord, time is the only medicine to cure their folly. But this is a medicine which I am certain she will not take. Nay, I live in hourly horrors on her account. In short, nothing but violent methods will do." "What is to be done?" cries my lord. "What methods are to be taken? Is there any method upon earth? Oh, Lady Bellaston, there is nothing which I would not undertake for such a reward." "I really know not," answered the lady after a pause; and then, pausing again, she cried out, "Upon my soul, I am at my wit's end on this girl's account. If she can be preserved, something must be done immediately, and, as I say, nothing but violent methods will do. If your lordship hath really this attachment to my cousin, and to do her justice, except in this silly inclination of which she will soon see her folly, she is every way deserving. I think there may be one way, indeed, it is a very disagreeable one, and what I am almost afraid to think of. It requires a great spirit, I promise you." "I am not conscious, madam," said he, "of any defect there, nor am I hope, suspected of any such. It must be an egregious defect indeed which would make me backward on this occasion." "Nay, my lord," answered she, "I am so far from doubting you, I am much more inclined to doubt my own courage, for I must run a monstrous risk. In short, I must place such a confidence in your honour as a wise woman will scarce ever place in a man on any consideration." In this point likewise my lord very well satisfied her, for his reputation was extremely clear, and common fame did him no more than justice in speaking well of him. "Well then," said she, "my lord, I vow I can't bear the apprehension of it. No, it must not be. At least every other method shall be tried. Can you get rid of your engagements and dine here to-day? Your lordship will have an opportunity of seeing a little more of Miss Western. I promise you we have no time to lose. Here will be nobody but Lady Betty and Miss Eagle and Colonel Hempsted and Tom Edwards. They will all go soon, and I shall be at home to nobody. Then your lordship may be a little more explicit. Nay, I will contrive some method to convince you of her attachment to this fellow." My lord made proper compliments, accepted the invitation, and then they parted to dress, it being now past 3 in the morning, or, to reckon by the old style, in the afternoon. Chapter 3. A further explanation of the foregoing design. Though the reader may have long since concluded Lady Bellaston to be a member, and no inconsiderable one, of the great world, she was in reality a very considerable member of the little world, by which appellation was distinguished a very worthy and honourable society which not long since flourished in this kingdom. Among other good principles upon which this society was founded, there was one very remarkable; for, as it was a rule of an honourable club of heroes who assembled at the close of the late war, that all the members should every day fight once at least, so 'twas in this, that every member should, within the 24 hours, tell at least one merry fib, which was to be propagated by all the brethren and sisterhood. Many idle stories were told about this society, which, from a certain quality, may be, perhaps not unjustly, supposed to have come from the society themselves; as that the devil was the president, and that he sat in person in an elbow chair at the upper end of a table. But upon very strict inquiry I find there is not the least truth in any of those tales, and that the assembly consisted in reality of a set of very good sort of people, and the fibs which they propagated were of a harmless kind, intended only to produce mirth and good humour. Edwards was likewise a member of this comical society. To him, therefore, Lady Bellaston applied as a proper instrument for her purpose, and furnished him with a fib which he was to vent whenever the lady gave him her cue; and this was not to be till the evening, when all the company but Lord Fellamar and himself were gone, and while they were engaged in a rubber at whist. To this time, then, which was between 7 and 8 in the evening, we will convey our reader, when Lady Bellaston, Lord Fellamar, Miss Western, and Tom being engaged at whist, and in the last game of their rubbers, Tom received his cue from Lady Bellaston, which was, "I protest, Tom, you are grown intolerable lately. You used to tell us all the news of the town, and now you know no more of the world than if you lived out of it." Mr. Edwards then began as follows: "The fault is not mine, madam. It lies in the dullness of the age, that doth nothing worth talking of. Oh la! though now I think on't, there hath a terrible accident befallen poor Colonel Wilcox. Poor Ned! You know him, my lord; everybody knows him. Faith, I am very much concerned for him." "What is it, pray?" says Lady Bellaston. "Why, he hath killed a man this morning in a duel, that's all." His lordship, who was not in the secret, asked gravely whom he had killed; to which Edwards answered, "A young fellow we none of us know, a Somersetshire lad, just come to town, one Jones his name is, a near relation of one Mr. Allworthy, of whom your lordship, I believe, hath heard. I saw the lad lie dead in a coffee house. Upon my soul, he is one of the finest corpses I ever saw in my life." Sophia, who had just begun to deal, as Tom had mentioned that a man was killed, stopped her hand and listened with attention, for all stories of that kind affected her; but no sooner had he arrived at the latter part of the story than she began to deal again, and having dealt 3 cards to one, and 7 to another, and 10 to a third, at last dropped the rest from her hand, and fell back in her chair. The company behaved as usually on these occasions. The usual disturbance ensued, the usual assistance was summoned, and Sophia at last, as it is usual, returned again to life, and was soon after, at her earnest desire, led to her own apartment, where, at my lord's request, Lady Bellaston acquainted her with the truth, attempted to carry it off as a jest of her own, and comforted her with repeated assurances that neither his lordship nor Tom, though she had taught him the story, were in the true secret of the affair. There was no further evidence necessary to convince Lord Fellamar how justly the case had been represented to him by Lady Bellaston, and now, at her return into the room, a scheme was laid between these two noble persons, which, though it appeared in no very heinous light to his lordship, as he faithfully promised and faithfully resolved too to make the lady all the subsequent amends in his power by marriage, yet many of our readers, we doubt not, will see with just detestation. The next evening at 7 was appointed for the fatal purpose, when Lady Bellaston undertook that Sophia should be alone, and his lordship should be introduced to her. The whole family were to be regulated for the purpose, most of the servants dispatched out of the house, and for Mrs Honour, who, to prevent suspicion, was to be left with her mistress till his lordship's arrival, Lady Bellaston herself was to engage her in an apartment as distant as possible from the scene of the intended mischief, and out of the hearing of Sophia. Matters being thus agreed on, his lordship took his leave, and her ladyship retired to rest, highly pleased with a project of which she had no reason to doubt the success, and which promised so effectually to remove Sophia from being any further obstruction to her amour with Jones, by a means of which she should never appear to be guilty, even if the fact appeared to the world. But this she made no doubt of preventing by huddling up a marriage to which she thought the ravished Sophia would easily be brought to consent, and at which all the rest of her family would rejoice. But affairs were not in so quiet a situation in the bosom of the other conspirator. His mind was tossed in all the distracting anxiety so nobly described by Shakespeare. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection. Though the violence of his passion had made him eagerly embrace the first hint of this design, especially as it came from a relation of the lady, yet when that friend, to reflection a pillow, had placed the action itself in all its natural black colours before his eyes, with all the consequences which must, and those which might probably, attend it, his resolution began to abate, or rather indeed to go over to the other side. And after a long conflict, which lasted a whole night, between honour and appetite, the former at length prevailed, and he determined to wait on Lady Bellaston, and to relinquish the design. Lady Bellaston was in bed, though very late in the morning, and Sophia sitting by her bedside, when the servant acquainted her that Lord Fellamar was below in the parlour, upon which her ladyship desired him to stay, and that she would see him presently. But the servant was no sooner departed than poor Sophia began to entreat her cousin not to encourage the visits of that odious lord, so she called him, though a little unjustly, upon her account. "I see his design," said she, "for he made downright love to me yesterday morning; but as I am resolved never to admit it, I beg your ladyship not to leave us alone together any more, and to order the servants that, if he enquires for me, I may be always denied to him." "La, child," says Lady Bellaston, "you country girls have nothing but sweethearts in your head. You fancy every man who is civil to you is making love. He is one of the most gallant young fellows about town, and I am convinced means no more than a little gallantry. Make love to you, indeed! I wish with all my heart he would, and you must be an arrant madwoman to refuse him." "But as I shall certainly be that madwoman," cries Sophia, "I hope his visits shall not be intruded upon me." "Oh, child," said Lady Bellaston, "you need not be so fearful. If you resolve to run away with that Jones, I know no person who can hinder you." "Upon my honour, madam," cries Sophia, "your ladyship injures me. I will never run away with any man, nor will I ever marry contrary to my father's inclinations." "Well, Miss Western," said the lady, "if you are not in a humour to see company this morning, you may retire to your own apartment, for I am not frightened at his lordship, and must send for him up into my dressing room." Sophia thanked her ladyship, and withdrew, and presently afterwards Fellamar was admitted upstairs. End of Section 52. Section 53 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sheila Morton. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 15, Chapter 4. By which it will appear how dangerous an advocate a lady is when she applies her eloquence to an ill purpose. When Lady Bellaston heard the young lord's scruples, she treated them with the same disdain with which one of those sages of the law, called Newgate solicitors, treats the qualms of conscience in a young witness. "My dear lord," said she, "you certainly want a cordial. I must send to Lady Edgeley for one of her best drams. Fie upon it! Have more resolution. Are you frightened by the word rape? Or are you apprehensive? Well, if the story of Helen was modern, I should think it unnatural. I mean the behaviour of Paris, not the fondness of the lady, for all women love a man of spirit. There is another story of the Sabine ladies, and that too, I thank heaven, is very ancient. Your lordship perhaps will admire my reading, but I think Mr Hook tells us they made tolerable good wives afterward. I fancy few of my married acquaintance were ravished by their husbands." "Nay, dear Lady Bellaston," cried he, "don't ridicule me in this matter." "Why, my good lord," answered she, "do you think any woman in England would not laugh at you in her heart, whatever prudery she might wear in her countenance? You force me to use a strange kind of language, and to betray my sex most abominably. But I am contented with knowing my intentions are good, and that I am endeavouring to serve my cousin; for I think you will make her a husband notwithstanding this. Or, upon my soul, I would not even persuade her to fling herself away upon an empty title. She should not upbraid me hereafter with having lost a man of spirit, for that his enemies allow this poor young fellow to be." Let those who have had the satisfaction of hearing reflections of this kind from a wife or a mistress declare whether they are at all sweetened by coming from a female tongue. Certainly it is they sunk deeper into his lordship than anything which Demosthenes or Cicero could have said on the occasion. Lady Bellaston, perceiving she had fired the young lord's pride, began now, like a true orator, to raise other passions to its assistance. "My lord," says she, in a graver voice, "you will be pleased to remember you mentioned this matter to me first; for I would not appear to you in the light of one who is endeavouring to put off my cousin upon you. 80,000 pounds do not stand in need of an advocate to recommend them." "Nor doth Miss Western," said he, "require any recommendation from her fortune; for, in my opinion, no woman ever had half her charms." "Yes, yes, my lord," replied the lady, looking in the glass, "there have been women with more than half her charms, I assure you. Not that I need lessen her on that account. She is a most delicious girl, that's certain; and within these few hours she will be in the arms of one who surely doth not deserve her, though I will give him his due, I believe he is truly a man of spirit." "I hope so, madam," said my lord, "though I must own he doth not deserve her; for, unless heaven or your ladyship disappoint me, she shall within that time be in mine." "Well spoken, my lord," answered the lady. "I promise you no disappointment shall happen from my side, and within this week I am convinced I shall call your lordship my cousin in public." The remainder of this scene consisted entirely of raptures, excuses, and compliments, very pleasant to have heard from the parties, but rather dull when related at second hand. Here, therefore, we shall put an end to this dialogue, and hasten to the fatal hour when everything was prepared for the destruction of poor Sophia. But this being the most tragical matter in our whole history, we shall treat it in a chapter by itself. Chapter v. Containing some matters which may affect, and others which may surprise, the reader. The clock had now struck 7, and poor Sophia, alone and melancholy, sat reading a tragedy. It was The Fatal Marriage, and she was now come to that part where the poor distressed Isabella disposes of her wedding ring. Here the book dropped from her hand, and a shower of tears ran down onto her bosom. In this situation she had continued a minute, when the door opened, and in came Lord Fellamar. Sophia started from her chair at his entrance, and his lordship, advancing forwards, and making a low bow, said, "I am afraid, Miss Western, I break in upon you abruptly." "Indeed, my lord," says she, "I must own myself a little surprized at this unexpected visit." "If this visit be unexpected, madam," answered Lord Fellamar, "my eyes must have been very faithless interpreters of my heart, when last I had the honour of seeing you; for surely you could not otherwise have hoped to detain my heart in your possession without receiving a visit from its owner." Sophia, confused as she was, answered this bombast, and very properly, I think, with a look of inconceivable disdain. My lord then made another and a longer speech of the same sort, upon which Sophia, trembling, said, "Am I really to conceive your lordship to be out of your senses? Sure, my lord, there is no other excuse for such behaviour." "I am indeed, madam, in the situation you suppose," cries his lordship, "and sure you will pardon the effects of a frenzy which you yourself have occasioned, for love hath so totally deprived me of reason that I am scarce accountable for any of my actions." "Upon my word, my lord," said Sophia, "I neither understand your words nor your behaviour." "Suffer me then, madam," cries he, at your feet to explain both, by laying open my soul to you, and declaring that I dote on you to the highest degree of distraction. O most adorable, most divine creature, what language can express the sentiments of my heart?" "I do assure you, my lord," said Sophia, "I shall not stay to hear any more of this." "Do not," cries he, "think of leaving me thus cruelly. Could you know half the torments which I feel, that tender bosom must pity what those eyes have caused." Then, fetching a deep sigh, and laying hold of her hand, he ran on for some minutes in a strain which could be little more pleasing to the reader than it was to the lady, and at last concluded with a declaration, that if he was master of the world he would lay it at her feet. Sophia, then forcibly pulling away her hand from his, answered with much spirit, "I promise you, sir, your world and its master I should spurn from me with equal contempt." She then offered to go, and Lord Fellamar, again laying hold of her hand, said, "Pardon me, my beloved angel, freedoms which nothing but despair could have tempted me to take. Believe me, could I have had any hope that my title and fortune, neither of them inconsiderable, unless when compared with your worth, would have been accepted, I had in the humblest manner presented them to your acceptance. But I cannot lose you. By heaven, I will sooner part with my soul. You shall be only mine." "My lord," says she, "I entreat you to desist from a vain pursuit, for upon my honour I will never hear you on this subject. Let go my hand, my lord, for I am resolved to go from you this moment, nor will I ever see you more." "Then, madam," cries his lordship, "I must make the best use of this moment, for I cannot live, nor will I live, without you." "What do you mean, my lord?" said Sophia. "I will raise the family." "I have no fear, madam," answered he, "but of losing you, and that I am resolved to prevent the only way which despair points to me." He then caught her in his arms, upon which she screamed so loud that she must have alarmed some one of her assistants, had not Lady Bellaston taken care to remove all ears. But a more lucky circumstance happened for poor Sophia. Another noise now broke forth, which almost drowned her cries, for now the whole house rang with, "Where is she? Damn me, I'll unkennel her this instant. Show me her chamber. I say, where is my daughter? I know she's in the house, and I'll see her if she's above ground. Show me where she is." At which last words the door flew open, and in came Squire Western, with his parson and a set of myrmidons at his heels. How miserable must have been the condition of poor Sophia, when the enraged voice of her father was welcome to her ears. Welcome indeed it was, and luckily did he come, for it was the only accident upon earth which could have preserved the peace of her mind from being for ever destroyed. Sophia, notwithstanding her fright, presently knew her father's voice, and his lordship, notwithstanding his passion, knew the voice of reason, which peremptorily assured him it was not now a time for the perpetration of his villainy. Hearing therefore the voice approach, and hearing likewise whose it was, for as the squire more than once roared forth the word daughter, so Sophia, in the midst of her struggling, cried out upon her father, he thought proper to relinquish his prey, having only disordered her handkerchief, and with his rude lips committed violence on her lovely neck. If the reader's imagination doth not assist me, I shall never be able to describe the situation of those two persons when Western came into the room. Sophia tottered into a chair, where she sat disordered, pale, breathless, bursting with indignation at Lord Fellamar, affrighted and yet more rejoiced at the arrival of her father. His lordship sat down near her, with the bag of his wig hanging over one of his shoulders, the rest of his dress being somewhat disordered, and rather a greater proportion of linen than is usual appearing at his bosom. As to the rest, he was amazed, affrighted, vexed, and ashamed. As to Squire Western, he happened at this time to be overtaken by an enemy, which very frequently pursues, and seldom fails to overtake, most of the country gentlemen in this kingdom. He was, literally speaking, drunk, which circumstance, together with his natural impetuosity, could produce no other effect than his running immediately up to his daughter, upon whom he fell foul with his tongue in the most inveterate manner. Nay, he had probably committed violence with his hands, had not the parson interposed, saying, "For heaven's sake, sir, animadvert that you are in the house of a great lady. Let me beg you to mitigate your wrath. It should minister a fullness of satisfaction that you have found your daughter. For as to revenge, it belongeth not unto us. I discern great contrition in the countenance of the young lady. I stand assured, if you will forgive her, she will repent her of all past offences, and return unto her duty." The strength of the parson's arms had at first been of more service than the strength of his rhetoric. However, his last words wrought some effect, and the squire answered, "I'll forgie her if she will haun. If what haun, Sophie, I'll forgie ye all. Why dost not speak? Shat haun? Damn me, shat haun? Why dost not answer? Wast ever such a stubborn toad?" "Let me entreat you, sir, to be a little more moderate," said the parson. "You frighten the young lady so that you deprive her of all power of utterance." "Power of mine, answered the squire. "You take her part, then, you do. A pretty parson, truly, to side with an undutiful child. Yes, yes, I will gie you a living with a pox. I'll gie unto the devil sooner." "I humbly crave your pardon," said the parson. "I assure your worship I meant no such matter." My Lady Bellaston now entered the room, and came up to the squire, who no sooner saw her than, resolving to follow the instructions of his sister, he made her a very civil bow in the rural manner, and paid her some of his best compliments. He then immediately proceeded to his complaints, and said, "There, my lady cousin, there stands the most undutiful child in the world. She hankers after a beggarly rascal, and won't marry one of the greatest matches in all England that we have provided for her." "Indeed, cousin Western," answered the lady, "I am persuaded you wrong my cousin. I am sure she hath a better understanding. I am convinced she will not refuse what she must be sensible is so much to her advantage." This was a wilful mistake in Lady Bellaston, for she well knew whom Mr Western meant, though perhaps she thought he would easily be reconciled to his lordship's proposals. "D'ye hear there," quoth the squire, "what her ladyship says? All your family are for the match. Come, Sophie, be a good girl, be dutiful, and make your father happy." "If my death will make you happy, sir," answered Sophia, "you will shortly be so." "It's a lie, Sophie, it's a damned lie, and you know it," said the squire. "Indeed, Miss Western," said Lady Bellaston, "you injure your father. He hath nothing in view but your interest in this match, and I and all your friends must acknowledge the highest honour done to your family in the proposal." "Ay, all of us," quoth the squire. "Nay, it was no proposal of mine. She knows it was her aunt proposed it to me first. Come, Sophie, once more let me beg you to be a good girl, and give me your consent before your cousin." "Let me give him your hand, cousin," said the lady. "It is the fashion nowadays to dispense with time and long courtships." "Pugh!" said the squire. "What signifies time? Won't they have time enough to court afterwards? People may court very well after they have been abed together." As Lord Fellamar was very well assured that he was meant by Lady Bellaston, so, never having heard nor suspected a word of Blifil, he made no doubt of his being meant by her father. Coming up, therefore, to the squire, he said, "Though I have not the honour, sir, of being personally known to you, yet, as I find I have the happiness to have my proposals accepted, let me intercede, sir, in behalf of the young lady, that she may not be more solicited at this time." "You intercede, sir!" said the squire. "Why, who the devil are you?" "Sir, I am Lord Fellamar," answered he, "and am the happy man whom I hope you have done the honour of accepting for a son-in-law." "You are a son of a replied the squire, "for all your laced coat, you my son-in-law, and be damned to you." "I shall take more from you, sir, than from any man," answered the lord, but I must inform you that I am not used to hear such language without resentment. Resent my arse, quoth the squire. Don't think I am afraid of such a fellow as thee art, because hast got a spit there dangling at thy side. Lay by your spit, and I'll give thee enough of meddling with what doth not belong to thee. I'll teach you to father-in-law me. I'll lick thy jacket. It's very well, sir, said my lord. I shall make no disturbance before the ladies. I am very well satisfied. Your humble servant, sir. Lady Bellaston, your most obedient. His lordship was no sooner gone than Lady Bellaston, coming up to Mr. Western, said, Bless me, sir, what have you done? You know not whom you have affronted. He is a nobleman of the first rank and fortune, and yesterday made proposals to your daughter, and such as I am sure you must accept with the highest pleasure. Answer for yourself, lady cousin, said the squire. I will have nothing to do with any of your lords. My daughter shall have an honest country gentleman. I have pitched upon one for her, and she shall have un. I am sorry for the trouble she hath given your ladyship with all my heart. Lady Bellaston made a civil speech upon the word trouble, to which the squire answered, Why, that's kind, and I would do as much for your ladyship. To be sure, relations should do for one another. So I wish your ladyship a good night. Come, madam, you must go along with me by fair means, or I'll have you carried down to the coach. Sophia said she would attend him without force, but begged to go in a chair, for she said she should not be able to ride any other way. Prithee, cries the squire, what on't persuade me canst not ride in a coach, wouldst? That's a pretty thing, surely. No, no, I'll never let thee out of my sight any more till art married. That I promise thee. Sophia told him she saw he was resolved to break her heart. Oh, break thy heart and be damned, quoth he. If a good husband will break it, I don't value a brass varden, not a halfpenny, or any undutiful bitch upon earth. He then took violent hold of her hand, upon which the parson once more interfered, begging him to use gentle methods. At that the squire thundered out a curse, and bid the parson hold his tongue, saying, At'nt in pulpit now? When art a got up there, I never mind what dost say, but I won't be priest-ridden, nor taught how to behave myself by thee. I wish your ladyship a good night. Come along, Sophy, be a good girl, and all shall be well. Shat haound, damn me, shat haound. Mrs. Honour appeared below stairs, and with a low curtsy to the squire offered to attend her mistress. But he pushed her away, saying, Hold, madam, hold. You come no more near my house. And will you take my maid away from me? said Sophia. Yes, indeed, madam, will I, cries the squire. You need not fear being without a servant. I will get you another maid, and a better maid than this, who, I'd lay 5 pounds to a crown, is no more a maid than my granum. No, no, Sophy, she shall contrive no more escapes, I promise you. He then packed up his daughter and the parson into the hackney coach, after which he mounted himself and ordered it to drive to his lodgings. In the way thither he suffered Sophia to be quiet, and entertained himself with reading a lecture to the parson on good manners, and proper behaviour to his betters. It is possible he might not so easily have carried off his daughter from Lady Bellaston, had that good lady desired to have detained her. But in reality she was not a little pleased with the confinement into which Sophia was going, and as her project with Lord Fellamar had failed of success, she was well contented that other violent methods were now going to be used in favour of another man. Chapter 6. By what means the squire came to discover his daughter. Though the reader, in many histories, is obliged to digest much more unaccountable appearances than this of Mr. Western, without any satisfaction at all, yet, as we dearly love to oblige him whenever it is in our power, we shall now proceed to show by what method the squire discovered where his daughter was. In the 3rd chapter, then, of the preceding book, we gave a hint, for it is not our custom to unfold at any time more than is necessary for the occasion, that Mrs. Fitzpatrick, who was very desirous of reconciling her uncle and Aunt Western, thought she had a probable opportunity by the service of preserving Sophia from committing the same crime which had drawn on herself the anger of her family. After much deliberation, therefore, she resolved to inform her Aunt Western where her cousin was, and accordingly she writ the following letter, which we shall give the reader at length, for more reasons than one. Honoured Madam, the occasion of my writing this will perhaps make a letter of mine agreeable to my dear aunt, for the sake of one of her nieces, though I have little reason to hope it will be so on the account of another. Without more apology, as I was coming to throw my unhappy self at your feet, I met by the strangest accident in the world my cousin Sophie, whose history you are better acquainted with than myself, though, alas, I know infinitely too much. Enough indeed to satisfy me that, unless she is immediately prevented, she is in danger of running into the same fatal mischief, which, by foolishly and ignorantly refusing your most wise and prudent advice, I have unfortunately brought on myself. In short, I have seen the man, nay, I was most part of yesterday in his company, and a charming young fellow I promise you he is. By what accident he came acquainted with me is too tedious to tell you now, but I have this morning changed my lodgings to avoid him, lest he should by my means discover my cousin, for he doth not yet know where she is, and it is advisable he should not, till my uncle hath secured her. No time, therefore, is to be lost, and I need only inform you that she is now with Lady Bellaston, whom I have seen, and who hath, I find, a design of concealing her from her family. You know, madam, she is a strange woman, but nothing could misbecome me more than to presume to give any hint to one of your great understanding and great knowledge of the world, besides barely informing you of the matter of fact. I hope, madam, the care which I have shown on this occasion for the good of my family will recommend me again to the favour of a lady who hath always exerted so much zeal for the honour and true interest of us all, and that it may be a means of restoring me to your friendship, which hath made so great a part of my former, and is so necessary to my future happiness. I am, with the utmost respect, honoured madam, your most dutiful, obliged niece, and most obedient, humble servant, Harriet Fitzpatrick. Mrs. Western was now at her brother's house, where she had resided ever since the flight of Sophia, in order to administer comfort to the poor squire in his affliction. Of this comfort, which she doled out to him in daily portions, we have formerly given a specimen. She was now standing with her back to the fire, and, with a pinch of snuff in her hand, was dealing forth this daily allowance of comfort to the squire, while he smoked his afternoon pipe, when she received the above letter, which she had no sooner read than she delivered it to him, saying, "There, sir, there is an account of your lost sheep. Fortune hath again restored her to you, and if you will be governed by my advice, it is possible you may yet preserve her." The squire had no sooner read the letter than he leaped from his chair, threw his pipe into the fire, and gave a loud huzza for joy. He then summoned his servants, called for his boots, and ordered the chevalier and several other horses to be saddled, and that Parson Supple should be immediately sent for. Having done this, he turned to his sister, caught her in his arms, and gave her a close embrace, saying, "Zounds, you don't seem pleased. One would imagine you was sorry I have found the girl." "Brother," answered she, "the deepest politicians, who see to the bottom, discover often a very different aspect of affairs from what swims on the surface. It is true, indeed, things do look rather less desperate than they did formerly in Holland, when Louis XIV was at the gates of Amsterdam, but there is a delicacy required in this matter, which you will pardon me, brother, if I suspect you want. There is a decorum to be used with a woman of figure, such as Lady Bellaston, brother, which requires a knowledge of the world, superior, I am afraid, to yours." "Sister," cries the squire, "I know you have no opinion of my parts, but I'll show you on this occasion who is a fool. Knowledge, quotha! I have not been in the country so long without having some knowledge of warrants and the law of the land. I know I may take my own wherever I can find it. Show me my own daughter, and if I don't know how to come at her, I'll suffer you to call me a fool as long as I live. There be justices of peace in London as well as in other places." "I protest," cries she, "you make me tremble for the event of this matter, which, if you will proceed by my advice, you may bring to so good an issue. Do you really imagine, brother, that the house of a woman of figure is to be attacked by warrants and brutal justices of the peace? I will inform you how to proceed. As soon as you arrive in town, and have got yourself into a decent dress, for indeed, brother, you have none at present fit to appear in, you must send your compliments to Lady Bellaston, and desire leave to wait upon her. When you are admitted to her presence, as you certainly will be, and have told her your story, and have made proper use of my name, for I think you know just one another only by sight, though you are relations, I am confident she will withdraw her protection from my niece, who hath certainly imposed upon her. This is the only method. Justices of peace, indeed! Do you imagine any such event can arrive to a woman of figure in a civilized nation?" "Damn their figures!" cries the squire. "A pretty civilized nation, truly, where women are above the law! And what must I stand sending a parcel of compliments to a confounded whore that keeps away a daughter from her own natural father? I tell you, sister, I am not so ignorant as you think me. I know you would have women above the law, but it is all a lie. I heard his lordship say at size that no one is above the law. But this of yours is Hanover law, I suppose." "Mr. Western," said she, "I think you daily improve in ignorance. I protest you are grown an arrant bear." "No more a bear than yourself, sister Western," said the squire. "Pox! You may talk of your civility, and you will. I am sure you never show any to me. I am no bear, no, nor no dog neither, though I know somebody that is something that begins with a B. But pox, I will show you I have got more good manners than some folks." "Mr. Western," answered the lady, "you may say what you please. Je vous mépris de tout mon cœur. I shall not therefore be angry. Besides, as my cousin, with that odious Irish name, justly says, I have that regard for the honour and true interest of my family, and that concern for my niece, who is a part of it, that I have resolved to go to town myself upon this occasion. For indeed, brother, you are not a fit minister to be employed at polite court. Greenland should always be the scene of the tramontane negociation." "I thank heaven," cries the squire, "I don't understand you now. You are got to your Hanoverian lingo. However, I'll show you I scorn to be behindhand in civility with you; and as you are not angry for what I have said, so I am not angry for what you have said. Indeed, I have always thought it a folly for relations to quarrel, and if they do now and then give a hasty word, why, people should give and take. For my part, I never bear malice, and I take it very kind of you to go up to London, for I never was there but twice in my life, and then I did not stay above a fortnight at a time, and to be sure I can't be expected to know much of the streets and the folks in that time. I never denied that you knowed all these matters better than I. For me to dispute that would be all as one as for you to dispute the management of a pack of dogs, or the finding a hare sitting with me." "Which I promise you," says she, "I never will." "Well, and I promise you," returned he, "that I never will dispute the t'other." Here then a league was struck, to borrow a phrase from the lady, between the contending parties; and now the parson arriving, and the horses being ready, the squire departed, having promised his sister to follow her advice, and she prepared to follow him the next day. But having communicated these matters to the parson on the road, they both agreed that the prescribed formalities might very well be dispensed with, and the squire, having changed his mind, proceeded in the manner we have already seen. End of Section 53.
Section 8 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Renee Bell. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 15, Chapter 7, in which various misfortunes befell poor Jones. Affairs were in the aforesaid situation when Mrs Honour arrived at Mrs Miller's, and called Jones out from the company, as we have before seen, with whom, when she found herself alone, she began as follows. "O my dear sir, how shall I get spirits to tell you? You are undone, sir, and my poor lady's undone, and I am undone." "Hath anything happened to Sophia?" cries Jones, staring like a madman. "All that is bad," cries Honour. "Oh, I shall never get such another lady. Oh, that I should ever live to see this day." At these words Jones turned pale as ashes, trembled and stammered. But Honour went on. "Oh, Mr Jones, I have lost my lady for ever." "How? What? For heaven's sake, tell me." "Oh, my dear Sophia." "You may well call her so," said Honour. "She was the dearest lady to me. I shall never have such another place." "Damn your place," cries Jones. "Where is what is become of my Sophia?" "Ay, to be sure," cries she, "servants may be damned. It signifies nothing what becomes of them, though they are turned away and ruined ever so much. To be sure they are not flesh and blood like other people. No, to be sure, it signifies nothing what becomes of them." "If you have any pity, any compassion," cries Jones, "I beg you will instantly tell me what hath happened to Sophia." "To be sure I have more pity for you than you have for me," answered Honour. "I don't damn you because you have lost the sweetest lady in the world. To be sure you are worthy to be pitied, and I am worthy to be pitied too, for to be sure, if ever there was a good mistress—" "What hath happened?" cries Jones, in almost a raving fit. "What? Said Honour. "Why, the worst that could have happened both for you and for me. Her father is come to town, and hath carried her away from us both." Here Jones fell on his knees in thanksgiving that it was no worse. "No worse!" repeated Honour. "What could be worse for either of us? He carried her off, swearing she should marry Mr Blifil. That's for your comfort; and for poor me, I am turned out of doors." "Indeed, Mrs Honour," answered Jones, "you frighten me out of my wits. I imagined some most dreadful sudden accident had happened to Sophia; something compared to which even seeing her married to Blifil would be a trifle. But while there is life there are hopes, my dear Honour. Women in this land of liberty cannot be married by actual brutal force." "To be sure, sir," said she, "that's true. There may be some hopes for you; but alack a day, what hopes are there for poor me? And to be sure, sir, you must be sensible I suffer all this upon your account. All the quarrel the squire hath to me is for taking your part, as I have done, against Mr Blifil." "Indeed, Mrs Honour," answered he, "I am sensible of my obligations to you, and will leave nothing in my power undone to make you amends." "Alas, sir," said she, "what can make a servant amends for the loss of one place but the getting another altogether as good?" "Do not despair, Mrs Honour," said Jones. "I hope to reinstate you again in the same." "Alack a day, sir," said she, "how can I flatter myself with such hopes when I know it is a thing impossible? For the squire is so set against me; and yet if you should ever have my lady, as to be sure I now hopes heartily you will, for you are a generous good natured gentleman, and I am sure you loves her, and to be sure she loves you as dearly as her own soul, it is a matter in vain to deny it, because that's why everybody that is in the least acquainted with my lady must see it; for poor dear lady, she can't dissemble. And if two people who loves one another an't happy, why who should be so? Happiness don't always depend upon what people has. Besides, my lady has enough for both. To be sure, therefore, as one may say, it would be all the pity in the world to keep two such lovers asunder. Nay, I'm convinced, for my part, you will meet together at last; for, if it is to be, there is no preventing it. If a marriage is made in heaven, all the justices of peace upon earth can't break it off. To be sure, I wishes that Parson Supple had but a little more spirit, to tell the squire of his wickedness in endeavouring to force his daughter contrary to her liking; but then his whole dependence is on the squire; and so the poor gentleman, though he is a very religious good sort of man, and talks of the badness of such doings behind the squire's back, yet he dares not say his soul is his own to his face. To be sure I never saw him make so bold as just now. I was afeard the squire would have struck him. I would not have your honour be melancholy, sir, nor despair. Things may go better, as long as you are sure of my lady, and that I am certain you may be, for she never will be brought to consent to marry any other man. Indeed, I am terribly afeard the squire will do her a mischief in his passion, for he is a prodigious passionate gentleman, and I am afeard too the poor lady will be brought to break her heart, for she is as tender-hearted as a chicken. It is pity, methinks, she had not a little of my courage. If I was in love with a young man, and my father offered to lock me up, I'd tear his eyes out, but I'd come at him. But then there's a great fortune in the case, which it is in her father's power either to give her or not. That, to be sure, may make some difference. Whether Jones gave strict attention to all the foregoing harangue, or whether it was for want of any vacancy in the discourse, I cannot determine, but he never once attempted to answer, nor did she once stop till Partridge came running into the room, and informed him that the great lady was upon the stairs. Nothing could equal the dilemma to which Jones was now reduced. Honour knew nothing of any acquaintance that subsisted between him and Lady Bellaston, and she was almost the last person in the world to whom he would have communicated it. In this hurry and distress, he took, as is common enough, the worst course, and instead of exposing her to the lady, which would have been of little consequence, he chose to expose the lady to her. He therefore resolved to hide Honour, whom he had but just time to convey behind the bed, and to draw the curtains. The hurry in which Jones had been all day engaged on account of his poor landlady and her family, the terrors occasioned by Mrs Honour, and the confusion into which he was thrown by the sudden arrival of Lady Bellaston, had altogether driven former thoughts out of his head, so that it never once occurred to his memory to act the part of a sick man, which, indeed, neither the gaiety of his dress nor the freshness of his countenance would have at all supported. He received her ladyship therefore rather agreeably to her desires than to her expectations, with all the good humour he could muster in his countenance, and without any real or affected appearance of the least disorder. Lady Bellaston no sooner entered the room than she squatted herself down on the bed. "So, my dear Jones," said she, "you find nothing can detain me long from you. Perhaps I ought to be angry with you that I have neither seen nor heard from you all day, for I perceive your distemper would have suffered you to come abroad. Nay, I suppose you have not sat in your chamber all day, dressed up like a fine lady, to see company after lying in. But, however, don't think I intend to scold you, for I never will give you an excuse for the cold behaviour of a husband, by putting on the ill humour of a wife." "Nay, Lady Bellaston," said Jones, "I am sure your ladyship will not upbraid me with neglect of duty, when I only waited for orders. Who, my dear creature, hath reason to complain? Who missed an appointment last night, and left an unhappy man to expect, and wish, and sigh, and languish?" "Do not mention it, my dear Jones," cried she. "If you knew the occasion, you would pity me. In short, it is impossible to conceive what women of condition are obliged to suffer from the impertinence of fools, in order to keep up the farce of the world. I am glad, however, all your languishing and wishing have done you no harm, for you never looked better in your life. Upon my faith, Jones, you might at this instant sit for the picture of Adonis. There are certain words of provocation which men of honour hold can be properly answered only by a blow. Among lovers, possibly, there may be some expressions which can be answered only by a kiss. Now the compliment which Lady Bellaston now made Jones seems to be of this kind, especially as it was attended with a look, in which the lady conveyed more soft ideas than it was possible to express with her tongue. Jones was certainly at this instant in one of the most disagreeable and distressed situations imaginable; for, to carry on the comparison we made use of before, though the provocation was given by the lady, Jones could not receive satisfaction, nor so much as offer to ask it, in the presence of a third person; seconds in this kind of duels not being according to the law of arms. As this objection did not occur to Lady Bellaston, who was ignorant of any other woman being there but herself, she waited some time in great astonishment for an answer from Jones, who, conscious of the ridiculous figure he made, stood at a distance, and not daring to give the proper answer, gave none at all. Nothing can be imagined more comic, nor yet more tragical, than this scene would have been if it had lasted much longer. The lady had already changed colour 2 or 3 times, had got up from the bed and sat down again, while Jones was wishing the ground to sink under him, or the house to fall on his head, when an odd accident freed him from an embarrassment out of which neither the eloquence of a Cicero nor the politics of a Machiavel could have delivered him without utter disgrace. This was no other than the arrival of young Nightingale, dead drunk, or rather in that state of drunkenness which deprives men of the use of their reason without depriving them of the use of their limbs. Mrs Miller and her daughters were in bed, and Partridge was smoking his pipe by the kitchen fire, so that he arrived at Mr Jones's chamber door without any interruption. This he burst open, and was entering without any ceremony, when Jones started from his seat and ran to oppose him, which he did so effectually that Nightingale never came far enough within the door to see who was sitting on the bed. Nightingale had in reality mistaken Jones's apartment for that in which himself had lodged. He therefore strongly insisted on coming in, often swearing that he would not be kept from his own bed. Jones, however, prevailed over him, and delivered him into the hands of Partridge, whom the noise on the stairs soon summoned to his master's assistance. And now Jones was unwillingly obliged to return to his own apartment, where at the very instant of his entrance he heard Lady Bellaston venting an exclamation, though not a very loud one, and at the same time saw her flinging herself into a chair in a vast agitation, which in a lady of a tender constitution would have been an hysteric fit. In reality, the lady, frightened with the struggle between the 2 men, of which she did not know what would be the issue, as she heard Nightingale swear many oaths he would come to his own bed, attempted to retire to her known place of hiding, which to her great confusion she found already occupied by another. "Is this usage to be borne, Mr Jones?" cries the lady. "Basest of men, what wretch is this to whom you've exposed me?" "Wretch!" cries Honour, bursting in a violent rage from her place of concealment. "Marry, come up. Wretch, forsooth! As poor a wretch as I am honest. This is more than some folks who are richer can say." Jones, instead of applying himself directly to take off the edge of Mrs Honour's resentment, as a more experienced gallant would have done, fell to cursing his stars, and lamenting himself as the most unfortunate man in the world, and presently after, addressing himself to Lady Bellaston, he fell to some very absurd protestations of innocence. By this time the lady, having recovered the use of her reason, which she had as ready as any woman in the world, especially on such occasions, calmly replied, "Sir, you need make no apologies. I see now who the person is. I did not at first know Mrs Honour, but now I do. I can suspect nothing wrong between her and you, and I am sure she is a woman of too good sense to put any wrong constructions upon my visit to you. I have been always her friend, and it may be in my power to be much more hereafter." Mrs Honour was altogether as placable as she was passionate. Hearing therefore Lady Bellaston assumed a soft tone, she likewise softened hers. "I am sure, madam," says she, "I have been always ready to acknowledge your ladyship's friendships to me. Sure I never had so good a friend as your ladyship, and to be sure, now I see it is your ladyship that I spoke to, I could almost bite my tongue off for very mad. I constructions upon your ladyship. To be sure, it doth not become a servant as I am to think about such a great lady. I mean I was a servant, for indeed I am nobody's servant now. The more miserable wretch is me. I have lost the best mistress." Here Honour thought fit to produce a shower of tears. "Don't cry, child," says the good lady. "Ways perhaps may be found to make you amends. Come to me to-morrow morning." She then took up her fan, which lay on the ground, and without even looking at Jones, walked very majestically out of the room, there being a kind of dignity in the impudence of women of quality, which their inferiors vainly aspire to attain to in circumstances of this nature. Jones followed her downstairs, often offering her his hand, which she absolutely refused him, and got into her chair without taking any notice of him as he stood bowing before her. At his return upstairs, a long dialogue passed between him and Mrs Honour, while she was adjusting herself after the discomposure she had undergone. The subject of this was his infidelity to her young lady, on which she enlarged with great bitterness. But Jones at last found means to reconcile her, and not only so, but to obtain a promise of most inviolable secrecy, and that she would the next morning endeavour to find out Sophia, and bring him a further account of the proceedings of the squire. Thus ended this unfortunate adventure to the satisfaction only of Mrs Honour, for a secret, as some of my readers will perhaps acknowledge from experience, is often a very valuable possession, and that not only to those who faithfully keep it, but sometimes to such as whisper it about till it come to the ears of every one except the ignorant person who pays for the supposed concealing of what is publicly known. Chapter 8. Short and sweet. Notwithstanding all the obligations she had received from Jones, Mrs Miller could not forbear in the morning some gentle remonstrances for the hurricane which had happened the preceding night in his chamber. These were, however, so gentle and so friendly, professing, and indeed truly, to aim at nothing more than the real good of Mr Jones himself, that he, far from being offended, thankfully received the admonition of the good woman, expressed much concern for what had passed, excused it as well as he could, and promised never more to bring the same disturbances into the house. But though Mrs Miller did not refrain from a short expostulation in private at their first meeting, yet the occasion of his being summoned downstairs that morning was of a much more agreeable kind, being indeed to perform the office of a father to Miss Nancy, and to give her in wedlock to Mr Nightingale, who was now ready dressed, and full as sober as many of my readers will think a man ought to be who receives a wife in so imprudent a manner. And here perhaps it may be proper to account for the escape which this young gentleman had made from his uncle, and for his appearance in the condition in which we have seen him the night before. Now when the uncle had arrived at his lodgings with his nephew, partly to indulge his own inclinations, for he dearly loved his bottle, and partly to disqualify his nephew from the immediate execution of his purpose, he ordered wine to be set on the table, with which he so briskly plied the young gentleman, that this latter, who, though not much used to drinking, did not detest it so as to be guilty of disobedience or want of complacence by refusing, was soon completely finished. Just as the uncle had obtained this victory, and was preparing a bed for his nephew, a messenger arrived with a piece of news, which so entirely disconcerted and shocked him, that he in a moment lost all consideration for his nephew, and his whole mind became entirely taken up with his own concerns. This sudden and afflicting news was no less than that his daughter had taken the opportunity of almost the first moment of his absence, and had gone off with a neighbouring young clergyman, against whom, though her father could have had but one objection, namely that he was worth nothing, yet she had never thought proper to communicate her amour even to that father. So artfully had she managed, that it had never been once suspected by any, till now that it was consummated. Old Mr Nightingale no sooner received this account, than in the utmost confusion he ordered a post-chaise to be instantly got ready, and having recommended his nephew to the care of a servant, he directly left the house, scarce knowing what he did, nor whither he went. The uncle thus departed, when the servant came to attend the nephew to bed, had waked him for that purpose, and had at last made him sensible that his uncle was gone. He, instead of accepting the kind offices tendered him, insisted on a chair being called. With this the servant, who had received no strict orders to the contrary, readily complied, and thus being conducted back to the house of Mrs Miller, he is staggered up to Mr Jones's chamber, as hath been before recounted. This bar of the uncle being now removed, though young Nightingale knew not as yet in what manner, and all parties being quickly ready, the mother, Mr Jones, Mr Nightingale, and his love, stepped into a hackney coach, which conveyed them to Doctors' Commons, where Miss Nancy was, in vulgar language, soon made an honest woman, and the poor mother became, in the purest sense of the word, one of the happiest of all human beings. And now Mr Jones, having seen his good offices to that poor woman and her family brought to a happy conclusion, began to apply himself to his own concerns. But here, lest many of my readers should censure his folly for thus troubling himself with the affairs of others, and lest some few should think he acted more disinterestedly than indeed he did, we think proper to assure our reader that he was so far from being unconcerned in this matter, that he had indeed a very considerable interest in bringing it to that final consummation. To explain this seeming paradox at once, he was one who could truly say with him in Terence, Homo sum, humani nihil a me alienum puto. He was never an indifferent spectator of the misery or happiness of any one, and he felt either the one or the other in great proportion as he himself contributed to either. He could not, therefore, be the instrument of raising a whole family from the lowest state of wretchedness to the highest pitch of joy, without conveying great felicity to himself, more perhaps than worldly men often purchase to themselves by undergoing the most severe labour, and often by wading through the deepest iniquity. Those readers who are of the same complexion with him will perhaps think this short chapter contains abundance of matter, while others may probably wish, short as it is, that it had been totally spared as impertinent to the main design, which I suppose they conclude is to bring Mr Jones to the gallows, or if possible, to a more deplorable catastrophe. Chapter IX. Containing love letters of several sorts. Mr Jones, at his return home, found the following letters lying on his table, which he luckily opened in the order they were sent. Letter 1. Surely I am under some strange infatuation. I cannot keep my resolutions a moment, however strongly made or justly founded. Last night I resolved never to see you more. This morning I am willing to hear if you can, as you say, clear up this affair. And yet I know that to be impossible. I have said everything to myself which you can invent. Perhaps not. Perhaps your invention is stronger. Come to me, therefore, the moment you receive this. If you can forge an excuse, I almost promise you to believe it. Betrayed, too. I will think no more. Come to me directly. This is the third letter I have read. The two former are burnt. I am almost inclined to burn this too. I wish I may preserve my senses. Come to me presently. Letter 2. If you ever expect to be forgiven, or even suffered within my doors, come to me this instant. Letter 3. I now find you was not at home when my notes came to your lodgings. The moment you receive this, let me see you. I shall not stir out, nor shall anybody be let in but yourself. Sure nothing can detain you long. Jones had just read over these 3 billets when Mr Nightingale came into the room. Well, Tom, said he, any news from Lady Bellaston after last night's adventure? For it was now no secret to any one in that house who the lady was. The Lady Bellaston, answered Jones very gravely. Nay, dear Tom, cries Nightingale, don't be so reserved to your friends. Though I was too drunk to see her last night, I saw her at the masquerade. Do you think I am ignorant who the Queen of the Fairies is? And did you really then know the lady at the masquerade? Said Jones. Yes, upon my soul did I, said Nightingale, and have given you 20 hints of it since, though you seem always so tender on that point, that I would not speak plainly. I fancy, my friend, by your extreme nicety in this matter, you are not so well acquainted with the character of the lady as with her person. Don't be angry, Tom, but upon my honour, you are not the first young fellow she hath debauched. Her reputation is in no danger, believe me. Though Jones had no reason to imagine the lady to have been of the vestal kind when his amour began, yet as he was thoroughly ignorant of the town, and had very little acquaintance in it, he had no knowledge of that character which is vulgarly called a demi-rep, that is to say, a woman who intrigues with every man she likes under the name and appearance of virtue, and who, though some over-nice ladies will not be seen with her, is visited, as they term it, by the whole town. In short, whom everybody knows to be what nobody calls her. When he found, therefore, that Nightingale was perfectly acquainted with this intrigue, and began to suspect that so scrupulous a delicacy as he had hitherto observed was not quite necessary on the occasion, he gave a latitude to his friend's tongue, and desired him to speak plainly what he knew, or had ever heard of the lady. Nightingale, who in many other instances was rather too effeminate in his disposition, had a pretty strong inclination to tittle-tattle. He had no sooner, therefore, received a full liberty of speaking from Jones, than he entered upon a long narrative concerning the lady, which, as it contained many particulars highly to her dishonour, we have too great a tenderness for all women of condition to repeat. We would cautiously avoid giving an opportunity to the future commentators on our works of making any malicious application and of forcing us to be, against our will, the author of scandal, which never entered into our head. Jones, having very attentively heard all that Nightingale had to say, fetched a deep sigh, which the other, observing, cried, "Heyday! Why, thou art not in love, I hope, that I imagined my stories would have affected you. I promise you should never have heard them." "O my dear friend," cries Jones, "I am so entangled with this woman, that I know not how to extricate myself. In love, indeed! No, my friend, but I am under obligations to her, and very great ones. Since you know so much, I will be very explicit with you. It is owing, perhaps, solely to her, that I have not before this wanted a bit of bread. How can I possibly desert such a woman? And yet I must desert her, or be guilty of the blackest treachery to one who deserves infinitely better of me than she can, a woman, my Nightingale, for whom I have a passion which few can have an idea of. I am half distracted with doubts how to act." "And is this other, pray, an honourable mistress?" cries Nightingale. "Honourable!" answered Jones. "No breath ever yet durst sully her reputation. The sweetest air is not purer, the limpid stream not clearer than her honour. She is all over, both in mind and body, consummate perfection. She is the most beautiful creature in the universe, and yet she is mistress of such noble, elevated qualities, that though she is never far from my thoughts, I scarce ever think of her beauty but when I see it." "And can you, my good friend," cries Nightingale, "with such an engagement as this upon your hands, hesitate a moment about quitting such a—" "Hold," said Jones, "no more abuse of her. I detest the thought of ingratitude." "Pooh," answered the other, "you are not the first upon whom she hath conferred obligations of this kind. She is remarkably liberal where she likes, though, let me tell you, her favours are so prudently bestowed, that they should rather raise a man's vanity than his gratitude." In short, Nightingale proceeded so far on this head, and told his friend so many stories of the lady, which he swore to the truth of, that he entirely removed all esteem for her from the breast of Jones, and his gratitude was lessened in proportion. Indeed, he began to look on all the favours he had received rather as wages than benefits, which depreciated not only her, but himself too in his own conceit, and put him quite out of humour with both. From this disgust, his mind, by a natural transition, turned towards Sophia. Her virtue, her purity, her love to him, her sufferings on his account, filled all his thoughts, and made his commerce with Lady Bellaston appear still more odious. The result of all was that, though his turning himself out of her service, in which light he now saw his affair with her, would be the loss of his bread, yet he determined to quit her, if he could but find a handsome pretence; which being communicated to his friend, Nightingale considered a little, and then said, "I have it, my boy. I have found out a sure method. Propose marriage to her, and I would venture hanging upon the success." "Marriage?" cries Jones. "Ay, propose marriage," answered Nightingale, "and she will declare off in a moment. I knew a young fellow whom she kept formerly, who made the offer to her in earnest, and was presently turned off for his pains." Jones declared he could not venture the experiment. "Perhaps," said he, "she may be less shocked at this proposal from one man than from another; and if she should take me at my word, where am I then? Caught in my own trap, and undone for ever." "No," answered Nightingale, "not if I can give you an expedient by which you may at any time get out of the trap." "What expedient can that be?" replied Jones. "This," answered Nightingale. "The young fellow I mentioned, who is one of the most intimate acquaintances I have in the world, is so angry with her for some ill offices she hath since done him, that I am sure he would, without any difficulty, give you a sight of her letters, upon which you may decently break with her, and declare off before the knot is tied, if she should really be willing to tie it, which I am convinced she will not." After some hesitation, Jones, upon the strength of this assurance, consented; but, as he swore he wanted the confidence to propose the matter to her face, he wrote the following letter, which Nightingale dictated: "Madam, I am extremely concerned that, by an unfortunate engagement abroad, I should have missed receiving the honour of your ladyship's commands the moment they came, and the delay which I must now suffer of vindicating myself to your ladyship greatly adds to this misfortune. O Lady Bellaston, what a terror have I been in for fear your reputation should be exposed by these perverse accidents! There is only one way to secure it. I need not name what that is. Only permit me to say, that as your honour is as dear to me as my own, so my sole ambition is to have the glory of laying my liberty at your feet. And believe me when I assure you, I can never be made completely happy without you generously bestow on me a legal right of calling you mine for ever. I am, madam, with most profound respect, your ladyship's most obliged, obedient, humble servant, Thomas Jones. To this she presently returned the following answer: Sir, when I read over your serious epistle, I could, from its coldness and formality, have sworn that you already had the legal right you mention; nay, that we had for many years composed that monstrous animal a husband and wife. Do you really then imagine me a fool? Or do you fancy yourself capable of so entirely persuading me out of my senses, that I should deliver my whole fortune into your power, in order to enable you to support your pleasures at my expense? Are these the proofs of love which I expected? Is this the return for... But I scorn to upbraid you, and am in great admiration of your profound respect. P.S. I am prevented from revising. Perhaps I have said more than I meant. Come to me at 8 this evening. Jones, by the advice of his privy council, replied, Madam, it is impossible to express how much I am shocked at the suspicion you entertain of me. Can Lady Bellaston have conferred favours on a man whom she could believe capable of so base a design? Or can she treat the most solemn tie of love with contempt? Can you imagine, madam, that if the violence of my passion in an unguarded moment overcame the tenderness which I have for your honour, I would think of indulging myself in the continuance of an intercourse which could not possibly escape among the notice of the world, and which, when discovered, must prove so fatal to your reputation? If such be your opinion of me, I must pray for a sudden opportunity of returning those pecuniary obligations which I have been so unfortunate to receive at your hands, and for those of a more tender kind, I shall ever remain, etc. And so concluded in the very words with which he had concluded the former letter. The lady answered as follows: I see you are a villain, and I despise you from my soul. If you come here, I shall not be at home. Though Jones was well satisfied with his deliverance from a thraldom which those who have ever experienced it will, I apprehend, allow to be none of the lightest, he was not, however, perfectly easy in his mind. There was in this scheme too much of fallacy to satisfy one who utterly detested every species of falsehood or dishonesty, nor would he, indeed, have submitted to put it in practice, had he not been involved in a distressful situation, where he was obliged to be guilty of some dishonour, either to the one lady or the other. And surely the reader will allow that every good principle, as well as love, pleaded strongly in favour of Sophia. Nightingale highly exulted in the success of his stratagem, upon which he received many thanks and much applause from his friend. He answered, Dear Tom, we have conferred very different obligations on each other. To me you owe the regaining of your liberty. To you I owe the loss of mine. But if you are as happy in the one instance as I am in the other, I promise you we are the two happiest fellows in England. The two gentlemen were now summoned down to dinner, where Mrs Miller, who performed herself the office of cook, had exerted her best talents to celebrate the wedding of her daughter. This joyful circumstance she ascribed principally to the friendly behaviour of Jones. Her whole soul was fired with gratitude towards him, and all her looks, words, and actions were so busied in expressing it, that her daughter, and even her new son-in-law, were very little objects of her consideration. Dinner was just ended when Mrs Miller received a letter, but as we have had letters enow in this chapter, we shall communicate its contents in our next. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Mary Rhodey. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 15, in which the history advances about 2 days. Chapter 10, consisting partly of facts and partly of observations upon them. The letter, then, which arrived at the end of the preceding chapter was from Mr. Allworthy, and the purport of it was his intention to come immediately to town with his nephew Blifil, and a desire to be accommodated with his usual lodgings, which were the first floor for himself and the second for his nephew. The cheerfulness which had before displayed itself in the countenance of the poor woman was a little clouded on this occasion. This news did indeed a good deal disconcert her. To requite so disinterested a match with her daughter, by presently turning her new son-in-law out of doors, appeared to her very unjustifiable on the one hand, and on the other, she could scarce bear the thoughts of making any excuse to Mr. Allworthy, after all the obligations received from him, for depriving him of lodgings which were indeed strictly his due. For that gentleman, in conferring all his numberless benefits on others, acted by a rule diametrically opposite to what is practised by most generous people. He contrived on all occasions to hide his beneficence not only from the world, but even from the object of it. He constantly used the words lend and pay instead of give, and by every other method he could invent always lessened with his tongue the favours he conferred, while he was heaping them with both his hands. When he settled the annuity of £50 a year therefore on Mrs. Miller, he told her it was in consideration of always having her first floor when he was in town, which he scarce ever intended to be, but that she might let it at any other time, for that he would always send her a month's warning. He was now, however, hurried to town so suddenly that he had no opportunity of giving such notice, and this hurry probably prevented him when he wrote for his lodgings, adding, if they were then empty. For he would most certainly have been well satisfied to have relinquished them on a less sufficient excuse than what Mrs. Miller could now have made. But there are sort of persons who, as Prior excellently well remarks, direct their conduct by something beyond the fixed and settled rules of vice and virtue in the schools, beyond the letter of the law. To these it is so far from being sufficient that their defence would acquit them at any Old Bailey, that they are not even contented, though conscience, the severest of all judges, should discharge them. Nothing short of the fair and honourable will satisfy the delicacy of their minds, and if any of their actions fall short of this mark, they mope and pine, are as uneasy and restless as a murderer who is afraid of a ghost or of the hangman. Mrs. Miller was one of these. She could not conceal her uneasiness at this letter, with the contents of which she had no sooner acquainted the company, and given some hints of her distress, than Jones, her good angel, presently relieved her anxiety. "As for myself, madam," said he, "my lodging is at your service at a moment's warning, and Mr. Nightingale, I am sure, as he cannot yet prepare a house fit to receive his lady, will consent to return to his new lodging, whither Mrs. Nightingale will certainly consent to go." With which proposal both husband and wife instantly agreed. The reader will easily believe that the cheeks of Mrs. Miller began again to glow with additional gratitude to Jones. But perhaps it may be more difficult to persuade him that Mr. Jones, having in his last speech called her daughter Mrs. Nightingale, it being the first time that agreeable sound had ever reached her ears, gave the fond mother more satisfaction, and warmed her heart more towards Jones than his having dissipated her present anxiety. The next day was then appointed for the removal of the new married couple, and of Mr. Jones, who was likewise to be provided for in the same house with his friend. and now the serenity of the company was again restored, and they passed the day in the utmost cheerfulness, all except Jones, who, though he outwardly accompanied the rest in their mirth, felt many a bitter pang on the account of his Sophia, which were not a little heightened by the news of Mr Blifil's coming to town, for he clearly saw the intention of his journey. And what greatly aggravated his concern was, that Mrs Honour, who had promised to inquire after Sophia, and to make her report to him early the next evening, had disappointed him. In the situation that he and his mistress were in at this time, there were scarce any grounds for him to hope that he should hear any good news. Yet he was as impatient to see Mrs Honour as if he had expected she would bring him a letter with an assignation in it from Sophia, and bore the disappointment as ill. Whether this impatience arose from the natural weakness of the human mind, which makes it desirous to know the worst, and renders uncertainty the most intolerable of pains, or whether he still flattered himself with some secret hopes, we will not determine. But that it might be the last, whoever has loved cannot but know. For of all the powers exercised by this passion over our minds, one of the most wonderful is that of supporting hope in the midst of despair. Difficulties, improbabilities, nay, impossibilities, are quite overlooked by it, so that to any man extremely in love may be applied what Addison says of Caesar: "The Alps and Pyrenees sink before him." Yet it is equally true that the same passion will sometimes make mountains of molehills, and produce despair in the midst of hope. But these cold fits last not long in good constitutions. Which temper Jones was now in, we leave the reader to guess, having no exact information about it. But this is certain, that he had spent 2 hours in expectation, when, being unable any longer to conceal his uneasiness, he retired to his room, where his anxiety had almost made him frantic, when the following letter was brought him from Mrs Honour, with which we shall present the reader verbatim et literatim. Sir, I should certainly have called on you according to me promise, hadn't it been that her la'ship prevent me. For to be sure, sir, you knows very well that every person must look first at home, and certainly such another offer might not have ever happened, so as I should have been justly to blame had I not accepted of it, when her la'ship was so very kind as to offer to make me her own human without me ever asking any such thing. To be sure, she is one of the best ladies in the world, and people who says to the contrary must be very wicked people in their hearts. To be sure, if ever I have said anything of that kind, it has been through ignorance, and I am heartily sorry for it. I knows your honour to be a gentleman of more honour and honesty, if I ever said any such thing, to repeat it to hurt a poor servant that has always had the greatest respect in the world for your honour. To be sure, one should keep one's tongue within one's teeth, for nobody knows what may happen. And to be sure, if anybody had told me yesterday that I should have been in so good a place to-day, I should not have believed it. For to be sure, I never was a dreamt of any such thing, nor should I ever have sought after any other body's place, but as her la'ship was so kind of her own accord to give it to me without asking, to be sure Mrs Etoff herself, nor no other body, can blame me for accepting such a thing when it falls in me way. I beg your honour not to mention anything of what I have said, for I wish your honour all the good luck in the world, and I don't question but that you will have Madam Sophia in the end. But as to myself, your honour knows I can't be of any farther service to you in that matter, now being under the command of another person, and not me own mistress. I beg your honour to say nothing of what passed, and believe me to be, sir, your honour's humble servant to command till death. Honour Blackmore. Various were the conjectures which Jones entertained on the step of Lady Bellaston, who in reality had little farther design than to secure within her own house the repository of a secret, which she chose should make no farther progress than it had made already. But mostly she desired to keep it from the ears of Sophia, for although that young lady was almost the only one who would never have repeated it again, her ladyship could not persuade herself of this, since, as she now hated poor Sophia with most implacable hatred, she conceived a reciprocal hatred to herself to be lodged in the tender breast of our heroine, where no such passion had ever yet found an entrance. While Jones was terrifying himself with the apprehension of 1,000 dreadful machinations and deep political designs, which he imagined to be at the bottom of the promotion of honour, Fortune, who hitherto seems to have been an utter enemy to his match with Sophia, tried a new method to put a final end to it, by throwing a temptation in his way, which in his present desperate situation it seemed unlikely he should be able to resist. Chapter 11, containing curious but not unprecedented matter. There was a lady, one Mrs. Hunt, who had often seen Jones at the house where he lodged, being intimately acquainted with the women there, and indeed a very great friend to Mrs. Miller. Her age was about 30, for she owned 26. Her face and person very good, only inclining a little too much to be fat. She had been married young by her relations to an old Turkey merchant, who, having got a great fortune, had left off trade. With him she lived without reproach, but not without pain, in a state of great self-denial, for about 12 years. And her virtue was rewarded by his dying, and leaving her very rich. The first year of her widowhood was just at an end, and she had passed it in a good deal of retirement, seeing only a few particular friends, and dividing her time between her devotions and novels, of which she was always extremely fond. Very good health, a very warm constitution, and a good deal of religion made it absolutely necessary for her to marry again, and she resolved to please herself in her second husband, as she had done her friends in the first. From her the following billet was brought to Jones. Sir, from the first day I saw you, I doubt my eyes have told you too plainly that you were not indifferent to me, but neither my tongue nor my hand should have ever avowed it, had not the ladies of the family where you are lodged given me such a character of you, and told me such proofs of your virtue and goodness, as convince me you are not only the most agreeable, but the most worthy of men. I have also the satisfaction to hear from them that neither my person, understanding, or character are disagreeable to you. I have a fortune sufficient to make us both happy, but which cannot make me so without you. In thus disposing myself, I know I shall incur the censure of the world. But if I did not love you more than I fear the world, I should not be worthy of you. One only difficulty stops me. I am informed that you are engaged in a commerce of gallantry with a woman of fashion. If you think it worth while to sacrifice that to the possession of me, I am yours. If not, forget my weakness, and let this remain an eternal secret between you and Arabella Hunt. At the reading of this, Jones was put into a violent flutter. His fortune was then at a very low ebb, the source being stopped from which hitherto he had been supplied. Of all he had received from Lady Bellaston, not above 5 guineas remained, and that very morning he had been dunned by a tradesman for twice that sum. His honourable mistress was in the hands of her father, and he had scarce any hopes ever to get her out of them again. To be subsisted at her expense, from that little fortune she had independent of her father, went much against the delicacy both of his pride and his love. This lady's fortune would have been exceeding convenient to him, and he could have no objection to her in any respect. On the contrary, he liked her as well as he did any woman except Sophia. But to abandon Sophia and marry another, that was impossible. He could not think of it upon any account. Yet why should he not, since it was plain she could not be his? Would it not be kinder to her than to continue her longer engaged in a hopeless passion for him? Ought he not to do so in friendship to her? This notion prevailed some moments, and he had almost determined to be false to her from a high point of honour. But that refinement was not able to stand very long against the voice of nature, which cried in his heart that such friendship was treason to love. At last he called for a pen, ink, and paper, and writ as follows to Mrs. Hunt: Madam, it would be but a poor return to the favour you have done me to sacrifice any gallantry to the possession of you, and I would certainly do it though I were not disengaged, as at present I am, from any affair of that kind. But I should not be the honest man you think me, if I did not tell you that my affections are engaged to another, who is a woman of virtue, and one that I never can leave, though it is probable I shall never possess her. God forbid that, in return of your kindness to me, I should do you such an injury as to give you my hand when I cannot give my heart. No, I had much rather starve than be guilty of that. Even though my mistress were married to another, I would not marry you unless my heart had entirely effaced all impressions of her. Be assured that your secret was not more safe in your own breast than in that of your most obliged and grateful humble servant, T. Jones. When our hero had finished and sent this letter, he went to his scrutore, took out Miss Western's muff, kissed it several times, and then strutted some turns about his room, with more satisfaction of mind than ever any Irishman felt in carrying off a fortune of £50,000. Chapter 12. A discovery made by Partridge. While Jones was exulting in the consciousness of his integrity, Partridge came capering into the room, as was his custom when he brought, or fancied he brought, any good tidings. He had been despatched that morning by his master, with orders to endeavour, by the servants of Lady Bellaston, or by any other means, to discover whither Sophia had been conveyed; and he now returned, and with a joyful countenance told our hero that he had found the lost bird. "I have seen, sir," says he, "Black George, the gamekeeper, who is one of the servants whom the squire hath brought with him to town. I knew him presently, though I have not seen him these several years. But you know, sir, he is a very remarkable man, or, to use a purer phrase, he hath a most remarkable beard, the largest and blackest I ever saw. It was some time, however, before Black George could recollect me." "Well, but what is your good news?" cried Jones. "What do you know of my Sophia?" "You shall know presently, sir," answered Partridge. "I am coming to it as fast as I can. You are so impatient, sir. You would come at the infinitive mood before you can get to the imperative. As I was saying, sir, it was some time before he recollected my face." "Confound your face!" cried Jones. "What of my Sophia?" "Nay, sir," answered Partridge, "I know nothing more of Madam Sophia than what I am going to tell you; and I should have told you all before this if you had not interrupted me. But if you look so angry at me, you will frighten all of it out of my head, or, to use a purer phrase, out of my memory. I never saw you look so angry since the day we left Upton, which I shall remember if I was to live 1,000 years." "Well, pray go on your own way," said Jones. "You are resolved to make me mad, I find." "Not for the world," answered Partridge. "I have suffered enough for that already, which, as I said, I shall bear in my remembrance the longest day I have to live." "Well, but Black George?" cried Jones. "Well, sir, as I was saying, it was a long time before he could recollect me, for, indeed, I am very much altered since I saw him. Non sum qualis eram. I have the troubles in the world, and nothing alters a man so much as grief. I have heard it will change the colour of a man's hair in a night. However, at last know me he did, that's sure enough, for we are both of an age, and were at the same charity school. George was a great dunce, but no matter for that. All men do not thrive in the world according to their learning. I'm sure I have reason to say so, but it will be all one 1,000 years hence. Well, sir, where was I? Oh, well, we no sooner knew each other than, after many hearty shakes by the hand, we agreed to go to an alehouse and take a pot, and by good luck the beer was some of the best I have met with since I have been in town. Now, sir, I am coming to the point, for no sooner did I name you, and told him that you and I came to town together and had lived together ever since, than he called for another pot, and swore he would drink to your health. And indeed he drank to your health so heartily that I was overjoyed to see there was so much gratitude left in the world. And after we had emptied that pot, I said I would buy my pot too. And so we drank another to your health, and then I made haste home to tell you the news." "What news?" cried Jones. "You have not mentioned a word of my Sophia." "Bless me, I had like to have forgot that. Indeed, we mentioned a great deal about young Madam Western, and George told me all. That Mr Blifil is coming to town in order to be married to her. He had best make haste then, says I, or somebody will have her before he comes. And indeed, says I, Mr Seagrim, it is 1,000 pities somebody should not have her, for he certainly loves her above all the women in the world. I would have both you and she know that it is not for her fortune he follows her, for I can assure you as to a matter of that, there is another lady, one of much greater quality and fortune than she can pretend to, who is so fond of somebody that she comes after him day and night." Here Jones fell into a passion with Partridge for having, as he said, betrayed him. But the poor fellow answered, he had mentioned no name. "Besides, sir," said he, "I can assure you George is sincerely your friend, and wished Mr Blifil at the devil more than once. Nay, he said he would do anything in his power upon earth to serve you, and so I am convinced he will. Betray you, indeed! Why, I question whether you have a better friend than George upon earth, except myself, or one that would go farther to serve you." "Well," said Jones, a little pacified, "you say this fellow, who, I believe, indeed, is enough inclined to be my friend, lives in the same house with Sophia?" "In the same house," answered Partridge. "Why, sir, he is one of the servants of the family, and very well dressed, I promise you he is. If it was not for his black beard, you would hardly know him." "One service then at least he may do me," says Jones. "Sure he can certainly convey a letter to my Sophia." "You have hit the nail ad ungem," cries Partridge. "How came I not to think of it? I will engage he shall do it upon the very first mentioning." "Well then," said Jones, "do you leave me at present, and I will write a letter, which you shall deliver to him to morrow morning; for I suppose you know where to find him." "Oh yes, sir," answered Partridge, "I shall certainly find him again. There is no fear of that. The liquor is too good for him to stay away long. I make no doubt but he will be there every day he stays in town." "So you don't know the street, then, where my Sophia is lodged?" cries Jones. "Indeed, sir, I do," said Partridge. "What is the name of the street?" cries Jones. "The name, sir? Why, here, sir, just by," answered Partridge, "not above a street or two off. I don't indeed know the very name, for, as he never told me, if I had asked, you know, it might have put some suspicion into his head. No, no, sir, let me alone for that. I am too cunning for that, I promise you." "Thou art most wonderfully cunning indeed," replied Jones. "However, I will write to my charmer, since I believe you will be cunning enough to find him to morrow at the alehouse." And now, having dismissed the sagacious Partridge, Mr Jones sat himself down to write, in which employment we shall leave him for a time. And here we put an end to the 15th book. End of chapter 12.
Book 16, Chapters 1 through 3 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Book 16, containing the space of 5 days. Chapter 1 of Prologues. I have heard of a dramatic writer who used to say he would rather write a play than a prologue. In such manner, I think, I can with less pains write one of the books of this history than the prefatory chapter to each of them. To say the truth, I believe many a hearty curse has been bestowed on the head of that author who first instituted the method of prefixing to his play that portion of matter which is called a prologue, and which at first was part of the piece itself, but of latter years hath had usually so little connection with the drama before which it stands, that the prologue to one play might as well serve for any other. Those indeed of more modern date seem all to be written on the same three topics, viz., an abuse of the taste of the town, a condemnation of all contemporary authors, and a eulogium of the performance just about to be represented. The sentiments in all these are very little varied, nor is it possible they should, and indeed I have often wondered at the great invention of authors who have been capable of finding such various phrases to express the same thing. In like manner, I apprehend some future historian, if any one shall do me the honour of imitating my manner, will, after much scratching his pate, bestow some good wishes on my memory for having first established these several initial chapters, most of which, like modern prologues, may as properly be prefixed to any other book in this history as to that which they introduce, or indeed to any other history as to this. But, however authors may suffer by either of these inventions, the reader will find sufficient emolument in the one as the spectator hath long found in the other. First, it is well known that the prologue serves the critic for an opportunity to try his faculty of hissing, and to tune his catcall to the best advantage, by which means I have known these musical instruments so well prepared that they have been able to play in full concert at the first rising of the curtain. The same advantages may be drawn from these chapters, in which the critic will always be sure of meeting with something that may serve as a whetstone to his noble spirit, so that he may fall with a more hungry appetite for censure on the history itself. And here his sagacity must make it needless to observe how artfully these chapters are calculated for that excellent purpose. For in these we have always taken care to intersperse somewhat of the sour or acid kind, in order to sharpen and stimulate the said spirit of criticism. Again, the indolent reader, as well as spectator, finds great advantage from both these, for, as they are not so obliged either to see the one or read the others, and both the play and the book are thus protracted, by the former they have a quarter of an hour longer allowed them to sit at dinner, and by the latter they have the advantage of beginning to read at the 4th or 5th page instead of the first, a matter by no means of trivial consequence to persons who read books with no other view than to say they have read them, a more general motive for reading than is commonly imagined, and from which not only law books and good books, but the pages of Homer and Virgil, of Swift and Cervantes, have been often turned over. Many other are the emoluments which arise from both these, but they are for the most part so obvious that we shall not at present stay to enumerate them, especially since it occurs to us that the principal merit of both the prologue and the preface is that they be short. Chapter 2. A whimsical adventure which befell the squire with the distressed situation of Sophia. We must now convey the reader to Mr. Western's lodgings, which were in Piccadilly, where he was placed by the recommendation of the landlord at the Hercules Pillars at Hyde Park Corner. For at the inn, which was the first he saw on his arrival in town, he placed his horses, and in those lodgings, which were the first he heard of, he deposited himself. Here, when Sophia alighted from the hackney coach, which brought her from the house of Lady Bellaston, she desired to retire to the apartment provided for her, to which her father very readily agreed, and whither he attended her himself. A short dialogue, neither very material nor pleasant to relate minutely, then passed between them, in which he pressed her vehemently to give her consent to the marriage with Blifil, who, as he acquainted her, was to be in town in a few days. But instead of complying, she gave a more peremptory and resolute refusal than she had ever done before. This so incensed her father, that after many bitter vows that he would force her to have him whether she would or no, he departed from her with many hard words and curses, locked the door, and put the key into his pocket. While Sophia was left with no other company than what attend the closest state prisoner, namely fire and cattle, the squire sat down to regale himself over a bottle of wine with his parson and the landlord of the Hercules Pillars, who, as the squire said, would make it an excellent third man, and would inform them of the news of the town, and how affairs went. For, to be sure, says he knows a great deal, since the horses of many of the quality stand at his house. In this agreeable society Mr Western passed that evening, and great part of the succeeding day, during which period nothing happened of sufficient consequence to find a place in this history. All this time Sophia passed by herself, for her father swore she should never come out of her chamber alive, unless she first consented to marry Blifil, nor did he ever suffer the door to be unlocked, unless to convey her food, on which occasions he always attended himself. The second morning after his arrival, when he and the parson were at breakfast together on a toast and tankard, he was informed that a gentleman was below to wait on him. "A gentleman?" quoth the squire. "Who the devil can he be? Do, doctor, go down and see who 'tis. Mr Blifil can hardly be come to town yet. Go down, do, and know what his business is." The doctor returned with an account that it was a very well dressed man, and by the ribbon in his hat he took him for an officer of the army, that he said he had some particular business, which he could deliver to none but Mr Western himself. "An officer!" cries the squire. "What can any such fellow have to do with me? If he wants an order for baggage waggons, I am no justice of the peace here, nor can I grant a warrant. Let him come up then, if he must speak to me." A very genteel man now entered the room, who, having made his compliments to the squire, and desired the favour of being alone with him, delivered himself as follows: "Sir, I come to wait upon you from the command of my Lord Fellamar, but with a very different message from what I suppose you expect, after what passed the other night." "My lord who?" cries the squire. "I never heard the name of him." "His lordship," said the gentleman, "is willing to impute everything to the effect of liquor, and the most trifling acknowledgment of that kind will set everything right. For as he hath the most violent attachment to your daughter, you, sir, are the last person upon earth from whom he would resent an affront. And happy is it for you both that he hath given such public demonstrations of his courage as to be able to put up an affair of this kind without danger of any imputation on his honour. All he desires, therefore, is that you will before me make some acknowledgment. The slightest in the world will be sufficient, and he intends this afternoon to pay his respects to you, in order to obtain your leave of visiting the young lady on the footing of a lover." "I don't understand much of what you say, sir," says the squire, "but I suppose, by what you talk about my daughter, that this is the lord which my cousin Lady Bellaston mentioned to me, and said something about his courting my daughter. If so be that, how that be the case, you may give my service to his lordship, and tell him the girl is disposed of already." "Perhaps, sir," said the gentleman, "you are not sufficiently apprized of the greatness of this offer. I believe such a person, title, and fortune would be nowhere refused." "Look ye, sir," answered the squire, "to be very plain, my daughter is bespoke already, but if she was not, I would not marry her to a lord upon any account. I hate all lords. They are a parcel of courtiers and Hanoverians, and I will have nothing to do with them. Well, sir, said the gentleman, if that is your resolution, the message I am to deliver you is that my lord desires the favour of your company this morning in Hyde Park. You may tell my lord, answered the squire, that I am busy and cannot come. I have enough to look after at home, and can't stir abroad on any account. I am sure, sir, quoth the other, you are too much a gentleman to send such a message. You will not, I am convinced, have it said of you that, after having affronted a noble peer, you refuse him satisfaction? His lordship would have been willing, from his great regard to the young lady, to have made up matters in another way, but unless he is to look on you as a father, his honour will not suffer his putting up such an indignity as you must be sensible you offered him. I offered him, cries the squire. It's a damned lie. I never offered him anything. Upon these words the gentleman returned a very short verbal rebuke, and this he accompanied at the same time with some manual remonstrances, which no sooner reached the ear of Mr Western than that worthy squire began to caper very briskly about the room, bellowing at the same time with all his might, as if desirous to summon a greater number of spectators to behold his agility. The parson, who had left great part of the tankard unfinished, was not retired far. He immediately attended therefore on the squire's vociferation, crying, Bless me, sir, what's the matter? Matter, quoth the squire, here's a highwayman, I believe, who wants to rob and murder me, for he hath fallen upon me with that stick there in his hand, when I wish I may be damned if I get in the least provocation. How, sir? Said the captain. Did you not tell me I lied? No, as I hope to be saved, answered the squire. I believe I might say 'twas a lie that I had offered any affront to my lord, but I never said the word you lie. I understand myself better, and you might have understood yourself better than to fall upon a naked man. If I had a stick in my hands, you would not have dared strike me. I'd have knocked thy lantern jaws about thy ears. Come down into the yard this minute, and I'll take a bout with thee at single stick for a broken head, that I will. Or I will go in a naked room and box thee for a bellyful. And hunt half a man and hunt, I'm sure. The captain, with some indignation, replied, I see, sir, you are below my notice, and I shall inform his lordship you are below his. I am sorry I have dirtied my fingers with you. At which words he withdrew, the parson interposing to prevent the squire from stopping him, in which he easily prevailed, as the other, though he made some efforts for the purpose, did not seem very violently bent on success. However, when the captain was departed, the squire sent many curses and some menaces after him, but as these did not set out from his lips till the officer was at the bottom of the stairs, and grew louder and louder as he was more and more remote, they did not reach his ears, or at least did not retard his departure. Poor Sophia, however, who in her prison heard all her father's outcries from first to last, began now first to thunder with her foot, and afterwards to scream as loudly as the old gentleman himself had done before, though in a much sweeter voice. These screams soon silenced the squire, and turned all his consideration towards his daughter, whom he loved so tenderly that the least apprehension of any harm happening to her threw him presently into agonies. For, except in that single instance in which the whole future happiness of her life was concerned, she was sovereign mistress of his inclinations. Having ended his rage against the captain, with swearing he would take the law of him, the squire now mounted upstairs to Sophia, whom, as soon as he had unlocked and opened the door, he found all pale and breathless. The moment, however, that she saw her father, she collected all her spirits, and catching him hold by the hand, she cried passionately,
Oh, my dear sir, I am almost frightened to death. I hope to heaven no harm hath happened to you.
No, no, cries the squire, no great harm. That rascal hath not hurt me much, but rat me if I don't add a lot of him.
Pray, dear sir,
says she,
tell me what's the matter. Who is it hath insulted you?
I don't know the name, man, answered Western. Some officer fellow, I suppose, that we are to pay for beating us. but I'll make him pay for this bout, if the rascal hath got anything, which I suppose he hath not. For though he were dressed out so fine, I question whether he had a voot of land in the world.
But, dear sir,
cries she,
what was the occasion of your quarrel?
what should it be, Sophy? Answered the squire, but about you, Sophy. All my misfortunes are about you. You will be the death of your poor father at last. Here's a varlet of a lord, the Lord knows who, forsooth, who hath a tan a liking to you, and because I would not give him my consent, he sent me a calendar. Come, do be a good girl, Sophy, and put an end to all your father's troubles. Come, do consent to ha'n. He'll be in town within this day or two. Do but promise me to marry him as soon as he comes, and you will make me the happiest man in the world, and I'll make you the happiest woman. You shall have the finest clothes in London, and the finest jewels, and a coach and six at your command. I promised Allworthy already to give up half my estate. I'll drabbit it, I should hardly stick to giving up the whole.
Will my papa be so kind,
says she,
as to hear me speak?
Why would ask, Sophy? Cries he, when dost? No, I had rather hear thy voice than the music of the best pack of dogs in England. Hear thee, my dear little girl. I hope I shall hear thee as long as I live. For if I were ever to lose that pleasure, I would not gie a brass farden to live a moment longer. Indeed, Sophy, you do not know how I love you. Indeed you don't, or you never could have run away and left your poor father, who hath no other joy, no other comfort on earth but his little Sophy. At these words tears stood in his eyes, and Sophia, with the tears streaming from hers, answered,
Indeed, my dear papa, I know you have loved me tenderly, and heaven is my witness how sincerely I have returned your affection. Nor could anything but an apprehension of being forced into the arms of this man have driven me to run from a father whom I love so passionately that I would with pleasure sacrifice my life to his happiness. Nay, I have endeavoured to reason myself into doing more, and had almost worked up a resolution to endure the most miserable of all lives, to comply with your inclination. It was that resolution alone to which I could not force my mind, nor can I ever.
Here the squire began to look wild, and the foam appeared at his lips, which Sophia, observing, begged to be heard out, and then proceeded.
If my father's life, his health, or any real happiness of his was at stake, here stands your resolved daughter. May heaven blast me if there is a misery I would not suffer to preserve you. No, that most detested, most loathsome of all lots would I embrace. I would give my hand to Blifil for your sake.
I tell thee it would preserve me, answers the father. It'll give me health, happiness, life, everything. Upon my soul I shall die if dost refuse me. I shall break my heart, I shall upon my soul.
Is it possible,
says she,
you can have a desire to make me miserable?
I tell thee no, answered he loudly. Damn me if there is a thing upon earth I would not do to see thee happy.
And will not my dear papa allow me to have the least knowledge of what will make me so? If it be true that happiness consists in opinion, what must be my condition when I shall think myself the most miserable of all the wretches upon earth?
Better think yourself so, says he, than know it by being married to a poor bastardly vagabond.
If it will content you, sir,
said Sophia,
I will give you the most solemn promise never to marry him, nor any other while my papa lives, without his consent. Let me dedicate my whole life to your service. Let me be again your poor Sophia, and my whole business and pleasure be, as it hath been, to please and divert you.
Look ye, Sophy, answered the squire, I am not to be choused in this manner. Your Aunt Western would then have reason to think me the fool she doth. No, no, Sophy, I'd have you to know I've got more wisdom, and know more of the world, than to take the word of a woman in a matter where a man is concerned.
How, sir, have I deserved this want of confidence?
Said she.
Have I ever broke a single promise to you, or have I ever been found guilty of a falsehood from my cradle?
Look Sophie, cries she, that's neither here nor there. I am determined upon this match, and have him you shall. Damn me if shan't, damn me if shan't, thou dost hang myself the next morning. At repeating which words he clenched his fist, knit his brows, bit his lips, and thundered so loud that the poor afflicted, terrified Sophia sunk trembling into her chair, and had not a flood of tears come immediately to her relief, perhaps worse had followed. Western beheld the deplorable condition of his daughter with no more contrition or remorse than the turnkey of Newgate feels at viewing the agonies of a tender wife when saying her last farewell of her condemned husband. Or rather he looked down on her with the same emotions which arise in an honest fair tradesman who sees his debtor dragged to prison for £10, which, though a just debt, the wretch is wickedly unable to pay. Or, to hit the case still more nearly, he felt that same compunction with a bawd, when some poor innocent, whom she hath ensnared into her hands, falls into fits at the first proposal of what is called seeing company. Indeed, this resemblance would be exact, was it not that the bawd hath an interest in what she does, and the father, though perhaps he may blindly think otherwise, can in reality have none in urging his daughter to almost an equal prostitution. In this condition he left his poor Sophia, and departing with a very vulgar observation on the effect of tears, he locked the room and returned to the parson, who said everything he durst in behalf of the young lady, which, though perhaps it was not quite so much as his duty required, yet was it sufficient to throw the squire into a violent rage, and into many indecent reflections on the whole body of the clergy, which we have too great an honour for that sacred function to commit to paper. Chapter 3. What happened to Sophia during her confinement. The landlady of the house where the squire lodged had begun very early to entertain a strange opinion of her guests. However, as she was informed that the squire was a man of vast fortune, and as she had taken care to exact a very extraordinary price for her rooms, she did not think proper to give any offence, for, though she was without some concern for the confinement of poor Sophia, of whose great sweetness of temper and affability the maid of the house had made so favourable a report, which was confirmed by all the squire's servants, yet she had much more concern for her own interest than to provoke one whom, as she said, she perceived to be a very hastish kind of gentleman. Though Sophia eat but little, yet she was regularly served with her meals. Indeed, I believe, if she had liked any one rarity, that the squire, however angry, would have spared neither pains nor cost to have procured it for her, since, however strange it may appear to some of my readers, he really doted on his daughter, and to give her any kind of pleasure was the highest satisfaction of his life. The dinner hour being arrived, Black George carried her up a pullet. The squire himself, for he had sworn not to part with the key, attending the door. As George deposited the dish, some compliments passed between him and Sophia, for he had not seen her since she left the country, and she treated every servant with more respect than some persons show to those who are in a very slight degree their inferiors. Sophia would have had him take the pullet back, saying she could not eat, but George begged her to try, and particularly commended to her the eggs, of which he said it was full. All this time the squire was waiting at the door, but George was a great favourite with his master, as his employment was in concerns of the highest nature, namely about the game, and was accustomed to take many liberties. He had officiously carried up the dinner, being, as he said, very desirous to see his young lady. He made therefore no scruple of keeping his master standing above 10 minutes, while civilities were passing between him and Sophia, for which he received only a good-humoured rebuke at the door when he returned. The eggs of pullets, partridges, pheasants, etc., were, as George well knew, the most favourite dainties of Sophia. It was therefore no wonder that he, who was a very good-natured fellow, should take care to supply her with this kind of delicacy at a time when all the servants in the house were afraid she would be starved, for she had scarce swallowed a single morsel in the last 40 hours. though vexation hath not the same effect on all persons as it usually hath on a widow, whose appetite it often renders sharper than it can be rendered by the air on Banstead Downs or Salisbury Plain, yet the sublimest grief, notwithstanding what some people may say to the contrary, will eat at last. And Sophia herself, after some little consideration, began to dissect the fowl, which she found to be as full of eggs as George had reported it. But if she was pleased with these, it contained something which would have delighted the Royal Society much more. For if a fowl with 3 legs be so invaluable a curiosity, when perhaps time has produced 1,000 such, at what price shall we esteem a bird which so totally contradicts all the laws of animal economy as to contain a letter in its belly? Ovid tells us of a flower into which Hyacinthus was metamorphosed, which bears letter on its leaves, which Virgil recommended as a miracle to the Royal Society of his day. But no age nor nation hath ever recorded a bird with a letter in its maw. But though a miracle of this kind might have engaged all the Académies de Sciences in Europe, and perhaps in a fruitless inquiry, yet the reader, by barely recollecting the last dialogue which passed between Messrs. Jones and Partridge, will be very easily satisfied from whence this letter came, and how it found its passage into the fowl. Sophia, notwithstanding her long fast, and notwithstanding her favourite dish was there before her, no sooner saw the letter than she immediately snatched it up, tore it open, and read as follows.
Madam, was I not sensible, to whom I have the honour of writing, I should endeavour, however difficult, to paint the horrors of my mind at the account brought me by Mrs. Honour. But as tenderness alone can have any true idea of the pangs which tenderness is capable of feeling, so can this most amiable quality, which my Sophia possesses in the most eminent degree, sufficiently inform her what her Jones must have suffered on this melancholy occasion. Is there a circumstance in the world which can heighten my agonies, when I hear of a misfortune which has befallen you? Surely there is one only, and with that I am accursed. It is, my Sophia, the dreadful consideration that I am myself the wretched cause. Perhaps I here do myself too much honour, but none will envy me an honour which cost me so extremely dear. Pardon me this presumption, and pardon me a greater still, if I ask you whether my advice, my assistance, my presence, my absence, my death, or my tortures can bring you any relief. Can the most perfect admiration, the most watchful observance, the most ardent love, the most melting tenderness, the most resigned submission to your will, make you amends for what you were to sacrifice to my happiness? If they can, fly, my lovely angel, to the arms which are ever open to receive and protect you, and to which, whether you bring yourself alone, or the riches of the world with you, is, in my opinion, an alternative not worth regarding. If, on the contrary, wisdom shall predominate, and on the most mature reflection inform you that the sacrifice is too great, and if there be no way left to reconcile your father, and restore the peace of your dear mind, but by abandoning me, I conjure you, drive me for ever from your thoughts, exert your resolution, and let no compassion for my sufferings bear the least weight in that tender bosom. Believe me, madam, I so sincerely love you better than myself, that my great and principal end is your happiness. My first wish, why would not fortune indulge me in it, was, and pardon me if I say, still is, to see you every moment the happiest of women. My second wish is, to hear you are so, but no misery on earth can equal mine, while I think you owe an uneasy moment to him who is, madam, in every sense, and to every purpose, your devoted Thomas Jones.
What Sophia said or did or thought upon this letter, how often she read it, or whether more than once, shall all be left to our reader's imagination. The answer to it he may perhaps see hereafter, but not at present. For this reason, among others, that she did not now write any, and that for several good causes, one of which was this: she had no paper, pen, nor ink. In the evening, while Sophia was meditating on the letter she had received, or on something else, a violent noise from below disturbed her meditations. This noise was no other than a roundabout and altercation between two persons. One of the combatants, by his voice, she immediately distinguished to be her father, but she did not so soon discover the shriller pipes to belong to the organ of her Aunt Western, who was just arrived in town, where having, by means of one of her servants who stopped at the Hercules Pillars, learnt where her brother lodged, she drove directly to his lodgings. We shall therefore take our leave at present of Sophia, and with our usual good breeding attend her ladyship. End of section 52, book 15, chapters 1 to 3. Recording by Andy from Invernon. Currently in Birmingham. Web address www.melys.ws. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding, Chapter 4, in which Sophia is delivered from her confinement. The squire and the parson, for the landlord was now otherwise engaged, were smoking their pipes together when the arrival of the lady was first signified. The squire no sooner heard her name than he immediately ran down to usher her upstairs, for he was a great observer of such ceremonials, especially to his sister, of whom he stood more in awe than of any other human creature, though he never would own this, nor did he perhaps know it himself. Mrs. Western, on her arrival in the dining-room, having flung herself into a chair, began thus to harangue.
Well, surely, no one ever had such an intolerable journey. I think the roads, since so many turnpike acts, are grown worse than ever. La, brother, how could you get into this odious place? No person of condition, I dare swear, ever set foot here before.
I don't know, queries the squire. I think they do well enough. It was landlord recommended them. I thought, as he knew most of the quality, he could best show me where to get among them.
Well, and where's my niece?
Said the lady.
Have you been to wait upon Lady Bellaston yet?
Aye, aye, cries the squire. Your niece is safe enough. She is upstairs in chamber.
How,
answered the lady,
is my niece in this house, and does she not know of my being here?
No, nobody can well get to her, says the squire, for she is under lock and key. I have her safe. I fetched her for my lady cousin the first night I came into town, and I have taken care of her ever since. She is secure as a fox in a bag, I promise you.
Good heaven,
returned Mrs. Western.
What do I hear? I thought what a fine piece of work would be the consequence of my consent to your coming to town yourself. Nay, it was indeed your own headstrong will, nor can I charge myself with having ever consented to it. Did not you promise me, brother, that you would take none of these headstrong measures? Was it not by these headstrong measures that you forced my niece to run away from you in the country? Have you a mind to oblige her to take such another step?
Zounds and the devil, cries the squire, dashing his pipe on the ground. Did ever mortal hear the like? When I expected you would have commended me for all I've done to be fallen upon in this manner.
How, brother, said the lady, have I ever given you the least reason to imagine I should commend you for locking up your daughter? Have I not often told you that women in a free country are not to be treated with such arbitrary power? We're as free as the men, and I heartily wish I could not say we deserve that freedom better. If you expect I should stay a moment longer in this wretched house, or that I should ever own you again as my relation, or that I should ever trouble myself again with the affairs of your family, I insist upon it that my niece be set at liberty this instant.
This she spoke with so commanding an air, standing with her back to the fire, with one hand behind her, and a pinch of snuff in the other, that I question whether Thalestris, at the head of the Amazons, ever made a more tremendous figure. It is no wonder, therefore, that the poor squire was not proof against the awe which she inspired. "There," he cried, throwing down the key. "There it is. Do whatever you please. I only intended to have kept her up till Blifil came to town, which can't be long. And now if any harm happens in the meantime, remember who it is to be blamed for it."
"I will answer it with my life," cried Mrs Western, "but I shall not intermeddle at all, unless upon one condition, and that is that you will commit the whole entirely to my care, without taking one measure yourself, unless I shall eventually appoint you to act. If you ratify these preliminaries, brother, I yet will endeavour to preserve the honour of your family. If not, I shall continue in a neutral state."
"I pray you, good sir," said the parson, "permit yourself this once to be admonished by her ladyship. Peradventure, by communing with young Madam Sophia, she will effect more than you have been able to perpetrate by more rigorous measures."
"What, does thee open up on me?" cries the squire. "If thee dost begin to babble, I shall whip thee in presently."
"Fie, brother," answered the lady, "is this language to a clergyman? Mr Supple is a man of sense, and gives you the best advice, and the whole world, I believe, will concur in his opinion. But I must tell you, I expect an immediate answer to my categorical proposals. Either cede your daughter to my disposal, or take her wholly to your own surprising discretion, and then I here, before Mr Supple, evacuate the garrison, and renounce you and your family for ever."
"I pray you let me be a mediator," cries the parson. "Let me supplicate you."
"Why, there lies the key on the table," cries the squire. "She may take them up, if she pleases. Who hinders her?"
"No, brother,"
answered the lady.
"I insist on the formality of its being delivered to me, with a full ratification of all the concessions stipulated."
"Why, then I will deliver it to you. Here 'tis," cries the squire. "I am sure, sister, you can't accuse me of ever denying to trust my daughter to you. She hath lived with you a whole year and more to a time without my ever seeing her."
"And it would have been happy for her,"
answered the lady,
"if she had always lived with me. Nothing of this kind would have ever happened under my eye."
"Aye, certainly," cries he. "I only am to blame."
"Why, you are to blame, brother,"
answered she.
"I have been often obliged to tell you so, and shall always be obliged to tell you so. However, I hope you will now amend, and gather so much experience from past errors, as not to defeat my wisest machinations from your blunders. Indeed, brother, you are not qualified for these negotiations. All your whole scheme of politics is wrong. I once more, therefore, insist that you do not intermeddle. Remember only what is past."
"Zounds and blood, sister," cries the squire, "what would you have me say? You are enough to provoke the devil."
"There now," says she, "just according to the old system, I see. Brother, there is no talking to you. I will appeal to Mr Supple, who is a man of sense, if I said anything which could put any human creature into a passion, but you are so wrong-headed every way."
"Let me beg you, madam," said the parson, "not to irritate his worship."
"Irritate him?"
said the lady.
"Sure, you are as great a fool as himself. Well, brother, since you have promised not to interfere, I will once more undertake the management of my niece. Lord have mercy upon all affairs which are under the directions of men. The head of one woman is worth 1,000 of yours."
And now, having summoned a servant to show her to Sophia, she departed, bearing the key with her. She was no sooner gone than the squire, having first shut the door, ejaculated 20 bitches, and as many hearty curses against her, not sparing himself for having ever thought of her estate, but added, "Now one hath been a slave for so long, it would be pity to lose it at last, for want of holding out a little longer. The bitch can't live for ever, and I know I am down for it upon the will." The parson greatly commended the resolution, and now the squire, having ordered in another bottle, which was his usual method when anything either pleased or vexed him, did, by drinking plentifully of this medicinal dewlap, so totally wash away his choler that his temper was become perfectly placid and serene. When Mrs. Western returned with Sophia into the room, the young lady had on her hat and capuchin, and the aunt acquainted Mr. Western
that she intended to take her niece with her to her own lodgings. For indeed, brother,
says she,
these rooms are not fit to receive a Christian soul in.
Very well, madam, quoth Western. Whatever you please. A girl can never be in better hands than yours, and the parson here can do me the justice to say that I have said 50 times behind your back that you was one of the most sensible women in the world.
To this,
cries the parson,
I am ready to bear testimony.
Nay, brother,
said Mrs. Western,
I have always, I'm sure, given you as favourable a character. You must own you have a little too much hastiness in your temper. But when you will allow yourself time to reflect, I never knew a man more reasonable.
Why then, sister, if you think so, said the squire, here's your good health with all my heart. I'm a little passionate sometimes, but I scorn to bear any malice. Sophie, do you be a good girl, and do everything your aunt orders you.
I have not the least doubt of her,
answered Mrs. Western.
She hath had already an example before her eyes in the behaviour of that wretch, her cousin Harriet, who ruined herself by neglecting my advice. Oh, brother, what think you? You was hardly gone out of hearing when you set out for London, when who should arrive but that impudent fellow with the odious Irish name, that Fitzpatrick. He broke in abruptly upon me without notice, or I would not have seen him. He ran on a long unintelligible story about his wife, to which he forced me to give him a hearing, but I made him very little answer, and delivered him the letter from his wife, which I bid him answer himself. I suppose the wretch will endeavour to find us out, but I beg you will not see her, for I am determined I will not.
I see her, answered the squire. You need not fear me. I'll get no encouragement to such undutiful wenches. It is well for the fellow, her husband, I was not at home. Odd rabbit it. He should have taken a dance through the horse pond, I promise on. You see, Sophie, what undutifulness brings folks to. You have an example in your own family.
Brother,
cries the aunt,
you need not shock my niece by such odious repetitions. Why will you not leave everything entirely to me?
Well, I will, said the squire. And now Mrs. Western, luckily for Sophia, put an end to the conversation by ordering chairs to be called. I say luckily, for had it continued much longer, fresh matter of dissension would, most probably, have arisen between the brother and the sister, between whom education and sex made the only difference, for both were equally violent and equally positive. They both had a vast affection for Sophia, and both a sovereign contempt for each other. Chapter 5, in which Jones receives a letter from Sophia, and goes to a play with Mrs. Miller and Partridge. The arrival of Black George in town, and the good offices which that grateful fellow had promised to do for his old benefactor, greatly comforted Jones in the midst of all the anxiety and uneasiness which he had suffered on the account of Sophia, from whom, by the means of the said George, he received the following answer to his letter, which Sophia, to whom the use of pen, ink, and paper was restored with her liberty, wrote the very evening when she departed from her confinement.
Sir, as I do not doubt your sincerity in what you write, you will be pleased to hear that some of my afflictions are at an end, by the arrival of my Aunt Western, with whom I am at present, and with whom I enjoy all the liberty I can desire. One promise my aunt hath insisted on my making, which is, that I will not see or converse with any person without her knowledge and consent. This promise I have most solemnly given, and shall most inviolably keep, and though she hath not expressly forbidden me writing, yet that must be an omission from forgetfulness, or this perhaps is included in the words conversing. However, as I cannot but consider this as a breach of her generous confidence in my honour, you cannot expect that I shall, after this, continue to write myself, or to write letters without her knowledge. A promise is with me a very sacred thing, and to be extended to everything understood from it, as well as to what is expressed by it, and by this consideration may, perhaps, on reflection, afford you some comfort. But why should I mention a comfort to you of this kind? For though there is one thing in which I can never comply with the best of fathers, yet am I firmly resolved never to act in defiance of him, or to take any step of consequence without his consent. A firm persuasion of this must teach you to divert your thoughts from what fortune hath, perhaps, made impossible. This your own interest persuades you. This may reconcile, I hope, Mr. Allworthy to you, and, if it will, you have my injunctions to pursue it. Accidents have laid some obligations on me, and your good intentions probably more. Fortune may, perhaps, be sometime kinder to us both than at present. Believe this, that I shall always think of you as I think you deserve, and am, sir, your obliged humble servant, Sophia Western. I charge you, write to me no more, at present at least, and accept this, which is now of no service to me, which I know you must want, and think you owe the trifle only to that fortune by which you found it.
Meaning perhaps the bank bill for 100. A child who hath just learnt his letters would have spelt this letter out in less time than Jones took in reading it. The sensations it occasioned were a mixture of joy and grief, somewhat like what divide the mind of a good man when he pursues the will of his deceased friend, and which a large legacy, which his distresses make the more welcome, is bequeathed to him. Upon the whole, however, he was more pleased than displeased, and indeed the reader may probably wonder that he was displeased at all. But the reader is not quite so much in love as was poor Jones, and love is a disease which, though it may in some instances resemble a consumption, which it sometimes causes, in others proceeds in direct opposition to it, and particularly in this, that it never flattens itself, or sees any one symptom in a favourable light. One thing gave him complete satisfaction, which was that his mistress had regained her liberty, and was now with a lady where she might at least assure herself of a decent treatment. Another comfortable circumstance was the reference which he made to her promise of never marrying any other man, for however disinterested he might imagine his passion, and notwithstanding all the generous overtures made in his letter, I very much question whether he could have heard a more afflicting piece of news than that Sophia was married to another. Though the match had been never so great, and never so likely to end in making her completely happy, that refined degree of platonic affection which is absolutely detached from the flesh, and is indeed entirely and purely spiritual, is a gift confined to the female part of the creation, many of whom I have heard declare, and doubtless with great truth, that they would with the utmost readiness resign a lover to a rival, when such resignation was proved to be necessary for the temporal interest of such lover. Hence, therefore, I conclude that this affection is in nature, though I cannot pretend to say I have ever seen an instance of it. Mr. Jones, having spent 3 hours in reading and kissing the aforesaid letter, and being at last in a state of good spirits from the last mentioned considerations, he agreed to carry an appointment which he had before made into execution. This was to attend Mrs. Miller and her younger daughter into the gallery at the playhouse, and to admit Mr. Partridge as one of the company. For as Jones had really that taste for humour which may affect, he expected to enjoy much entertainment in the criticisms of Partridge, from whom he expected the simple dictates of nature, unimproved indeed, but likewise unadulterated by art. In the first row then of the first gallery did Mr. Jones, Mrs. Miller, her youngest daughter, and Partridge take their places. Partridge immediately declared it was the finest place he had ever been in. When the first music was played, he said, "It is a wonder how so many fiddlers could play at one time without putting one another out." While the fellow was lighting the upper candles, he cried out to Mrs. Miller, "Look, look, madam, the very picture of the man in the end of the Common Prayer Book before the gunpowder treason service." Nor could he help observing with a sigh, when all the candles were lighted, that here were candles enough burnt in one night to keep an honest poor family for a whole 12 months. As soon as the play, which was Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, began, Partridge was all attention, nor did he break silence till the entrance of the ghost. Upon which he asked Jones, "What man that was in a strange dress? Something," he said, "like what I have seen in a picture. Sure, it is not armour, is it?" Jones answered, "That is the ghost." To which Partridge replied with a smile, "Persuade me that you, sir, if you can. Though I can't say I ever actually saw a ghost in my life, yet I am certain I should know one, if I saw him, better than that comes to. No, no, sir, ghosts don't appear in such dresses as that neither." In this mistake, which caused much laughter in the neighbourhood of Partridge, he was suffered to continue till the scene between the ghost and Hamlet, when Partridge gave that credit to Mr. Garrick, which he had denied to Jones, and fell into so violent a trembling that his knees knocked against each other. Jones asked him what was the matter, and whether he was afraid of the warrior upon the stage. "Oh la, sir," said he, "I perceive now it is what you told me. I am not afraid of anything, for I know it is but a play, and if it was really a ghost, it could do one no harm at such a distance, and in so much company. And yet, if I was frightened, I am not the only person." "Why, who," cries Jones, "dost thou take to be such a coward as here, besides thyself?" "Nay, you may call me coward if you will, but if that little man there upon the stage is not frightened, I never saw any man frightened in my life. Ay, ay, go along with you. Ay, to be sure. Who's fool then, will you? Lud have mercy upon such foolhardiness. Whatever happens, it is good enough for you. Follow you? I'd follow the devil as soon. Nay, perhaps it is the devil, for they say he can put on what likeness he pleases. Oh, here he is again. No farther. No, you have gone far enough already, farther than I'd have gone for all the king's dominions. Jones offered to speak, but Partridge cried, "Hush, hush, dear sir, don't you hear him?" And during the whole speech of the ghost, he sat with his eyes fixed partly on the ghost and partly on Hamlet, and with his mouth open. The same passions succeeded each other in Hamlet, succeeding likewise in him. When the scene was over, Jones said, "Why, Partridge, you exceed my expectations. You enjoy the play more than I conceived possible." "Nay, sir," answered Partridge, "if you are not afraid of the devil, I can't help it. But to be sure, it is natural to be surprised at such things, though I know there is nothing in them, nor that it was the ghost that surprised me neither, for I should have known that to have been only a man in a strange dress. But when I saw the little man so frightened himself, it was that which took hold of me." "And dost thou imagine then, Partridge," cries Jones, "that he was really frightened?" "Nay, sir," answered Partridge, "if you are not afraid of the devil, I can't help it. But to be sure, it is natural to be surprised at such things, though I know there is nothing in them. Not that it was the ghost that surprised me neither, for I should have known that to have been only a man in a strange dress. But when I saw the little man so frightened himself, it was that which took hold of me." "And dost thou imagine then, Partridge," cries Jones, "that he was really frightened?" "Nay, sir," said Partridge. "Did not yourself observe afterwards that when he found it was his own father's spirit, and how he was murdered in the garden, how his fear forsook him by degrees, and he was struck dumb with sorrow, as it were, just as I should have been had it been my own case? But hush! Hola! What noise is that? Here he is again! Well, to be certain, though I know there is nothing at all in it, I am glad I am not down yonder where those men are. Then turning his eyes again upon Hamlet, Ay, you may draw your sword. What signifies a sword against the power of the devil? During the second act, Partridge made very few remarks. He greatly admired the fineness of the dresses, nor could he help observing the king's countenance. Well, said he, how people may be deceived by faces. Nulla fides fronti is, I find, a true saying. Who would think, by looking in the king's face, that he had ever committed a murder? He then inquired after the ghost, but Jones, who intended he should be surprised, gave him no other satisfaction than that he might possibly see him again soon, and in a flash of fire. Partridge sat in fearful expectation of this, and now, when the ghost made his next appearance, Partridge cried out, There, sir, now, what say you now? Is he frightened now or no? As much frightened as you think me, and to be sure, nobody can help some fears. I would not be in so bad a condition as, what's his name, Squire Hamlet, is there for all the world. Bless me, what's become of his spirit? As I am a living soul, I thought I saw him sink into the earth. Indeed, you saw right, answered Jones. Well, well, cries Partridge, I know it is only a play, and besides, if there was anything in all this, Madam Miller would not laugh so, for as to you, sir, you would not be afraid. I believe, if the devil was here in person— Ah, there! Ay, no wonder you in such a passion shake the vile wicked wretch to pieces. If she was my own mother, I would serve her so. To be sure, all duty to a mother is forfeited by such wicked doings. Ay, go about your business, I hate the sight of you. Our critic was now pretty silent till the play which Hamlet introduces before the king. This he did not at first understand, till Jones explained it to him, but he no sooner entered into the spirit of it, that he began to bless himself that he had never committed murder. Then turning to Mrs. Miller, he asked her, if she did not imagine the king looked as if he was touched, though he is, said he, a good actor, and doth all he can to hide it. Well, I would not have so much to answer for, as that wicked man there hath, to sit upon a much higher chair than he sits upon. No wonder he ran away. For your sake I'll never trust an innocent face again. The grave-digging scene next engaged the attention of Partridge, who expressed much surprise at the number of skulls thrown upon the stage, to which Jones answered that it was one of the most famous burial places around town. No wonder then, cries Partridge, that the place is haunted. But I never saw in my life a worse grave digger. I had a sexton, when I was a clerk, that should have dug 3 graves while he is digging one. That fellow handles a spade as if it was the first time he had ever had one in his hand. Ay, ay, you may sing. You had rather sing than work, I believe. Upon Hamlet's taking up the skull, he cried out, Well, it is strange to see how fearless some men are. I never could bring myself to touch anything belonging to a dead man on any account. He seemed frightened enough, too, at the ghost. I thought nemo omnibus oris sapit. Little more worth remembering occurred during the play, at the end of which Jones asked him which of the players he had liked best. To this he answered, with some appearance of indignation at the question, The king, no doubt.
Indeed, Mr. Partridge,
said Mrs. Miller,
you are not of the same opinion with the town, for they are all agreed that Hamlet is acted by the best player who ever was on the stage.
He the best player?
Cries Partridge with a contemptuous sneer.
Why, I could act as well as he myself. I am sure if I had seen a ghost, I should have looked in the very same manner, and done just as he did. And then, to be sure, in that scene, as you called it, between him and his mother, where you told me he acted so fine, why, Lord help me, any man, that is, any good man, that had such a mother, would have done exactly the same. I know you're only joking with me, but indeed, madam,
Though I was never to play in London, yet I have seen acting before in the country, and the king for my money. He speaks all his words distinctly, half as loud again as the other. Anybody may see he is an actor." While Mrs. Miller was thus engaged in conversation with Partridge, a lady came up to Mr. Jones, whom he immediately knew to be Mrs. Fitzpatrick. She said she had seen him from the other part of the gallery, and had taken that opportunity of speaking to him, as she had something to say which might be of great service to himself. She then acquainted him with her lodgings, and made him an appointment the next day in the morning, which, upon recollection, she presently changed to the afternoon, at which time Jones promised to attend her. Thus ended the adventure at the playhouse, where Partridge had offered great mirth, not only to Jones and Mrs. Miller, but to all who sat within hearing, who were more attentive to what he said than to anything that passed on the stage. He durst not go to bed all that night, for fear of the ghost, and many nights after sweated 2 or 3 hours before he went to sleep, with the same apprehensions, and waked several times in great horrors, crying out, "Lord, have mercy upon us! There it is!" Chapter 6, in which the history is obliged to look back. It is almost impossible for the best parent to observe an exact impartiality to his children, even though no superior merit should bias his affection. But sure, a parent can hardly be blamed when that superiority determines his preference. As I regard all the personages of this history in the light of my children, so I must confess the same inclination of partiality to Sophia, and for that I hope the reader will allow me the same excuse from the superiority of her character. This extraordinary tenderness which I have for my heroine never suffers me to quit her any long time without the utmost reluctance. I could now, therefore, return impatiently to inquire what hath happened to this lovely creature since her departure from her father's, but that I am obliged first to pay a short visit to Mr Blifil. Mr Western, in the first confusion into which his mind was cast upon the sudden news he received of his daughter, and in the first hurry to go after her, had not once thought of sending any account of the discovery to Blifil. He had not gone far, however, before he recollected himself, and accordingly stopped at the very first inn he came to, and dispatched away a messenger to acquaint Blifil with his having found Sophia, and with his firm resolution to marry her to him immediately, if he would come up after him to town. As the love which Blifil had for Sophia was of that violent kind which nothing but the loss of her fortune, or some such accident, could lessen, his inclination to the match was not at all altered by her having run away, though he was obliged to lay this to his own account. He very readily, therefore, embraced this offer. Indeed, he now proposed the gratification of a very strong passion, besides avarice, by marrying this young lady, and this was hatred, for he concluded that matrimony offered an equal opportunity of satisfying either hatred or love, and this opinion is very probably verified by much experience. To say the truth, if we are to judge by the ordinary behaviour of married persons to each other, we shall perhaps be apt to conclude that the generality seek the indulgence of the former passion only, in their union of everything but of hearts. There was one difficulty, however, in his way, and this arose from Mr Allworthy. That good man, when he found by the departure of Sophia, for neither that nor the cause of it could be concealed from him, the great aversion which he had for his nephew, began to be seriously concerned that he had been deceived into carrying matters so far. He by no means concurred with the opinion of those parents who think it is immaterial to consult the inclinations of their children in the affair of marriage, as to solicit the good pleasure of their servants when they intend to take a journey, and who are, by law or decency at least, withheld often from using absolute force. On the contrary, as he esteemed the institution to be one of the most sacred kind, he thought every preparatory caution necessary to preserve it holy and inviolate, and very wisely concluded that the surest way to effect this was by laying the foundation in previous affection. Blifil, indeed, soon cured his uncle of all anger on the score of deceit, by many vows and protestations that he had been deceived himself, with which the many declarations of Western very well tallied. But now to persuade Allworthy to consent to the renewing the addresses was a matter of such apparent difficulty that the very appearance was sufficient to have deterred a less enterprising genius. But this young gentleman so well knew his own talents that nothing within the province of cunning seemed to him hard to be achieved. Here, then, he represented the violence of his own affection, and the hopes of subduing aversion in the lady by perseverance. He begged that, in an affair on which depended all his future repose, he might at least be at liberty to try all fair means for success. Heaven forbid, he said, that he should ever think of prevailing by any other than the most gentle methods. Besides, sir, said he, if they fail, you may then, which will be surely time enough, deny your consent. He urged the great and eager desire which Mr Western had for the match, and lastly he made great use of the name of Jones, to whom he imputed all that had happened, and from whom he said to reserve so valuable a young lady was even an act of charity. All these arguments were well seconded by Thwackum, who dwelt a little stronger on the authority of parents than Mr Blifil himself had done. He ascribed the measures which Mr Blifil was desirous to make Christian motives. And though, said he, the good young gentleman hath mentioned charity last, I am almost convinced it is his first and principal consideration. Squire, possibly, had he been present, would have sung to the same tune, though in a different key, and would have discovered much moral fitness in the proceeding, but he was now gone to Bath for the recovery of his health. Allworthy, though not without reluctance, at last yielded to the desires of his nephew. He said he would accompany him to London, where he might be at liberty to use every honest endeavour to gain the lady. But I declare, said he, I will never give my consent to any absolute force being put on her inclinations, nor shall you ever have her, unless she can be brought freely to compliance. Thus did the affection of Allworthy for his nephew betray the superior understanding to be triumphed over by the inferior, and thus is the prudence of the best of heads often defeated by the tenderness of the best of hearts. Blifil, having obtained this unhoped for acquiescence in his uncle, rested not till he carried his purpose into execution, and as no immediate business required Mr Allworthy's presence in the country, and little preparation is necessary to men for a journey, they set out the very next day, and arrived in town that evening, where Mr Jones, as we have seen, was diverting himself with Partridge at the play. The morning after his arrival, Mr Blifil waited on Mr Western, by whom he was most kindly and graciously received, and from whom he had every possible assurance, perhaps more than was possible, that he should very shortly be as happy as Sophia could make him. Nor would the squire suffer the young gentleman to return to his uncle till he had, almost against his will, carried him to his daughter. End of Book 16, Chapters 4 to 6. Recording by Andy from Inverarden. MELYS.WS. Section 58 of Tom Jones. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox, LibriVox.org. Tom Jones by Henry Fielding. Book 16, Chapters 7 to 10. Chapter 7, in which Mr Western pays a visit to his sister in company with Mr Blifil. Mrs Western was reading a lecture on prudence and matrimonial politics to her niece, when her brother and Blifil broke in with less ceremony than the laws of visiting require. Sophia no sooner saw Blifil than she turned pale, and almost lost the use of all her faculties. But her aunt, on the contrary, waxed red, and having all her faculties at command, began to exert her tongue on the squire.
"Brother,"
said she,
"I am astonished at your behaviour. Will you never learn any regard to decorum? Will you still look upon every apartment as your own, or as belonging to one of your country tenants? Do you think yourself at liberty to invade the privacies of women of condition without the least decency or notice?"
"Why, what a pox is the matter now?" quoth the squire. "One would think I had caught you at—"
"None of your brutality, sir, I beseech you," answered she. "You've surprised my poor niece, so that she can hardly, I see, support herself. Go, my dear, retire and endeavour to recruit your spirits. for I see you have occasion.
At which words Sophia, who never received a more welcome command, hastily withdrew. To be sure, sister, cries the squire, you are mad, when I have brought Mr Blifil here to court her, to force her away.
Sure, brother,
says she,
you are worse than mad, when you know in what situation affairs are, I am sure I ask Mr Blifil's pardon, but he knows very well to whom to impute so disagreeable a reception. For my own part, I am sure I shall always be very glad to see Mr Blifil, but his own good sense would not have suffered him to proceed so abruptly had you not compelled him to it.
Blifil bowed and stammered, and looked like a fool, but Western, without giving him time to form a speech for the purpose, answered, Well, well, I am to blame if you will. I always am, certainly. But come, let the girl be fetched back again, or let Mr Blifil go to her. He's come up on purpose, and there is no time to be lost.
Brother,
cries Mrs Western,
Mr Blifil, I am confident, understands himself better than to think of seeing my niece any more this morning after what has happened. Women are of a nice contexture, and our spirits, when disorders, are not to be recomposed in a moment. Had you suffered Mr Blifil to have sent his compliments to my niece, and to have desired the favour of waiting on her in the afternoon, I should possibly have prevailed on her to have seen him. But now I despair of bringing about any such matter.
I am very sorry, madam, cried Blifil, that Mr Western's extraordinary kindness to me, which I can never enough acknowledge, should have occasioned.
Indeed, sir,
said she, interrupting him,
you need make no apologies. We all know my brother so well.
I don't care what anyone knows of me, answered the squire. But when must he come to see her? For, consider, I tell you, he has come up on purpose, and so is Allworthy.
Brother,
said she,
whatever message Mr Blifil thinks proper to send to my niece shall be delivered to her, and I suppose she will want no instructions to make a proper answer. I am convinced she will not refuse to see Mr Blifil at a proper time.
The devil she won't, answered the squire. Odds blood! Don't we know? I say nothing, but some folk are wiser than all the world. If I might have had my will, she had not run away before, and now I expect to hear every moment she is gone again. For as great a fool as some folk think me, I know very well she hates.
No matter, brother,
replied Mrs Western.
I will not hear my niece abused. It is a reflection on my family. She is an honour to it, and she will be an honour to it, I promise you. I will pawn my whole reputation in the world on her conduct. I shall be glad to see you, brother, in the afternoon, for I have somewhat of importance to mention to you. At present, Mr Blifil, as well as you must excuse me, for I am in haste to dress.
Well, but, said the squire, do appoint a time.
Indeed,
said she,
I can appoint no time. I tell you, I will see you in the afternoon.
What the devil would you have me do? Cries the squire, turning to Blifil. I can no more turn her than a beagle can turn an old hare. Perhaps she will be in a better humour in the afternoon. I am condemned, I see, sir, to misfortune, answers Blifil, but I shall always own my obligations to you. Then he took a ceremonious leave of Mrs Western, who was altogether as ceremonious on her part, and then they departed, the squire muttering to himself with a note that Blifil should see his daughter in the afternoon. If Mr Western was little pleased with this interview, Blifil was less. As to the former, he imputed the whole behaviour of his sister to her humour only, and to her dissatisfaction at the omission of ceremony in the visit, but Blifil saw a little deeper into things. He suspected somewhat of more consequence from 2 or 3 words which dropped from the lady, and to say the truth, he suspected right, as will appear when I have unfolded the several matters which will be contained in the following chapters. Chapter 8. Schemes of Lady Bellaston for the ruin of Jones. Love had taken too deep a root in the mind of Lord Fellamar to be plucked up by the rude hands of Mr Western. In the heat of resentment he had, indeed, given a commission to Captain Egglane, which the captain had far exceeded in the execution. nor had it been executed at all, had his lordship been able to find the captain after he had seen Lady Bellaston, which was in the afternoon of the day after he had received the affront. But so industrious was the captain in the discharge of his duty, that, having after a long inquiry found out the squire's lodgings very late in the evening, he sat up all night at a tavern, that he might not miss the squire in the morning, and by that means miss the revocation which my lord had sent to his lodgings. In the afternoon then, next after the intended rape of Sophia, his lordship, as we have said, made a visit to Lady Bellaston, who laid open so much of the character of the squire that his lordship plainly saw the absurdity he had been guilty of in taking any offence at his words, especially as he had those honourable designs on his daughter. He then unbosomed the violence of his passion to Lady Bellaston, who readily undertook the cause, and encouraged him with certain assurance of a most favourable reception from all the elders of the family, and from the father himself, when he should be sober, and should be made acquainted with the nature of the offer made to his daughter. The only danger, she said, lay in the fellow she had formerly mentioned, who, though a beggar and a vagabond, had, by some means or other, she knew not what, procured himself tolerable clothes, and a past for a gentleman.
Now,
says she,
as I have, for the sake of my cousin, made it my business to inquire after this fellow, I have luckily found out his lodgings.
With which she then acquainted his lordship.
I am thinking, my lord, for this fellow is too mean for your personal resentment, whether it would not be possible for your lordship to contrive some method of having him pressed and sent on board a ship. Neither law nor conscience forbid this project, for the fellow, I promise you, however well dressed, is but a vagabond, and as proper as any fellow in the streets to be pressed into the service. And as for the conscientious part, surely the preservation of a young lady from such ruin is a most meritorious act. Nay, with regard to the fellow himself, unless he could succeed, which heaven forbid, with my cousin, it may probably be the means of preserving him from the gallows, and perhaps may make his fortune in an honest way.
Lord Falomar very heartily thanked her ladyship for the part which she was pleased to take in the affair, upon the success of which his whole future happiness entirely depended. He said he saw at present no objection to the pressing scheme, and would consider of putting it in execution. He then most earnestly recommended to her ladyship to do him the honour of immediately mentioning his proposals to the family, to whom he said he offered a carte blanche, and would settle his fortune in almost any manner they should require. And after uttering many ecstasies and raptures concerning Sophia, he took his leave and departed, but not before he had received the strongest charge to beware of Jones, and to lose no time in securing his person, where he should no longer be in a capacity of making any attempts to the ruin of the young lady. The moment Mrs Western was arrived in her lodgings, a card was dispatched with her compliments to Lady Bellaston, who no sooner received it than, with the impatience of a lover, she flew to her cousin, rejoiced at this fair opportunity, which beyond her hopes offered itself, for she was much better pleased with the prospect of making the proposals to a woman of sense, and who knew the world, than to a gentleman whom she honoured with the appellation of Hottentot, though indeed from him she apprehended no danger or refusal. The two ladies being met, after very short previous ceremonials, fell to business, which was indeed almost as soon concluded as begun, for Mrs Western no sooner heard the name of Lord Fellamar than her cheeks glowed with pleasure. But when she was acquainted with the eagerness of his passion, the earnestness of his proposals, and the generosity of his offer, she declared her full satisfaction in the most explicit terms. In the progress of their conversation, their discourse turned to Jones, and both cousins very pathetically lamented the unfortunate attachment which both agreed Sophia had to that young fellow, and Mrs Western entirely attributed it to the folly of her brother's management. She concluded, however, at last, with declaring her confidence in the good understanding of her niece, who, though she would not give up her affection in favour of Blifil, will, I doubt not, says she, soon be prevailed upon to sacrifice a simple inclination to the addresses of a fine gentleman, who brings her both a title and a large estate.
For indeed,
added she,
I must do so for the justice to confess this Blifil is but a hideous kind of fellow, as you know. Bellaston, all country gentlemen are, and hath nothing but his fortune to recommend him. Nay,
said Lady Bellaston,
I don't then so much wonder at my cousin, for I promise you this Jones is a very agreeable fellow, and hath one virtue, which the men say is a great recommendation to us. What do you think, Mrs. Western? I shall certainly make you laugh. Nay, I can hardly tell you myself for laughing. Will you believe that fellow hath had the assurance to make love to me? But if you should be inclined to disbelieve it, here is evidence enough, his own handwriting, I assure you.
She then delivered her cousin a letter with the proposals of marriage, which, if the reader hath a desire to see, he will find already on record in the 15th book of this history.
Upon my word, I am astonished,
said Mrs. Western.
This is indeed a masterpiece of assurance. With your leave, I may possibly make some use of this letter. You have my full liberty,
cries Lady Bellaston,
to apply it to what purpose you please. However, I would not have it shown to any but Miss Western, nor to her, unless you find occasion. Well, and how did you use the fellow?
returned Mrs. Western.
Not as a husband,
said the lady.
I am not married, I promise you. My dear, you know, Belle, I have tried the comforts once already, and once, I think, is enough for any reasonable woman.
This letter Lady Bellaston thought would certainly turn the balance against Jones in the mind of Sophia, and she was emboldened to give it up, partly by her hopes of having him instantly dispatched out of the way, and partly by having secured the evidence of honour, who, upon sounding her, she saw sufficient reason to imagine was prepared to testify whatever she pleased. But perhaps the reader may wonder why Lady Bellaston, who in her heart hated Sophia, should be so desirous of promoting a match which was so much to the interest of the young lady. Now I would desire such readers to look carefully into human nature, page almost the last, and there he will find in scarce legible characters that women, notwithstanding the preposterous behaviour of mothers, aunts, etc., in matrimonial matters do in reality think it so great a misfortune to have their inclinations in love thwarted, that they imagine they ought never to carry enmity higher than upon these disappointments again. He will find it written much about the same place, that a woman who hath once been pleased with the possession of a man will go above halfway to the devil to prevent any other woman from enjoying the same. If he will not be contented with these reasons, I freely confess I see no other motive to the actions of that lady, unless we will conceive she was bribed by Lord Fellamar, which, for my own part, I see no cause to suspect. Now this was the affair which Mrs. Western was preparing to introduce to Sophia by some prefatory discourse on the folly of love and on the wisdom of legal prostitution for hire, when her brother and Blifil broke abruptly in upon her, and hence arose all that coldness in her behaviour to Blifil, which, though the squire, as was usual with him, imputed to a wrong cause, infused into Blifil himself, he being a much more cunning man, a suspicion of the real truth. Chapter 9, in which Jones pays a visit to Mrs. Fitzpatrick. The reader may now perhaps be pleased to return with us to Mr. Jones, who at the appointed hour attended on Mrs. Fitzpatrick. But before we relate the conversation which now passed, it may be proper, according to our method, to return a little back, and to account for so great an alteration of behaviour in this lady, that from changing her lodging principally to avoid Mr. Jones, she had now industriously, as hath been seen, sought this interview. And here we shall need only to resort to what happened the preceding day, when, hearing from Lady Bellaston that Mr. Western was arrived in town, she went to pay her duty to him, at his lodgings at Piccadilly, where she was received with many scurvy compilations, too coarse to be repeated, and was even threatened to be kicked out of doors. From hence, an old servant of her Aunt Western, with whom she was well acquainted, conducted her to the lodgings of that lady, who treated her not more kindly, but more politely, or, to say the truth, with rudeness in another way. In short, she returned from both, plainly convinced, not only that her scheme of reconciliation had proved abortive, but that she must forever give over all thoughts of bringing it about by any means whatever. From this moment, desire of revenge only filled her mind, and in this temper, meeting Jones at the play, an opportunity seemed to her to occur of effecting this purpose. The reader must remember that he was acquainted by Mrs Fitzpatrick, in the account she gave of her own story, with the fondness Mrs Western had formerly shown for Mr Fitzpatrick at Bath, from the disappointment of which Mrs Fitzpatrick derived the great bitterness her aunt had expressed towards her. She had therefore no doubt but that the good lady would as easily listen to the addresses of Mr Jones as she had before done to the other, for the superiority of charms was clearly on the side of Mr Jones, and the advance which her aunt had since made in age, she concluded, how justly I will not say, was an argument rather in favour of her project than against it. Therefore, when Jones attended, after a previous declaration of her desire of serving him, arising, as she said, from a firm assurance of how much she should by so doing oblige Sophia, and after some excuses for her former disappointment, and after acquainting Mr Jones, in whose custody his mistress was, of which she thought him ignorant, she very explicitly mentioned her scheme to him, and advised him to make sham addresses to the older lady, in order to procure an easy access to the younger, informing him at the same time of the successes which Mr Fitzpatrick had formerly owed to the same stratagem. Mr Jones expressed great gratitude to the lady for the kind intentions towards him which she had expressed, and indeed testified by this proposal. But, besides intimating some diffidence of success from the lady's knowledge of his love to her niece, which had not been the case in regard to Mr Fitzpatrick, he said he was afraid Miss Western would never agree to an imposition of this kind, as well from her utter detestation of all fallacy, as from her avowed duty to her aunt. Mrs Fitzpatrick was a little nettled at this, and indeed, if it may not be called a lapse of the tongue, it was a small deviation from politeness in Jones, and into which he scarce would have fallen, had not the delight he felt in praising Sophia hurried him out of all reflection, for this commendation of one cousin was more than a tacit rebuke on the other.
Indeed, sir,
answered the lady with some warmth,
I cannot think there is anything easier than to cheat an old woman with a profession of love, when her complexion is amorous, and though she is my aunt, I must say there never was a more liquorish one than her ladyship. Can't you pretend that the despair of possessing her niece from her being promised to Blifil has made you turn your thoughts towards her? As to my cousin Sophia, I can't imagine her to be such a simpleton as to have the least scruple on such an account, or to conceive any harm in punishing one of these hags for the many mischiefs they bring upon families by their tragi-comic passions, for which I think it is a pity they are not punishable by law. I had no such scruple myself, and yet I hope my cousin Sophia will not think it an affront when I say she cannot detest every real species of falsehood more than her cousin Fitzpatrick. My aunt, indeed, I pretend no duty, nor does she deserve any. However, sir, I have given you my advice, and if you decline pursuing it, I shall have the less opinion of your understanding, that's all.
Jones now clearly saw the error he had committed, and exerted his utmost power to rectify it, but he only faltered and stuttered into nonsense and contradiction. To say the truth, it is often safer to abide by the consequences of the first blunder than to endeavour to rectify it, for by such endeavours we generally plunge deeper instead of extricating ourselves, and few persons will on such occasions have the good nature which Mrs Fitzpatrick displayed to Jones, by saying with a smile,
You need attempt no more excuses, for I can easily forgive a real lover, whatever is the effect of fondness for his mistress.
She then renewed her proposal, and very fervently recommended it, omitting no argument which her invention could suggest on the subject, for she was so violently incensed against her aunt that scarce anything was capable of affording her equal pleasure with exposing her, and like a true woman she would see no difficulties in the execution of a favourite scheme. Jones, however, persisted in declining the undertaking, which had not indeed the least probability of success. He easily perceived the motives which induced Mrs Fitzpatrick to be so eager in pressing her advice. He said he would not deny the tender and passionate regard he had for Sophia, but was so conscious of the inequality of their situations that he could never flatter himself so far as to hope that so divine a young lady would condescend to think on so unworthy a man. Nay, he protested, he could scarce bring himself to wish she should. He concluded with a profession of generous sentiments, which we have not at present leisure to insert. There are some fine women, for I dare not here speak in too general terms, with whom self is so predominant that they never detach it from any subject, and, as vanity is with them a ruling principle, they are apt to lay hold of whatever praise they meet with, and though the property of others, convey it to their own use. In the company of these ladies it is impossible to say anything handsome of another woman which they will not apply to themselves. Nay, they often improve the praise they seize, as for instance, if her beauty, her wit, her gentility, her good humour deserves so much commendation, what do I deserve, who possess those qualities in so much more eminent a degree? For these ladies a man often recommends himself while he is commending another woman, and while he is expressing ardour and generous sentiments for his mistress, they are considering what a charming lover this man would make to them, who can feel all this tenderness for an inferior degree of merit. Of this, strange as it may seem, I have seen many instances beside Mrs Fitzpatrick, to whom all this really happened, and now who began to feel somewhat for Mr Jones, the symptoms of which she much sooner understood than poor Sophia had formerly done. To see the truth, perfect beauty in both sexes is a more irresistible object than it is generally thought, for, notwithstanding some of us are contented with more homely lots, and learn by rote, as children, to repeat what gives them no idea, to despise outside, and to value more solid charms, yet I have always observed at the approach of consummate beauty, that these more solid charms only shine with that kind of lustre which the stars have after the rising of the sun. When Jones had finished his exclamations, many of which would have become the mouth of Orodates himself, Mrs Fitzpatrick heaved a deep sigh, and taking her eyes off from Jones, on whom they had been some time fixed, and dropping them on the ground, she cried,
"Indeed, Mr Jones, I pity you, but it is the curse of such tenderness to be thrown away on those who are insensible of it. I know my cousin better than you, Mr Jones, and I must say, any woman who makes no return to such a passion, and such a person, is unworthy of both."
"Sure, madam," said Jones, "you can't mean—"
"Mean?"
cries Mrs Fitzpatrick.
"I know not what I mean. There is something, I think, in true tenderness bewitching. Few women ever meet with it in men, and fewer still know how to value it when they do. I never heard such truly noble sentiments, and I can't tell how it is, but you force one to believe you. Sure, she must be the most contemptible of women who can overlook such merit."
The manner and look with which all this was spoke infused a suspicion into Jones, which we don't care to convey in direct words to the reader. Instead of making any answer, he said,
"I'm afraid, madam, I have made too tiresome a visit,"
and offered to take his leave.
"Not at all, sir,"
answered Mrs Fitzpatrick.
"Indeed I pity you, Mr Jones, indeed I do. But if you are going, consider of the scheme I have mentioned. I am convinced you will approve it, and let me see you again as soon as I can. Tomorrow morning, if you will, or at least some time tomorrow, I shall be at home all day."
Jones then, after many expressions of thanks, very respectfully retired, nor could Mrs Fitzpatrick forbear making him a present of a look at parting, by which, if he had understood nothing, he must have no understanding in the language of the eyes. In reality it confirmed his resolution in returning to her no more, for, faulty as he hath hitherto appeared in this history, his whole thoughts were now so confined to his Sophia, that I believe no woman upon earth could have now drawn him into an act of inconstancy. Fortune, however, who was not his friend, resolved, as he intended to give her no second opportunity, to make the best of this, and accordingly produced the tragical incident which we are now in sorrowful notes to record. Chapter 10. The consequence of the preceding visit. Mr. Fitzpatrick, having received the letter before mentioned from Mrs. Western, and being by that means acquainted with the place to which his wife was retired, returned directly to Bath, and thence the day after set forward to London. The reader hath been already often informed of the jealous temper of this gentleman. He may likewise be pleased to remember the suspicion which he had conceived of Jones at Upton, upon his finding him in the room with Mrs Waters, and though sufficient reasons had afterwards appeared entirely to clear up that suspicion, yet now the reading so handsome a character of Mr Jones from his wife caused him to reflect that she likewise was in the inn at the same time, and jumbled together such a confusion of circumstances in a head which was naturally none of the clearest, that the whole produced that green-eyed monster mentioned by Shakespeare in his tragedy of Othello. And now, as he was inquiring in the street after his wife, and had just received directions to the door, unfortunately Mr Jones was issuing from it. Fitzpatrick did not yet recollect the face of Jones. However, seeing a young, well-dressed fellow coming from his wife, he made directly up to him, and asked him what he had been doing in that house. "For I am sure," said he, "you must have been in it, and I saw you come out of it." Jones answered very modestly that he had been visiting a lady there, to which Fitzpatrick replied, "What business have you with the lady?" Upon which Jones, who now perfectly remembered the voice, features, and indeed coat of the gentleman, cried out,
"Ha, my good friend, give me your hand. I hope there is no ill blood remaining between us, upon a small mistake which happened so long ago."
"Upon my soul, sir," said Fitzpatrick, "I don't know your name nor your face."
"Indeed, sir,"
said Jones,
"neither have I the pleasure of knowing your name, but your face I very well remember to have seen before at Upton, where a foolish quarrel happened between us, which, if it is not made up yet, we will now make up over a bottle."
"At Upton?" cried the other. "Ha! Upon my soul, I believe your name is Jones?"
"Indeed,"
answered he,
"it is."
"Oh, upon my soul," cries Fitzpatrick, "you are the very man I wanted to meet. Upon my soul, I will drink a bottle with you presently, but first I will give you a great knock over the pate. There is for you, you rascal. Upon my soul, if you do not give me satisfaction for that blow, I will give you another." And then, drawing his sword, put himself in a posture of defence, which was the only science he understood. Jones was a little staggered by the blow, which came somewhat unexpectedly, but presently recovering himself, he also drew, and, though he understood nothing of fencing, pressed on so boldly upon Fitzpatrick that he beat down his guard and sheathed one half of the sword in the body of the said gentleman, who had no sooner received it than he stepped backwards, dropped the point of his sword, and leaning upon it, cried, "I have satisfaction enough. I am a dead man."
"I hope not," cries Jones, "but whatever be the consequence, you must be sensible you have drawn it upon yourself."
At this instant a number of fellows rushed in and seized Jones, who told them he should make no resistance, and begged some of them at least would take care of the wounded gentleman.
"Ay,"
cries one of the fellows,
"the wounded gentleman will be taken care enough of, for I suppose he hath not many hours to live. As for you, sir, you have a month at least good yet."
"Damn me, Jack,"
said another,
"he hath prevented his voyage. He's bound to another port now."
And many other such josts was our poor Jones made the subject of by these fellows, who were indeed the gang employed by Lord Fellamar, and had dogged him into the house of Mrs Fitzpatrick, waiting for him at the corner of the street when this unfortunate accident happened. The officer who commanded this gang very wisely concluded that his business was now to deliver his prisoner to the hands of a civil magistrate. He ordered him therefore to be carried to a public house, where, having sent for a constable, he delivered him to his custody. The constable, seeing Mr Jones very well dressed, and hearing that the accident had happened in a duel, treated his prisoner with great civility, and at his request dispatched a messenger to inquire after the wounded gentleman, who was now at a tavern under the surgeon's hands. The report brought back was that the wound was certainly mortal, and there were no hopes of life, upon which the constable informed Jones that he must go before justice. He answered,
"Whatever you please. I am indifferent as to what happens to me, for though I am convinced I am not guilty of murder in the eye of the law, yet the weight of blood I find intolerable upon my mind."
Jones was now conducted before the justice, where the surgeon who dressed Mr. Fitzpatrick appeared, and deposed that he believed the wound to be mortal, upon which the prisoner was committed to the gatehouse. It was very late at night, so that Jones would not send for Partridge till the next morning, and, as he never shut his eyes till 7, so it was near 12 before the poor fellow, who was greatly frightened at not hearing from his master so long, received a message which almost deprived him of his being where he heard it. He went to the gatehouse with trembling knees and a beating heart, and was no sooner arrived in the presence of Jones than he lamented the misfortune that had befallen him with many tears, looking all the while frequently about him in great terror, for, as the news now arrived that Mr. Fitzpatrick was dead, the poor fellow apprehended every minute that his ghost would enter the room. At last he delivered him a letter, which he had like to have forgot, and which came from Sophia from the hands of Black George. Jones presently dispatched every one out of the room, and having eagerly broke open the letter, read as follows.
You owe the hearing from me again to an accident which I own surprises me. My aunt hath just now shown me a letter from you to Lady Bellaston, which contains a proposal of marriage. I am convinced it is your own hand, and what more surprises me is that it is dated at the very time when you would have me imagine you was under such concern on my account. I leave you to comment on this fact. All I desire is that your name may never more be mentioned to S.W.
Of the present situation of Mr. Jones's mind, and of the pangs with which he was now tormented, we cannot give the reader a better idea than by saying his misery was such that even Thwackum would almost have pitied him. But bad as it is, we shall at present leave him in it, as his good genius, if he really had any, seems to have done. And here we put an end to the 16th book of our history. End of section 58. Recording by Andy from Inverarnon. melys.ws